Hey, why are you tarnishing my reputation and calling me a calamity star? Is it just because a few candidates died during the Dragon Gate conference? Now that I'm the only candidate left, they say I'm a broom star. They even claim that all my enemies have perished. How could that possibly be related to me? I have no idea how they died. I'm just a small constable. Chapter 1. I am an undercover agent. Year 10 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, May 23rd. I've unexpectedly crossed over and become a small constable in the feudal dynasty's 6 doors. My status is a bit low, but it doesn't matter. I understand papermaking and glassblowing. Great Zhou, are you ready? Your wealthiest man has arrived. May 24th, after my first day at work, I discovered that this world has immortals. It's a xianxia world. What's a wealthy man? I've forgotten all about that I want to become an immortal, endlessly happy. But why hasn't the golden finger arrived? May 25, that after fully accepting the memories of the locals, I suddenly realized something bad. I am actually an undercover agent sent by the 9 great upper sects, the Yin Ji Sect to the Great Zhou to destroy it. And the most crucial point is that I am being controlled by the hell curse, and still no golden finger. May 26, after careful research, I discovered something joyful. The hell curse is a matter of the locals and has nothing to do with me, a noble traveler. After several days without finding the golden finger and trying various methods, I gave up. May 27th. I passed it off that if the dynasty is at its end, I can put in some effort. But now the Great Zhou is in its prime, with a wise ruler and peace throughout the land. I've asked the captain, and the Yin Ji Sect can't even defeat my 6 doors. May 28th. I've already made plans. Once I'm familiar with this world, I'll fake my death and escape to the south, away from the Yin Ji Sect's territory. I believe that as a noble traveler, even without a golden finger, I can definitely outmatch these local folks. May 29th. Today, while going out to catch thieves, a fellow constable unfortunately met his demise, and we didn't catch any thieves. It was a failed operation, but I discovered the golden finger. It turns out that the death of a friend can increase my cultivation. June 7th. I haven't written in days. I've been quite busy with trivial matters, so I didn't record anything. Today, I went out to catch thieves again, this time the same thief as last time. We succeeded, but another constable died, and my cultivation value increased by 200. June 15th. Today, upon returning, another constable died. After work, I was confronted by the deceased family. Although I wasn't beaten, I was still quite angry. As a public servant, this is a high-risk position. Sacrificing while catching thieves is not uncommon. Just because 3 have died with me on the job in less than a month, they say I've killed them. They say I'm a broom star? That's too much. Cultivation value, 300. June 17th. Yesterday, I took a day off from work, hoping to ease my mood, but my master came and scolded me, saying I was too ruthless, that it's hard on my heart, and that killing one would suffice for relief, not 3, as it's easy to expose myself, and why mood worsened him, just a small constable. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. The world misunderstands me too deeply. I feel wronged. June 18th. Morning. Dou Changsheng looked at the simple attribute list, where a dense array of text appeared. Dou Changsheng walked to the bronze mirror, looking at his deep, dark eyes that revealed a charming luster and a sharply defined face. A faint smile appeared, not bad. After the crossover, not only has my age reverted to 18, but my waist no longer hurts. And I'm quite handsome. Looking at my ordinary constable uniform, it's fine too when one is handsome. Anything looks good. He turned and hung the waist knife from his waist, then stepped out of the room, striding towards the Xianxiafans constabulary. The Xianxiafans constabulary has very distinctive architecture, with the only entrance located directly to the south. Each room has 2 black lacquer doors, totaling 6 doors. This is the origin of the name 6 doors. Gather. All gather. Just as Dou Changsheng arrived at 6 doors and was eating breakfast in the cafeteria, he was forced to put down his chopsticks halfway through. After Dou Changsheng joined the ranks, there were 10 in total, each tall, one hand gripping the hilt of the waist knife, standing tall and looking forward. Their clothes were neat, and the formation was orderly, filled with a sense of murderous intent. Not everyone in 6 doors is elite, but those in the capital 6 doors are definitely elite. The captain came over with a serious expression, standing in front of everyone, and said in a deep voice, the latest clue. The swift sword Wan San we are pursuing is hiding in the northwest civilian houses of Xianxiafans. Wan San is already injured, and now glory is within reach. Do you want to be promoted and get rich? Yes. Louder? Yes. The captain looked at the excited crowd, witnessing their morale rising, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." After leaving the constabulary, they stepped onto the cobbled stone ground, and a gentle breeze blew, causing Dou Changsheng's excitement to fade, and his pace slightly stalled. What's going on? Why was I just excited? I don't need to achieve anything now. Wealth is irrelevant. Fame is dangerous right now. I'm just a minor character to the Yin Extreme sect and an insignificant figure to my master. Whether there's one more or one less doesn't matter. As long as I find a chance to die, the Yin Extreme sect won't know, and my master wouldn't conduct a post-mortem investigation. But if my master remembers me, it will be difficult to fake my death and escape. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but look up at the captain. His earlier words were definitely abnormal. Unnoticed, Dou Changsheng had already walked to the back of the line. The 11 of them could indeed be described as a mighty force. As they approached their destination, the captain raised his arm high, signaling everyone to stop. All eyes turned to the captain, waiting for his command. Many constables were excited, unable to contain themselves, wanting to surround the civilian houses ahead immediately and capture Wan San to gain promotion and wealth. Dou! A single word was just uttered. A harsh sound rang out. It was some sharp object cutting through the air, causing a commotion. It interrupted the captain's speech, and Dou Changsheng could clearly see a large and heavy sword piercing through a constable's chest. The sword pierced through the constable's back, with the tip protruding from the front, blood flowing down the blade. The excitement on the constable's face began to stiffen, his eyes losing their spark and becoming hollow. A large hand yanked the corpse off the broadsword as if it were a rag doll, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. The newcomer wiped the bloodied shoes against the dirt. Looking up at everyone, he revealed a toothy grin, his deep voice resounding. "You want to exchange my life for your glory and wealth? Just because of you? Do you even qualify?" Wan San displayed a proud demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, and a mocking voice echoed. "Do you think I'm like those cowards, hiding in the stinking gutters, waiting for you courthounds to hunt me down? I've used a little trick to deliberately send you a message, and you indeed came eagerly, seeking death. Using your blood and flesh to pave the way for me on the ranking list is your honor, you courthounds. Wan San, you're merely at the 8th level of chi refinement, not even thinking of escaping, yet you dare to provoke the court. Are you looking for death? Ha 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 ha." The rampant laughter echoed. Wan San laughed wildly. His loud voice rang out. "I'm Wan Sa I in the world of strong people. I'm the first, Huang Tian is second, and Laozi is third. Congratulations, the host's friend Triple X has been pierced through the heart by a sword. Cultivation value 200. Chapter 2. The mindset crumbled. Wan San's hair stood on end, his thick beard like a forest of steel needles. His towering physique resembling a roaring lion in the wild when he was enraged. His rolled-up sleeves revealed a forearm, bronze skin appearing as if coated in grease. In his hand was a heavy sword forged from mysterious iron, weighing at least several hundred pounds, with a blade that was blunt, resembling an unrefined sword blank. The few hundred pounds of the heavy sword created a flurry of sword shadows when swung, moving at an incredible speed. There was only a wrong name. Not a wrong nickname. Wan San fully exemplified the term swift sword. With the unmatched speed and power of the few hundred pounds heavy sword, he was like a god of slaughter, unstoppable wherever he went. The group of constables was also elite, all with cultivation levels, having reached the 9th rank of body refining. The martial arts world is divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the highest and the 9th the lowest. The ranks are divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper 3 ranks and middle 3 ranks are not worth mentioning, while the lower 3 ranks consist of 7th rank condensing chi, 8th rank chi training, and 9th rank body refining. The head constable was already in the 8th rank chi training realm, the same level as Wan San, leading many 9th rank body refining constables. Moreover, Wan San was already injured, making this battle seem almost certain to win. However, the heroic spirit of Wan San was overwhelming, a born warrior. His own strength could be unleashed to the fullest, surpassing his limits. Dou Changsheng's waist knife clashed head-on with the heavy sword. An unstoppable force surged through the knife, causing his palms to ache and his arms to begin to numb. Dou Changsheng could clearly see that the few hundred pounds heavy sword was enveloped in a layer of aura, which was unique to the 8th rank chi training realm. The 9th rank body refining realm was still a mortal body, but next would come the nurturing of chi, giving rise to the sensation of chi and obtaining extraordinary power. Chi is immensely mysterious, capable of enhancing both attack and defense. The reason Wan San could wield the few hundred pounds heavy sword with ease was precisely because of the qi. With his arms numbing and the backlash force making Dou Changsheng stumble backward, he took 7 steps back. Each step left a dent in the muddy ground. Especially the last step where his shoes sank deep into the soil. The speed and power of Wan San's attack were evident. There was nothing flashy about it, but it was extremely effective. If it weren't for Dou Changsheng's recent boost in strength to the peak of the 9th rank body refining due to his lucky break, that wild sword strike alone would have been enough to incapacitate him. Dou Changsheng looked up at the head constable and shouted, "Chief, we can't fight him head-on. You all retreat, I'll hold him off." His voice was loud and echoed in all directions, clearly audible to nearby onlookers. He hadn't expected Wan San to be so strong. Capturing him was now impossible. However, this wasn't a bad thing. There had been too many rumors about him in the constable's quarters of Zhuke Fong, and now was the best opportunity to turn the tide. As long as he chose to hold off Wan San and allow the others to escape, his act of bravery would erase all the slander against him. "All right, I'll stay with you," the others retreat. The head constable did not argue, looking at Dou Changsheng with admiration. The other constables also regarded Dou Changsheng differently. In an instant, Dou Changsheng's image in their hearts elevated from being a despised jinx to a greatly respected hero. The head constable chose not to leave, but to stay with Dou Changsheng, fearing that Dou Changsheng would not be able to withstand Wan San. After all, Dou Changsheng was only in the 9th rank body refining realm, while Wan San was in the 8th rank qi training realm, a significant difference in realms. This was ordinary thinking, and Dou Changsheng did not explain that he had confidence in preserving his life and successfully escaping. After all, the matter of his lucky break was confidential and not to be revealed. Ha ha! The wild laughter echoed, Wan San's hair standing on end, like a roaring lion in the wild, his eyes exuding a palpable pressure. A scornful yet resonant voice rang out. "Escape? Do you think you can escape? Do you really think my previous attack was in vain?" Wan San opened his mouth wide and let out a long roar, like thunder rolling in all directions. The sound waves formed by his voice swept over the nearby constables, who were the first to bear the brunt. Their bodies trembled, their eardrums shattered, their faces twisted in pain, as if they were all suffering torture. 3 constables fell to the ground, while 4 others covered their ears. Blood trickling from their eardrums through their fingers, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, swaying left and right. Wan San, with his massive frame, took a step that was like 2 for an ordinary person, sweeping the heavy sword horizontally. Like a whirlwind, he rapidly unleashed 4 strikes, and 4 constables were torn apart, their bodies strewn across the ground. "Congratulations, your friend has been slain by a sword strike. Cultivation value 200. Congratulations, your friend has had their internal organs shattered. Cultivation value 200. Congratulations, your friend has had their heart meridian shattered. Cultivation value 200. Messages kept appearing in dense succession, and 8 messages appeared at once. Adding to the initial deaths of constables, a total of 9 had perished. Out of 10 constables and 1 head constable, after removing 9, only 2 remained. Wan San was drenched in blood, his thick beard stained red, rising and falling violently as he gasped for breath. Dou Changsheng looked at Wan San with bloodshot eyes, his ears ringing, the sudden explosive roar causing only minor damage due to his distance and cultivation level. However, among the many constables, only Dou Changsheng and the head constable survived. This time, not only could he not clear the slander against him, but it would also solidify it further. Dou Changsheng's hatred for Wan San began to rise sharply. "Let's go." The head constable took 2 steps forward, loudly calling to Dou Changsheng, choosing to retreat. Wan San was too fierce, too brutal. The head constable felt a shadow of doubt creeping into his heart, losing all confidence. Gasping for breath, Wan San's spirit had faded from its initial vigor, appearing somewhat lethargic and fatigued. The tremendous expenditure of energy from his earlier outburst had taken a toll. He rested the heavy sword on his shoulder and charged forward. The head constable's speed in fleeing was evidently slower than Wan San's, and Dou Changsheng had no confidence in outrunning him either. "Congratulations, your friend has been pierced through the chest by a sword. Cultivation value 500. The mindset crumbled. It was as if he feared he wasn't strong enough. This was pushing Dou Changsheng for a counterattack. Chapter 3. Why are you pushing me? The sky was clear, and the sun hung high. In a secluded corner of Zhuke Fong, on a dirt road, Wan San's chest heaved, his heavy breathing echoing, sounding like a torn bellows, as if afflicted by a severe illness. The blunt, heavy sword was pulled from the head constable's corpse with some effort. Wan San plunged the heavy sword into the ground, the tip sinking into the mud like a crutch, supporting his tall, robust body. Even in extreme fatigue, he stood tall, refusing to reveal his ugly side. His blood-stained beard and face made him look like a demon emerging from hell. A scornful smile, combined with the blood-soaked visage, produced a chilling voice. Little bug, you're the only one left. Kneel and call me Grandpa. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Dou Changsheng's expression was extremely grim. The situation was no longer within his control. Unless he wanted to die, he had to rise up and resist. Thus, Dou Changsheng had no choice. The mindset has completely collapsed. Who would have thought that a well-structured mission would lead to such a result? Character, Dou Changsheng. Talent, none. Realm, great accomplishment in body refinement. Cultivation value, 3,000. Martial arts, bone refinement chapter, meteors 7 blades. A cultivation value of 3,000 is already a huge number. Something Dou Changsheng couldn't have imagined, but now it has appeared, and this time he has also achieved an accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first total annihilation of the squad, receiving a special achievement, 10-man kill. 10-man kill, first total annihilation of one's own 10-man squad. Reward, 1 white treasure chest. Ding! The first treasure chest has been upgraded to a purple treasure chest with a new player gift pack. Please continue to work hard, host. A muggle, still continuing to work hard? Is this a human saying? Dou Changsheng did not waste time and directly chose to open the treasure chest. A beam of light suddenly burst forth, like fireworks breaking the night, beautiful, grand, dazzling. White, green, blue, purple, and orange intertwined, forming a magnificent display. The 5 grades of ordinary, excellent, fine, epic, and legendary correspond to the 5 colors of white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Finally, green, blue, and orange disappeared, and purple began to flourish, ultimately condensing entirely in Dou Changsheng's vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword Path Master. Sword Path Master. Talent, active. Grade, epic. Description, born for the sword. Your power will double with each strike. Note, up to 9 times. This is not a continuous doubling, but rather based on the original power. In other words, the 9th strike will enhance the power by 9 times. But this is enough to illustrate the terror of Sword Path Master. Unfortunately, it's active and has a time limit. If it were passive, that would be invincible. Definitely at the legendary orange level. Pairing Sword Path Master with Meteor 7 Blades is the best choice. Meteor 7 Blades is all about speed, with only 1 strike from start to finish. It seems like a simple martial art, but while it's easy to learn, it's difficult to master. Each strike must be faster than the previous one. Meteor 7 Blades, entry-level cultivation value, 200,500. Cultivation value for Meteor 7 Blades, 300. Looking at the small achievement of Meteor 7 Blades, various memories flooded Dou Changsheng's mind. Memories of sweating profusely, with veins bulging all over. The memory of wielding the waist sword surged into his muscles and skin, forming muscle memory. The small achievement of Meteor 7 Blades allows for 3 strikes in an instant. And with great accomplishment, it can deliver 7 strikes. But this is not the limit, as he looks at a line of text. Meteor 7 Blades, small accomplishment cultivation value, 800. Looking at the consumed cultivation value, it requires 800 cultivation value to go from small accomplishment to great accomplishment. And Dou Changsheng does not intend to spend this amount. The small accomplishment of Meteor 7 Blades is already sufficient. And Dou Changsheng is certain he cannot achieve the 9-fold enhancement of Sword Path Master. After obtaining this talent, Dou Changsheng realized he could at most sustain up to the 2nd strike. If he forced the 3rd strike, he might suffer some after effects. The talent, Sword Path Master, is very strong, but Dou Changsheng's strength is lacking. Such a doubling enhancement, a total of 9 times, is a capability for the later stages. By the time one reaches the 3rd grade master, a 9-fold enhancement would easily slice mountains and sever rivers. The martial arts canon is the foremost of the Great Zhou's 100 classics, divided into body refining, chi training, and condensing essence, among others, involving divine powers and extraordinary techniques. Each word in the entire text is precious, representing a unique skill that few can comprehend. Even the bone refinement chapter includes external body refinement, internal organ training, involves stances, breathing techniques, and stepping methods, and is invaluable. Those who learn it must light 3 incense sticks, bow to the founding emperor, and take a vow of heart demons, forbidding its transmission. Martial Arts Canon Bone Refinement Chapter, Great Accomplishment Cultivation Value, 02500. After achieving great accomplishment in Martial Arts Canon Bone Refinement Chapter, there is still a perfection stage. The required cultivation value is also terrifying, directly needing 2,500 cultivation value, but Dou Changsheng still plans to spend this amount. The martial arts canon is fundamental. As the cultivation value is consumed, the interface simplifies. Martial Arts Canon Bone Refinement Chapter, Perfection. It feels as if a cold current begins to seep into his muscles and skin, causing his whole body to tremble slightly, as if the damage from the sonic waves has been instantly erased. His spirit is active, and his physical condition is unprecedentedly good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new talent, Frostbody. Dou Changsheng carefully perceives his own strength growth, which has significantly improved. At least more than double his previous self. Dou Changsheng raised his eyes to Wan San, his gaze cold, taking a step forward. Wan San straightened his back, still breathing heavily, but his spirit was invigorated, clearly having regained considerable energy during the brief rest. He reached out to grab the heavy black iron sword, pulling it out of the ground, and sneered as he stepped forward, saying, "What's the matter, little bug, planning to come and die?" Sword Path Master activated. Meteor 7 blades. First strike. A white streak crossed the sky, the blade reflecting the sunlight, cold light shooting into the air. The swift strike fell like a meteor. The heavy black iron sword swung out, creating waves of air. The howling wind arrived first, but was torn apart by the waist sword. As the large and small blades collided, the tiny waist sword, however, stood firm like Mount Tai, while the heavy, wide black iron sword tilted like a drifting feather, instantly going off course. One strike, both were evenly matched. Dou Changsheng looked at Wan San, who was in disbelief, and coldly said, "Isn't it better to leave after gaining fame from your victory? Why kill people? Why create pressure for me? To force me to break through in the heat of the moment?" The cold light flickered, once again slicing across the sky, roaring down. The power doubled again. Why? Chapter 4. The Decline of Society and the Corruption of Human Hearts. A horizontal strike. Like a brilliant meteor, it burst forth with dazzling light. Sword Path Master, second strike. Its power has already doubled from the base power. Martial Arts Cannon Bone Refinement Chapter has reached perfection, just one step away from the 8th grade Qi training realm. Dou Changsheng's first strike, with double power, is already comparable to the 8th grade Qi training realm. This second strike's power is not weak even among the 8th grade Qi training realm. Wan San suddenly encountered Dou Changsheng's explosive power in a head-on clash. As the black iron sword tilted, his robust arms trembled, and his back bulged like an airbag. Lifting the black iron sword upwards, Wan San showed a strained expression. Swinging the several hundred pounds of black iron sword was quite a burden. His mouth slightly opened. Coordinating with his nostrils, he took a deep breath, then forcefully exhaled, releasing a stream of white air like a gas spike. The sword was enveloped in strands of qi, flowing continuously, and finally erupted like a porcupine, forming standing spikes of qi. Explosive qi. A continuous stream of qi was being discharged. It was like a dam holding back water suddenly bursting, with water rushing out through the breach. The originally slightly heavy black iron sword had turned black-blue. The black iron sword, which originally felt heavy, now felt as light as a feather in Wan San's hands, and after being covered with a layer of qi, the black iron sword moved as fast as lightning, tearing through the air, producing a sound like thunder. Boom. The two swift swords collided once more. The qi covering the black iron sword began to dissipate inch by inch, and suddenly, more than half of the qi vanished, revealing the faint black blade underneath. The black iron sword trembled continuously, producing a tearing sound, as Wan San's shirt sleeves rolled up due to the shockwave, completely torn apart. His thick arms bore cuts, as if sliced by sharp blades. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Wan San stepped back 5 times in succession, his face pale as wax. A fishy taste spreading in his mouth. He instinctively wanted to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, but in the end, he managed to suppress it. Tightly closing his mouth, not wanting to show his ugly state, trying to swallow the blood back down. But ultimately he failed, and blood continued to spill from the corner of his mouth. Wan San was not feeling well, and neither was Dou Changsheng. The waist knife was 3 feet long, narrow in blade, with a short tail. At this moment, the sharp blade had already developed a notch, the result of clashing with the heavy Xian iron sword, which had shattered it violently. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of continuous coughing erupted. Blood and saliva mixed at Wan San's lips, flowing out as he opened his mouth. Dou Changsheng took a deep breath, stepped forward, and once again brought down his waist knife. The blade with its visible notch swiftly descending. Blade Path Master, third strike. Take advantage of his illness to claim his life. Dou Changsheng seized the momentum to attack. This was already 3 times the power. With a swing of the knife, it stirred up a wave of air, a rolling gust like a howling wind approaching. The air wave, like a knife, began to sweep over Wan San, who spat out another mouthful of blood, having no energy left to care about whether he appeared ugly. A broad, rough hand struck his chest 3 times, and his waxy pale face turned a shade of red. The spirit that had already collapsed surged like a volcano suddenly erupting. The dry energy in his dantian began to flow continuously again, and the exposed skin swelled, as if displaying a faint sheen, like a steel-cast iron man. The howling wind had been forcefully cut off, the aura of the Xian iron sword extending. Once again covering the Xian iron sword, its tip exhaling energy, The sword itself was no longer visible, appearing now like a sword of energy. The energy leaving the body was a sign of reaching the 8th rank of Qi training. The most notable feature of the 7th rank of solidified energy was the energy leaving the body, killing silently from 10 meters away. The energy leaving the body represented the impending transformation into solid energy. By using some kind of extraordinary technique, he forcefully suppressed his injuries, recovering about 70 to 80% of his peak strength. This strike could crush everything. The waist knife directly cleaved through the energy, shaking the Xian iron sword aside, which slipped from Wansan's hands, the several hundred pounds of Xian iron sword falling to the ground, creating a deep pit. The waist knife advanced inch by inch, the energy dissipating inch by inch, until finally, the waist knife reached in front of Wansan, a fierce strike aimed at his neck, ready to behead him. Wansan, already exhausted, slightly shifted his body, and the waist knife struck his shoulder. The shoulder was relatively hard, like hitting steel, a testament to his energy's defense. Dou Changsheng's breathing became rapid, panting like an ox. Blade Path Master had already closed, unable to support the next strike, as he looked at Wansan, who was barely alive but still breathing. This vitality was incredibly tenacious. At this moment, he resembled a bloodied figure, yet he was still not dead. He reached out to pull out the waist knife and completely kill Wansan. But just as he pulled out the waist knife, lifting it halfway, his wrist was caught. Dou Changsheng was startled and instinctively struggled to break free, but the grip on his wrist was like a vice, no matter how he struggled. It did not budge an inch. He looked in shock at the newcomer, a middle-aged man with a square face and a thick beard, wearing a Qilin robe, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Dou Changsheng's fear eased. The newcomer was the head of the Zhuge Fang. The head of the guard released Dou Changsheng's wrist and calmly said, "Don't worry, so many brothers have died. How can we let him die so happily? Once in the underworld, he will know what it means to wish for death. You did well this time, capturing Wansan alive. I will certainly reward you." After the head of the guard finished speaking, he began directing the arriving guards to handle the scene of the killing. Dou Changsheng held a notched waist knife, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the head of the guard was somewhat afraid of him, not wanting to have much contact. Shaking his head slightly, he dismissed the notion. After all, the man was one of the 36 heads of the capital, a significant figure with a solid 3rd rank. How could he fear a mere 9th rank like himself? Watching the head of the guard's retreating figure, Dou Changsheng shook his head again. It was said that the head of the Zhuge Fang was friendly and talkative, liked to communicate with subordinates, and was a good leader. But now it seemed that this was overly glorified, as he clearly was not keen on communicating with his subordinates. The world has declined, and people's hearts have changed. Dou Changsheng silently maligned. After returning home, Dou Changsheng's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly turned solemn. He quickly closed the door, then respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple respectfully welcomes Master S Law platform to descend." Chapter 5. The Qi of the Nine Nether. The room was simply arranged. The bed was against the wall, covered with bedding. Next to the head of the bed was a table with a brush holder, brush, inkstone, and paper neatly arranged beside it. At this moment, a copper mirror with a stand emitted a hazy glow. After Dou Changsheng bowed to the copper mirror, the image in the mirror began to change. A handsome young man appeared as if he had come to life, adopting a posture completely different from Dou Changsheng's. Dou Changsheng's expression was solemn, but the Dou Changsheng in the mirror smiled. If this scene were to occur in the dead of night, at midnight, the copper mirror would transform into a glass mirror, and the image would become clearer. This would be a classic shot in a horror film, where the image of Dou Changsheng in the mirror kept shrinking, as if the camera was pulling away, until his entire body appeared in the copper mirror. In the copper mirror was a mountain peak, a tall tree resembling a heavenly pillar, its lush canopy like a grand cover. A figure stood beneath the tree crown, appearing quite small, and finally, the view began to restore to a suitable position. One could clearly see every move in the copper mirror and feel the shifts in emotion, yet could not clearly make out the other's appearance. This person from the Yin Ji Sect was Dou Changsheng's master, changing from a previous stern attitude. He looked at Dou Changsheng with a friendly expression, clapping his hands in praise, and saying, "Changsheng, you did well. No wonder you're the disciple I value the most. Last time, I misunderstood you. It turns out you weren't killing for fun, but rather paving the way for this operation." The master's voice grew more excited, his gaze increasingly fervent, as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. "If your operation succeeds in capturing Wansan, the merits will be distributed collectively, and at most, you will gain some qualifications and rewards in silver. The greatest credit will go to the head of the guard, but since you caused them all to die, all the merits will naturally belong to you, Changsheng. With the groundwork laid in previous attempts, this time it will be a natural outcome. No one will think you did it on purpose. Who would call it causing their deaths?" Dou Changsheng couldn't help but speak. "I didn't harm them." Yes. The master immediately changed his tune. not refuting at all, but directly following Dou Changsheng's words, saying, "They were all killed by Wansan. It has nothing to do with you." Changsheng, I. Dou Changsheng had just begun to speak when he was interrupted by his master. No need for further explanation. I understand. The master marveled inwardly, not expecting that among this group of undercover agents, there would be such a meticulous thinker. If one could deceive him, then deceive outsiders, wouldn't that be easy? The master's smile grew even brighter. The matter of the broom star was truly a stroke of genius. With this as a cover, future actions would be more convenient. And even if some people died, it would be quite normal. As the master spoke to this point, a look of dissatisfaction appeared, and he began to criticize, saying, "In the past, undercover agents sent to the Great Zhou Dynasty behaved more loyally than the officials of the Great Zhou to avoid exposure. They even killed many members of their sect to clear their suspicions. For so many years, the Six Gates' reputation has remained unblemished. I don't know how many undercover agents have worked diligently to avoid exposure, upholding the great reputation of the Six Gates. It is impossible to expect them to destroy the Great Zhou in this lifetime. But you, Changsheng, are different. Just look at how long it has been. And already more than a dozen people from the Six Doors have died. If we want to destroy the Great Zhou, it still depends on us, the master and disciple." Dou Changsheng sighed repeatedly in his heart. He looked at his chief master's misunderstanding, but couldn't open his mouth to explain, fearing that his embarrassed master would chop him down in anger. He could only let the misunderstanding stand, neither admitting nor denying it. As for the matter of the broom star, Dou Changsheng did not acknowledge it. It was merely a coincidence. Now that you have perfected your body refining, the next step is to nurture your qi seed, give birth to your qi sensation, and break through to the 8th rank of qi refining. There is no need to mention the 9th rank. You mainly focus on the martial arts classic of the Six Doors, the bone refining chapter, which was created by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, gathering martial arts from various schools, and later revised by emperors of successive generations. It has already been edited to the point where nothing can be removed or changed. Even the princes and grandsons are exactly the same as you. But the 8th rank of qi refining is crucial. There are no fewer than 3,000 types of qi, but some are stronger and some weaker. And only 108 can truly stand out. Our Yin Extreme Sect's Xian Qi ranks 24th, which is rare in the world. But it's unfortunate for you, Changsheng, that you cannot cultivate Xian Qi. However, the Jiuyou Qi is not weak either, ranking 27th. In the past, the Jiuyou underworld sect was also a major sect of its time, relying on Jiuyou Qi to dominate the world. The foundation built at the 8th rank of qi refining is incredibly powerful for future condensing and practice, with few rivals among the same rank. The first 20 types of qi are taboo. They have great fortunes, but are also envied by heaven. Therefore, every time the first 20 types of qi appear, they quickly disappear, not existing in the innate realm, and can only be obtained through acquired means. For example, the 16th rank Xianyu Qi is formed by the fusion of Jiuyou Qi and Xianyin Qi, while the top 10 types of qi have not been born for 1,000 years. The Dou family is one of the descendants of the Jiuyou underworld sect, so cultivating Jiuyou Qi will not raise any suspicion. Our Yin Extreme Sect is one of the 9 major sects, never stingy with rewards, possessing all kinds of profound arts, divine abilities, and spiritual treasures. As the sound vanished, the bronze mirror erupted with light, and a brilliant qi refining method appeared in Dou Changsheng's mind. It is worth mentioning that in front of the bronze mirror, a jade stone resembling a pebble appeared, exuding a chilling aura, with a layer of frost on the outside. The Jiuyou underworld stone, also known as the Jiuyou seed, is an essential item for cultivating Jiuyou Qi. It can be said to be worth its weight in gold. Difficult to obtain, and enough to incite a massacre. This is the 27th ranked Jiuyou Qi. Even masters cannot afford to overlook it. Who doesn't want their descendants to be as strong as the disciples of major sects? Dou Changsheng picked up the bronze mirror and examined it carefully. It was just an ordinary bronze mirror, with the mark still on the back. He clearly remembered buying it on the street yesterday. The bronze mirror sighed. What to do now? The Yin Extreme Sect has a high status now, and the 6 Doors have also been promoted. There is another reward coming tomorrow? Dou Changsheng was troubled. No, he still had to fake his death to escape. Being an undercover agent was not the right path. It was too dangerous. Chapter 6, 8th rank. Character, Dou Changsheng. Talent, Master of the Knife Path, Frost Body. Realm, Perfected Body Refining. Cultivation Value, 200. Martial Arts, Martial Classics, Bone Refining Chapter. Meteor 7 Blade Slash. The Jiuyou Underworld Stone and the obtained Jiuyou Frost Decision did not appear in the character introduction. It seems that items owned and unlearned techniques will not be displayed. Dou Changsheng focused his gaze, mainly on the Frost Body. Frost Body, Superior Talent. Naturally suited for cultivating frost-based techniques. Dou Changsheng showed a look of surprise. His own qualifications were not particularly outstanding, about average, and if he were in a third-rate sect, that would be considered good talent, not to mention being a pillar of the sect. But at the level of the 9 major sects, Dou Changsheng was just ordinary, barely reaching the passing line. It was precisely for this reason that Dou Changsheng was sent as an undercover agent to the Great Zhou. If his frost body talent were discovered, the Yin Extreme sect would not be willing to throw him to the 6 doors. Born with an extraordinary phenomenon, a divine body. Such a prodigy is indeed rare. He praised in his heart, martial classics truly deserves to be the foremost of the Great Zhou's classics. Even just completing the basic bone refining chapter has the ability to reshape one's foundation. Of course, Dou Changsheng also knew that completing the bone refining chapter is extremely difficult. It must be paired with a special medicinal bath or ritual, and he could only accomplish it due to the power of his golden finger. Holding the Jiuyou underworld stone, which resembled a pebble, Dou Changsheng began to ponder. The Jiuyou frost decision has the word frost in it, which seems to match perfectly with his talent. Once he cultivates, it is bound to be highly compatible and yield twice the result with half the effort. He didn't know if his cheap master discovered his frost body or if it was just a coincidence. Dou Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to cultivate Jiuyou frost decision, as this technique was too appealing to let go. Jiuyou Qi, ranked 27th. The Jiuyou underworld sect was also a major sect in the previous dynasty, not weaker than the 9 major sects, and had always been a rival of the Yin Extreme sect, competing for dominance for over 1,000 years, until the end of the previous dynasty. Due to being embroiled in the sealing of a mortal's war, it completely declined, defeated by the Yin Extreme sect, which plundered most of its heritage, leaving only a few remnants scattered. Now, he was one of the remnants of Jiuyou, with his ancestor being Dou Ping'an, one of the 4 true disciples of the Jiuyou underworld sect. Damn it. Thinking about this cheap master, he clearly had ulterior motives. He also had thoughts of roping in the remnants of Jiuyou. Dou Changsheng suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream. His cheap master seemed easy to fool, but he was not someone to be trifled with. This was a honey-coated hook, but Dou Changsheng intended to swallow it. Either way, he couldn't stay as an undercover for long. When the opportunity arose, he would fake his death and run away. With a golden finger, there was nowhere in the world he couldn't go. He swallowed the Jiuyou underworld stone in one bite, and a bone-chilling cold arose from his intestines. Dou Changsheng shivered. The cold penetrated to the bone, as if his soul had been frozen. Dou Changsheng did not dare to delay and began to focus his heart towards the heavens. Following the detailed steps of the Jiuyou frost decision, which he had already studied hundreds of times, guiding this cold flow. The Jiuyou frost decision is not very lengthy, only about 1,000 words, each word precious and profound. However, the related annotations are no less than 30,000 words, more than 10 times over, with very detailed explanations. Even if the secret technique were leaked, if you followed it to cultivate, you would definitely go astray. All that could not be written down must be taught orally by the master. Meridians, acupoints, etc. are all essential learning. Without understanding, even if you had an unparalleled divine technique, you wouldn't comprehend it. The cold flow circulated throughout his body, spreading along the 12 meridians like a spider web, already flowing through all the meridians. Breaking through from the 9th rank to the 8th rank requires nurturing the Qi seed and giving birth to the Qi sensation. This Jiuyou underworld stone is like a Qi seed. After entering the body, it erupted, and as it circulated through all the meridians, it suddenly exploded from Dou Changsheng's dantian, like the universe beginning to open, chaos giving birth to order. A strand of Qi light suddenly appeared, and strands of Jiuyou Qi began to continuously emerge. Finally, the dantian was filled with strands of Jiuyou Qi, and a surge of power was born out of thin air. Sitting cross-legged, Dou Changsheng focused his heart towards the heavens, suddenly sensing a tactile feeling. A force in his dantian was about to burst forth. As soon as this force appeared, he would be capable of anything. Dou Changsheng opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly, like flashes of lightning, and he lightly pressed a finger against the bedside table. The aura of the 9 nether emerged from the fingertips, and the wooden table felt as soft as tofu, with a finger easily sinking into the wood, leaving a fingerprint. The 9 nether aura that appeared above the finger was deep black like ink, exuding a cold and eerie energy, yet it was pure and untainted, righteous and not evil. Looking at the inky black finger, the 9 nether aura gradually faded, returning to flesh color. This is the power of the extraordinary. Dou Changsheng gazed at his finger, lost in thought. At the 8th rank of Qi refinement, martial arts had already begun to transcend the mundane, truly creating a divide between himself and ordinary people. At this moment, his own strength had multiplied several times. If he were to encounter Wan San again, Dou Changsheng wouldn't even need to activate Sword Path Master to defeat him. The 9 nether aura was truly formidable. He turned his gaze to the attribute list. 9 Nether Frost Decision Chi Refinement Chapter. Minor Achievement Cultivation Value 11500. He had skipped the beginner stage and directly achieved minor success, the next step being major success. This was due to his inherent talent as well as the excellent effect of the 9 Netherdark Stone. This demonstrated the foundation of the great sects of the world. If it were a small sect, they would still be struggling to choose what kind of aura to refine. After a night of silence, the next morning, Dou Changsheng got up, washed up, dressed neatly, pushed open the door, and headed towards the Zhuke Square Constabulary. Just as Dou Changsheng entered, a constable walked towards him, holding a stack of documents. Upon seeing Dou Changsheng, his eyes widened involuntarily, and he blurted out, "The harbinger of misfortune." Then he quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look at Dou Changsheng. Cautiously, he circled around Dou Changsheng, but accidentally dropped the document. Dou Changsheng reached out to pick it up and called out to the constable. That one sentence was like a death knell. The constable seemed startled and immediately took off running, quickly disappearing from Dou Changsheng's sight. Only Dou Changsheng remained, holding a document in his hand, watching as the constables chatting a short distance away also hurriedly vanished. Dou Changsheng stood in the wind, feeling disheveled. Chapter 7. Congratulations to host friend 1. Foolish and unreachable. Don't mind the opinions of a group of mediocre people. A contemptuous voice rang out as a young man in his 20s approached, with deep-set features and extremely bright eyes. He looked at Dou Changsheng with a friendly smile and cheerfully said, "Capturing an 8th-rank Qi refinement practitioner with a 9th-rank body refinement stage skill. Such ability is rare even among our 6 doors. The harbinger of misfortune is just the jealousy of the mediocre. Finally, a person who understands me has appeared." And Dou Changsheng felt moved, a kindred spirit. One was intentional, the other was sincere. Their relationship quickly deepened. Ding. Congratulations to host friend 1. Awakened from his thoughts, Dou Changsheng looked up at the sky and apologetically said, "Sorry, Brother Zheng. I still need to meet with the chief constable. Today, I need to go to the armory first to collect the flying bird armor and the benevolence blade, and then report to the chief constable. Is that okay?" With a gentle tug, Zheng Shiming led Dou Changsheng toward the armory. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed. The heavy iron door emitted a dull sound. After a moment, an impatient voice came from within, high-pitched. "Who is it?" The heavy iron door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard, leaning against the door, as thin as a pole. His cracked, pale lips lightly pressed together as he looked at Zheng Shiming and said, "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the chief constable's son, young Constable Zheng." Zheng Shiming pointed at Dou Changsheng and said, "Chief Zhao." Chief Zhao's narrow eyes squinted as he looked at Dou Changsheng, breaking into a radiant smile, and said with a grin, "So it's the harbinger of misfortune who defeated an 8th-rank practitioner. I've heard that every time you go on a mission, your companions meet with disaster. Is that true?" Chief Zhao expressed his curiosity. When Chief Zhao did not receive the gossip he was most concerned about, disappointment appeared on his face, and he no longer paid attention to Dou Changsheng or Zheng Shiming, walking straight into the armory. A young boy wearing a small hat came out, hands full of clothing and a waist blade, and handed them to Dou Changsheng. The flying bird armor was woven from silks of Longling and Nanzhou, adorned with Suzhou white birds, specially crafted by the 6th Division's Heavenly Craft Division, impenetrable by blades. Enough to protect the heart vein. Although the flying bird armor was thin, it could not be harmed by sharp blades, and the benevolence blade was made of special material, with an edge honed thousands of times and smeared with the blood of exotic beasts, unmatched in sharpness, and wounds would not heal. Both items were treasures, reaching the level of spiritual artifacts. Zheng Shiming acted like a caring older brother, continuously explaining to Dou Changsheng while leading him to the chief constable. The chief constable, dressed in a Qilin robe, exuded an aura of authority without anger, giving a very difficult-to-approach impression. The God of Wealth Conference. Dou Changsheng knew about this. It was a sensational event in the capital city, rumored to be hosted by the God of Wealth Pavilion, a wealth-dispersing activity. As long as one obtained qualification to participate, they would receive 1,000 taels of silver, which could be spent in many shops under the God of Wealth Pavilion. The annual God of Wealth Conference was incredibly popular among the people of the capital. After all, who doesn't like shiny silver? This qualification was worth real gold and silver. And moreover, it was said that there were other series of benefits. Recently, related news was everywhere, boasting extravagantly. When Dou Changsheng heard that he had obtained qualification, his heart raced. However, good steel should be used on the blade. Zhuke Square ranked 4th among the 36 squares in the capital, housing many nobles. Zheng Shiming was the chief constable of Class A. "You should go to Class A, understood?" Dou Changsheng replied, seeing the chief constable wave his hand and turn to leave. The chief constable's serious expression softened, his rigid features softened, and he looked at Zheng Shiming with a kind gaze, advising him, The harbinger of misfortune may be a false rumor, but since Dou Changsheng joined, every mission has had casualties. It's best to have less contact with such a person and transfer him to Class B. The ancestor of the Dou family, Dou Ping'an, ranked fourth in the 9 Netherdark sect's true lineage. Our Zheng family is merely ordinary disciples of the 9 Netherdark sect. If it weren't for the founding emperor establishing the 6 doors, our ancestors would have fallen into decline like the Dou family long ago. Now we have the opportunity to obtain the Dou family's legacy and complete our Zheng family's foundation. This is a chance for our Zheng family to advance further. Only by producing a master of the upper 3 ranks can our Zheng family gain a voice in the 6 doors. The chief constable observed the ambition in Zheng Shiming's eyes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The Dou family has been in decline for over a year. Don't have too high hopes of relying on them. You should focus on cultivating your mind, opening the heavenly and earthly gateways, establishing your spiritual veins, transforming your qi into magical power, breaking through to the 6th rank, and stepping into the middle 3 ranks. If you can make it onto the human ranking, even at the bottom, you will gain abundant resources from the 6 doors. In martial arts, it's all about moving forward resolutely. If you scheme too much, it will affect your future path. Zheng Shiming nodded repeatedly in agreement. After the God of Wealth conference, I will begin closed-door training to strive to enter the middle 3 ranks as soon as possible and compete for a place on the human ranking. After Zheng Shiming turned around, with his back to the chief constable, a nonchalant expression appeared on his face, clearly not taking this lecture to heart. The chief constable sighed. This son was just too clever, not letting anyone rest easy. Chapter 8. Silver Mountain. 3 days later, at Zhuke Square, the sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The main street, paved with blue stones, was crowded with passing carriages, causing traffic congestion. Dou Changsheng looked at the car wheels rolling by, observing the luxurious silk wrapping the carriage, with windows inlaid with gold and jewels, draped with a light blue gauze curtain. Zhuke Square had many nobles, and Dou Changsheng often saw luxurious vehicles, but in terms of extravagance, this carriage was second to none. Only the rich or the noble. Dou Changsheng sighed inwardly. Living in the capital was not easy. Wanting to maintain a horse-drawn carriage? That was daydreaming. Not to mention that Dou Changsheng's residence was a small house allocated by the 6 doors, with no space to store even a carriage. In 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't escape poverty and illness. The Wealth God Festival was held, and Zugfang became lively. People from other districts began to flood into Zugfang, and when they arrived at the venue, Dou Changsheng could see numerous carriages parked along the road. A plump man with soft facial features, small eyes that seemed to disappear when he smiled, and dressed in a bright red robe stood out in the crowd, personally welcoming guests at the entrance. Upon seeing Dou Changsheng arrive, his eyes lit up, and he raised his short, stout arms to greet him, saying, Dou Changsheng, Dou Big Brother. It's truly a pleasure for me to have you attend the Wealth God Festival. Dou Big Brother is at the 9th rank, capturing the 8th rank. Such skills are truly remarkable. His sweet talk was like honey, calling Dou Changsheng Big Brother repeatedly, making it overly sweet. After a while, as more people arrived, he finally released Dou Changsheng's hand and pounced on the next person like a hungry dog, warmly grabbing their hand. Don't be deceived by his enthusiasm. This Wealth God Pavilion's xianxiaaudio, though not very old, had a remarkable ability to speak to people and ghosts alike, surpassing his predecessors. Zheng Shiming walked alongside Dou Changsheng and lowered his voice to continue introducing. The Qian family of the Wealth God Pavilion has a unique cultivation method, with the core being the character for money. Gathering wealth and dispersing wealth are both forms of cultivation. Money in the world flows like water. Reach out to grab it, and it slips away through your fingers. The path of gathering wealth is too difficult, but dispersing wealth is simple. Therefore, over the years, the Wealth God Pavilion holds the Wealth God Festival to disperse wealth, cultivate direct descendants, and also to foster good relationships. This year's festival is larger than ever, specifically organized for xianxiaaudio. After this, xianxiaudio's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and it's certain he will enter the human ranking. But whether he can break into the top 10 remains to be seen. Zheng Shiming's expression was envious, with a strong hint of jealousy in his eyes. If he had such a background, he would have long since entered the ranks of great masters, making his name known on the human ranking. Instead of struggling in this mediocrity, his gaze unconsciously turned towards Dou Changsheng, hoping that the Dou family's inheritance remained intact, allowing him to make up for his flaws and refine the 9 Hells Xianxia, thereby establishing a solid foundation for stepping into the realm of masters. Dou Changsheng also felt envious. One could not judge by appearances. That little fat guy was completely unassuming. Yet he was a prodigy capable of competing with the true heirs of the great sects of the age. How enviable. If he were to become xianxiaaudio, he would directly ascend to the pinnacle of life. Dou Changsheng moved through the crowd and looked inside. Upon seeing it, his eyes turned red. It was a mountain of silver, All of it was piled up from silver ingots, gleaming white silver. The color was snow white and shiny, as if it shimmered with silver light under the sun. What does it mean to be rich? Today, Dou Changsheng truly witnessed it. Not only was Dou Changsheng dumbfounded, but even Zheng Shiming was not much better. How much was this? 1,000,000 taels of silver. 1,000,000 taels of silver gathered together had an overwhelming impact. Even if all of it belonged to him, he wouldn't know how many carriages it would take to transport it all. The strength of the Wealth God Pavilion had shattered Dou Changsheng's understanding. His impression of the Wealth God Pavilion began to rise continuously. He had to admit that the purpose of the Wealth God Pavilion was achieved. Such a shocking scene was enough to stir the capital. Witnessing this was enough to boast about for a lifetime. To be able to squander over 1,000,000 taels of silver, just how rich was the Wealth God Pavilion? Under the sunlight, a faint mesh appeared. The threads were fine, resembling a spider's web, woven to encircle the mountain of silver. If it weren't for the sunlight reflecting off it, it would be impossible to notice with the naked eye. This was a protection for the mountain of silver. After all, this wasn't a real mountain of silver, but rather a pile of silver ingots. If outsiders were allowed to get close, even if they took away a single silver ingot, it would be a loss of wealth. Dou Changsheng looked around and noticed that the crowd was growing larger, with everyone's eyes fixated on the mountain of silver. Their eyes revealing greed. Few could remain calm upon witnessing this scene. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. Indeed, wealth moves people's hearts. So many vulgar people have arrived. A disdainful voice rang out as a handsome young man, dressed in a blue satin robe with silver lace hibiscus flowers peeking out, walked over, holding a folding fan. After glancing at the mountain of silver, he shook his head and said, "I thought this time it could be a bit more refined, but it seems I overestimated them. They are still so vulgar. Young master, please wait a moment. Although this silver is a bit vulgar, the enlightenment tea is still worth trying." Watching the pair leave without a care for others, Dou Changsheng remained indifferent. Zugfang was a gathering place for the powerful. There were certainly more outrageous characters than this, and this was just the beginning. He treated them with cold indifference, as if they didn't exist. His shoulder was nudged, but Zheng Shiming ignored it, treating the pair as if they were non-existent, and called out to Dou Changsheng, "Let us go. Find a place to rest, eat some pastries and fruits, and wait to pay respects to the wealth god and receive the silver." Hee. Am I someone who is greedy for money? Dou Changsheng replied, "Don't pull me. I want to stay here for a while and challenge my weakness, just to smell this copper smell." Chapter 9, Enlightenment Tea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a friend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a friend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a friend. A dense line of text began to appear in Dou Changsheng's vision, completely flooding the screen and blocking his view. Dou Changsheng showed a bewildered expression. Without even saying a word, just sitting in this hall for a while, the number of friends began to skyrocket. His previously dazed eyes started to gather focus, looking towards the most prominent position, which was the mainstream. Even though he had gained qualification for the Wealth God Festival, this qualification was divided into levels, and people like Dou Changsheng only had the right to sit in a corner of the hall. The truly dazzling positions were reserved for Qian Xiaozhou's left and right-hand seats. These were either the true descendants of the great sects or the sons of the powerful, or the offspring of masters. Zheng Shiming was just an ordinary person, mixed in with the crowd, hardly noticeable, which strengthened his resolve to break free from this situation. The capital, as the imperial capital of the unified dynasty, gathered the strength of the world to support a city. The water here was too deep. It was not suitable for beginners. Currently, the heroes on the human ranking, the sons of masters and disciples of great sects were all at the middle third rank. This lineup was frightening, but as the capital of the Great Zhou, every move here affected the situation of the world. There were quite a few at the upper third rank. A conflict between masters could cause ripples that might lead to Dou Changsheng's tragic demise. Going to a city that is neither too big nor too small to develop, reaching the middle third rank before entering a big city, and then coming to the capital at the upper third rank would be the best path for development. Dou Changsheng was distracted, not paying much attention to the contemporary heroes. However, he noticed that his immediate superior, Zheng Shiming, seemed more concerned, and Dou Changsheng recognized that expression from his previous life. Clearly, his own strength and family background were insufficient, yet he still wanted to squeeze into Qian Xiaozhou's conversations and mingle in their circle. Such behavior was all too familiar from his last life. He had grown accustomed to it, especially after the notorious group-buying photo incident that shattered his worldview. After a long while, a group of tall women wearing veils walked gracefully towards him, their fair hands holding teacups. A teacup was placed in front of Dou Changsheng on the table, clearly showing that the cup had a flared rim and a small foot, with straight, slanted walls. The tea was golden yellow, emanating a hazy glow and a unique fragrance. Dou Changsheng searched his mind for the right words to describe it, but could only settle on one word: fragrant. 2 words: very fragrant. Dou Changsheng watched closely as he gazed at the golden tea, trying to find a tea leaf within, but his eyes wandered elsewhere, and he couldn't spot a single leaf. It seemed there was no opportunity to scoop up a bargain. Dou Changsheng was not disappointed. After all, being able to drink the enlightenment tea was already a great gain. The enlightenment tea tree was a spiritual root, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It could enhance understanding and lead to sudden insights into the great Tao, making it a rare treasure among the world's wonders. When the enlightenment tea was served, everyone looked eagerly at it, with many unable to wait and drinking it all in one go. Dou Changsheng also did not hold back, gulping down the enlightenment tea in his cup. The enlightenment tea was not meant for savoring. Its effects far outweighed its taste. Upon entry, the tea had a relatively light flavor, and Dou Changsheng felt his spirit become clear, his thoughts beginning to activate, as if he had achieved a form of sublimation. The Qi cultivation chapter of the 9 Underworld Frost decision emerged in his mind. Parts that were originally obscure and difficult to understand suddenly became clear, and Dou Changsheng immediately gained insight. It was as if he had gone from kindergarten level to graduating from elementary school in an instant. He did not know how long had passed when Dou Changsheng suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, as if his spiritual light had been clouded by dirt. To be more specific, it felt like a paved road had turned into a dirt path. The former could go over 100 miles per hour, while the latter only allowed for 30 or 40, a stark contrast. Just as he had gotten used to the feeling of being invincible, soaring through the skies, he was abruptly brought back down to earth, which was truly unbearable. Dou Changsheng was not alone in this. Others felt similarly. After a while, Dou Changsheng calmed his mind and looked at the attribute list. 9 Underworld Frost Decision Qi Cultivation Chapter. Small Success Cultivation Value, 1400-1500. He remembered that just a few days ago, he had only just entered the 8th tier of Qi cultivation, using the 9 Underworld Darkstone to achieve a small success in the 9 Underworld Frost Decision. This time, after drinking a cup of enlightenment tea, he was almost at large success. He still had 200 cultivation points left, which meant he could consider breaking through to the 7th tier of the condensing Qi realm. What a great thing. Dou Changsheng looked down at the teacup. A voice rang out as a man in a blue brocade robe, seated in a prominent position above, stood up, prompting others to rise and take their leave. These individuals were all talented figures, disciples of major sects, and descendants of masters, so they would not continue to participate in the upcoming activities of worshipping the god of wealth and receiving silver. Their presence was a show of support for the god of wealth pavilion, which treated them with respect by serving them enlightenment tea. Qian Xiaozhou had already stood up to see them off, and others followed suit. As Dou Changsheng stood, he glanced at the upper position and caught a glimpse of the remaining silver-white color in the teacup. The enlightenment tea, after steeping, could be classified into 3 grades: lower grade golden yellow, middle grade silver white, and upper grade unknown, as no upper grade enlightenment tea had ever circulated. Unbeknownst to anyone, Dou Changsheng was the last person remaining in the hall. He picked up the teacup from the table and began to pour it into the cup on the adjacent table. Watching as the tea droplets gathered, Dou Changsheng slowly approached the top. Little steps accumulate to reach 1,000 miles. Small streams gather to form rivers. No, it should be gathering water to form streams. Gathering streams to form brooks. Gathering brooks to form rivers. After pouring several cups, there was always some residue left, and all this gathering was quite substantial. Especially the silver-white enlightenment tea, which many of the talented individuals had been reserved about, leaving behind quite a bit. What are you doing, guest? A tall woman wearing a veil walked in from the back hall. Dou Changsheng's heart trembled, feeling a sense of social death and extreme shyness. As he was caught in the act, taking a deep breath, he maintained a calm exterior, his hand steady as he finished the tea in one go, his expression neutral, offering no explanation. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to the other party. Dou Changsheng looked at her confidently, his piercing gaze causing her to avert her eyes. The woman, veiled, had a hint of redness on her cheeks and instinctively touched her earlobe. Dou Changsheng held his head high and walked boldly outside. He looked at 9 Underworld Frost Decision Qi Cultivation Chapter. Large Success Cultivation Value, 2,000-3,000. Increasing his cultivation without shivering. No, I, Dou Changsheng, have never done anything like that. With my current cultivation, it is the result of a decade of hard work and diligent practice. Chapter 10, Blood God of Wealth. Dou Changsheng's expression was solemn as he walked in step with the others into the central hall, where he saw a statue of the god of wealth on a high platform in the center, its lines clear and lifelike. One hand held a jade rui, while the other held a gold ingot, smiling down at the crowd. Below the god of wealth, there was an incense altar with numerous offerings. including an incense burner with 3 sticks of incense the thickness of a pinky finger, pale yellow in color, with fragrant smoke rising in wisps, surrounding the god of wealth like clouds, making it appear as if the god of wealth was riding on clouds. The ancients said, fortune and prosperity come together. Abundant rooms are filled, and the wealthy are harsh. A ritual text rang out loudly. Bow. The crowd respectfully bowed to the smiling statue of the god of wealth. After 3 bows, they began to exit the hall in turn. Dou Changsheng's heart was ablaze, as the important moment of the god of wealth festival was approaching. Distributing wealth. Who doesn't love piles of silver? Dou Changsheng's excited heart and trembling hands did not receive piles of silver, but instead a light stack of banknotes. Dou Changsheng felt a sense of loss, as he had been prepared to carry dozens of pounds in one hand. He flipped through the banknotes, realizing that the god of wealth pavilion was quite generous. The denominations of the banknotes varied, including 500 taels, 100 taels, 50 taels, 10 taels, and so on. These banknotes did not have fixed denominations. They were usually filled out by the money house based on individuals. The most eye-catching feature on the banknotes was the unique silver ingot. Upon seeing this silver ingot, Dou Changsheng's eyes instinctively narrowed. Though this silver ingot seemed like a lifeless object, it was, in fact, a living entity. Dou Changsheng felt as if countless silver ingots were manifesting before him. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. The densely packed silver ingots began to emerge in Dou Changsheng's vision, eventually filling his pupils and even his mind. Dou Changsheng shook his head slightly. The ever-expanding mountain of silver had disappeared from view. Looking up again at the banknotes, the silver ingots had become lifeless objects, and the image of the silver mountain had faded, leaving only a vague impression of a coin. Using martial art's true meaning as an anti-counterfeit mark was indeed extravagant. Dou Changsheng shook the banknotes, hearing the delightful sound they made. It was the most beautiful sound in the world. Looking again at the banknotes. Wait. Dou Changsheng's eyes widened as he looked at the banknotes. The design of the banknotes had subtly changed. The overall layout was not much different. But what had once appeared as shiny silver ingots now seemed to have an extra layer of pollution, losing their vibrant luster. Something's not right with these banknotes. It wasn't just Dou Changsheng who noticed. Others did as well. The changes in the banknotes seemed minor, but they were fundamentally different. You can ignore anything, but you absolutely cannot ignore money. When someone discovered this and shouted, it immediately drew the attention of others. In less than 5 breaths, a crowd had gathered around Xianxiaaudio. They surrounded him tightly, leaving no gaps, while people in the distance continued to push forward. Don't rush. Surrounded by a crowd, Xianxiaaudio suddenly soared into the air, standing midair. This was the mark of a 6th-grade martial artist. With 6th-grade flight, he opened his meridians and moved through the air. This was an important symbol of transcendence, representing a transformation towards becoming a deity. Hovering in the air, Xianxiaaudio looked down at the crowd with a radiant smile, saying, "Everyone, rest assured, the changes to the silver notes are all part of the plan. This is not an accident." Over the years, the God of Wealth Conference has been lacking in creativity and rather dull, just handing out money and then shopping. What is the point? This year, I've added some changes. The silver notes in your hands are all ghost money. Surprised? Unexpected? As the crowd erupted into chaos, Xianxiaaudio smiled even more brightly, completely ignoring the curses and insults. It seemed the guests were indeed surprised, so I will briefly discuss the concept. This 1,000 taels of ghost money cannot be casually discarded. You have already worshipped the blood god of wealth, who has marked your aura. If you do not properly spend the ghost money, the blood god will come to collect your souls. A serious warning. Offending the blood god means no peace until death. You will need a master to sever the connection. It will cost the master a drop of their heart's blood or 10 years of vitality. If you have connections, you can make arrangements later. The chaotic sounds suddenly stopped. As one by one, the angry gazes turned towards the airborne Xianxiaaudio. At this moment, he was the target of everyone's ire, instantly becoming the enemy of all. Dou Changsheng looked up at Xianxiaaudio in the air, seeing his bright smile, which was actually somewhat neurotic, and frowned deeply. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. These people had some background, but they were not formidable. It was easy to call a master, but getting a master to pay a hefty price was impossible. The truly influential individuals had already left not long ago. If those people hadn't left, daring to act this way would have likely brought out 3 to 5 masters to teach him a lesson. Ghost money, as the name suggests, is money used for the deceased. I will play the role of the dead and start collecting debts from you all, and you will be able to use the ghost money to buy your lives. The first person owes 1,000 taels, the second 2,000, and each subsequent amount increases by 1,000. I am being merciful. The first person only needs to hand over the ghost money in their hands to me to be able to spend it. Not only would they survive in my hands, but even the curse of the blood god can be dispelled. Xianxiaaudio became self-sentimental, tears streaming down his cheeks, and snot began to flow. Confirmed. This is a mental illness. Not only is his mind not normal, but his body is also abnormal. His tear-streaked face looked as if it were melting, revealing a waxy pallor. His once intact face was now riddled with wounds, appearing rather ghastly and terrifying. Finally, he took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his nose, mouth, and eyes, erasing all traces. This is a faceless person, ranked 7th on the human list, ever-changing, Yi Wumian, the #1 assassin of the Golden Wind Night Rain building, a direct disciple of the king of no form, 4th grade martial artist. The top 10 on the human list are all destined to become masters of the upper 3 grades. Dou Changsheng knew this well, but now he deeply regretted knowing so much. With a waxy face like that of a candle, Yi Wumian lightly sketched a face before the crowd, and in an instant, a heroic man with a chiseled face and piercing star-like eyes appeared. His eyes, deep like stars, gazed quietly at everyone. The game had begun. Who would be the first lucky one? Chapter 11. What is a master? In the Zhuke Square, at the constable's office, Dou Changsheng sat in the corner, keeping his head down and silent, listening to Zhang Shiming pacing back and forth. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, filled with a sense of despair. Many people looked terrified, yet still held on to a glimmer of hope, waiting. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and the chief constable strode in. Expectant gazes turned towards the chief constable, hoping to hear good news from him, but they were met first with his grim expression, causing everyone's hearts to sink. Zhang Shiming couldn't wait to ask, what did they say? Does the God of Wealth Pavilion have to take responsibility? The chief constable sat down, drained his cup of tea, and spoke with displeasure. How could the God of Wealth Pavilion take responsibility? The Fortune Immortal Officer Yao Shaoxi is a great master. He usually doesn't go into seclusion, but coincidentally, he entered seclusion yesterday. The God of Wealth Pavilion has already reported the case. They are also victims. The chief constable instinctively tightened his fingers, cracking the teacup, and tea began to seep out slowly. Finally, he threw the cup out of the door. At this moment, the chief constable was extremely angry. This involved his only son, and even such sarcastic remarks were made in an inappropriate context. Don't expect anything from the God of Wealth Pavilion. Even if compensation is due, it will be after the fact. They definitely don't plan to get involved in this incident. What about the higher-ups? This incident involves many people, all of whom are from the court. Yi Wumian has challenged the authority of the court. Should the 6 doors, the Eastern Factory, and the Golden Feather Guards unite to handle the case and capture Yi Wumian together? Zhang Shiming pressed further. The chief constable shook his head slightly. The God of Wealth Pavilion has reported to the 6 doors, and it has been accepted by the higher-ups. The Eastern Factory and the Golden Feather Guards will no longer intervene. The higher-ups have appointed one of the top 10 constables, Zhang Xiaoquan, to be in charge of this case. What about us? The chief constable's face was dark, and he said nothing. But Dou Changsheng understood. There was no hope left, just wait for death. Even though he had already known this in his heart, there was still a glimmer of hope that the 6 doors could shield him from the storm. But reality is reality. The very cruel fact here is, what value do you have that would compel a master to expend effort and severely deplete their vitality to save your life? If it were 1 person, 2 people, perhaps it could set a precedent and enhance the cohesion of the 6 doors, but this time, just considering those involved with the 6 doors, there are no less than 20 or 30. The 6 doors do not have that many masters. Even if they did, the 6 doors would not operate like that. Ultimately, it's just 20 or 30 people, and if so many masters get into trouble, the impact on the safety of thousands of people would be immense. Since not everyone can be saved, naturally, it is impossible to take action for 1 person. It's not about the few, but about the unfairness. Not only would this not enhance cohesion, but it would also create cracks in the trust of the 6 doors, which wise people would avoid. Yi Wumian's actions were ruthless. Hiding would provoke the blood god, while not hiding would mean facing someone ranked 7th on the human list, a 4th grade martial artist. Moreover, Yi Wumian could not be directly captured by a master. Otherwise, without Yi Wumian, facing the blood god would leave no chance of survival. Dou Changsheng's mind swirled with thoughts, and from the limited information, he sensed the tricks and discrepancies. This incident caused a stir in the capital. Yet the Eastern Factory and the Golden Feather Guards did not intervene, and the 6 doors only dispatched Zhang Xiaoquan. The fame of the top 10 constables is resounding, but they are ultimately just rising stars pushed out by the 6 doors, not entering the upper 3 grades. If they wanted to capture someone, the best option would be for a master constable to take charge. Masters intentionally avoided involvement, leaving everything to the newcomers. The higher-ups might have reached some tacit understanding. Yi Wumian is not a rogue cultivator. The Golden Wind Night Rain building is powerful, and the King of No Form is a great master on the Earth list. This is a mess. This is having a background. Using the capital as a stage, a grand performance is underway. However, I also have a background. I wonder if my cheap master can lend a hand. Yet, I also know the hope is slim. The Yin Ji Sect is not a reputable sect. It is a demonic path. If you want to make a grandmaster suffer serious injuries for your sake, unless you are the son of the sect leader, even the grandmaster's own disciple wouldn't be able to do it. My little brother has always been deeply grateful. Now that everyone is just waiting to die, this amount of silver is useless in my hands, so I'll give it to Brother Zheng. Zheng Shiming instinctively reached out to grab the ghost money, showing a touched expression. His voice slightly choked as he said, "Little brother, no need to say more." The chief constable is very straightforward in his actions, quietly. Dou Changsheng noticed the extra banknotes in his sleeve. "Thank you, Chief Constable, for your support," Dou Changsheng said politely, bowing before choosing to leave. He didn't bother to look at the others with ugly expressions, nor did he care about the upcoming covert battle. Handing over the ghost money was a means of ensuring his safety. Dou Changsheng quickly realized that if he wanted to survive, one way was to withstand Yi Wumian, causing him to fail in his hands. But for a genius ranked 7th on the human list, that was purely impossible. The other option was to buy his life with money, and that money was ghost money. As long as he had enough ghost money, he could also get through this calamity. However, he didn't possess either of these 2 points. He was an undercover agent, and the Yin Ji Sect wouldn't proactively help him. So collecting ghost money was out of the question. Therefore, the ghost money in his hands had already become a hot potato. Once those with backgrounds realized this, they would inevitably target someone like Dou Changsheng, who had no background and no strength. So if he didn't hand it over, he should hold on to a sense of luck. But he wouldn't survive today. Handing it over would instead allow him to live a few more days. He saw the copper mirror flickering, with his cheap master turning his back to Dou Changsheng. "Do what you need to do. Eat if you need to eat. As long as you're not afraid of death, don't mention grandmasters. Even if a deity were in front of me, it wouldn't matter." Chapter 12. Wait. I can still salvage this. At night, the hazy night filled the room. A faint light emerged, driving away the darkness, and the flickering copper mirror resembled a shining lighthouse. Dou Changsheng placed his hand in front of his eyes, feeling the continuously flickering light, and suddenly stood up, unable to endure any longer. If it had been right after leaving the constable's office, he would have already thrown the copper mirror away in a fit of anger. However, now that Dou Changsheng was in a sage-like state, after hesitating for a moment, he finally perfunctorily bowed to the copper mirror. The surface of the mirror was filled with shifting shadows, and finally, the figure facing away from Dou Changsheng slowly turned around, looking at him with an unhappy expression, saying in a displeased tone, "What have you been doing? Forget it. This time I called you here to remind you to be cautious in your words and actions, and not to speak carelessly. The sect will not be stingy with sacrifices for its disciples. After you die, the sect will take care of your brother." Dou Changsheng was not alone. He had relatives and a half-brother. Controlling an undercover agent requires control from all aspects. The master sighed, speaking in a not-so-good tone. "This time you've been unlucky, getting involved in the destiny ceremony. Yi Wumian is a 4th-grade martial artist. To break through to the 3rd grade and become a grandmaster, he must undertake the destiny. It is ever-changing, hence the name Formless. The Formless lineage can transform in myriad ways. To undertake the destiny, they must defeat the enemy using the enemy's appearance and martial arts, ultimately blending in and seizing the enemy's destiny. Zhang Xiaoquan, a 4th-grade martial artist, is the top of the 10 great captains and ranked 13th on the human list. He has also reached the moment to undertake the destiny. After the explosion of the God of Wealth Conference, we learned that the 6 doors had reached an agreement with the Golden Wind Night Rain Tower, using the God of Wealth Pavilion's God of Wealth Conference as a stage to create opportunities for Yi Wumian, ultimately leading to a competition between Yi Wumian and Zhang Xiaoquan for the final destiny. Dou Changsheng also had some impression of the destiny ceremony. It was just that he hadn't thought of it at the moment. With his master's hint, the records he had seen slowly appeared in his mind. The destiny ceremony is divided into minor destiny and major destiny. Minor destiny is breaking through to grandmaster, while major destiny is ascending to immortality. Each person's destiny ceremony is unique. However, there is a basis. The larger the stage, the better the effect of the destiny ceremony. The imperial capital is the best stage. If Yi Wumian undertakes the destiny here and breaks through to a 3rd-grade grandmaster, he would surely be able to ascend to the earth ranking after a year of hidden cultivation. However, the disadvantages are also very obvious. The master has already hinted that Dou Changsheng could see it clearly. Yi Wumian's destiny ceremony would ultimately be dominated by Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan's destiny ceremony is unknown. But surely under the promotion of the 6 doors, he has also reached the final step, which is to kill Yi Wumian to seize the destiny and break through to a 3rd-grade grandmaster. In the battle between Yi Wumian and Zhang Xiaoquan, although Zhang Xiaoquan seems to be ranked several places lower on the human list, not even in the top 10, their actual strength is not too different. In a fair battle, Zhang Xiaoquan's chances of winning are not low. Moreover, this destiny battle is not friendly to Yi Wumian. He must defeat Zhang Xiaoquan using the martial arts he is best at. This is a disadvantage for Yi Wumian and is fundamentally unfair. Now that Dou Changsheng has become a second-generation person, he would not pursue absolute fairness. The six doors can set up this stage, naturally for their own people. If Yi Wumian wants such a large stage, he must accept unfair conditions. Wait a minute. Dou Changsheng, who was indifferent and not very concerned, suddenly discovered a key point. Since it is the destiny ceremony, it is not Yi Wumian's slaughter game. Then he is no longer facing certain death. If he cannot defeat the 4th grade Yi Wumian, then what if it is the 8th grade Yi Wumian? Isn't there still a chance? Even if Yi Wumian's realm is high, Dou Changsheng's score is 100. And Yi Wumian's total score is only 100. But ultimately, it is still 100, and it must be with Dou Changsheng's best martial arts. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he would have already despaired. But who is Dou Changsheng? He is a disciple of the Yin Ji Sect, a rising star of the 6 doors, the recipient of a golden finger, and a noble transmigrator. The formless technique is ever-changing. But it is absolutely impossible to truly simulate the world's divine skills and ultimate techniques. Otherwise, even if the formless king is strong, he would not be able to withstand the encirclement of the entire world. The Nine Nether Ghost sect was once a major sect of the world, and his foundation is not weak. With the help of the golden finger, he still has a chance to strike, with the possibility of survival. Looking at his indifferent master in the copper mirror, he knows that his chance lies in the other person's hands. Dou Changsheng looked at his unenthusiastic master, who considered himself unlucky, and a thought arose in his mind. Ha ha ha! Seeing Dou Changsheng burst into laughter, his master coldly snorted and said, "What are you laughing at?" Dou Changsheng, full of confidence, replied, "I laugh at the 6 doors being foolish and the formless king being less intelligent." Dou Changsheng laughed again, using this to buy time and start organizing his words. His master showed a sarcastic and mocking expression, saying, "You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Why must the master underestimate his own disciple? To kill Yi Wumian and seize the destiny, this is something the disciple cannot accomplish." The confident voice continued, "For Yi Wumian to complete the destiny ceremony, he must battle at the same realm and with the same martial arts as the disciple. This is the disciple's opportunity. As long as the disciple defeats Yi Wumian, he can gain fame in the imperial capital, disrupt the destiny ceremony, and prevent Yi Wumian from continuing, while Zhang Xiaoquan naturally cannot break through either. This is not a crisis, it is an opportunity." The master's expression remained one of sarcasm, his mocking tone unchanged. Anyone with a brain can see this. Being ranked 7th on the human list is not a title that can be shouted. It is written in the blood of countless geniuses. To be in the top 10 of the human list, one must be born with extraordinary talent and a divine body. Dou Changsheng extended a finger, and the energy of the 9 nether surged forth, forming a vortex as deep as a black hole. The explosive energy left his body, signifying that he had reached the peak of Qi training. With a foundation forged from the 9 nether energy, he is invincible at the same realm. But after all, Yi Wumian is an unparalleled genius, a monster in the top 10 of the human list. In an 8th grade battle, the disciple may not be his opponent. Yet, since the other party must complete the destiny, using their own methods against them increases the disciple's chances of victory. As long as he defeats Yi Wumian, not only will Zhang Xiaoquan be unable to break through, leaving the 6 doors with one less master, but the disciple will also gain fame and fortune, penetrating the inner circle of the 6 doors and becoming a high-ranking member. He only asks his master to grant him a manual to harness the 9 nether Qi sword technique. The master, with a mocking expression, gazes at the 9 nether Qi, and finally nods, saying, "Good. Please, master, provide detailed information on Zhang Xiaoquan. Good. Also, please bestow upon me a strand of Xianxian Qi. And please, master, create momentum for your disciple. Please, master, get lost." Chapter 13. Congratulations to the host for achieving a cultivation level of 1111. In the deep of night, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. The hazy moonlight spills down, cloaking the earth in a layer of silver sand. This night is destined to be sleepless. In the capital city, countless places have lit oil lamps and torches, illuminating the residences as if it were daylight. In the Zhuke Fong, Zheng Mansion, there is a courtyard in the shape of a character for mouth. The 3-entry courtyard, along with the gatehouse, forms a closed structure. The collected ghost money amounts to only 6,000 taels. This speed of collection cannot be considered slow, as many people are still gathering. The best targets have already run out of ghost money. The remaining ones are nearly impossible to obtain. And what is most troubling is that the Zheng family's 6,000 taels of ghost money has already attracted attention. Today is the first night. The danger is not high. After all, Yi Wumian is just one person, so he has some reservations about acting against the Zheng family immediately. But after a couple of days, that may not be the case. The head constable's heart burns with a flame. His wife passed away early, and he has only this one son. By the time he reaches his 40s or 50s, he hopes to become a divine constable within the 6 doors. In the northwest corner of the front hall, Zheng Shiming fidgets anxiously. Although it is already late at night, he remains wide awake, waiting for news. Heavy footsteps approach. A man of medium build and robust stature strides in. Upon entering the front hall, without waiting for the head constable to inquire, he speaks directly. The ghost money is useless now. Yi Wumian's malicious nature makes him the first to specifically target those who have lost ghost money. And the second target is those short on funds, teasing and tormenting his enemies like a cat playing with a mouse. Holding a piece of ghost money, Zheng Shiming loses strength in his hand, and the ghost money scatters like petals. Yi Wumian does not intend to spare anyone. What a ruthless heart. This is a desire for complete annihilation. Zheng Shiming grits his teeth, veins bulging on his face, his expression twisted like a vengeful ghost. And the hatred in his eyes is like a cold wind from the ninth heaven, capable of freezing all enemies. Yes, it is to annihilate completely. The words come from the robust man's mouth. His short but powerful hand presses on the back of the head constable, watching as blood spurts from his mouth, staining his front with blood, causing him to tumble from his chair to the ground. The robust man sits in the grandmaster chair, one foot stepping on the head constable's skull, making contact with the cold stone floor, calmly gazing at Zheng Shiming. Seeing Zheng Shiming's incredulous expression turn to realization, the robust man takes out a handkerchief and begins to gently wipe his face. In an instant, a pale, featureless visage appears. A small copper mirror is held in one hand, while the other holds a brush, and he begins to paint leisurely. A pair of eyes, a nose, a mouth, and features gradually emerge, resembling Zheng Shiming by 80%. The ink-like features come to life in the next moment, nostrils twitching, mouth opening, and pupils moving. The 80% likeness transforms into a perfect 10, as the features are sculpted as if from a mold. The reappeared Zheng Shiming awakens from a dream, immediately jumping up from the grandmaster chair, rushing to assist the head constable, whose mouth is bleeding on the ground. Father, what happened to you? Who struck so ruthlessly? If I find out, I will not let him go. I will crush him to ashes. A torrent of energy surges forth, and a sudden explosion of power sweeps like a whirlwind, engulfing everything. An angry roar echoes. Yi Wumian die. Following the surge of energy is a black python made of pure energy. The python is enormous, leaping forward with its mouth wide open, ready to devour. Supporting the head constable with one hand, Zheng Shiming extends the other forward, coldly watching the approaching energy attack, and Yi Wumian mocks. A minor trick. Daring to show off in front of me. I can see at a glance that your energy is impure. On his arm, energy manifests, coiling like a black dragon. The black energy, like ink, begins to spread in all directions. Within the 9 Nether realm, there is a mountain called the Mountain of Nether City, from which black water flows. Hence, it is named black water energy. The surging black water energy transforms into a vividly alive black dragon. The sound of the dragon's roar resonates, as the black dragon fiercely charges forward. It is lifelike, embodying both spirit and form, and as it moves, a tremendous aura begins to envelop the area. The black dragon opens its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth like blades and spears, producing a deafening sound. The vividly alive black python begins to disintegrate, as if porcelain is being shattered. Finally, it is completely swallowed by the black dragon, devoured entirely, transforming into the dragon's power. The roaring black energy sweeps across the surroundings, smashing the furniture in its path into pieces, with chips mixed with energy continuously crashing into Zheng Shiming. The dense black water energy surges forth, boiling and forming a 3-foot energy wall. Standing between heaven and earth, it splits the front hall into 2 distinct areas. Within the 3-foot energy wall, the energy flows like a living entity. The black dragon roars as it approaches, causing the colors of heaven and earth to change. The oil lamps and candles are extinguished in an instant, as the overwhelming force has submerged the 3-foot energy wall. Boom. A loud sound erupts. There are no other sounds in the world. Crack. The next moment, a barely noticeable cracking sound appears on the energy wall. Finally, like a shattered glass mirror, cracks spread like a web, rapidly extending. The massive dragon head of the black dragon gradually vanishes, dissipating along with the energy wall. Half of the dragon's body has disappeared, but the remaining part crashes into Zheng Shiming. Zheng Shiming feels as if he has been hit head-on by a heavy truck at over 100 miles per hour. He is like a kite with a broken string, soaring into the sky and crashing against the horizontal beam. The thick beam shows signs of cracking as Zheng Shiming falls heavily to the ground, the force of the impact causing him to bounce repeatedly. Blood spurts from his mouth, and the light in his eyes fades. Placing the head constable back in the grandmaster chair, the robust man takes out a handkerchief and gently wipes away the blood. He speaks softly. What a good father you are. It's a pity that recently I haven't had the leisure to be by your side to show filial piety. However, once I'm done with my business, if I don't like my son, I can also be a daughter. Chapter 14 Human Ranking. In the morning, welcoming the sunlight and feeling the warmth on his cheeks, Dou Changsheng steps out of his house. His body feels warm, but his heart is as cold as winter. Congratulations to the host. A friend has been slain by a sword. Cultivation value 300. Congratulations to the host. A friend has been shattered by energy. Cultivation value 500. Congratulations to the host. A friend has been devoured by magical power. Cultivation value 600. 1, 2, 17, 28. A total of 28 people have tragically died at Yi Wumian's hands. This number of deaths is still a conservative estimate. All were participants in the God of Wealth conference. And many others caught up in the fate ceremony, due to the 28 people, are unknown. Each line of notification represents a life. This makes Dou Changsheng's hatred for Yi Wumian continuously escalate, while his impression of the 8-armed divine constable plummets significantly. The Six Doors is one of the major institutions of the Great Zhou, responsible for investigating cases and regulating the martial world. Its strength is such that it can compete with the 9 major sects of the time. The divine capture is held by a top-tier master. The 8-armed divine capture is the renowned Master Zhang Shaoquan. He is the promoter of this destiny ritual. At this moment, Dou Changsheng finally felt the cruelty and understood the difference between his past life and this one. In this life, human life is merely a number to those in power. No, it doesn't even count as a number. It is just a consumable. So many lives are sacrificed to push forward the destiny ritual. In his previous life, he did not comprehend deeply, but after experiencing the stark contrast in this life, he realized how hard it was to live an ordinary life. Dou Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled heavily to calm his complicated emotions. He could no longer endure it. Even knowing that continuing to wait would result in more deaths, adding to his own vitality, he could not accept this way of treating innocent lives as consumables. If he were to accept all this with a clear conscience, what would be the difference between him and Zhang Shaoquan, or the 8-armed divine capture? Dou Changsheng strode towards the Qinglong Square and soon arrived outside a luxurious mansion. Outside the courtyard stood 2 stone lions. The vermilion door was tightly closed. Dou Changsheng stepped forward and knocked on the door knocker on the vermilion door. Soon, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a young man with a bun tied with red silk, dressed in a yellow belly band, exposing his fair skin and looking as beautiful as a woman. Upon seeing Dou Changsheng, his eyes sparkled like stars. "You must be Fong Wangli, brother Fong. My master has already told me that you would come today." The fair-skinned young man grabbed Dou Changsheng's wrist, as if afraid he would escape, and pulled him inside. "I've been waiting for a long time. If you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. While my master is away, I'll give you a discount. How about 10 years of magical power? Just give me the money privately." 10 years isn't enough? 20 or 30 years is fine too. Dou Changsheng quickly shook his head to decline. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Fong Wangli. I'm Dou Changsheng, who submitted a letter yesterday." The young man's sparkling eyes seemed to brighten even more, breaking into a radiant smile as he repeatedly said, "I'm sorry. I mistook you. But it doesn't matter, let me see. This is the 8th grade Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, it's not the 9th grade body refinement stage. If it were body refinement, I wouldn't be able to help, but Qi refinement is doable. Little brother, do you want to buy some Qi? I am the Eastern Azure Dragon. With the energy of Emu, enhancing vitality and adding activity, it's a great supplement. Moreover, my Emu energy is neutral and gentle, ranked 20th. Even being last in the top 20 means it is a creation of heaven and earth. And it's inexpensive, with a very high cost-performance ratio. Those who have used it say it's good." The image of a person suddenly appeared in Dou Changsheng's mind. Ranked 38th on the human list, the 9 Heavens Divine Dragon, Zhao Mingyu. Martial arts 6th grade, also one of the top 10 captains of the 6 doors. Born with a unique talent, he has a congenital divine body. His 100 meridians are connected, allowing him to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, automatically refining his organs and honing his muscles and bones. Such a monster does not need to cultivate. His strength continuously grows. There are rumors in the 6 doors that he is extremely troubled by his ever-increasing cultivation, which seems quite extravagant. Seeing him today, he is even more exaggerated than the rumors. Truly, people are infuriating. While others struggle, he grows in strength just by lying down. Selling cultivation has even become a business. After feeling bitter in his heart, Dou Changsheng suddenly froze and his heart sank. The top 10 on the human list are all such prodigies. Zhao Mingyu, ranked 20th for Emu energy, is now 38th on the human list. This is just Zhao Mingyu at 6th grade martial arts. If he steps into the 4th grade, he will surely break into the top 10. Zhao Mingyu merely has the hope of breaking through, but Yi Wumian is already 7th on the human list. The pressure suddenly mounted. Without comparison, One cannot feel the standards of the top 10 on the human list. Watching a football match, you might think, I could do that too. But in reality, there is a gap compared to them. The heavy pressure made it hard to breathe and felt suffocating. Fortunately, Yi Wumian not only has to be at the same realm as himself, but must also return the favor in kind. Dou Changsheng rummaged through his pocket for silver bills, wanting to buy a year of the 20-ranked Imu energy. He was very interested, as the 9 nether energy was only ranked 27th, and that was already quite high. Moreover, the top 10 is one tier, and 20 is another tier altogether. This is a level above the 9 nether energy. However, after rummaging for a while, Dou Changsheng suddenly stopped, remembering something. Yesterday, when he went to the 8 great towers for a foot massage, he had donated to the pitiful women there. Having given all his money away, Zhao Mingyu's smiling expression gradually faded, and his eyes lost their luster, finally releasing Dou Changsheng. It's a small business, no credit. Ding. Congratulations. Host, friend added 1. Ding. Congratulations. Host, friend added 1. Watching Zhao Mingyu's retreating figure, Dou Changsheng shook his head slightly. He didn't expect this person to be so greedy for money. How much must he despise himself to let even his friends drop off? The road is getting narrow. This guest, please follow me. The master is waiting for you in the front hall. Chapter 15, Chi Refinement, Great Achievement. In the front hall, the entrance faced a wall, with a long table in front of it. In front of the table was an 8 immortals square table, with armchairs on either side. The cold-faced divine capture Zhao Wudu, dressed in green, looked scholarly, tall and thin, sitting upright in the armchair. The center of the wall had calligraphy and paintings, flanked by banners, all by famous artists. The arrangement was solemn and dignified, creating its own atmosphere. Zhao Wudu had a pale, thin face, marked by frost, with a naturally cold demeanor. When he saw Dou Changsheng approaching, Zhao Wudu raised his head slightly, his amber eyes calmly gazing at Dou Changsheng as he said indifferently, I already know your intentions. Zhang Xiaoquan is a rising star in our 6 doors, ranking first among the top 10 captains, and is the best ranked in this generation's human list. The destiny ritual for Zhang Xiaoquan is a major event for our 6 doors. You want to pave the way for Zhang Xiaoquan. I naturally won't let your good intentions go to waste. You don't need to worry about the rest. You may leave now. Understood. Dou Changsheng bowed and turned to leave. Zhao Wudu's words were merely a notification and did not give Dou Changsheng a chance to leverage the conflict between Zhao Wudu and the 8-armed divine capture for support. It was evident that Zhao Wudu did not think highly of him, nor did he believe he could defeat Yi Wumian. However, he was willing to lend a hand as a small favor, which Zhao Wudu clearly did not refuse. That was enough. This was also the reason Dou Changsheng came here. Wanting to borrow strength to fight strength was unrealistic. As fellow divine captures of the 6 doors, both sides having conflicts could not openly sabotage each other. Concerning the top captain among the top 10, ranked 13th on the human list, and the destiny ritual to advance to master, the entire 6 doors were paying attention. And no one dared to take direct action. Dou Changsheng's purpose was simple, to obtain a guarantee that after defeating Yi Wumian, he would not be killed out of spite. After all, Yi Wumian was 4th grade in martial arts, while Dou Changsheng was 8th grade. Without the constraints of the destiny ritual, killing Dou Changsheng would be a matter of a single slap. Even a guarantee of survival was not a trivial matter. Not everyone can visit the home of a top-tier master. This aspect also relied on the relationship with his chief master, though Dou Changsheng didn't know how to arrange it. The copper mirror shone with light, revealing no images, and a gentle voice said, I will contact the sect's law elder and analyze it carefully. I have found a knife technique, the 9 nether myriad forms knife. This is an ancient inheritance of the 9 nether ghost cult, reaching great mastery, sufficient to derive divine abilities. It is a martial art of the 4th rank. Although Changsheng is a beloved disciple of the master, the sect's rules cannot be disregarded. Now, he can only be taught the split version of the Sanluo blade. The Sanluo blade consists of 7 techniques. The first 4 are standard, while the last 3 are lethal moves. Driven by the aura of the 9 nether, its power is boundless, making it the most suitable blade technique for you, Changsheng. The sect has prepared this much, which is already the limit. Take care of yourself. The light of the bronze mirror dissipated, falling into complete silence. A text, rich in wisdom regarding the blade technique, emerged in Dou Changsheng's mind. This was not just text, there was a phantom holding a blade, continuously practicing the Sanluo blade technique. Standing before the bronze mirror, Dou Changsheng had, unbeknownst to him, drawn the Rini blade from his waist. He began to practice one move after another. The room was filled with flashing white blade lights, the seemingly vague techniques gradually becoming sharper. After a quarter of an hour, Sanluo blade technique, beginner cultivation value, 01000. A blade technique of no low rank, Dou Changsheng had already completed the beginner stage. This speed could be considered astonishing. Dou Changsheng had no doubts about this. He clearly already knew the outcome. Blade Dao Master appears to be an active ability, a talent inclined towards explosive power, but the passive benefits it brings are also considerable. Dou Changsheng's affinity for blades surged, allowing him to keenly sense that he seemed to be born for the blade. This was also Dou Changsheng's confidence. Otherwise, even if he could allocate points, achieving the beginner stage in a day would be futile. Dou Changsheng checked his cultivation value. He had 200 points left from the last time, but this time he lost 28 friends. Because his friends had good strength, they generally gained much more cultivation value than last time. Last time, 10 people each gained 3,000 cultivation value, and this time Dou Changsheng obtained 10,000 cultivation value. Yes, that much. If Dou Changsheng had the intention to hide in Zhao Wudu's residence, waiting until most died, his cultivation value could have at least doubled. 1,000 cultivation value for minor completion, then spending 2,000 cultivation value for major completion and 4,000 cultivation value for perfection. After spending 7,000 cultivation value, Dou Changsheng spent another 1,000 cultivation value to perfect the 9 Netherfrost Decision Qi Training Chapter. Sunluo Blade Technique, Perfection. 9 Netherfrost Decision Qi Training Chapter, Perfection. The 9 Nether aura in his Dantian surged like a tidal wave, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a formidable energy. Dou Changsheng suppressed the thought of breaking through. With his 8th rank being perfect, he could compete as invincible among the 8th rank. If he reached the 7th rank condensation realm, he would just be starting and definitely couldn't achieve invincibility at that level. Looking at the remaining 2,200 cultivation value, Dou Changsheng shifted his gaze. Meteor 7 Blade Slash, Minor Completion Cultivation Value, 600800. This blade technique was nearing major completion, thanks to the training bonuses from Blade Dao Master. To be honest, if the situation were not severe, spending cultivation value on the blade technique would indeed be a losing deal. With the Sunluo blade, this Meteor 7 Blade Slash could be of use, but it was good for disguise. This technique had been exposed more than once and was certainly collected in Yi Wumian's intelligence. Despite the extraordinary abilities in this world, logic still applied. Omniscience and omnipotence might exist, but definitely not in Yi Wumian. Yi Wumian would use their own methods against them, which also required prior knowledge or information gathering. To disguise with the Meteor 7 Blade Slash, it had to be perfected. 200 cultivation value for major completion, 1,600 cultivation value for perfection, totaling 1,800 cultivation value spent, leaving 600 cultivation value. No, it was 1,000 cultivation value. The death list added another name. Yi Wumian was truly a workaholic, indifferent to right or wrong, diligent in their work. The Rini blade was sheathed, and Dou Changsheng pushed open the door, striding towards the headquarters of the 6 doors. Today was a matter of life or death. If he died, he would spill blood at the 6 doors, letting them see his selfishness and cold-bloodedness. If he won, he would reveal his true power before them, showing them that fate plays tricks. Chapter 16, The Battle of Destiny. In the afternoon, the sun slanted westward, the sunlight bright. The 8-armed god-catcher, Wan Renwang, had his soft hair tied up with a green hairpin, wearing a white robe with golden embroidery on the cuffs. The wide sleeves hung down, fluttering gracefully as he stood in the wind, ethereal like an immortal from the 9 heavens. Zhang Xiaoquan, with broad bones, stood nearly 10 feet tall, resembling a small giant next to Wan Renwang, who seemed so fragile like a child. His coarse cloth could not hide his massive muscles, his exposed skin showing a bronze hue, as if coated with a layer of bronze. His large hands, like fans, were gripping a greasy pig's knuckle. He tore into it with his mouth, bits of vegetable leaves stuck to it, his teeth a pale yellow, ferociously biting into the greasy meat skin. After a single bite, a pig's knuckle that weighed 4 to 5 pounds was already reduced to less than a third. Crack. Not only the meat, but also the hard pig bones. The big bones were crushed by Zhang Xiaoquan's bite, the meat and bone scraps swallowed together. After a few bites, the pig's knuckle was completely devoured. He licked his oily hand with his tongue, sneakily glancing at Wan Renwang, and after finding he wasn't looking, he pulled out another pig's knuckle from somewhere. He opened his mouth and began to gnaw at it, oil dripping from his mouth, his cheeks stuffed with meat and bones, only his jaw moving continuously. For a moment, he was oblivious, his godly image transformed into that of a gluttonous pig, directly speaking, eat, eat, eat. All he knew was to eat. You are the top among the 10 great catchers, a hero of the human list, a rising star of the 6 doors. You should pay attention to your image. The destiny ceremony was completed, breaking through to the upper 3rd rank, becoming a master. You will worship the sage. How can you gain their favor with such an image? After eating for so many years, can't you endure for 3 to 5 days? Looking at the bewildered and dazed Zhang Xiaoquan, Wan Renwang sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Enjoy your meal. I need to prepare for tomorrow's noon, the Battle of Destiny. Wan Renwang no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaoquan. His gaze turned towards the distance, suddenly narrowing, and he beckoned. A man dressed in a Qilin robe approached Wan Renwang's side. He had also participated in the Destiny ceremony. Now he was at the 8th rank Qi training realm. His strength growing steadily, also a rare talent. If taken under his wing, he could become a pillar in the future, aiding in their endeavors. Protecting Dou Changsheng would be difficult for others, but not for us. As long as Dou Changsheng stayed by Zhang Mingbu's side, he could survive after the Battle of Destiny ended. There was no need. If the Lord did not intend to protect Dou Changsheng, there was no need for him to remain at the headquarters. If Dou Changsheng died there, it would tarnish the reputation of the Six Doors. Dou Changsheng had encountered Zhao the Catcher. It was uncertain whether Zhao would intervene in the Battle of Destiny or whether his subordinates would severely injure him. Wan Renwang placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his eyes revealing a cold light, the voice filled with chilling, killing intent. No need. The Destiny ceremony is promoted by the Six Doors. Zhao the Catcher knows the stakes. Dou Changsheng does not come from a high background. Merely a remnant of the Nine Nether. How much Nine Nether inheritance can he possess? Even if the Nine Nether ghost cult does not perish. With the 4 true disciples present, it would just be a 50-50 chance against Yi Wumian. Underestimating Zhao the Catcher too much, in the same realm. Zhao the Catcher is not Yi Wumian's match. They have only met once, and the time spent in the residence was just an hour. If Dou Changsheng could defeat Yi Wumian, ranked 7th on the human list, an extraordinary prodigy, it would indeed be too cheap. With the help of the God of Wealth Conference, many talents from the capital gathered, using their blood and flesh to pave the ladder for Xiao Quan to ascend to greatness, offending quite a few people. One person alone is nothing. But if they gather together, they form a considerable power. As long as Xiao Quan can become a master, he naturally need not care about this group of flies. But with so many flies buzzing around, it can still be quite annoying. You find a hidden contact to send a message to Yi Wumian. He has been too lenient. Many people have died, but they were all participants in the Destiny ceremony, and not enough of their families have died. Give him a list. Everyone on it must die. Once cleaned up, the 6 gates will be quiet, which is good for both them and us. The man was startled, looking up at the indifferent Wan Renwang, repeatedly seeing the image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards him. This time, there were quite a few participants in the God of Wealth Conference. If family members were included, it would definitely exceed 1,000, not to mention servants and maids, which would easily amount to several thousand. Of course, Yi Wumian could not possibly engage in such a frenzied massacre, directly killing thousands or tens of thousands. The list would only include important figures, but such a slaughter would be enough to shake the capital and alarm the saints. Wan Renwang looked at the man, his eyes seeming to see through the man's heart, and calmly said, "Rest assured, the saints won't care, no matter how many people. As long as it brings forth a loyal master to the court, the saints would be willing. The foundation of the Great Zhou's territory is supported by masters, not a swarm of ants. I will do this right away." The man had just turned around when he stopped in his tracks, gazing into the distance. A leisurely young man approached, dressed in bird-like attire and carrying a blade of righteousness, with clarity in his heart. Yi Wumian has arrived. Such boldness. To dare come to the headquarters of the 6 gates and kill in front of it. Chapter 17. Chi of the Gangs. The blazing sun blazed like fire. The scorching light baked the earth. A gentle breeze blew, and waves of heat rushed towards him. Dou Changsheng's eyes were fixed on another version of himself, who strolled leisurely. In that moment, a killing intent arose. All was silent. In the universe, it seemed there was only himself and this other self. Sweat beads formed at his temples and hairline, and Dou Changsheng's heart tightened. Throughout history, the hardest thing is death. Ranked 7th on the human list, an extraordinary genius. The pressure was indeed immense. His long fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the blade of righteousness, his palms already sweating. With a clang, the blade of righteousness was drawn. Dou Changsheng turned his back to the blazing sun, the dazzling light shining on his back like an endless brilliance, and he took a step forward. The blade of righteousness was raised high, the white blade gleaming with a cold light, like a white ribbon carving a graceful arc in midair. With one slash, the sky was filled with shadows of blades. The blade shadows were dense and overlapping, intertwining to form a net of heaven and earth. Each shadow of the blade was not false but real. The speed of this strike was so fast that only afterimages remained. The Meteor 7-blade slash is a type of quick blade technique. It emphasizes speed. It had reached perfection, surpassing the blue. The blade light flickered, the sunlight dazzling. Like a sky full of stars, radiating stellar brilliance. The glaring light made it hard to look directly at. The lazy Yi Wumian had the corners of his mouth slightly curled, revealing a hint of a cold smile. In battle, timing, location, and people matter. In this battle, the opponent had all the advantages. Timing. Occupying the west, facing the east. In the afternoon, standing in the east, he would be looking west, directly facing the sun, using the blade to draw in light, thus affecting his own vision. Location: at the headquarters of the Six Gates. As a non-member, he would have reservations in his heart. Unable to exert full strength, only able to use 80% of his power, leaving 20% to be cautious of the Six Gates. As for people, using the opponent's method against them, this is a limitation on oneself, requiring him to be in the same realm. But in the face of absolute strength, this was just cleverness. Yi Wumian's eyes revealed coldness. The long blade at his waist had already been drawn, and with a swing, the long blade trembled, producing a melodious sound. The sound was pleasant, like a lark's long call. The lark blade technique, a fundamental blade technique of the Six Gates, seemed simple, yet it concealed profound mysteries, enough to lay a foundation for Six Gates warriors and pave the way for the future. The myriad shadows of blades surged forth and then abruptly dissipated. A crisp sound of impact rang out, followed by brilliant sparks erupting from the blade. The chi of the Nine Hells, as dark as ink, extinguished the sparks in an instant. After one clash, Dou Changsheng realized Yi Wumian was not his match. The overwhelming Nine Hells chi that the opponent derived was something Dou Changsheng could not discern as true or false if he did not know Yi Wumian's background. He would not believe this was a simulated transformation. This strike was evenly matched, but Dou Changsheng had the advantages of timing, location, and people. If Yi Wumian were unrestricted, even as an 8th grade chi refining realm, if he were to exert his full power, it would definitely not be this weak. Yi Wumian, holding the long blade, stood before Dou Changsheng, looking at him in surprise, with a calm voice saying, "You can take one of my strikes." "Not bad." A mournful voice echoed. "It's a pity that the Nine Hells lineage has finally produced a genius. Today he will fall." As Yi Wumian raised his hand, the long blade in his hand moved like flowing light, the blade's light flashing like a meteor crashing down. Crossing 5 or 6 meters, it arrived before Dou Changsheng, leaving a trace in midair, like a fading swan, resembling the shadow of a goose gradually disappearing in the sunset. The meteor's 7-blade slash, in Yi Wumian's hands, unleashed a power that was astonishing. It had completely surpassed the original technique, using the meteor's 7-blade slash as a foundation, yet transcended its limitations, forming a brand new blade technique. Flames emerged from the long blade, like chi, rapidly soaring and beginning to burn vigorously, leaving a thick trace from above, slicing straight down. Using the Nine Hells chi as fuel and leveraging the chi generated from the meteor's 7-blade slash, it had already surpassed the power of the 8th grade chi refining realm, possessing the destructive force of the 7th grade condensing chi realm. Truly too strong. The battle erupting before the Six Gates had already alerted the masters of the Six Gates. What seemed to be a quiet and uninhabited place was in fact being watched by countless eyes, all observing this battle. It could be seen that the chi derived from this strike was entirely generated by the blade technique, still within the 8th grade chi refining realm, but able to unleash the power of the 7th grade. The techniques and realms all stemmed from Dou Changsheng. This was within the framework of the rules of the destiny ceremony. It is easy to deceive people, but hard to deceive the heavens. Zhao Wudu, with his hands behind his back, his tall and slender figure looking down from above, watched this scene, already sighing in his heart, knowing it had come to an end. This was not that Dou Changsheng was weak. With the Nine Hells chi as a foundation, the 8th grade chi refining realm, perfect and flawless, had already surpassed the great completion of chi refining, achieving the pinnacle of the 8th grade chi refining realm. His foundation was solid, and his blade technique exquisite. Even a 7th grade condensing chi realm expert would struggle against Dou Changsheng. But Yi Wumian was too strong. Those who ranked in the top 10 of the human list were all monsters. Wanren Wang, not knowing when he arrived, spoke calmly. Zhaoxin captain is in good spirits, but unfortunately, everything has come to an end. Facing the incoming blade that was like a meteor, Dou Changsheng stepped forward once more. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After taking 3 steps, he unleashed the Sombra blade technique, a killing move. The Sombra blade technique, a lower 3-grade blade technique, divided into 7 moves. The first 4 moves were merely ordinary blade techniques, belonging to the 8th grade chi refining realm. The last 3 moves were killing moves, with power in the 7th grade condensing chi realm. Its name was domineering and unparalleled, either stunning or making the spirits weep. And Dou Changsheng had already abandoned it. Each killing move was stronger than the last. He directly discarded the ordinary moves, coming straight in with the killing moves. Blade Master activated. This killing move erupted. The chi burst forth with a single stroke. The energy of the 9 Nether and the Sun Luo sword technique complemented each other like dry kindling and fierce fire. As the power of the Sword Path Master talent doubled, the chi erupted violently, instantly engulfing the Benevolence and Righteousness sword. The sword energy surged and exploded. transforming into a long sword about a foot in size. The sword energy spread in all directions, like a black hole suspended in the sky. Having already turned around with his back to the battlefield, Wanren took a light step forward, but before he could land, he had already turned back. His gaze fixed on the battlefield. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, as if he couldn't believe that Dou Changsheng could be this strong. However, he quickly regained his composure, stroked his goat beard, and calmly said, Dou Changsheng is somewhat unexpected, but Yi Wumian will not be defeated. Chapter 18, Slashing Destiny. The sword light was dim, like a black hole swallowing the world. The meteor that roared down began to lose its brilliance inch by inch. As the sword fell, the meteor dissipated. The sword light exploded, dancing like dragons and snakes. The blue stones laid on the ground shattered, disintegrating, and fragments flew everywhere. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Wumian retreated 7 steps in succession, a tear appearing at the sleeve of his robe, faintly revealing the white skin underneath. His eyes revealed a coldness, with a chill permeating his whole body, as the dark, ink-like energy of the 9 nether emerged in wisps, swirling around Yi Wumian. Like a raging flame, it finally converged on the long sword. After retreating, he stepped forward decisively. The chi surged and erupted, and his sword was slashed out, unleashing endless sword light. Like a sword that opened the heavens. Sun Luo sword technique, absolute kill style. This was the move Dou Changsheng had just used, and in an instant, it had already appeared in Yi Wumian's hands. His skills were exhausted. This sword had boundless power, but Dou Changsheng could see that Yi Wumian could not perfectly replicate this move. It was merely relying on a higher realm and pure, massive chi to directly unleash a strike, only possessing its form but lacking its spirit. Dou Changsheng felt at ease. Sun Luo sword technique, 9 nether energy. This was the inheritance of the 9 nether underworld sect. Although the Sun Luo sword technique seemed to have a lower grade, being a lower 3rd grade technique. The complete version was a middle 3rd grade technique, sufficient to give rise to divine abilities and could be considered profound martial arts. Absolute kill style 2. This sword. As the chi of benevolence and righteousness sword surged, the sword body trembled and hummed, its sound like a wailing cry. It was as if thousands of fierce ghosts were suffering punishment in the 9 nether hell, emitting painful cries, their voices chilling to the bone. As this sword was swung out, Dou Changsheng could clearly feel that the inexhaustible 9 nether energy in his dantian had already consumed more than half. In terms of consumption, Absolute Kill Style 2 consumed 5 times more than Absolute Kill Style 1. However, its power did not reach 5 times. Such a trump card was not suitable for the 8th grade Chi refining realm to unleash. The best way to activate it was through Chi, under the Sword Pathmaster talent. The cries on the Benevolence and Righteousness sword intensified, evolving rapidly, the sound becoming sharp, as if someone was stirring a sharp cone within his eardrum. On the tip of the Benevolence and Righteousness sword, a crying ghost face suddenly emerged. This face had hollow eyes, mist continuously flowing, nostrils flared, and especially the mouth, which was split open with a long, forked tongue like a snake's flicking out. The crimson tongue continuously licked the blade, while black mist coiled around the ghost face. A scene unknown to outsiders. The power of the Sword Pathmaster increased twofold. The Benevolence and Righteousness sword collided with the long sword. This fierce clash erupted with a thunderous sound. The sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The blue stone ground beneath Dou Changsheng's feet trembled. The soil and fragments began to shake, and finally sank down 3 inches. His feet did not sink into the soil. In a meter-sized area centered on the 2, the fragments and soil had disappeared without a trace. Truly impressive. Absolute Kill Style 2's power had doubled. Even at the 7th grade Condensation Chi realm, few could withstand this sword. But unexpectedly, this sword only held the upper hand and could not suppress Yi Wumian. And this was still based on Yi Wumian using martial arts he was not adept at. It was hard to imagine how strong this top 10 prodigy would be. Dou Changsheng took a deep breath, his chest inflating and deflating like a bellows, and as he exhaled heavily, he decisively swung out the 3rd sword. This battle was not to kill Yi Wumian, nor to defeat him. What he needed to do was to make Yi Wumian make a mistake. As long as he broke Yi Wumian's destiny, Zhao Wudu would handle the aftermath. In this destiny ceremony, he had successfully sought life from a deadlock. It was not only for himself, but also for those who had not perished. The 9 Netherfrost Decisions Chi refining chapter had already begun to operate madly, continuously squeezing himself, gathering 9 nether energy. Absolute Kill Style 3, Sword Pathmaster. 3 times the power enhancement. Dou Changsheng clearly felt the blood in his veins circulating at an accelerated speed, his veins becoming prominent, feeling like a demon crawling out of hell. With the 3rd sword of Sword Pathmaster, the 3-fold power enhancement was something Dou Changsheng could originally withstand. But unfortunately, this was Absolute Kill Style 3, which was not weak in itself. After gaining a 3-fold enhancement, Its power had reached the critical point of the condensation chi realm. A single strike could be borne by Dou Changsheng, but when the two were combined, he could not withstand it. This was a life-and-death struggle. A fight for survival against heaven. The benevolence and righteousness sword crushed everything, the sword light under the blade extinguishing inch by inch. Yi Wumian watched helplessly as his resistance was futile, seeing the benevolence and righteousness sword inching closer. At the 8th grade chi refining realm, he could no longer resist. This sword was already invincible at the lower 3rd grade realm. To break through from the middle 3rd grade to the upper 3rd grade, one needed to complete the destiny ceremony. The destiny ceremony is composed of factors such as ambition, character, martial arts, and environment. No one knows how the destiny ceremony works. Only those who have reached a certain level can gain enlightenment and understand it. The destiny ceremony gathers destiny and holds a ceremony. This is a crucial step to gain the recognition of heaven and step out of the ordinary to become immortal. It would not be smooth sailing and would come with tribulations. Yi Wumian originally thought his calamity was Zhang Xiaoquan, but he never expected it would be this little constable before him. Truly an unexpected turn of events. It echoed the saying that heaven plays tricks on people. This stunning sword, unless one fought desperately, risking death for life, could one gather great willpower, great courage, and great fearlessness to win. But this was a gamble, with victory and defeat being 50-50. If the opponent was Zhang Xiaoquan, Yi Wumian would not fear death. But even if he fought desperately and successfully resisted, this was just a little constable from the 6 doors. In the future, he would still have to battle Zhang Xiaoquan. Who knew if there would be more variables like Dou Changsheng among those to come? How could a naturally noble person compete with the commoners? Therefore, Yi Wumian recoiled. He opened his mouth and spat, transforming it into a wind. It howled up, turning into a gale. The world darkened, the sun and moon lost their light. This absolute kill style 3, this stunning sword, under this gust of divine wind, the chi began to dissipate, and the benevolence and righteousness sword, already a spirit weapon, began to fade inch by inch, and in an instant, the chi and sword had disappeared without a trace. Divine ability, Samadhi divine wind. Not to mention the lower 3rd grade. Even a 6th grade law vein expert would be blown to the point of flesh dissolving, bones disappearing, vanishing completely. Destiny has been broken, and naturally, the destroyer must be killed to vent the anger. With hatred, he struck without holding back, directly using divine abilities. Chapter 19, renowned in the divine capital. Which thief dares to be reckless in front of the 6 doors? A roar erupted, like the sound of thunder. The voice rolled and moved, sweeping in all directions, containing a powerful will. In an instant, the wind rose, and the clouds rolled. The howling wind blew like snow meeting sunlight, instantly melting away. The world seemed to have come alive. Every blade of grass, every tree, the blue stones, statues, and wood, all revived from their lifeless state, brimming with vitality. Heaven and earth were disdainful, as if they were enemies of the world. Above the sky, a figure with a broad forehead, prominent like a longevity peach, with flowing sleeves and long white eyebrows woven into a braid, naturally cascaded down. The 6 doors were the domain of the Great Zhou's 6 offices. It was certainly not a place for your reckless arrogance. A reprimanding voice arose, and a Tinzhong tall divine figure stood in the heavens, clad in golden armor. His eyes were ancient and deep, like the vast starry sky, with countless rays of dawn swirling behind him, emanating endless auspiciousness. His aura was ancient and profound, as if he had crossed countless ages, a world-renowned divine general emerging from the river of time. The two faced each other, 10 meters apart, their ancient auras radiating countless glimmers, pure and translucent, as if forged from glass. They were not flesh and blood, but 2 law forms. A martial arts master of the 3rd rank, also known as a grandmaster, Zhao Wudu, the golden-armored divine general, fixed his piercing gaze upon the flowing-sleeved figure of WNRNW. He never expected what would come next. WNRNW did not become angry or humiliated. Instead, he proactively intervened to save Dou Changsheng. This made Zhao Wudu rethink his perception of WNRNW, increasing his wariness. A mere thief, I alone am enough. Zhao Wudu's expression was emotionless, but his demeanor grew more severe, his cold gaze fixed on WNRNW as he spoke solemnly. Dou Changsheng has been taken away by you. He is likely to worsen and die from his injuries. WNRNW showed a pained expression and replied with grievance. Zhao Shenbu has misunderstood me too deeply. Although the destiny ritual has failed, and Xiaoquan cannot break through, it is fate. How can I seek revenge afterwards? On the contrary, I will not only refrain from retaliation, but will also nurture Dou Changsheng, fighting him in the same realm and winning. This is enough to demonstrate Dou Changsheng's exceptional talent. In the future, he could serve alongside us. He is a seed of a grandmaster. even more precious than a biological son. Smooth talking. Zhao Wudu snorted coldly and reprimanded. Without further words, he raised his hand and reached for Dou Changsheng. Waves of air began to gather continuously, and in the blink of an eye, a palm of about a zhang had formed. Completely composed of air waves, with long fingers and clear palm lines, it aimed to grab Dou Changsheng. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The cold-faced godcatcher Zhao Wudu is naturally not skilled in words. Knowing he could not out-talk WN, he chose to act directly. The battle of the Grandmasters erupted in an instant. As for Yi Wumian, he had long been forgotten, with no one caring. Above the capital, the heavenly phenomena changed dramatically. At this moment, one could not know how many people were stirred. Eyes instinctively turned towards the rapidly changing celestial phenomena. The upper three ranks had already taken a crucial step, beginning to transform towards immortality, now deemed non-human. Every move and gesture could influence the heavens. For ordinary people, this was already a high and mighty divine demon. Many within the 6 doors watched the erupting battle of the Grandmasters, then looked towards Dou Changsheng, who was heavily protected. Paralyzed on the ground, covered in blood. Although Dou Changsheng appeared miserable and heavily injured, everyone knew this was only temporary. After today, who in the world would not recognize him? His exceptional talent and superb swordsmanship could even sever the thread of destiny. With such talent and capability, as long as he received a little cultivation, he would be able to step into the human ranking. His fame echoing across the 108 continents of the Great Zhou. After today, Dou Changsheng, lying on the ground, would be a person from a completely different world. A Grandmaster's master, inheriting divine skills, boundless wealth, luxurious mansions, and beautiful companions were all within reach. In just a few years, Dou Changsheng could traverse the path that they could not complete in their entire lives, becoming one of the top 10 renowned catchers. Now, it had even drawn 2 Grandmasters who were willing to fight directly in front of the 6 doors, all to take Dou Changsheng away and subsequently accept him as a disciple. A cold snort rang out. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down. All anomalies vanished. A red silk, blocking the sky and sun, appeared like a red true dragon, coiling around the 2 before disappearing without a trace. From appearance to disappearance, it took less than a breath. It was Chun Wang who acted. Inside the 6 doors, WN, Ing, and Zhao Wudu both awkwardly got up from the ground. They exchanged glances and then turned away, bowing towards a blue stone. First honor. The blue stone was heavy, severing inner and outer. A plain voice emerged from within. You are all Grandmasters, not monkeys on a high platform. This ends here. The East Sea Dragon Court has been frequently active lately, stirring unrest in the 15 continents of Qi. You will personally go to the East Sea to deliver a tribute on behalf of the main honor. You may leave now. WN, Ing, and Zhao Wudu left one after the other. Their expressions were different. WN, Ing looked grim. Being sent to the East Sea at this time indicated Chun Wang's attitude. Dou Changsheng must be given up. What a pity. The destiny ritual had occurred, representing a life and death crisis for Dou Changsheng. Undoubtedly, he harbored resentment towards the instigator of all this. So the best choice would be to take him under his wing and slowly resolve the situation, seeing if it could be made up afterwards. WN, Ing valued such talent. He glanced at Zhao Wudu beside him. WN, Ing snorted coldly, then flicked his sleeve and strode away. Zhao Wudu ignored WN, Ing's attitude and personally helped Dou Changsheng up outside the 6 doors, then soared into the air toward the home of the Qinglong Square. For someone who could potentially rank in the human list, no one would think it excessive. The battle of the Grandmasters came to a close, but the impact of this event had just begun to ferment. It had already started to spread throughout the capital. The news like a whirlwind, and in a short period, everyone in the capital knew. A small catcher from the 6 doors defeated Yi Wumian of the same realm and severed the thread of destiny. On June 23rd of the 10th year of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Dou Changsheng's name resounded in the capital. 7 days later, the human ranking was updated. Dou Changsheng ranked in the human list, his fame echoing across the 108 continents of the Great Zhou. He was hailed as the Comet Star. Chapter 20, Human Ranking, Comet Star. 108th in the human ranking, Dou Changsheng. Title, Comet Star. Cultivation level, 8th rank, Qi, Refining Realm. Unique skills, 9 Nether Frost Decision, Sun Luo Sword Technique, Meteor 7 Blades Cut. Achievements, captured WNSN of the 9th rank Body, Refining Realm. Severed the thread of destiny of the 8th rank, Qi, Refining Realm. Defeated Yi Wumian of the same realm. Biography, born in the Dou family of Qi Prefecture. His ancestors were true disciples of the 9 Nether Underworld sect. He entered the 6 doors at the age of 10 and officially became a catcher at 17. He undertook missions 3 times, with fellow catchers dying, later capturing WNSN, with his companions dying and participating in the God of Wealth conference, where most participants died. Note, his mother died in childbirth, his father died young, and his uncle met a tragic end. Note, his actions harm his parents, harm heaven, harm earth, harm relatives and friends, harm friends, a heavenly calamity and solitary star, a comet star, undoubtedly deserving. Slander. This is slander. I will cut down that slanderer. A roar erupted. This Tianji Tower, do they speak human language? Not realistic at all. What is written here has nothing to do with me. Not to mention the years past. Just this incident at the God of Wealth conference. It was all caused by Yu Wumian. How could I stop Yu Wumian from killing? What does this have to do with me, Dou Changsheng? Why tarnish my innocence? It's infuriating. The baby is suffering. This grievance is unbearable. Good, good, good. Praising voices came from the copper mirror. The Yin Extreme Master clapped in praise, his gaze increasingly respectful. Truly, he is my most outstanding disciple, worthy of high hopes. Material for great deeds. Look, even when there are no outsiders, one still wears a disguise and deceives oneself. Looking at this emotional display, it is almost indistinguishable from true feelings, and one cannot see the falsehood. With such a disciple, there is great hope to destroy the Great Zhou. Moreover, they are ruthless and completely qualified to compete for the next generation of the Holy Son of the Yin Extreme Sect. However, having such an outstanding disciple is not necessarily a good thing. The master slightly shook his head, rejecting this idea. This disciple is simply too cruel. This is not a baseless claim. There are real examples. The A class is the most elite class, and those who can serve as captains hold considerable status and power. The previous A-class captain was Zheng Shiming. Unfortunately, Zheng Shiming died during this heavenly mandate ceremony. Then, Dou Changsheng, who was supposed to become a constable in the A-class, instead became the captain of the A-class. This may seem like a coincidence, but it is merely deceiving outsiders. I know the truth well. After all, Zheng Shiming and Dou Changsheng have been like brothers for several days. If Zheng Shiming does not die, who will? A good brother sacrifices himself to help the other rise in rank. After several incidents, it has become apparent what Dou Changsheng is capable of. The next step is to eliminate the chief captain, Zheng Xianxiao. By becoming the chief captain of the Xianxiafans, he would also complete the extermination of the Zheng family. The master's heart trembled. It is too ruthless, and just thinking about it is terrifying. He could not help but speak. Zheng Xianxiao is the chief captain of Xianxiafans. Although it is convenient to act against him and could fill that vacancy, it is best not to touch Zheng Xianxiao. This is too obvious and would raise the vigilance of the six doors. Dou Changsheng looked at the bronze mirror with confusion, expressing his bewilderment, and asked, why target Zheng Xianxiao? He quickly realized and showed a humorous expression, shaking his head in denial, saying, what is the master thinking? How could I act against the chief captain? The claims of being a Star of Misfortune are all slander. They are merely their prejudices against me. Once they truly understand who I am, they will know what kind of person I am. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and there were no words. Looking at Dou Changsheng, observing his innocent and kind demeanor, a sense of fear arose in their hearts. He is truly a born demon child, with layers of disguise. This is good news for the sect. The sect will not be stingy, and will grant a Xian stone to help you comprehend the Xian energy and seek opportunities to fuse with the 9 nether energy. You can rank on the human list because of Yu Wumian. Although invincible within the same realm, your realm is too low. Other challengers will not suppress their realms. Therefore, the next step is to focus on breaking through to the 7th grade Ninggang realm and set aside the affairs of the 6 doors to ensure your safety. The sect originally planned to reward you with a semi-divine weapon, which will be sent by the Dou family in a few days. Successfully stopping Zhang Xiaoquan from completing the heavenly mandate ceremony, making the 6 doors lose a master, is no small achievement. The sect leader was delighted to hear this and personally added your name to the sect's Jade Book, listing you as a true disciple. The sect's Hall of Teaching and the Divine Weapon Pavilion, among others, will be open to you. True disciples from the 9 major sects are not comparable to ordinary disciples. Celebrations are held each time to announce it far and wide, which signifies status and honor. As a true disciple, the resources allocated by the sect will be delivered through special channels each month. There is a list that records the sect's enemies for the mid-tier ones. It can be overlooked for safety. The lower-tier ones, if there is a chance to kill them, the sect will offer rewards. Changsheng, you are the disciple I value the most and a true disciple of the sect, a pillar to support the sect. I hope you do not become arrogant and continue to work hard. To destroy the Great Zhou, keep striving. Finally, it's over. Dou Changsheng relaxed. He sighed. These 3 months have been truly difficult. It took more than a month to get out of bed, and the remaining month was used for recovery. Cutting the heavenly mandate sounds impressive, but it has indeed been tough for Dou Changsheng. Moreover, because he made it onto the human list, even if it's at the bottom, he has gained fame, and the hope of faking his death and escaping is slim. He couldn't help but sigh. The difficulty has once again increased. And it is still the weakest human list, completely relying on the support of Yi Wumian, who ranks 7th. Therefore, there are too many who are sharpening their knives. One morning, he became famous and the world knew. How annoying. Chapter 21, Xianyu Energy. The luster of the bronze mirror faded. The room returned to calm. At this moment, the room, which had originally formed its own world, reconnected with the outside. In the quiet room, the sounds of birds chirping and servants' footsteps began to emerge. The world seemed to step out of stillness, and everything became lively. No matter how many times he looked at it, Dou Changsheng found it astonishing. The master of the Yin Extreme Sect seemed to suggest that as long as there is a bronze mirror in the world, one can reach it without hindrance. And both sides can connect. It has been 3 months since the cutting of the heavenly mandate. During Dou Changsheng's recovery, he became a disciple of the cold-faced divine catcher Zhao Wudu and also became a disciple of a master. This has been very rewarding, truly proving the saying, no one asks under the window for 10 years, but one achievement makes one famous across the world. Being an undercover agent is dangerous, but the benefits are simply too many. The 6 doors have provided enough, but the Yin Extreme Sect has also given a lot. In the end, with great determination, he rejected such a tempting idea. Historically, how many undercover agents have ended well? Even if they return successfully, what awaits them is suspicion and estrangement, and they will no longer be trusted. Dou Changsheng's eyelids drooped, slowly closing his eyes. He had not even looked at the Yin Extreme Sect's bounty list. He was not truly acting as an undercover agent to serve the Yin Extreme Sect. As a demonic sect, many on the bounty list are righteous people. As a member of the righteous camp, how could Dou Changsheng harm loyal and good people and cause them to turn against each other? The main focus is on the 9 Netherfrost Decisions Ninggang chapter. The 9 Netherfrost Decision is a supreme skill. It is very simple to determine whether it is a supreme skill. One just needs to see if it can break through to the top 3 ranks and become a master. The 7th grade Ninggang realm is not difficult for Dou Changsheng. However, the priority is not to break through, but to further strengthen his own foundation. After mastering the Ninggang chapter, Dou Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, looking at a jade stone hidden in the sleeve of his robe. The Xianin stone, about the size of a thumb. The color is gray, resembling a pebble, and is inconspicuous, but it is the foundation of the Yin Extreme Sect's inheritance. Dou Changsheng slowly put it in his mouth and swallowed it directly. The Yin Extreme Sect granted him a Xianin stone, but it was merely to give Dou Changsheng a thought, to paint a big pie, hoping he would carry it and often comprehend the Xianin stone. After all, even painting a big pie has a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Who knows? It might succeed. With hope, there is a chance to become the sect leader of the Yin Extreme Sect. The 9 Nether Energy and the Xianin Energy are all ranked in the 20s. Although there are distinctions, there is no essential difference. To fuse and become the 16th ranked Xianyu Energy, it is necessary to have a secret method of not low grade, as well as many precious resources, combined with a mysterious ritual. Dou Changsheng has none of these, which is quite normal. This is certainly the inheritance of the sect leader's direct line. However, this time Dou Changsheng dared to swallow it directly, and he naturally had his confidence. 3 months of injury recovery has taken up most of the time since his crossing, and he has already delved deeper into the study of his golden finger. Dou Changsheng discovered a new use for his golden finger, the yin-yang unification method. This is a secret technique that Dou Changsheng personally selected from the 6 doors arsenal, merging the 2 energies into one. This concept has existed since ancient times. With so many scattered energies, the taboo energies in the top 10 have long since disappeared. Even among the top 20, there are very few. It is rare for later generations to gain them through coincidence. They are born from the fusion of 2 energies. This method is also very precious. Each of these can be regarded as a family secret, passed down orally from generation to generation only by the head of the family, without written records. The more precious and rare, the more it adheres to this unchanging principle. If they can be fused together to form a top-ranking energy, this would be the foundation for maintaining the prosperity of the family or sect. The martial arts flourish for thousands of years, with various secret techniques continuously innovating and specifically targeting certain types of energy, forming martial studies, secret arts, divine abilities, and so on. This method of yin and yang integration does not specifically target a certain type of energy, but can be broadly applied. After all, the concept of yin and yang is truly profound. Broad application represents extremely high liquidity, which is an advantage, but the shortcomings are obvious. Success rates have always been low. Not as effective as methods like the integration of fire and yang energy, which specifically targets fire energy and yang fire energy. At the entrance of the mysterious yin stone, a fishy taste appeared on the tip of the tongue, and a wave of soft yin energy began to spread. The yin and yang integration method started to operate. aiming to merge this mysterious Yin energy with the energy of the Nine Hells. Undoubtedly, continuing like this would lead to failure, as the ranks of the Nine Hells energy and the mysterious Yin energy are too high. No matter how one cultivates, the result is always failure. But there is one exception: adding points. After nearly 3 months, Dou Changsheng had already begun preparations and brought the Yin and Yang integration method to its final step. The energy used was Zhao Mingyu's wood energy. Dou Changsheng did not expect success. He was merely accumulating his practice of the Yin and Yang integration method. Others do not have attribute lists, and whether they make progress after cultivation relies entirely on feelings and guesses. Dou Changsheng could see clearly. Thus, each failure was pushing the Yin and Yang integration method forward. After 3 months of preparation, he hesitated not at all. He directly added the last remaining 1,000 cultivation points. Yin-Yang integration method, perfected. This signifies that the Yin and Yang integration method has been perfected. This means the merger of the Nine Hells energy and the mysterious Yin energy. It was impossible to succeed. This bit of cleverness was something Dou Changsheng possessed, and naturally, others had it too. One should not underestimate the wisdom of predecessors. This path was destined to be impassable, but in front of a golden finger, everything becomes possible. This kind of logic-defying, causality-overturning situation should not be questioned for its principles. Just call it the golden finger. The mysterious Yin energy was born from the Dantian. It succeeded. When the Nine Hells energy completely transformed into mysterious Yin energy, Dou Changsheng could clearly feel the power of this moment. If it had been the battle 3 months ago, he could have easily delivered a third strike without sustaining any injuries. He had already dominated the 8th grade Qi training realm, and now he took another step forward. In the same realm, he was invincible. Even against the 7th grade condensation realm, he could now defeat them, unless he encountered a Master-S disciple or a person from a major sect. However, if he activated Sword Master, he could also fight. Dou Changsheng smiled. The mysterious Yin energy was reclusive, the Nine Hells aura spread, and the mysterious Yin concealed itself. As long as he did not engage in battle or personally investigate, it was impossible to discover the mysterious Yin energy. Dou Changsheng did not intend to expose this. It would be kept as his trump card. Therefore, he currently lacked a hidden cultivation secret skill, but he already had a path. After calming his breath, Dou Changsheng stood up and went out. Chapter 22. Abundant Wealth. Zhuke Square. This is a large courtyard in the shape of a character, with 3 entrances. It is close to Zhuke Street, only about 300 meters from the Zhuke Square Constable's office. The capital gathers the wealth of the 108 continents to support a city, among which the 4 main squares, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, are the most visited. Zhao Mingyu, who looked stunningly beautiful with skin as fair as a young girl, draped in a yellow belly wrap, lazily pointed and said, "This is what the master has prepared for you." Dou Changsheng looked at this mansion. Its value was beyond description. It's priceless. And if he wanted to sell it, he could easily fetch an astronomical figure. Led by Zhao Mingyu, he walked slowly through this 3-entry house. "All right, that's it. I have things to do. Junior brother, take a good look." Zhao Mingyu briefly led Dou Changsheng around and said a few words before leaving. Dou Changsheng was left standing alone in this place. Knowing that Dou Changsheng had not settled in the capital, Zhao Wudu had generously gifted him a set of 3-entry luxury residence. If he were truly a constable of the 6 doors, Dou Changsheng would be happily heading to the Eastern Market to buy a batch of servants and maids to fill this mansion. But as an undercover agent, there were too many secrets. Dou Changsheng felt restless. His residence should be as simple as possible. Without thinking too much, he also left Tianxiang Tower. When Dou Changsheng arrived, at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, a figure in a bright red silk robe had already been waiting for a long time. Qian Xiaozhou's face broke into a smile, his plump body rolling toward Dou Changsheng like a ball. Coming before Dou Changsheng, Qian Xiaozhou kindly said, "First, Brother Changsheng, everything is ready." He leaned closer to Dou Changsheng, and only at close range did Dou Changsheng notice that Qian Xiaozhou had lipstick on his lips, causing a shudder in his heart and an instinctive urge to step back a bit. They went to the elegant room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, whether in the hall or other private rooms, they were all empty. This place had already been cleared out, and outsiders had long been removed. The elegant room had already been set with a table full of dishes, rich in color, fragrance, and flavor. Just as Qian Xiaozhou sat down, he lowered his voice, eager to say, "Brother Changsheng wants a secret cultivation technique. I know a good one. I know Brother Changsheng looks down on these common goods. I initially planned to collect one in the capital, but since I thought Brother Changsheng needed it urgently, I didn't dare to delay and made a trip to Liangzhou overnight. Liangzhou's Xian Snake Master is most famous for his unique skill, the heavenly snake breath control technique. This trip was not in vain. I successfully obtained this technique from the Xian Snake Master. Today, I will deliver it to Brother Changsheng." While speaking, Xianxiaozhou had already taken out a wooden box from his wide sleeves. The wooden box was tightly sealed, with no visible gaps, and was polished smooth. In particular, the wood was of fine quality, emanating a faint fragrance that invigorated Dou Changsheng upon smelling it, as if all fatigue had vanished. The awakening wood can dispel fatigue and invigorate the spirit. It has always been used for spirit refining. The box slowly opened, revealing red cloth made from silkworm silk, which seemed to shimmer with light. Dou Changsheng was stunned. This little fatty truly opened Dou Changsheng's eyes. Each item was worth a fortune. Any one of them could be sold for 1,000 gold. And this was just the packaging. At this moment, not to mention it being a unique skill. Even if an apple were put inside, it would be regarded as a return to the essence of an immortal fruit. Originally, he had no good feelings towards this little fatty, but now, for some reason, the little fatty's status in Dou Changsheng's heart began to rise rapidly. Game terminology, favorability 11111. Xianxiaozhou looked at the stunned Dou Changsheng and couldn't help but smile modestly, personally putting on the snow-white gloves made of heavenly silkworm silk, carefully uncovering the red cloth. What was revealed was a section of snake skin, about the size of a little finger, its color vibrant and filled with vitality, unlike any shed snake skin, as if it were still a live snake. This was left behind from the shedding of the heavenly snake. Previous observers created the heavenly snake breath control technique from it. The true meaning of martial arts. Dou Changsheng finally woke up from his stupor, but he soon fell into shock again. Ordinary martial arts inheritance, whether written or orally passed down, has similar effects. One must go from nothing to something, carefully comprehending every word. But the true meaning of martial arts is different. It allows one to comprehend the artistic conception within, making entry more difficult, and there are examples to refer to for the difficulties in cultivation. Be more specific in your description. The previous method was merely based on textual cultivation, while the true essence of martial arts includes both illustrations and text, along with relevant images that can be repeatedly viewed. The martial arts that can embody the true essence of martial arts are certainly not of low rank. This is a master's unique skill. This made Dou Changsheng hesitate. The little fatty offered too much. So much so that Dou Changsheng didn't even dare to accept it. Originally, this meeting was just to mend the relationship between both parties. After all, Dou Changsheng was involved in the destiny ceremony because of the Kaishan Pavilion. Ordinary people do not care about the Kaishan Pavilion, but as a hero on the human ranking and with a master as a teacher, the Kaishan Pavilion knows how to handle relationships and naturally wants to make amends. Dou Changsheng took advantage of this to obtain a hidden cultivation method, and the matter of the destiny ceremony could be put behind them. But like this, Xianxiaozhou seemed to see through Dou Changsheng's hesitation and directly pushed him, saying, "Brother Changsheng, there's no need to worry. As the saying goes, when one gives a gift, there must be a request. The brother is offering something so important for a reason. Recently, the capital has been turbulent, and many incidents have occurred. Our Kaishan Pavilion has also had problems, and a colleague was killed by Wan San. This matter has already been reported to the Six Doors. It has been a long time since this happened, and Wan San's case should be concluded. We need to give an explanation for this colleague. This is simple. The murderer is already known. This is not a big deal. The purpose is merely to make Dou Changsheng feel less psychological pressure due to the expensive gift." The little fatty was not very old, but was quite experienced in handling matters. By making this transition, Dou Changsheng accepted the gift without any resistance. He placed his hand on the box and nodded, saying, "Leave this matter to me. Come on, today we drink until we're drunk." Dou Changsheng glanced at the golden finger and discovered something strange. Such a good younger brother. Why hadn't he heard any prompts from friend 1? Chapter 23, Dou Chui. Night. Tianxiang Building, private room. The oil lamps and candles filled the room with light, illuminating the private room as if it were daytime. Xianxiaozhou, dressed in a bright red robe, sat by the window, extended his short hand, propped up the oiled paper window, and looked down at the street. He saw an old hunchbacked man sitting at the table, eating leftover food. The old man's face was filled with wrinkles, deep lines resembling tree bark, and his waxy yellow complexion displayed a look of sorrow. On the table lay a smoking pipe, from which smoke curled upwards. He ate voraciously, like a beggar who had never tasted oil, quickly cleaning the table of leftover dishes without any picky eating. Finally, he lifted the bowl and drank the fish soup clean, lightly licking his lips before putting down the bowl, revealing a look of satisfaction. This food tasted better than leftovers. Even though he was with Qianyi, he still enjoyed this taste. It seems that the Wuxian king has left the capital. Yao Shaoxi picked up the smoking pipe, took a deep drag, exhaled smoke, and calmly said, changing endlessly, hence the name Wuxian. The strength of Wuxian king is just SOSO. There are not many on the earth ranking who could crush him. However, Wuxian king ranks 9th on the earth ranking, the only one who stands alongside other supreme masters as a grand master. It is precisely because no one knows whether Wu Xiangqing is male or female, tall or short, and who their true identity is. Offending Wu Xiangqing means that you will never have peace again. Apart from yourself, you can no longer trust anyone else. Even your own flesh and blood. Your wife of decades, or your parents who raised you could all be Wu Xiangqing. Did you see Wu Xiangqing leave the capital? But did they really leave? Who knows? Qian Xiaozhou's expression became solemn, and he said seriously, I also don't believe Wu Xiangqing would leave the capital. This time, Yi Wumian came to the capital to complete the destiny ceremony. Although it makes sense, I still feel something is off. The Golden Wind Night Rain Building is an assassin organization, and someone like Wu Xiangqing has long extinguished familial ties and recognized no one. They are not the type to take risks for their disciples. Yao Shaoxi slowly said while smoking the pipe. There's no need to care about Wu Xiangqing. There are many things in the world that don't make sense. If we were to clarify everything, how would we continue living? The waters of the capital are deep. Let them mess around. The Great Zhou has only been established for over 200 years, and based on the previous dynasty's calculations, there is still over 200 years of national fortune left. It won't collapse. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing, Xiaojiu. Wan Renwang specifically sent someone to have you act as a middleman to ease the relationship with Dou Changsheng, hoping that Dou Changsheng would not hold a grudge against the destiny ceremony. This is going against the rules for accepting money without doing anything. Qian Xiaojiu shook his head and said, they are destined to be unable to coexist. I can see at a glance that Wan Renwang's apology will not be accepted by Brother Changsheng. Moreover, Wan Renwang is not genuinely apologetic. They have ulterior motives and plan to sow discord. Everyone knows that Wan Renwang and Zhao Wudu are at odds. It is like water and fire. But that is not the main point. The real importance is that Wan Renwang is old, while Brother Changsheng is young. Wan Renwang will only be a master in the future, while Brother Changsheng has boundless potential. For a family like ours, naturally, we favor the young over the old. Yao Shaoxi showed interest and said enthusiastically, your theory is quite novel. It's a complete reversal. It has always been to bully the young and not the old. After all, the old fellows have already grown up, holding great power and occupying important positions. Talented individuals who have not yet matured are worthless. Qian Xiaozhou smiled and explained, what Yao Yi said is true for ordinary families. They need the present. But we are different. Having one more master or one less master does not make much difference. Those old fellows will still be the same in 10 or 20 years. But young people are different. 20 years is enough for them to rise, to stand tall, and shake the world. But if there is one more grandmaster, that is different. Qian Xiaozhou's face showed a look of satisfaction as he confidently said, this time I have high hopes for Brother Changsheng. Not only because he is young and has great potential, but also because of his fierce determination to climb up at all costs. Dou Changsheng is like a wolf in human skin. No, he is a python with a single horn. Yao Shaoxi sighed. A python with a horn, that is a dragon. Qian Xiaozhou nodded vigorously. Exactly. If I were not genuinely optimistic about Dou Changsheng, why would I humble myself? I bet on Dou Changsheng becoming a grandmaster. In the future, I can't say he will dominate the court in the Great Zhou, but he will certainly be a significant figure and an important minister. Qian Xiaozhou showed respect and said solemnly, now, Brother Changsheng's name is known across the 108 continents, yet few admire him. Most think he is just lucky and happened to encounter the destiny ceremony. Many are sharpening their knives, coming to the capital to try to defeat Brother Changsheng and then rise to the human ranking. Ultimately, it still comes down to the fact that Brother Changsheng's cultivation is low. They have developed a mindset of I can do it too and want to come here to take advantage of him. They completely ignore that even if Yi Wumian lowers his realm and cannot use his own martial arts, he is still a monster ranked 7th on the human ranking. Yao Shaoxi shook the smoking pipe in his hand and rejected. Is this enough? Qian Xiaozhou somewhat agreed and said, this is just the surface. What really catches my attention is Brother Changsheng's role as the harbinger of misfortune. This is a stroke of genius, the finishing touch. If you look closely, who has died since the emergence of the harbinger of misfortune? Captain Wang, Zheng Shiming. What are their identities? What do they have in common? What is Brother Changsheng's current official position? After Yao Shaoxi spoke, he immediately showed a look of realization and looked up at Qian Xiaozhou. Qian Xiaozhou nodded vigorously. Exactly. Exceptional talent, ruthless nature, and clear goals. If Brother Changsheng does not succeed, who can? With a loud bang, the smoking pipe dropped, and Yao Shaoxi showed a look of shock. Damn, the current younger generation is too terrifying. Chapter 24. The Technique of the Celestial Serpent's Breath. Late at night, Zhuke Square. Dou Mansion. Dou Changsheng pushed open the big door and walked into the courtyard. He looked up at the night sky, gazing at the ancient stars that shimmered faintly, like lamps lighting up the night, forming a vast river of stars. His gaze moved continuously until it settled on the familiar ladle-shaped Big Dipper. Dou Changsheng was not knowledgeable in astronomy, but he only had an impression of the Big Dipper among the countless stars. The stars from his previous life were also visible in this life. He wondered if there was a connection between the two worlds. Dou Changsheng arrived at a side room, lit an oil lamp, and watched as the room gradually brightened. The room was quite empty, lacking daily necessities, but it was rather clean. Dou Changsheng approached the wooden bed, sat cross-legged, and raised his 5 hearts towards the sky. He took out a wooden box hidden in his sleeve, slowly opened it, lifted the red cloth, and looked at a section of the celestial serpent's skin. Dou Changsheng's eyelids drooped, and he slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Then gently immersed himself into the celestial serpent's skin. The effect of the awakening wood was quite good, perfectly suited to assist in comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. His mind emptied, as if falling from a great height. Suddenly, his vision brightened, and as Dou Changsheng fell, it seemed he saw a serpent body as large as the world itself. The end was completely invisible, as his vision was filled with beautifully patterned scales. The patterns were ancient and weathered, possessing a beauty that was hard to describe in words, as if all the beauty of the world had evolved from it. In the next moment, Dou Changsheng landed. A sharp pain shot through him, as if someone had struck his head fiercely with a thick wooden stick. The piercing pain made Dou Changsheng involuntarily cry out. His eyes opened wide, and he covered his head with his hands, his face twisted in agony, rolling repeatedly on the wooden bed. In his pain, Dou Changsheng suddenly reacted, extending a trembling hand to grasp the wooden box on the bed. He held the awakening wood against his forehead, and the pain lessened significantly. What kind of martial arts true meaning was this? This was completely a glimpse into the shadow of the celestial serpent. The celestial serpent was an ancient alien species, and such a thing was not of low grade. It was born powerful, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards even in its youth. By adulthood, it would not be weaker than a third-grade martial arts master. That celestial serpent, having grown to a size like the world, had a rank so high that the 2 tails of oil in Dou Changsheng's belly were simply insufficient to describe it. A quarter of an hour later, the pain had subsided, and Dou Changsheng sat cross-legged once more. He looked at the box, and the celestial serpent's skin inside seemed to have been burned by flames. Reduced to ashes, Dou Changsheng carefully wrapped it in the red cloth, and then closed the box. This thing was of considerable grade and might be useful in the future. Although it was too profound, just having seen it was lonely, but it was painful nonetheless, and the effect was still there. Celestial Serpent's Breath Technique. Minor Achievement Cultivation Value, 040000. Dou Changsheng's gaze swept over it. The next moment, he realized and looked again. This time he counted carefully. It was 40,000, not 4,000, a total of 4 zeros. So ruthless. Killing a Wong head only gave 500 cultivation points, which is equivalent to 80 Wong heads. A regular minor constable would require 200. Wait a minute, even so, that doesn't seem too much. If one were to be ruthless and carry out a massacre, astonishing numbers could be racked up. But that was just an ideal, as there was a prerequisite of having friends. The Celestial Serpent's Breath technique was divided into 3 realms. The first realm was concealment, the second was concealment of the heavenly secrets, and the third was without a trace. After achieving the first realm, one could conceal their cultivation, gather their breath, and hide their tracks. After reaching the second realm, effects such as bloodline locking, technique deduction, and Miaojiang curses would generally become ineffective. The highest third realm was said to be without a trace, completely empty, as if under the heavenly Tao, there was no longer this person. Fate, name, bloodline, everything would leave no trace. However, currently, Dou Changsheng only had the first realm of concealment, and the remaining 2 realms were only briefly described. It was evident that if the latter 2 realms were all true, this Celestial Serpent's Breath technique was definitely not just a secret technique, but a form of divine demonic martial arts. The Kaishan Pavilion was wealthy and powerful, and it wouldn't simply gift a divine demonic martial art. The minor achievement of concealment was already sufficient to obscure the aura of mystery. Those below master level would be unable to discern it. Thus, now that he had broken through to the 7th grade condensed chi realm, as long as he didn't show off in front of a master, it would be difficult for them to see through his true nature. After acquiring the Celestial Serpent's Breath technique, Dou Changsheng no longer had any worries. After resting for an hour, he directly began to choose his breakthrough. Breaking through from the 8th grade Qi training realm to the 7th grade condensed Qi realm was also an important checkpoint, transforming Qi into condensed Qi. For ordinary people, it would take an immense effort to break through, but for Dou Changsheng, it was merely a thought, something he could accomplish in a breath. Dou Changsheng practiced rigorously in winter and summer, laying a solid foundation. The transformation of the mysterious aura into condensed Qi was a natural process. Time passed little by little, and a night quickly slipped by. The eastern horizon began to brighten, and the sun rose, radiating brilliance. Through Dou Changsheng's hard work, The mysterious aura was entirely transformed into condensed qi. He entered the 7th grade condensed qi realm. Initially in the 7th grade condensed qi realm, Dou Changsheng had already stabilized himself, which translated to a minor achievement in cultivation. The division of martial arts into 9 grades means that he was in the mid-stage of the 7th grade condensed qi realm. The next step was to produce evil qi from condensed qi, transforming it into the power of condensed evil qi, which was the later stage, from which he could attempt to break through. Now that Dou Changsheng's strength had increased, he had begun to hide his talents. He planned to manage his image. To outsiders, he was in the 8th grade qi training realm, but in reality, he was in the 7th grade condensed qi realm. After seeing through the first layer, they would think he was the 27th ranked mysterious aura, but in fact, he was the 17th ranked mysterious aura. In the early morning, after getting up, Dou Changsheng felt invigorated. The effect of the awakening wood was extraordinary. It reduced sleep time while maintaining sleep quality, which would increase activity time and effectively add to his lifespan. Although the matters of the 10,003 were merely procedural and not too troublesome, Dou Changsheng still planned to handle them early. After arriving at the constable's office in Zhuke Square, Dou Changsheng discovered that many martial artists were gathering outside the constable's office. Upon seeing Dou Changsheng, their eyes turned red. As if they had seen an unparalleled beauty, they surged forward like a wave. Jiangzhou Dongfang is here. Dou Changsheng dares to fight. Shuzhou, Kai Prefecture, Fang County. A cacophony of voices erupted, sounding like buzzing flies. A pair of red eyes. So frantic. Chapter 25, The Heavenly Secret Tower. The crowd was bustling. In less than a dozen breaths, many people wandering the streets had begun to gather. In a short time, they had surrounded Dou Changsheng tightly. Dou Changsheng's gaze shifted as he saw pairs of eager eyes. In their eyes, Dou Changsheng was like the meat of Tang Sung. Just a taste could greatly enhance their fame, leading to rising status and wealth pouring in. This was akin to Dou Changsheng stepping on Yi Wumian's rise to power. Before the destiny ceremony, who knew Dou Changsheng? In the divine capital, he was merely a small constable, not to mention the 3 luxurious mansions in Zhuke Square. Dou Changsheng couldn't even afford a tiny dwelling. But now, riding the spring wind, galloping swiftly, viewing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Others could also rise to power like Dou Changsheng. Everyone wanted to step on Dou Changsheng to succeed, even if they couldn't maintain their position on the list. Just a fleeting moment could still make their name known across the 108 continents. The noisy voices continued to rise. Soon, nearby, arguments began to break out. There was only one piece of Dou Seng's meat, but so many wolves had come. There was only enough for one person to eat. Whoever eats first will significantly diminish the effect of those who come after. The Tiangong Tower's updates to the human ranking have always been once a month. Now, the 108th place has remained unchanged since March, awaiting Dou Changsheng's official appearance for a battle. Will he defend his ranking, or will he be knocked off the human ranking? This is something to look forward to. Silence. A sharp reprimand rang out. The chief constable's expression was solemn, and the qilin on his qilin robe emitted a faint sheen, as if it were a living creature about to leap out from the garment. If you wish to challenge, you may post a notice and negotiate a time and place. This is the 6 Gates territory. No idle persons should linger here. Everyone must disperse immediately, or they will all be arrested and thrown into the heavenly prison. The chief constable's voice was stern, but the effect was not good. Many martial artists did not retreat. The opportunity to gain fame and fortune was right in front of them. If they retreated and missed this chance, would they not regret it for life? Those who could come were all bloodied warriors. How could they be frightened away by a few threats? Clang. The chief constable's long knife at his waist had suddenly been drawn. The blade reflected a cold light under the sun. Do not anger, a gentle voice rang out. A man wearing a round hat and a short shirt, with a goatee, had jogged up to the front. His chest garment was embroidered with silver circles, and a golden character for heaven was stitched in the middle. He looked somewhat comical, but everyone automatically made way for him, especially the martial artists, whose eyes turned even redder. It's you, troublemaker. The headquarters is too quiet. Where's the fun in that? Whether it's spirits or the true dragon about to soar to the heavens, the capital will never lack for them. You finish singing, and I'll take the stage. 50 years ago in the capital, it was Chao Xiaoyang. 50 years later, it is Wang Changong. The Great Zhou 6 departments have changed from the Eastern Bureau to the 6 Gates. For the next 50 years, I am optimistic about Zhuge. Is the God General's mansion part of the Great Zhou 6 departments? The chief constable's expression turned cold, and a chilling voice emerged. The changes in the 6 departments are matters for the sage. Speak, what do you want to do today? Tian Tong adjusted his small round hat, straightened his clothing, and smilingly said, Our Tiangong Tower establishes the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man. The number of people on the human ranking corresponds to the 108 continents of the world, with each continent having no fewer than millions. Only one person can ascend the ranking. Therefore, Anyone who can make it onto the ranking is undoubtedly a talent of the world, with no shortage of genius, roots, and fortuitous encounters. Such extraordinary talents, we at Tiangong Tower will freely announce to the 108 continents. Those on the ranking will have fame, status, wealth, and beautiful women all at their fingertips. Naturally, those who gain benefits must also bear their responsibilities. Unless in special circumstances, they cannot refuse challenges. If Dou Changsheng ascends the human ranking and is severely injured, our Tiangong Tower will naturally grant him time to recover. All battles pursue fairness and justice. Now that Dou Changsheng's injuries have healed, challenges will naturally follow. This is to be expected. However, this chaotic situation is not what we at Tiangong Tower wish to see. So I have come to help Dou Changsheng out of this predicament. Tian Tong stroked his goatee, looked kindly at Dou Changsheng, and turned his gaze toward the many martial artists, slowly speaking. Challenging the human ranking is the quickest way. If it were just 1 or 2 people, that would be fine. They could agree on a time to battle. But there are too many challengers now, so I must intervene. For the fairness of the human ranking, I ask everyone to first register at Tiangong Tower. The challengers must compete to determine the victor before scheduling a battle with Dou Changsheng. This will prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation and ensure that no one gains an upper hand. Is that acceptable? This is good for Dou Changsheng. Otherwise, with too many challengers, even if Dou Changsheng does not see them as opponents, the chaos would still affect his life. By having Tiangong Tower screen them first, most people would be eliminated, leaving only a few challengers, allowing him to choose the time and place at his leisure. After gaining Dou Changsheng's consent, Tian Tong looked at the martial artists, no longer inquiring but rather issuing commands, pointing into the distance and saying, "Everyone, please go to Tiangong Tower to complete your registration." A group of people came quickly and left just as fast. Although many were unwilling and could not take advantage of the chaos, their arms could not twist the thigh. Tian Tong stood beside Dou Changsheng, took out a token from his bosom, which had a light green border and was entirely a pale yellow, interwoven like pure glass. This was a beautifully crafted token made from jade. This is the human ranking token, the latest product launched by Tiangong Tower. With this token, one can purchase information at Tiangong Tower with a 10% discount. Recently, we have provided even greater discounts for premium customers. In the future, if you want to purchase divine weapons, techniques, or appraised treasures, there is no need to consider that bunch of fools at the Kaishan Pavilion. What do they know besides having money? Where can you find the thoughtfulness of our Tiangong Tower? Be careful. Recently, Yi Wumian's destiny ceremony failed, and his strength has greatly declined. He has to hide and recuperate, and does not dare to show his face. However, there is another family involved in the destiny ceremony, and they are quite angry. Your chief constable here is a bit off. An open blade is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. The knife that comes from behind is the sharpest. Chapter 26. The world misunderstands me too deeply. A warm breeze gently blew. The black goatee slowly swayed. Tian Tong smiled as he watched Dou Changsheng walk into the constable's room, then slowly approached Chief Constable Zhang, lowering his voice to say, "How is it?" Seeing the once inconsequential and indifferent little constable now flourishing in spring and taking the place of little Constable Zhang to become the head constable of Class A. What does Chief Constable Zhang think? Chief Constable Zhang glanced expressionlessly at Tian Tong, snorted coldly, and directly strode away. This is the behavior of Tiangong Tower. They fear the world is not chaotic, and everywhere they incite trouble. They are a bunch of scoundrels who insert themselves into any gap. They wish for explosive news to spread throughout the world, thereby attracting everyone's attention. They lavishly published the Tiangong report. Tian Tong's smile remained unchanged, and as he watched Chief Constable Zhang disappear, his smile grew even brighter. Another candidate for the next issue's theme had been added. The broom star once again showed its power, destroying families. The extraordinary talent met a tragic end, and the perpetrator turned out to be one of their own. Lightly shaking a goose feather fan in his hand, Tian Tong left slowly. Martial artists were caught up in ambition and fame. Tiangong Tower was no different. There was no way around it. Without a hot topic, they could only create one themselves. In a shadow, Dou Changsheng watched Tian Tong's departing figure. Dou Changsheng knew that this person had discovered him, but had shown no signs of concealment. Suddenly, Dou Changsheng felt a sense of enlightenment that the Great Zhou was about to collapse. The Kaishan Pavilion was as rich as a nation, with banks spread across the 108 continents, and the Treasure Pavilion gathered the world's rare treasures and profound techniques. Tiangong Tower dominated public opinion, with the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man summarizing martial artists worldwide, and the Tiangong report gathering news from the 108 continents, allowing people to understand major events without leaving their homes. For a nation, these are incredibly important institutions. The Great Zhou did not lack similar organizations. It was just that the leading positions in every industry were occupied by Tiangong Tower and the Kaishan Pavilion. The power of sects is difficult to control. Dou Changsheng suddenly had a realization. This is a unique structure of the extraordinary world, balancing collective power and individual strength. A person can rival a nation. This is not mere talk. Anyone on the human ranking has the power to change the world. Each name on the human ranking is a terrestrial immortal, a god or demon of the world. This is a matter of national importance, not something a small undercover agent can consider. The two exchanged glances, and Dou Changsheng took the initiative to step forward and bow. Chief Constable. Zheng Chuanqiu looked at the handsome Dou Changsheng, nodded slightly, and said, I was just looking for you. Wan San was captured by you. Something has happened now. Wan San has already been imprisoned in Tianyu. What else could happen? Dou Changsheng felt puzzled. What kind of place is Tianyu? It is a prison specifically established by the Six Doors, renowned alongside the infamous Jinling Weizhou prison. That place is considered a crucial stronghold of the Six Doors, housing countless thieves, including many martial arts experts. Legend has it that it has formed its own world. And since the establishment of Tianyu, no one has ever escaped. Wan San, not to mention being at the 8th rank of Qi training. Even a 3rd rank of Dharma manifestation would find it impossible to break out. Although Wan San was captured, he must undergo trial and sentencing before being sent to Tianyu. The process is not yet complete, so Wan San has not been sent to Tianyu. He is merely held at the foot of the Sin Mountain. However, today during the inspection, Wan San has disappeared. Dou Changsheng frowned. The task entrusted by Xianxiaaudio was supposed to be a simple one, but it now seems to hold deeper mysteries. Was it a coincidence, or did Xianxiaaudio have another purpose? Zheng Chuanqiu's calm voice continued. Wan San was captured by our Zhu Fang's constables, and now that Wan San has disappeared, it has been reported to our Zhu Fang. This matter is serious. Tianyu is located at the Sin Mountain, and all exits and entrances to the Sin Mountain have been sealed. Even at the foot of the mountain, it is still not true Tianyu, but it has already angered the higher-ups. If it cannot be investigated, there will be hidden dangers in Tianyu. If some prisoners escape, the resulting slaughter would be unimaginable, significantly damaging the prestige of the Six Doors. The Divine Marquis's mansion is watching closely, intent on suppressing the Six Doors to become the Lu Si of the Great Zhou. Such an important matter, why isn't the headquarters investigating personally? Even if the Divine Constable takes action, wouldn't it require one of the top 10 famous constables? Dou Changsheng was taken aback, then realized he had overthought it. The head constable's words were accurate, but clearly exaggerated the threat level. Corruption among village officials. Put another way, is bureaucratic corruption. The country is in peril. Is it serious? Extremely serious, enough to concern the survival of the country. The head constable's rhetoric elevated the task significantly. Moreover, after reporting, if it truly involves Tianyu, it would be a significant achievement. If investigated clearly, it would be an incident in Tianyu, and if unclear, it would be an incident at the periphery of the Sin Mountain. Gain great merit, receive minor penalties. Dou Changsheng stepped out, took the reins from the horseman, and looked at the 3 constables coming out one after another. Sir, after a brief introduction, Dou Changsheng learned that the oldest was named Zhou Li, 7th rank of Qi condensation, while the other 2 were named Li Fang and Wang Chong, both at the 8th rank of Qi training. Initially, they misjudged Wan San and sent out ordinary constable teams. If they had been responsible for serious cases, Wan San would have had no chance to act violently. Dou Changsheng chatted casually with the 3 while waiting, and after a while, when no one came forward, he proactively asked, where are the other constables from Class A? Currently, there are only the 3 of us in Class A. Dou Changsheng was quite surprised and couldn't believe it. Class A is the most elite squad, always selected from the best, fully staffed. How could there only be 3 left? Li Fang and Wang Chong showed difficulty and hesitated to speak, while Zhou Li, having little reservation, spoke straightforwardly. Given this situation, I believe the sir already has some understanding. The 3 of us have no power, no influence, and no money. We have no ability to transfer out of Class A. But these 2 are still young, so I asked the sir to be lenient. I am old. It's enough for me to accompany you, sir. Damn it. What else with that fearless attitude? What's going on? The world misunderstands me too deeply. Chapter 27. Why force me to use my true abilities? The capital city is strategically rugged, surrounded by 9 mountains and 5 rivers. 9 peaks, like 9 towering giants, stand guard around the capital, ensuring its safety. Sin Mountain is one of these 9 mountains. On the wide dirt road, fine horses gallop freely. Dou Changsheng's iron-gray face gradually returned to normal with the passage of time. It wasn't that Dou Changsheng had come to terms with it. He had to accept a cruel reality. In today's world, those who rise to power tread on others, while others fearfully keep their distance. However, fortunately, it hasn't reached a point where people detest him. Such superstitious, mystical matters are not believed by everyone. After a long while, the 2 horses, one in front and one behind, brought Dou Changsheng and Zhou Li to the front of Sin Mountain, looking up at the towering peak, surrounded by white clouds. Majestic and grand, it resembled a sharp sword piercing the heavens. The mountain's grandeur radiated a fierce energy capable of tearing the heavens apart. Dismounting, Zhou Li took the reins and sighed. In the past, Emperor Taizu wanted to establish the capital here. Chancellor Sima Fengyi opposed, claiming the land was too flat to be a capital. General Chen Wudao ventured alone into the northern grasslands, carrying mountains and moons, seizing the Hu people's sacred mountain, Gulan Mountain, and returning to stand outside the capital. The Hu people forged weapons from Gulan Mountain. This mountain, stained with the blood of the Xinzhou, was named Sin Mountain. Such historical deeds sound like myths, leaving Dou Changsheng fascinated. This is the allure of extraordinary power. After observing the majestic Sin Mountain for a while, Dou Changsheng led Zhou Li to a checkpoint at the foot of the mountain resembling a fortress. This place is at the foot of Sin Mountain, not truly Tianyu. The prisoners held here are all below the 3rd rank. If they are of the 3rd rank or higher, they will be immediately sent to Tianyu. Zhou Li, over 40 years old, had spent most of his life in the 6 doors and was well informed about various news, personally introducing it to Dou Changsheng. Please wait a moment. Sir, I've been here several times, so it will be easier to hand over. After receiving Dou Changsheng's approval, Zhou Li left alone. Shortly after, a constable dressed in black appeared with Zhou Li, and upon seeing Dou Changsheng, slightly cupped his hands and said, "Sir, this is Constable Zhao, responsible for the Wansen case. Please follow me." Guided by Constable Zhao, Dou Changsheng entered the checkpoint, where he could distinctly sense a feeling of being watched as soon as he stepped in. He knew he had been targeted, his energy had been locked on, and any rash movements would surely result in a thunderous strike. On both sides of the wide road, a burly man with thick hair and beard lay sprawled on the blue stone ground, with chains as thick as arms around his wrists and ankles. The man reached for pickled meat and ate heartily. The sound of heavy chains clanking together rang out with each of his movements. The most notable feature of those heavy chains was the fine, snake-like patterns that formed a complex design, occasionally shimmering with light, then slowly dissipating under the sunlight. All of these were martial artists of the 3rd rank. Although they had committed serious offenses, they were not considered heinous crimes, and once imprisoned for life, they basically would not get out. For such martial artists, the 6 doors would also give them opportunities, acting as guards. Although they cannot leave, they enjoy good food and drink and live quite well. Those who could reach the foot of the mountain had generally passed 10 to 20 years of trials and were mostly trustworthy. As if sensing the newcomers, they all fixed their fierce gazes on Dou Changsheng, their eyes revealing unmasked malice, and a murderous aura enveloped them, enough to frighten an ordinary person to death. After decades of imprisonment, these individuals had all become mentally unstable. The Sir has arrived. It wasn't long before they arrived at a prison cell. This prison was constructed very solidly, entirely made of thick square steel stones. This type of stone is as hard as iron, and even a few feet away, it would be impossible to break through with physical strength. Dou Changsheng stood at the prison door, scanning the surroundings before making a judgment. Moreover, there were no signs of damage in the prison. This case was quite challenging. Constable Zhao spoke plainly. Wansan's arrival is quite coincidental. The prison for the 8th grade Qi training realm was recently emptied of its prisoners and sent to Tianyu, leaving only Wansan here. After discovering Wansan was missing, we immediately sealed off the scene. We checked the timeline. Wansan was here 5 hours ago, but when we checked 5 hours later, he had vanished. After finishing, Constable Zhao stepped back into the shadows, silently waiting. Zhou Li also did not enter the cell, standing outside and peering through the gap to observe the interior. There wasn't much to see inside the cell. The bluestone paved floor was spotless. There was a wooden bucket and a simple wooden bed without a mattress. Dou Changsheng found himself at a loss. At this moment, he realized something. Despite having relevant memories, they were all from his original self's training in the 6 doors. He had been with the 6 doors for 10 years and officially became a constable at 17. Over the years, he not only practiced martial arts, but also learned how to investigate cases, etc. In terms of professional knowledge, he was not lacking. Yet Dou Changsheng was just a small constable, with no glorious history of cracking major cases. The cruel reality was that he had just joined the criminal police team and had already become the leader of the major case team. It would be strange not to be dazed when encountering a serious case. Zhou Li, go check it out. Okay. Zhou Li carefully pushed open the cell door and stepped inside, meticulously inspecting every inch of the floor. Dou Changsheng also entered the cell and began to search carefully, hoping to find clues. After a long time, Dou Changsheng gave up. He had to admit that his abilities were limited. In such a small cell, he had already examined it several times. Wansan had been forcibly drugged, was powerless, and was shackled with foot and hand chains. Such a person couldn't possibly break out of the cell, yet he had vanished as if he had evaporated. This was a case of disappearance in a sealed room. But what to do next? Dou Changsheng looked expectantly at Zhou Li, hoping this subordinate would be like the talented detectives depicted in novels, an undiscovered gem who would become his right-hand man and help him strive for promotions and salary increases. Unfortunately, he was ultimately disappointed. This was just an ordinary old constable. He wanted to investigate the case earnestly, but heaven did not give him the chance. There was no way out. He could only rely on his true abilities. Master? Where are you? Little Doozy needs you. Chapter 28. Chief Constable, Dou Changsheng, you are framing me. The door was tightly closed. Dou Changsheng stepped in a specific rhythm and then bowed 3 times to the copper mirror. Watching the faint glow emerge from the copper mirror, an invisible wave spread out, turning the area within 1 meter of the mirror into a silent domain. He had already become disconnected from the outside world. The sounds disappeared from his ears, and everything seemed to have frozen. What is it? A voice came from the copper mirror. Dou Changsheng briefly described Wansan's situation. This time, he proactively conveyed information to the Yin Ji Sect, not because he was afraid of hindering the investigation. His identity and status had changed. Dou Changsheng only needed to keep getting stronger, and whether or not he could investigate the case was not that significant. Just like actors in his previous life. As long as they were handsome, it was enough. Acting skills? What is that? Can it be eaten? What truly concerned Dou Changsheng was that Wansan's matter was related to the Kaishan Pavilion. Qian Xiaozhou's intentions were not pure. He had not added him as a friend until now, which made Dou Changsheng feel uneasy. If he wasn't even a friend, could Xianxiadrama be trusted? In the sealed room, Wansan mysteriously disappeared, leaving only burnt ashes. The mysterious master muttered a few words, reorganized his speech, and then slowly spoke. You've asked the right person about this matter. Does the Tianji Pavilion and Xianxiaaudiobooks know about it? The first disciple of the Tianji old man, former master of the Tianji Tower, later, for some unknown reason, defected from the Tianji Tower and established the Tianji Pavilion. However, the Tianji Pavilion was once extremely prominent 30 years ago, but under the siege of the Tianji Tower, it has long since faded from public view. What does this have to do with them? The mysterious master smiled and gently said, the Tianji Pavilion has been hiding in the shadows all these years. They also need to make a living. To grow and expand, they cannot do without money. Xianxiaaudiobooks, being from the Tianji Tower, is very familiar with it. And now he has started a business that promotes rankings, and it's thriving. I suppose Wansan is an order placed by a certain client, managed by the Tianji Pavilion, to create a genius to rank on the list and occupy a good position, which would then be handed over to the real Wansan. The Tianji Paperman, which is created by the Tianji Pavilion, can mimic a living person, indistinguishable from the real thing, and even if something happens, it automatically burns and disappears. This time, leaving ashes behind indicates that Wansan's backer was unwilling to spend money and used the lowest grade Tianji Paperman too excessive. Dou Changsheng's first thought upon receiving this information was that both humans and ghosts were showing off. But that was normal. Promoting rankings and falsifying information, in this regard, the ancestors were indeed gifted. The demigod soldier would arrive in the capital tomorrow, and after obtaining it, he would accept the duel. The helmsman of the Tianji Tower, Tiantong, was always known for causing chaos everywhere, inciting and provoking. He was untrustworthy, but could not be completely dismissed either. This person was praised as a rising star of the Tianji Tower, responsible for the capital, and he had real skills. He was indeed a troublemaker and the source of disasters. He would eventually meet a tragic end, so it was better to avoid contact with him. Of course, if there were other options, you could choose to do so. Your master supports you. Thank you, master. After chatting a bit more, Dou Changsheng watched the copper mirror gradually dim, feeling reassured. While he couldn't investigate the case himself, with clues in hand, he could leverage the power of the Yin Ji Sect. However, his status was different now. As a true disciple, if it had been at the beginning, he would have already been reprimanded by this mysterious master whose name he did not know. Involving the Tianji Pavilion, Dou Changsheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to directly expose it. Firstly, it wasn't worth it, and he also didn't want to take credit. Dou Changsheng planned to follow the mysterious master's advice, so he wasn't in a hurry. After going back and forth to the Sin Mountain, it was already noon. After having lunch, Dou Changsheng then headed to the constable's office at Zhuke Fong. Upon arriving at the constable's office, Dou Changsheng had already thought of his justification. First, he would hand over the clues, then investigate for a few days, and finally declare that he was powerless. He didn't want to engage in case solving and capturing criminals. Being passive and improving his own strength was the survival rule of an undercover agent. After meeting Zhou Li, they reported their tasks together. Chief Constable Zheng was working, and the door was half open, clearly visible from outside. After receiving Chief Constable Zheng's approval, Dou Changsheng entered the room. Chief Constable Zheng was seated behind the desk, looking up at Dou Changsheng before lowering his gaze to the document in his hand, asking, "How's it going with Wansan?" Have you found any clues? Dou Changsheng took out the collected clues from his pocket, stepped forward to place them on the table, and then stepped back, saying, "My lord, this is the clue I found. It's the nearly burnt-out ashes. The ashes are quite sparse, remaining in the corner. If it had been anywhere else, it might have been overlooked, but at the foot of Sin Mountain, it was evidently different. The cell was very clean." Chief Constable Zheng set down the document in his hand, looked intently at Dou Changsheng. "There really are clues." He reached out to pick it up and slowly opened it. Seeing the small amount of remaining ashes, he cautiously brought it to his nose and took a gentle sniff. His expression relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying, "This scent is special. It's clearly not an ordinary item. Is that all? Good." Chief Constable Zheng put away the item, slowly stood up, left the room, and gradually walked away from the constable's office. Dou Changsheng glanced at Zhou Li, and the two exchanged looks. The head constable's behavior was a bit strange, but it wasn't a big deal. Upon arriving at the office of the first squad, Dou Changsheng placed the long knife from his waist onto the table, sat down, and brewed a pot of tea, planning to kill time. He wasn't idle. His mind was repeatedly analyzing the 9 Nether Cold Frost decision, condensation of the gang. Just as Dou Changsheng intended to inquire about what had happened, an angry shout rang out. "Dou Changsheng, come out." Dou Changsheng had just gotten up when a figure rushed in from the doorway. The furious individual confronted Dou Changsheng, saying, "Why did you frame me?" Chapter 29, Head Constable. Admit your guilt. In the evening, as the sun set, the eaves and corners of the buildings, with their glazed tiles, were bathed in a golden hue under the sunset. Outside a room with an open door stood Head Constable Zheng, dressed in a Qilin robe, a long knife hanging at his waist, and a traditional official hat made of iron wire framed with black gauze, a standard black gauze hat. His usual demeanor was serious, exuding authority without anger, instilling fear in people's hearts. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, resembling copper bells, seemingly spewing flames, with an extreme look of anger. As volatile as a mad bull, his tall figure charged in like a crazed bull, an overwhelming momentum crashing forward. His voice boomed, echoing in all directions, "You framed me?" In a fit of rage, Head Constable Zheng did not wait for Dou Changsheng to speak. His large hand shot out, and a sudden wave of energy erupted with a roaring sound. The tables and chairs inside the room were the first to be affected, flying into the air and crashing against the wall, the fierce force causing them to shatter into splinters, with chips and debris flying everywhere. The wave of energy swept through, creating a barrier of energy between Dou Changsheng and Head Constable Zheng, coalescing like ripples on a lake. Dou Changsheng remained as steady as a mountain, watching as he slowly extended his slender fingers to grasp Head Constable Zheng's wrist, halting his attack. An unhappy voice sounded. "I agreed to come and confront you, Head Constable Zheng, but I did not agree to be attacked." The newcomer was in his 30s, with a pale face and a tall, slender figure, dressed in a black robe embroidered with an inked qilin, with 2 knives of different lengths hanging at his waist. Dou Changsheng recognized this attire as the unique official uniform of Tianyu. The opponent's clothing, adorned with an inked qilin, indicated he was also a qilin robe wearer, of the same rank as Head Constable Zheng, a Xinyu constable. Looking to the side, he could see Constable Zhao, whom he had met in the morning. Zhao's cold gaze had already settled on Dou Changsheng, and with a forced smile, he said, "The parties involved are all here. Let's speak candidly. Where did the clues and evidence obtained from the prison go today?" Zhao, from the prison, was quite perceptive. He had somehow brought over a Grand Master's chair, allowing himself to sit down with an imposing demeanor. Seeing this, Head Constable Zheng forcibly suppressed his anger, his expression darkening as he coldly said, "Fong Liu, this is not the prison. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. The case has been assigned from above and is to be overseen by our Zhuke constables. You and the prison are only assisting. There is no joint oversight." Fong Liu's narrow gaze was as cold as a snake, fixated on Head Constable Zheng, suddenly bursting into laughter. The laugh was peculiar, seemingly filled with a power that sent chills down one's spine. "The matter at hand is not who is handling the case, but where the clues and evidence have gone. The items were taken by your Zhuke Fong. We in the prison have the right to know. Don't tell me the evidence is lost." Head Constable Zheng gritted his silver teeth, emitting a sound of frustration, wishing he could stab Fong Liu right there and then and devour him. His gaze shifted to Dou Changsheng, who appeared innocent and clueless. Hatred seeped from his eyes, and his large fingers were already pressing against his waist, gripping the hilt of his knife. While he could restrain himself in front of Fong Liu, he found it impossible to tolerate Dou Changsheng, who was pretending to be innocent like a little rabbit. What kind of person is this? There is no one more shameless in the world. This is pure nonsense. A complete frame-up. Breathing heavily, blood vessels in his eyes, he looked at Dou Changsheng with a gaze filled with hatred. Not only was there a new grudge, but there was also an old one. If it weren't for Dou Changsheng, His son would have sought a good relationship and wouldn't have ended up dying at the hands of Yi Wumian. Moreover, Dou Changsheng clearly had the ability to act sooner. He chose to ignore it, only stepping out to confront Yi Wumian after the situation had fermented for a day and many had died. Head Constable Zheng understood that this approach was to maximize benefits, akin to the three brothers of Bien Quebec. The eldest brother treats illnesses before they manifest. So people generally do not know he can eliminate the cause beforehand, hence his fame is not widespread. The middle brother treats illnesses at their onset. So people think he can only treat minor ailments, limiting his fame to the locality. I, however, treat severe illnesses, using needles to bleed and applying medicine to the skin, leading everyone to believe my medical skills are the highest, thus my fame spreads across the world. But if he had acted at the Fortune God conference, his son could have survived. Dou Changsheng stared at Head Constable Zheng, who seemed to want to kill him and grind him into ashes. In just a few hours of not seeing each other, Zheng's hatred for him had reached such an extent. This left Dou Changsheng somewhat perplexed. He looked at Zhou Li, who also recognized Dou Changsheng's confusion and leaned closer to him, whispering a few words. It turned out that the chaos earlier was due to Fong Liu from the prison coming to inquire about the situation. Zhou Li, knowing the ins and outs of the matter, was directly taken away by Fong Liu to find Head Constable Zheng. Everything was normal until it reached Head Constable Zheng, who bit back and claimed he hadn't been to the constable's office in the afternoon. At this point, a discrepancy arose. The accounts did not match up. Dou Changsheng had Zhou Li as a witness that he saw Head Constable Zheng at the constable's office in the afternoon, while Head Constable Zheng had numerous servants as witnesses claiming he had never left the mansion in the afternoon. It was a classic case of the public has their reasons, and the private has theirs, but the most critical issue was that the evidence was missing. After a moment's thought, Dou Changsheng roughly understood the reason behind it. It was the work of Tianji Pavilion. Dou Changsheng hesitated whether to reveal the matter regarding Tianji Pavilion. This was not a small issue. If mishandled, it could lead to significant trouble. What was more important, the truth or his own safety? While Dou Changsheng was contemplating, Zhou Li had already grown impatient. How could he tolerate being framed like this? If he hadn't seen Head Constable Zheng, wouldn't the evidence have been lost in his hands? Therefore, Zhou Li bluntly said, I remember now, when Head Constable Zheng left the constable's office, it was at the first watch of the hour. There were many people in the courtyard. If we ask them one by one, we can surely find numerous witnesses. Head Constable, you should admit your guilt. Chapter 30. Lord Dou is too kind. The loss of evidence is not a big deal. Why should the head constable resist? It's just a fine. But the head constable is different. He is a Xianyu constable, the head constable in charge of Zhuke Fong, and a mid-tier martial arts powerhouse. A loss of a mere 1,000 taels is not significant, considering that a mere 8-tier practitioner like Wan San is just in the qi refining realm. Zhou Li took a furtive glance at Fong Liu, who was sitting in the Grand Master's chair. Even though there was this specific targeting, the head constable and Fong Liu were of the same rank, both Xianyu constables, and they belonged to different departments within the 6 doors. At most, they would end up looking embarrassed. Don't say any more. The one who spoke was not Head Constable Zheng, but Dou Changsheng. After a fierce internal struggle, Dou Changsheng's kind nature began to prevail as he scanned his surroundings. Zhou Li dismissed the others, and it was clear to Dou Changsheng that Fong Liu's expression was mocking, as if he were watching a grand performance. From Fong Liu's attitude and actions, even an outsider like Dou Changsheng could see that Fong Liu and the chief constable had a conflict, which had arisen before this incident. Once the onlookers were sent away without resistance, only Dou Changsheng, the chief constable, and Fong Liu remained. Fong Liu's mocking expression intensified, and his attitude was evident. He was not here for the case, but to provoke the chief constable Zheng. Facing the chief constable Zheng's hateful gaze, Dou Changsheng spoke in a deep voice. This matter is unusual. This afternoon, Zhou Li and I met Chief Constable Zheng in the constable's office. Chief Constable Zheng immediately retorted. It's a lie. Dou Changsheng replied. Please let me finish, Chief Constable Zheng. He reorganized his words and continued. We met Chief Constable Zheng in the constable's office. But Chief Constable Zheng had not left home. Both sides have evidence for this. This is where the contradiction lies. There seem to be 2 Chief Constable Zhengs, which is why it is thought that Chief Constable Zheng is lying. However, this can be investigated and found to be full of holes. What does the disappearance of Wan San have to do with Chief Constable Zheng? Why would he deliberately destroy evidence? There is simply no motive. So it is correct that Chief Constable Zheng did not come to the constable's office this afternoon. On the contrary, it was I and Zhou Li who saw Chief Constable Zheng in the rain, and he seemed overly concerned about the evidence in the Wan San disappearance case, leaving directly from the constable's office after obtaining it. Who would be most concerned about the evidence in the Wan San disappearance case? It must be Wan San's accomplices. So the Chief Constable Zheng who appeared in the constable's office this afternoon must be a fake. Dou Changsheng observed the change in Chief Constable Zheng's expression and calmly continued. Wan San is merely at the 8th rank of qi refining. It is very strange for someone skilled in disguise to appear. I believe both gentlemen have doubts in their hearts, and coincidentally, today I found clues to this evidence, which comes from the Tianjai. Dou Changsheng hesitated but ultimately mentioned Tianjai. Even if Chief Constable Zheng had a bad attitude towards him, he could not falsely accuse someone, even if it was just an accomplice. Of course, if it were someone like Wan San who was a real troublemaker, Dou Changsheng wouldn't mind. Tianjai, Feng Liu, who had remained indifferent and detached, suddenly showed a change in expression and stood up. He quickly asked, "Is it the Tianjai created by the abandoned disciple by Xiaosheng of the Tianjilu? What connection does Wan San, who is only at the 8th rank of qi refining, have with Tianjai?" As soon as Feng Liu spoke, he realized something and swallowed the subsequent questions, choosing to remain silent, regretting his impulsive words of departure. He was interrupted by Dou Changsheng, who had already organized his speech, causing him to speak a bit too quickly. In recent years, Tianjai has launched a service to boost rankings. The 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity, while the heaven list cannot be manipulated by gods and demons, and the earth list by masters, the humanity list has much more leeway. The Tianjai's paper dolls can simulate techniques and generate flesh and blood, making them appear lifelike. Depending on the needs, they can even replace someone to gain fame. This felt familiar, a strong sense of deja vu. Dou Changsheng thought to himself that Tianjai had no connection to the Wuxian king, otherwise he would commit suicide. The scene fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Feng Liu no longer had the desire to provoke, his regret evident. He had just heard such explosive news, which could be fatal. Bai Xiaosheng was no ordinary person, ranked 6th on the earth list, a first-rate martial artist, and a supreme master, which was shocking. The key was that Bai Xiaosheng was the abandoned disciple of the Tianji elder, who was ranked on the heaven list among living gods and demons, having overseen the rise and fall of countless dynasties over 3,000 years. The entanglement between Tianjilu and Tianjai involved secrets so deep that without the strength of an earth list master, one would not even have the ability to protect oneself. Although this was merely Dou Changsheng's one-sided statement, it was better to believe there was some truth than to dismiss it entirely. After all, it was clear that something was amiss, and Feng Liu could see that neither side was lying, making the possibility of a master of disguise appearing very high. He felt relieved that the prison was heavily guarded, filled with many experts, and that the master of disguise would not dare to venture there, but rather acted in the constable's office in Zhuke Feng, which had nothing to do with him. After a long silence, Feng Liu finally spoke. "Lord Dou is too kind to absolve Chief Constable Zheng. You concoct such a joke. When it comes to intelligence gathering, Tianjilu is the best in the world. If Tianjai dared to do this, they would have been discovered and dealt with by Tianjilu long ago. I do not believe a word of what Lord Dou says. This matter is simply that Chief Constable Zheng lost evidence. Since your Zhuke Feng does not provide an explanation, I will go to the headquarters to demand one." He cast a disdainful glance at Dou Changsheng, confirming that the nickname was indeed apt. He was a jinx. With a cold snort, Feng Liu left in large strides. Only Dou Changsheng and Chief Constable Zheng were left, with the latter looking at Dou Changsheng with a complex expression, not expecting that Dou Changsheng would defend him in the end. Feng Liu was one who feared the strong and favored the weak. He was merely stubborn and did not dare to report this matter. His gaze followed Dou Changsheng's departing figure, the complexity in his eyes not fading. He realized he had misunderstood Dou Changsheng, but he only had this one son. If he died, ding, a friend has been detected. Congratulations, host, friend 1. Zheng Chuanxiu has been added to the friend list. Family destruction and extermination to be completed. Please keep up the good work, host. Chapter 31, Non-Human. Half-immortal. Dog system. Again slandering me. Dou Changsheng reached the door of the constable's office when a series of prompt sounds startled him, and he looked at the attribute list. Seeing a line of text, he pouted. Dou Changsheng was extremely dissatisfied with this slander. As a member of the kind camp, how could Dou Changsheng commit family destruction and extermination? It should be noted that by revealing the matter of Tianjai, Dou Changsheng was already taking a risk. If the news leaked, he would be targeted by Tianjai. This shows what kind of person he was. After all, Dou Changsheng could choose to keep it a secret. Taking this risk could also help ease his relationship with Chief Constable Zheng, who was after all his superior, and the relationship could not be too strained. He believed that after this incident, the misunderstanding between Chief Constable Zheng and himself could be resolved. He began his daily cultivation, the 9 Netherfrost decision. Condensing the Qi chapter, Dou Changsheng had stabilized his Qi, and the next step was to produce murderous Qi, combining the righteous Qi and murderous Qi to form a special Qi of righteousness and murder. His foundation was no longer the 27th rank of 9 Nether Qi, but the 16th rank of profound Nether Qi. Therefore, the murderous Qi he chose to cultivate would be less. It was not that the stronger the foundation, the more options there were. On the contrary, the stronger the foundation, the more stringent the conditions for steady advancement. The righteous and murderous qi that matched the profound nether qi were extremely scarce in the world, and those with compatible attributes were even fewer. In the inheritance of the Yin Ji Zone, many types were listed, among which the best choice was the 9 springs righteous and murderous qi. The 9 springs is a general term, referring to 9 types of righteous and murderous qi: 1 Feng spring, 2 Yi spring, 3 Huang spring, 4 Han spring, 5 Yin spring, 6 Yu spring, 7 Xia spring, 8 Ku spring, and 9 Ming spring. Each has different effects, but they share the same origin. Other 9 nether qi and profound yin qi all point toward the underworld. Among the 9 springs xianxia, Dou Changsheng considered and chose the yellow spring. The yellow spring xianxia is not the strongest, but it is definitely the most famous. Dou Changsheng chose this because there are many practitioners of the yellow spring xianxia, with numerous annotations, related elixirs, and special treasures that can assist in the practice of the yellow spring xianxia. Any type of the 9 springs xianxia is enough to dominate the world, and there are very few that can compare. It has always been a standard for the great evils of the demonic path. Throughout the generations of the Jiu Ming sect, the true heirs, or holy sons, upon reaching the 7th rank of the condensed gang realm, have basically condensed the yellow spring xianxia. Moreover, the 9 springs xianxia is not monopolized by any single sect. Dou Changsheng cultivating the yellow spring xianxia will not lead to associations with the Yin Ji Sect, thus not increasing the chances of exposure. However, the lower 3 ranks are easier, the middle 3 ranks are difficult, and by the upper 3 ranks, one is on the edge of exposure. There are only so many supreme skills in the world, and the martial arts of gods and demons are even rarer. The supreme skills of the great sects of the present are well known to those who are interested. However, that is a distant future for Dou Changsheng. By then, according to his plan, he will have successfully faked his death and escaped. In this vast world, if he can't survive in the divine continent, he can go to overseas islands, seizing islands from the Dragon Court and other water tribes to expand the living space for humanity. At night, in the Zheng mansion, Chief Zheng sat majestically in a grand chair, a knife resting across his thigh. The blade was curved, resembling a waning moon. The blade was pitch black, as if stained with ink, with a groove on it revealing a dark red color, like dried blood. Beside him was an octagonal table, on which lay 5 folded pastries on a snow-white porcelain plate, and a cup of steaming tea. After 3 months, Chief Zheng thought he had come to terms with everything. But today he finally realized that this was self-deception. The pain of losing a son, an old man sending off a young one. How could such suffering be forgotten or easily accepted? But he wanted revenge, to kill Yi Wumian. Chief Zheng knew this was a pipe dream, something utterly impossible. Even if Yi Wumian's destiny ritual failed, leading to a backlash, causing a significant decrease in strength and falling to the 5th rank of martial arts, he would have to choose to enter a closed-off state. But with the resources of the Golden Wind Knight Rain Tower, Yi Wumian's return was just a matter of time. Revenge was indeed bleak. However, today, Chief Zheng saw an opportunity. He looked up at a smiling Xianxiaaudiobooks constable who sat calmly beside him. This constable had a gentle face and looked good when he smiled, with a warm demeanor that made interactions feel like a spring breeze, easily gaining others' favor. But this was merely an exterior. In reality, he was a smiling tiger. He was a capable aide under the 8-armed divine constable, always considered the right hand. He was at the middle 3 ranks, with the 4th rank in divine ability realm, the 5th rank in wind and fire realm, and the 6th rank in law vein realm. With the Lihua banner, the power of fire tribulation was reduced by 40%, allowing Chief Zheng to cross the fire tribulation once more. After overcoming the wind and fire great tribulation, he would cultivate divine ability, reaching the 4th rank in martial arts divine ability realm. In a battle of the same realm, Chief Zheng would not stand a chance. The 3-rank golden lotus seeds and the Lihua banner were such rare treasures that as long as Chief Zheng completed a small task, he could present them. Chief Zheng's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Do you really have to kill Dou Changsheng, just because he disrupted the destiny ritual? Hinder Zhang Xiaoquan. Sun Qinhua sighed and replied, it's not that we want to kill Dou Changsheng, it's just that his talent is too exceptional. In a battle of the same realm, he defeated Yi Wumian, even if it was a restricted Yi Wumian. But that was still Yi Wumian. The top 10 on the human ranking is completely different from others. Even if it were the 13th or 11th on the human ranking, combined, they wouldn't compare to a 10th. With such great talent, shouldn't we cut him down before he grows his wings? By the time he matures and becomes a serious threat like Zhao Mingyu, it will be too late to think of ways to deal with him. It will require a master to ensure success. Chief Zheng shook his head and said, I didn't expect the internal strife within the 6 doors to reach the point of life and death. Are you really going to do this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by King Qin? Sun Qinhua smiled and said, You are seeking revenge for your son. To kill Dou Changsheng, who deliberately caused your son's death. What does that have to do with us? Besides, the current situation is vastly different. Zhuge Wu of the Divine Marquis's mansion has broken through from the second rank of martial arts to the first rank, becoming an unparalleled master. The next 50 years are said to belong to Zhuge Wu. If we can't stay in the six doors, we can naturally go to the Divine Marquis's mansion. In this world, whether in the Great Zhou or amongst sects, it's no longer about being a mere human. Becoming a half-immortal master is fundamental. We are like ants. Like weeds, no matter how many die, with a spring breeze, there will be more. With so many deaths in the destiny ritual, did King Shen care? As long as a master emerges, it is not a crime, but a merit. Sun Qinhua slowly got up, turned his back to Chief Zheng, and his voice echoed softly, I give you 7 days. I want to see results. Chapter 32, Divine Armament. In the early morning, a red fireball rose slowly. The hazy night gradually dispersed, and light began to envelop the earth. Dou Changsheng had already risen early, standing in the back courtyard of his mansion, practicing his knife techniques with a long knife, one stroke after another. Under the morning light, the knife glimmered. With every swing, Dou Changsheng felt insights emerging. The long knife hummed lightly, like the song of a lark. Each stroke was swift and agile, the knife energy surging forth like a lark spreading its wings. Striking towards him, the lark turned agilely, pouncing, spreading its wings, and various transformations began to manifest on the long knife. Finally, he sheathed the knife and looked at his attribute list. Skylark Knife Technique, Perfection. This knife technique, although not highly advanced, had reached perfection after several days of hard practice following Dou Changsheng's recovery. The effect brought by a knife master was indeed quite formidable. His comprehension of the knife techniques was as easy as eating and drinking. This knife technique was just a preliminary test, verifying the effects of the knife master passive ability. The results were excellent, and now he needed to find another knife technique. Dou Changsheng could clearly sense that the Skylark Knife technique could no longer keep up with him. It was manageable to use qi to propel it. But when it came to Gang Qi, there would be some loss of power, unable to fully unleash the might of the Gang Qi. With a stroke, the long knife surged with Gang Qi, rolling forth like crashing waves. The blade light suddenly shot out, tearing through the air, thick and grand, strong and invincible. This was the Sun Luo knife technique, where a single stroke not only did not diminish the Gang Qi, but instead stimulated it. One part of Gang Qi could unleash 2 parts of its power. This was the true essence of knife techniques. Otherwise, why bother learning knife techniques when one could just swing wildly? The Xianyu Qi was indeed ranked 16th, and the derived Xianyu Gang Qi was impressive. In terms of quality, even if the derived Gang Sha ranked in the 20s, it was not weak at all and might even surpass it. In the 7th rank of the condensed Gang realm, Dou Changsheng could defeat the true heirs of the great sects of the present. If it were the holy sons and daughters, the next generation of sect heirs, Dou Changsheng could still fight them. As for victory, Dou Changsheng found it hard to estimate. His mysterious master, although not explicitly stated, Dou Changsheng suspected that the holy son of the Yin Ji Sect was most likely not building his foundation with Xian Yin Qi and Jiu Yu Qi, but rather with Xian Yu Qi. After sheathing his knife, Dou Changsheng wiped his face with a towel, intending to find more knife technique manuals to practice. With the knife master talent, ordinary knife techniques could easily be perfected, which would broaden his horizons and accumulate his foundation. There was also the continuation of the Sun Luo knife technique involving the middle 3 ranks, which he could not fully cultivate, but should still practice. Work, cultivation. His schedule was quite full. After Dou Changsheng finished washing up, he received a notification that someone from his hometown had arrived. This energized Dou Changsheng, and a smile instinctively appeared on his face. A divine weapon had come. Dou Changsheng skipped breakfast and went directly to the front hall to meet the visitor from his hometown. The visitor was a middle-aged man, tall and slender, dressed in a blue silk robe, with a small black mustache above his lips and a pair of bright eyes. Upon seeing Dou Changsheng, he stepped forward and warmly said, "Little 17, you are truly remarkable. Since our ancestor passed away in obscurity, the Dou family of Qizhou has not produced any talents. Although we cannot compare with the great clans of today, our ancestors were indeed true disciples of the 9 Nether Demon sect, so we have some heritage. I am here to deliver the Ice Soul Blade, a divine weapon that has been passed down for over 200 years, to you. I hope you will practice diligently and restore the glory of the Qizhou Dou family." As he spoke, Dou Wangli had already unfastened the sword case he carried on his back. When the case was opened, it revealed a scabbard wrapped in black cloth. Dou Wangli carefully removed the black cloth, revealing a deep black scabbard. The scabbard was simple and ancient, perfectly fitting the Ice Soul Blade within, creating a seamless whole. Dou Wangli held the Ice Soul Blade with both hands, and Dou Changsheng solemnly received it, saying, "Seventh uncle, rest assured. I will not disappoint the expectations of the entire clan. In an instant, he became the hope of the entire village. Dou Wangli felt a sense of relief and exclaimed, "With you, little 17, how can our Dou family not prosper?" Compliments flowed from Dou Wangli's mouth like they were free, and Dou Changsheng cooperated. Though he felt an unbearable itch in his heart to examine the Ice Soul Blade, he reminded himself not to forget his kin just because he had received the Ice Soul Blade. After a long exchange of pleasantries, Dou Changsheng personally accompanied Dou Wangli to a sumptuous breakfast, settling him down before finally having the time to draw out the Ice Soul Blade he had been holding. As he pulled out the blade halfway, the blade revealed a translucent body resembling jade. A chill emanated from it, causing even Dou Changsheng, at the 7th rank of the condensed Qi realm, to shiver involuntarily. This Ice Soul Blade did not appear to be a lethal weapon, but rather a kind of jade treasure. The entire blade was pure and transparent, continuously emitting cold air. It was about 3 feet long, with a narrow blade and a short handle. The temperature suddenly began to drop, and slowly, centered around Dou Changsheng. A layer of white frost began to spread, quickly covering the tables and chairs in a silver coat. This was a semi-divine weapon. The Ice Soul Blade was now in his hands. This was indeed a reward from the 9 Nether Demon Sect. As an undercover agent, the effect of being a true disciple was limited, as he could not openly walk the martial world and enjoy the prestige and status that the sect brought. However, receiving a semi-divine weapon was considered generous from the 9 Nether Demon Sect. True divine weapons belonged to the realm of gods and demons. Semi-divine weapons were at the master level, but that required the divine weapon to awaken first. The Ice Soul Blade in Dou Changsheng's hand had not yet successfully awakened. He needed to resonate with it and establish a bond. The recognition of a master by a divine weapon was the most challenging part. Divine weapons were known for their loyalty, remaining faithful to their first master. For a divine weapon, this master was not only the owner, but also the creator or nurturer, who had gone through thick and thin together. Therefore, after the first master, it became very difficult for the remaining individuals to be recognized as masters. Most divine weapons were stubborn unless the first master made a request. The Ice Soul Blade came from the 9 Nether Demon Sect. It was only a semi-divine weapon, and its spirit could not be compared to true divine weapons. However, it was quite resistant to outsiders. After the 9 Nether Demon Sect was destroyed, it had not awakened again and was now merely a sharp treasure sword that could only exhibit some of its divine characteristics. In terms of treasure quality, there were spiritual tools, magical tools, and divine weapons. This was equivalent to a high-quality magical tool. Even so, Dou Changsheng still felt that the 9 Nether Demon Sect was generous. Because of the awakening of the Ice Soul Blade, Dou Changsheng was the one with the highest hopes in the 9 Nether Demon Sect. If he could step into the 4th rank of martial arts and complete the awakening of the semi-divine weapon, Dou Changsheng would possess the combat power of a master. Excited, Dou Changsheng did not go to work in the morning. By the afternoon, as his excitement faded, he went to the constable's office, only to be struck with a shocking announcement. He had been promoted again. Chapter 33. Are you crazy? No, I'm not crazy. In Xianxiafans, at the constable's office, Dou Changsheng looked incredulously at the relatively unfamiliar constable in front of him. After a few breaths of silence, Dou Changsheng managed to regain his composure and asked, "Say that again." The unfamiliar constable wore a beaming smile and praised, "Congratulations, Lord Dou. Congratulations, Lord Dou. You heard correctly. You have been promoted again and are now the deputy chief constable of Xianxiafans. Look at my mouth." The unfamiliar constable lightly tapped his own mouth and then directly changed his words, saying, "I congratulate Chief Constable Dou on your promotion. Tonight, I will treat you, inviting Chief Constable Sun and Chief Constable Fan to celebrate for you." Dou Changsheng showed astonishment and was somewhat resistant to this promotion and pay raise, as each promotion represented an increase in the difficulty of his desire to fake his death and escape. He couldn't help but ask. Xianxiafans is one of the top 4 Fang in the Divine Capital. Holding the position of Deputy Chief Constable requires the rank of a Xuanyu Constable. The constable smiled even more brightly, his chubby face crinkling with joy, and he continued to praise. Chief Constable Dou is just being modest. Nowadays, who in the Divine Capital doesn't know that Chief Constable Dou has just cracked a major case, exposing the long-hidden Tianji Pavilion for Tianji Tower? Not to mention, you even grasped the evidence that Wan San was pushed out by Tianji Pavilion to undermine the Tianji Tower's reputation. Unfortunately, Tianji Pavilion, sensing the danger, took away the most crucial evidence. Otherwise, how could Chief Constable Dou's merits only lead to a promotion to Deputy Chief Constable? You would certainly deserve the position of Chief Constable of Xianxiafans. The constable revealed a cold smile and sarcastically remarked that Zheng Chuanxiu didn't do his job well, letting the relevant evidence slip away. I think his position as Chief Constable is in jeopardy. Zheng Chuanxiu was also self-aware. which is why he actively sought to take credit for Dou Changsheng, which was normal. With Dou Changsheng's connections in the six doors, his future would depend on Dou Changsheng. Feeling the breeze blowing towards him, Dou Changsheng did not feel warmth in his heart. Instead, he felt a chill. What he thought was over had unexpectedly changed drastically in just one morning. This caught Dou Changsheng off guard. And he genuinely shared the same thoughts as Zheng Chuanxiu from yesterday. He had fallen behind the times after just a brief absence from the constable's office. A flame ignited in Dou Changsheng's heart. Despite his kind nature, it did not mean he was a fool. Zheng Chuanxiu did not choose the best course of action. Instead of secretly reporting the matter and handing it over to the higher-ups of the six doors to handle, he publicly announced it. Dou Changsheng's merits became known throughout the divine capital. With this news spreading, the efforts of Tianji Pavilion were rendered futile. So who would Tianji Pavilion hate the most? The answer was obvious. It was Dou Changsheng. After all, it was Dou Changsheng who investigated the case, earned the credit, and was promoted. Everything revolved around Dou Changsheng. Dou Changsheng sighed internally. It seemed he had misjudged the situation yesterday. The relationship between both parties had not eased, but had instead provided Zheng Chuanxiu with a way to retaliate. But was this the right approach? In the end, Zheng Chuanxiu would not benefit. Tianji Pavilion was not a benevolent entity and would choose to eliminate the mastermind without regard for the innocent. From Dou Changsheng's perspective, Tianji Pavilion would find him, the main culprit, quite detestable, and Zheng Chuanxiu, who sought to take credit for him, would also be deserving of death. Killing 1,000. Inflicting 800 damage on oneself. This was a mutually destructive strategy. The flame in Dou Changsheng's heart had also extinguished by more than half. Although he was somewhat angry, he no longer had the thought of confronting Captain Zheng. After all, they were willing to die just to drag Dou Changsheng down with them. What else was there to say? It truly was a case of when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. The matter of the destiny ceremony was Yi Wumian's affair. What did it have to do with Dou Changsheng? The constable watched Dou Changsheng's changing expressions, waiting for a while until he saw Dou Changsheng's gaze gradually regain its brightness. He slapped his smooth forehead, as if suddenly remembering something, and said with a smile, "I just remembered. Captain Dou's promotion also has a part of our merit. No, to be precise, it was our merit. After all, this time, if one wanted to get promoted, it would still be a bit difficult. However, with our assistance for Captain Dou at the top, plus Zhao Xinbu's reputation, this matter was easily accomplished. Saying this, I also seek some inner comfort. After all, since my only son passed away, and I was injured when I was young, this lineage is effectively cut off, so seeing the flourishing Captain Dou, I couldn't help but feel close and want to help him. I hope Captain Dou's future path will be smoother, continuously rising in rank and wealth." The words rising in rank and wealth were pronounced heavily by the constable, as if they were coming straight from his nostrils. Dou Changsheng's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. The matter of the God of Wealth conference was done by Yi Wumian. The constable nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, I know. It was Yi Wumian who acted. But we cannot retaliate against Yi Wumian. So, I feel angry in my heart. If they all died, I would accept it, but Captain Dou not only survived, but also defeated Yi Wumian, making a name for himself on the list of heroes, known throughout the 108 continents. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Today Zheng Chuanxiu found me, and we hit it off immediately. Not only me, many are dissatisfied with Captain Dou, but Captain Dou, being a Master S disciple, they endured. I have been in the six doors for many years, with no real ability, yet some still believe in me. So they chose to support me. In just half a day, we completed Captain Dou's promotion. This shouldn't have been said. After all, if Captain Dou doesn't die, he will definitely retaliate against them. But I want them dead. In this world, good people cannot survive. Ha ha ha. The rampant laughter spread in all directions. Are you crazy? Dou Changsheng reprimanded. The constable's laughter became even more carefree, and upon hearing Dou Changsheng's scolding, he immediately retorted, "I'm not crazy." With a small hand, he pushed against his neck, snapping it, and his head shot up into the air. "You bold Dou Changsheng. How dare you lay such hands on a colleague? Don't you know to surrender?" Chapter 34. A Father's Love Like a Mountain. The sun was brilliant. The northwestern wind blew, causing a tall willow tree's branches and leaves to rustle. The long knife hanging at his waist had already been drawn from its sheath. In the flickering cold light, a knife was struck down towards Dou Changsheng. Dots of light began to appear, like drops of water, gathering countless rays, shining like gems, slowly intertwining together. After the appearance of magical power, it drew the power of heaven and earth. The last strand, resembling a river, was directly manifested. Magical power. This is the symbol of the 6th rank in martial arts. The lower 3 ranks are the 7th rank condensing Qi realm, the 8th rank refining Qi realm, and the 9th rank body forging realm. The middle 3 ranks are the 4th rank divine ability realm, the 5th rank wind and fire realm, and the 6th rank law vein realm. Once martial arts enter the ranks, they begin to ascend, but upon reaching the middle three ranks, they have already begun to transcend the mundane, and the upper three ranks are already beyond human, half immortal. The middle three ranks act as a crucial connection between the upper and lower ranks. The sixth rank law vein realm refines the chi of the world to open a law vein, giving birth to magical power. The fifth rank wind and fire realm descends a great calamity of wind and fire from heaven and earth. The wind blows and the fire burns, allowing the law vein to transform and give birth to divine abilities. The fourth rank divine ability realm, once the divine ability is accomplished, transforms into a virtual form. And upon fulfilling the destiny, it can turn the virtual into the real. Once the law form is accomplished, this is the third rank master. The 9 ranks of martial arts have 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower, and there is also the simplest way to judge them. The upper 3 ranks influence the celestial phenomena, creating their own heaven and earth. The middle 3 ranks draw upon the power of heaven and earth to gain their blessing. The lower 3 ranks, regardless of chi and chi of killing, are all merely one's own strength. Is this actually a killing trap? Dou Changsheng couldn't believe it. Did they dare to act in the constable's room? Even if he sensed something was wrong. Dou Changsheng only thought that the constable and Captain Zheng were uniting to target him, merely acting behind his back. Even when that constable directly removed his own head and committed suicide in front of Dou Changsheng did not think Captain Zheng would act so ruthlessly. But unexpectedly, their courage was greater than anticipated. Dou Changsheng felt bitter inside. What was this? The destiny ceremony was pushed by the 8-armed god of capture. And the assassin Yu Wumian responded. He was also a victim? But these guys, instead of finding the mastermind behind the scenes, wanted to kill him. A hand had already placed itself on the hilt of the knife at his waist. With a clang, the slender fingers grasped the handle of the ice soul blade. And in an instant, the ice soul blade was drawn. A ray of light emerged, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The ice soul blade, as clear and transparent as jade under the sunlight, became even purer and more translucent, thin as a cicada's wing, the blade slightly trembling. The Sunluo blade technique. The absolute kill style. Dou Changsheng struck out with a knife. The chi surged and rolled over the blade, instantly engulfing the blade. The cold wind was fierce, and frost swept across the 8 directions. The chi exhibited explosive growth, tripling in an instant. The overwhelming, merciless blade light was torn apart in an instant, beginning to dissipate inch by inch. A dark void swallowed everything, along with the blade light and magical power, as if it was devouring flesh and bones cleanly. The ice soul blade, with its momentum like a rainbow, struck down with an unstoppable force. The 3 ultimate moves of the Sunluo blade technique were perfectly suited for the chi's urging, and Dou Changsheng, having reached the 7th rank condensing chi realm, truly unleashed the power of the Sunluo blade. The mysterious and profound chi, the half-divine weapon, the Sunluo blade, etc., each one was not an ordinary item. For a common person to possess one was enough to dominate their realm. Gathering multiple together easily crossed great realms. And the attack of the middle 3 ranks law vein realm was effortlessly shattered. Captain Zheng showed astonishment, not expecting Dou Changsheng to be this strong. The murderous intent and fierce demeanor had already crumbled. As a mid-level member of the 6 Doors, Captain Zheng, who managed the 4 major upper districts of the capital, had extensive knowledge and immediately recognized the ice soul blade in Dou Changsheng's hand. The Dou family's ancestors were direct disciples of the 9 Netherdark sect. Granted a half-divine weapon, which was the ice soul blade held by Dou Changsheng, the 7th rank condensing chi realm, half-divine weapon. Possessing one of these, many people could no longer contain themselves and would show off in front of others. Yet Dou Changsheng, at such a young age, had hidden himself so deeply. This gave Captain Zheng a very contradictory feeling. Sometimes he appeared full of righteousness, but at other times cunning and calculating. Captain Zheng could not see through whether goodness and justice were his nature or a disguise. Truthfully, he admired Dou Changsheng and did not want to kill him. The matter of the God of Wealth Conference. Unlike the misplaced anger of others, although Captain Zheng felt regret, he did not think it was necessary to hold a grudge against Dou Changsheng. Even though he had once felt dissatisfaction with Dou Changsheng for fighting Yu Wumian too late and not saving Zheng Shiming, that was human nature, without emotions and desires. One would be a saint. Emotions aside, Captain Zheng could still distinguish that Dou Changsheng was merely an innocent party. But unfortunately, no matter how good Dou Changsheng was, he was still an outsider. Zheng Shiming was his own son. As long as Dou Changsheng is killed, there will be a chance for revenge for Shi Ming, and Captain Zheng will not let this opportunity slip away. Usually, when pursuing criminals and investigating cases, he often feels frustrated by the constant interference from the families of the perpetrators or their sections. If one dares to act, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Such people have always been looked down upon by him. However, when it came to himself, Captain Zheng realized how difficult it truly was. Everyone is just an ordinary person. He is a father to a son, and the pain of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired one can only be understood through personal experience. In order to gain a chance to kill Yi Wumian, let alone Dou Changsheng, even if it meant assassinating a king, he would dare to do it. As he watched the ice soul blade come at him fiercely, Captain Zheng's face flushed red, and in an instant, he was completely flushed, his skin followed suit. Blood began to continuously ooze from the corner of his mouth, and the encroaching frost melted instantly. The power of the 6th grade law vein was insufficient to defeat Dou Changsheng, who wielded a demigod weapon, so in pursuit of victory, Captain Zheng stopped suppressing his injuries. He began to harness the power of the wind and fire realm. Years ago, Captain Zheng was also full of vigor, but unfortunately, during the great calamity of wind and fire, he failed to survive the final fire tribulation, leaving him with old injuries, which meant he could only exert the power of the 6th grade law vein. Thus, he left the headquarters and came to Zhuge Fang to become a chief captain. Now, not suppressing his injuries, he urged forth this power, and the backlash of the fire tribulation immediately struck. As he waved his sleeves, small flags were flung out from his cuffs. The most notable feature of the wind and fire realm is the power of wind and fire, which is not just any ordinary wind or fire, but a force that contains the will of heaven and earth. If one realm is not enough to crush, then two will do. Chapter 35. The achievement of destroying families and eradicating clans. The small flags, palm-sized and entirely blue, trembled in midair, with golden threads embroidered with characters clearly emerging in the world. Divine wind roared. The 4 flags trembled with a rustling sound, and the characters on them glowed. Intertwining together before starting to spin, they spiraled in midair, transforming into a fierce wind. The roaring wind formed a visible vortex, and the 4 flags, like sharp blades, easily cut through the bluestone ground. Wherever the divine wind passed, chaos ensued. Whether it was bluestone or soil, everything was swept up and began to dissolve inch by inch in the divine wind. Whoa! The gods roared in anger, and the world mourned together. The rapidly swirling divine wind was like a deity in the wind. Amidst the roar, a vaguely majestic figure could be seen standing atop the gale. Its lower body transformed into a storm, and its upper body boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. After Captain Zheng struck, he spat blood, the crimson liquid flowing profusely from his mouth, staining his chest. With his rich combat experience, after a futile strike, Captain Zheng decisively employed his strongest method. This battle had to be clean and swift. The forward-moving ice soul blade swiftly traced a beautiful arc in midair, leaving behind a lovely oval shape. A torrent of vital energy poured down from the ice soul blade, forming a 3-foot wall of energy. This was the power of the wind tribulation within the great calamity of wind and fire. It contained a will that was merciless and indifferent, as if the entire world was about to be blown apart in the next moment. The 3-foot wall of energy composed of profound and mysterious energy stood firm beneath the divine wind, like a reef, unyielding against the crashing waves. The profound energy was truly worthy of its 16th ranking. If it were the energy of the 9 nether or the xianxian, the 3-foot wall of energy would have been blown away by the divine wind long ago. After all, both have high ranks, and at the same realm. They could withstand it, but the gap of 2 great realms could only be endured by the profound energy. The divine wind was boundless, and the speed of the swirling vortex increased, the color of the vortex gradually deepening, when suddenly, a flag of divine wind appeared and struck the energy wall. Crack! Cracks emerged, spreading like spider webs, extending rapidly across the 3-foot energy wall. After holding for a breath's time, the 3-foot energy wall completely shattered, the energy scattering everywhere, destroying the bluestone ground, and debris flew everywhere, finally being swept into the divine wind, utterly reduced to dust. This was the result Dou Changsheng wanted, requiring this brief respite to buy himself time for a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Dou Changsheng slashed out again. Swordmaster, absolute kill third style, celestial serpent concealment technique. This strike was calm and unperturbed. The vital energy that should have surged wildly was all contained within the ice soul blade, which was the effect of the celestial serpent concealment technique. It concealed one's cultivation, retracted one's aura, and hid one's presence. The power was gathered into one point, akin to an assassin's lethal strike. This strike seemed simple and ordinary, but when the ice soul blade met the divine wind, it erupted. The profound energy burst forth, instantly tainting the divine wind, a portion of the colorless divine wind turning into a deep black. And the wildly spinning divine wind suddenly halted on a mysterious trajectory. White frost also spread out, black and white intertwining, yet distinctly separate, all rushing into the divine wind. The second strike. Dou Changsheng did not pause. Another strike of absolute kill third style. Sword Master wanted to cooperate, which meant double the power. The third strike. This was triple the power. The subsequent 2 strikes linked together without any pause. The profound energy forged the foundation, breaking through to the 7th grade condensed energy realm. Dou Changsheng's strength had already surpassed that of his time during the sword-slashing destiny by countless times. The triple power increase from Sword Master was now something Dou Changsheng could withstand. The blade was drawn, and snow fell. The ice soul blade shone brilliantly. Even the profound black energy could not obscure its radiance. Layers of cold ice emerged from the divine wind, rapidly spreading, even starting to freeze intangible things. The frozen divine wind clashed with the burst of profound black energy from the ice soul blade. Crack, crack, crack. They successively shattered, ice blocks tumbling down like plaster falling from a wall. In the blink of an eye, the divine wind was mostly extinguished. The flags of divine wind, though starting to go wild, had begun to slow down. Unbeknownst to Wen, the flags were already covered in frost, ice gradually appearing and spreading. The overwhelming divine wind, which seemed capable of blowing away the constable's house, had now lost its momentum. Dou Changsheng stepped forward, the ice soul blade humming softly, and in the uneven, muddy ground beneath his feet, the cold ice began to spread with each step. The last second was autumn, and the next second had already turned into the dead of winter. Captain Zheng displayed bitterness, no longer struggling, directly half-kneeling on the ground, having no strength left to fight. His entire body was covered in blood red, as if smeared with a layer of red paint. The constantly falling snowflakes landed on his skin, making a sizzling sound. As he looked at Dou Changsheng, who approached with the blade. Truly a demigod weapon, even if I am half destroyed, it is still the wind and fire realm. To cut through the wind and fire realm with a blade, this act would surely shake the world, enough to elevate your ranking within the top 100. And those annoying challengers looking to take advantage will all disappear without a trace. Captain Zheng coughed lightly, not wiping the blood from his mouth, and looked at Dou Changsheng with regret, saying, I have no enmity with you. This time I acted only to seek a chance for revenge for Shi Ming. Unfortunately, in the end, I am outmatched. To make amends for my shortcomings, the Zheng family's years of accumulation, money, land deeds, martial arts, everything is in the Kaishan Pavilion. I have already arranged it, and you can go collect it. Whether you go to collect it or not, whether you forgive or continue to hate me, I do not care. I only seek peace of mind, and doing this will make me feel better. This incident was arranged by the cunning and ruthless Sun Qinhua. With his treachery, there is definitely a backup plan. If I can't kill you, then it will be Zhang Xiaoquan who takes action. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chief Xing stopped looking at Dou Changsheng and raised his eyes to the sky, where snowflakes were falling, making the world a sea of white. What beautiful snow! Looking down at the piece of emerald green jade pendant tightly grasped in his palm, he finally regretfully said, Simeng, I can no longer avenge you. But it doesn't matter now. I will soon find you and your mother. Our family will finally be reunited and will never be separated again. Congratulations to the host for completing a special achievement. Chapter 36. All my strength comes from myself, deep blue points. Outside the constable's room, Dou Changsheng rushed out against the wind. After Chief Zheng mentioned Zhang Xiaoquan, Dou Changsheng did not hesitate and charged out madly. This time, it was to kill himself. They were truly mobilizing forces, breaking Dou Changsheng's preconceived notions one after another. Coming from a peaceful world, Dou Changsheng never expected that the Great Zhou would be so dangerous. In the past, he accepted the sacrifices made to catch thieves. No matter the world, there were always lawbreakers. But this time, during the God of Wealth Conference, the heavenly mandate ceremony was pushed forward by both the public and the thieves, which was already a great shock to his worldview. Now they were so rampant, openly starting to attack the rising stars of the 6 doors. It should be noted that Dou Changsheng's identity was different. He was the disciple of the cold-faced godcatcher Zhao Wudu, a disciple of a master, and not without background. One can imagine how those without background would live. An example of this was the complicated feelings of Chief Zheng, who was deeply harmed. Although Dou Changsheng had a poor impression of Chief Zheng and harbored hatred, it must be said that everything the other party did was for revenge for his son. The cruelty of this world was presented to Dou Changsheng through the heavenly mandate ceremony and the battle in the constable's room. While fleeing, Dou Changsheng had already begun to activate a copper mirror he had kept in his arms. This copper mirror was not large, about the size of half a palm, specially customized by Dou Changsheng. The purpose was clear, to immediately contact the mysterious master of the Yin Ji Zone in case of an emergency. Currently, 6 doors did not know what they were busy with. The 8-armed god-catcher and the cold-faced god-catcher Zhao Wudu were all absent from the capital. It was impossible to contact them for the time being. Dou Changsheng wanted to escape the crisis, and the best way was the Yin Ji Zone. Don't run on Zhuke Street. Turn right at the fork ahead. A A faint voice sounded beside Dou Changsheng's ear. This was a long-distance transmission, a special kind of supernatural technique. Basically, once one stepped into the third rank and opened up their meridians, they could practice some supernatural techniques, such as distant vision, keen hearing, sound transmission, wall penetration, and so on. The emergence of supernatural techniques was to prepare for stepping into the realm of divine abilities, which could be used to assist in practicing divine abilities. Distant vision and keen hearing, these well-known supernatural techniques, could indeed transform into divine abilities, allowing one to step into the fourth rank of martial arts divine ability realm. The copper mirror was ordinary, showing no reaction, still resting in Dou Changsheng's arms. The voice did not come from the copper mirror, but seemed to come from nowhere. The voice was ethereal, making it impossible to discern the direction. Dou Changsheng's spirit lifted. The Yin Ji Sect did not disappoint him. After a brief moment of breaths, without Dou Changsheng needing to explain, the mysterious master already understood everything. It was clear that the other party usually paid attention to Dou Changsheng, but they had not been monitoring him closely, so they did not discover it immediately. Once Dou Changsheng took the initiative to contact them, they immediately began to assess his situation and learned of what had happened in the constable's room. This assassination plot against Dou Changsheng was not complicated at all. First, a constable was killed, drawing out Chief Zheng, leading to a direct assassination in the constable's room. If Chief Zheng failed, then the above reasons would falsely accuse Dou Changsheng of attacking Chief Zheng, with Zhang Xiaoquan personally taking action. The reasons were the same, but the strength of the attackers varied. The plan was layered, and the killing intent grew increasingly ruthless. This was a deadly trap. No one could escape such a trap, not even Dou Changsheng. It was a situation of certain death, but with the help of the Yin Ji Sect, the situation would be very different. The ethereal voice sounded in Dou Changsheng's ear. Zhang Xiaoquan, as the top among the 10 renowned catchers, possesses the strength of the fourth rank of martial arts divine ability and has always been stationed at the headquarters of 6 doors. If he leaves the headquarters to wait for an opportunity in Zhuke Square, you will receive news. Before Zhao Wudu left the capital, he had made arrangements and was already guarding against the dark hand of Wanren Wang. Therefore, after the message is conveyed, it will take some time for Zhang Xiaoquan to arrive at Zhuke Square. During this time, the God of Wealth Pavilion, the Heavenly Mystery Tower, and the Golden Feather Guard's 1,000 households cannot go there. No one knows if they have secretly communicated with Wanren Wang. Going there could lead to being sold out. After all, they have already pinned a charge of attacking the chief constable of Zhuke Square on you, making those places unsafe. Only by going to the mysterious building, where Zhao Mingyu is having tea, can he protect you and use the power of Zhao Wudu's faction to clear the charge of attacking the chief constable of Zhuke Square. You are now under the scrutiny of the entire capital, and the forces that could intervene have already been isolated by the Marquis's mansion. Dongfang Taiye has already taken action, intending to use this incident to expand the internal strife of 6 doors, inciting Zhao Wudu and Wanren Wang to fight, thereby forcing one faction to leave 6 doors and join the Marquis's mansion, adding a powerful general to the Marquis's mansion. The power of the Yin Ji Sect cannot be used, and the master's help is limited. He will cleverly arrange to alarm Zhao Mingyu, delaying Zhang Xiaoquan's arrival. As long as Zhao Mingyu arrives early, this crisis can be safely passed. Damn it! Just moments ago, Dou Changsheng regarded the Yin Ji Sect as a reliable support, thinking they were dependable. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. It's truly a case of relying on a mountain that collapses and relying on people who run away. In a true dead end, no one can be relied upon. The only one who can rely on is oneself. How could someone in the 7th rank of the condensing Qi realm possibly be a match for someone in the 4th rank of the divine ability realm? This meant Dou Changsheng had to gamble on luck. However, Dou Changsheng had another option. That was to expose himself, as the mysterious master was in the capital. And as a master, he could still protect Dou Changsheng. But if he exposed himself as an undercover agent, Dou Changsheng would lose his value. True disciples and semi-divine weapons. These were the benefits brought by being an undercover agent. A shadow darkened Dou Changsheng's heart. The mysterious master was unreliable, and Dou Changsheng could only place his hopes elsewhere. As long as his senior brother Zhao Mingyu arrived a step earlier, this crisis could be resolved. After the mysterious master's voice disappeared, it did not reappear again, and the copper mirror had shown no reaction from start to finish. Dou Changsheng knew that many people were already watching him from places beyond his sight. There were too many eyes watching, making it unwise to rashly make contact with him. In this world, where gods and humans coexist, with so many secret techniques, the waters are too deep. As Dou Changsheng rushed forward, he silently prayed, but unfortunately, he was not a European in his previous life. In this life, he naturally could not escape his origins. The heavy footsteps sounded, and Dou Changsheng looked into the distance, where a tall figure was approaching. The figure, towering about 10 feet, was as robust as a giant. making it very obvious, visible from afar. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xiaoquan who came. Dou Changsheng's gaze turned to a place in the void. That was his hope of survival. Chapter 37. Divine Weapon Contract. Congratulations to the host. Friend Zheng Chuanxiu has fallen into the fire calamity and died. Cultivation value 5,000. Zheng Chuanxiu has been removed from the friend list. Family destruction has been completed. Family destruction. First harm the son, then kill the father. The entire family perishes, exterminating the lineage. Note: please continue to strive for the next special achievement, Night of Annihilation. Night of Annihilation, a night of darkness and high winds, a time for murder and arson. To be completed. Do you want to claim the special achievement reward, destroying a family? Looking at a series of words, blood red in color. As if written with fresh blood, each letter dripping with gore, a strong bloody aura assaults the senses. The dog system rarely provides special effects, making one feel uneasy. Claim. A beam of light suddenly bursts forth, like fireworks breaking through the night, beautiful, grand, dazzling. White, green, blue, purple, and orange intertwine, forming a magnificent display. This is Dou Changsheng's second time opening a treasure chest. He initially thought he would get white or green, which he wouldn't find surprising. The last treasure chest was enhanced to purple epic level due to the beginner's gift pack. But when the 5 colors intertwined, and white and green disappeared one after another, Dou Changsheng couldn't help but feel surprised, as blue also vanished at that moment. White is ordinary, green is excellent, and blue is fine, all gone. What remains are only purple and orange, representing epic and legendary. The purple and orange intertwine, constantly clashing, making it hard to discern which color is more dominant. Finally, the orange disappears. What comes into Dou Changsheng's view is a layer upon layer of overwhelming purple. Purple epic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Weapon Contract. Divine Weapon Contract. Talent. Active. Grade. Epic. Description. Allows the acquisition of a recognized divine weapon. Truly a good item. As expected of a purple epic, it's outstanding. Dou Changsheng's inner panic calmed down. Although using this divine weapon contract on the Ice Soul Blade would be a waste. The concepts of semi-divine weapons and divine weapons are entirely different. The level of divine weapons is that of gods and demons, while semi-divine weapons are merely tier 3. Especially the Ice Soul Blade, which cannot be considered strong, is not among the best of semi-divine weapons. The Ice Soul Blade is just a low-grade semi-divine weapon, corresponding to a master level. Its value compared to a true divine weapon is negligible. Even a high-grade semi-divine weapon would be mere scraps. But unfortunately, Dou Changsheng had little choice at this moment. Surviving is the priority. After obtaining the divine weapon contract, he immediately chose to activate it. The Ice Soul Blade in Dou Changsheng's hand began to emit a faint glow, its light flickering, constantly flashing, as the Ice Soul Blade revived from silence, seeming to come to life. The flickering light resembled the Ice Soul Blade breathing. Cheers, joy, and excitement continuously emanated from the Ice Soul Blade, reflecting in Dou Changsheng's heart. The blade spirit of the Ice Soul Blade had awakened from its slumber. Moreover, it showed no resistance to Dou Changsheng, directly recognizing him as its master. The blade spirit, still somewhat confused and without intelligence, could only call out master eagerly. But this impatience and excitement, along with the trembling of the Ice Soul Blade, was enough to indicate everything. What a pity. If it weren't for facing a life and death crisis, Dou Changsheng could have directly run away with the divine weapon contract and gone to the 5 great divine weapon families, where he could have used the divine weapon contract to steal their inherited divine weapons. At that time, with just one divine weapon, Dou Changsheng would instantly become a powerful figure in the world, at the very least a guest of honor in the Dazhou royal family, admired by countless fairies and demonesses, all vying for his favor. Luxurious mansions, beautiful companions, fame and fortune, all would be his at once. Far more appealing than being an undercover agent. The heavy footsteps grew louder. Zhang Xiaoquan, tall and robust, clad in heavy armor that concealed his muscular build, had bronze-colored skin visible through the gaps in the armor, as if coated in a layer of bronze. The armor gleamed golden, covering his entire body. It was a full-body armor. Inside, Zhang Xiaoquan seemed wrapped in a layer of steel, no longer flesh and blood, but a steel creation. Under the sunlight, he appeared as a massive golden figure, striding forward with tremendous impact. Dou Changsheng clearly felt the pressure, suddenly aware of his own insignificance. Standing 10 meters away from Dou Changsheng, Zhang Xiaoquan exuded an imposing presence, akin to a towering mountain. This Zhang Xiaoquan was already ranked 13th on the human leaderboard, the top of the 10 great captors, with his martial arts at the 4th tier, making him one of the strongest beneath the masters. Without masters in the picture, he was invincible, capable of suppressing all demons and ghosts. Yet today, He seemed unusually cautious. Originally specializing in external martial arts, as mentioned on the leaderboard, he had stepped into the 4th tier and gained the divine ability of being indestructible. His exceptional talent, standing over 10 feet tall, with astonishing vitality and strength, focused on horizontal training, had already achieved an indestructible body. Now, against a weak opponent like Dou Changsheng, he even donned armor, which seemed like overkill to Dou Changsheng. This golden armor obviously was not ordinary. It might even be a semi-divine weapon, or at the very least, a high-grade magical tool. Dou Changsheng believed that even charging head-on against 10,000 cavalrymen from the northern tribes, he would surely win. The vigorous blood energy surged like a tangible force, erupting into a massive wave of red mist, a scorching power as if the sun had descended, scorching the earth. Dou Changsheng felt the hot wave crashing towards him, as if he were in a furnace, about to be incinerated. Just this surge of vitality was something an ordinary person could hardly withstand. And even with Dou Changsheng's considerable martial arts attainment, it was still quite uncomfortable. The ice soul blade in his hand glimmered, its cold energy erupting rapidly, transforming into a wave of air that rolled forward. The ice soul blade trembled continuously, seemingly sensing its master's danger, instinctively protecting him. A world of ice and fire had already manifested in this alley. The cold frost and blood energy were clearly demarcated, standing between Dou Changsheng and Xianxiaaudiobooks. To kill him, the opponent struck like lightning, without embellishment, systematically sending subordinates to give Dou Changsheng opportunities to level up. Looking at this godlike figure, Dou Changsheng tightened his slender fingers around the ice soul blade. He stepped forward, choosing not to flee or retreat, as that was unrealistic. With a 6th-tier martial pulse, he could soar through the air. The disadvantage against a mid-tier or low-tier opponent was too great. Now, he could only hold on a little longer until help arrived. Chapter 38. 9 Heavens Divine Dragon. The sky was as clear as washed. The howling wind blew. Dou Changsheng took a step forward, his clothes fluttering in the fierce wind as he slashed out first. Blade Master, Absolute Kill Technique 3. The ice soul blade trembled, emitting a soft chant, its light blazing, dazzling and radiant. A flurry of goose-feather snow suddenly fell from the sky. Each snowflake seemed to contain a will, cheering, rejoicing, and celebrating. The power to freeze everything emerged from the snowflakes, and after they fell, the buildings on either side of the street began to show signs of frost, instantly becoming ice sculptures. This strike was extraordinarily powerful. If Dou Changsheng had been able to unleash this strike not long ago during the fight in the constable's room, then Chief Zheng would have had no ability to resist and would have perished under this blow. The ice soul blade had begun to awaken, and a semi-divine weapon in the awakening state could truly unleash its power, bringing destruction to the world. Freezing the earth, this world was transforming into an icy realm. Zhang Xiaoquan, looking down from above, gazed at the smaller Dou Changsheng, watching as the ice soul blade gradually slashed towards him. Just as the ice soul blade was about to reach him, Zhang Xiaoquan's right arm, which had been hanging down, was raised, his arm as thick as a person's waist, covered with golden shoulder armor, which displayed intricate patterns and gleamed with golden light. The condensed vitality, like an underground volcano erupting, spewed forth magma, unparalleled in ferocity, burning everything. The golden radiance merged with the substantial vitality, and as the vitality intensified, the incoming icy chill began to melt inch by inch. The will of martial arts, honed and tempered, also erupted with this punch. The overwhelming force contained a greed for everything in the world, aiming to engulf all of humanity. This punch, unmatched and unparalleled. The ice soul blade was suppressed by the punch's intent and began to tremble violently, struggling madly. An unparalleled power swept him like thunder, and Dou Changsheng felt as if he had collided head-on with a speeding heavy truck, instantly sent flying. He shot out of the air like a cannonball, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the surging qi continuously reducing the impact. Turning in midair, Dou Changsheng landed steadily. As expected, even if the ice soul blade awakened, he would not be a match for Zhang Xiaoquan. Ultimately, his own strength was too low to unleash the true power of the ice soul blade. Stuck at the lower 3rd tier. If he were at the middle 3rd tier, even a 4th-tier martial artist would not be impossible to contend with, but against Zhang Xiaoquan, he probably still wouldn't stand a chance. After all, this was a genius ranked 13th on the human ranking, a prodigy of the age, incomparable to ordinary individuals. With the awakened demigod weapon, the ice soul blade, Dou Changsheng's actual combat power had already reached the 5th tier of martial arts, the wind and fire realm, capable of crossing great realms. Except for the geniuses on the human ranking, Dou Changsheng was confident he could defeat any other 5th-tier wind and fire martial artist. Such strength could be considered not weak, but compared to Zhang Xiaoquan, there was still a very obvious gap. Just as Dou Changsheng landed, Zhang Xiaoquan had already stepped forward 7 paces, stepping on the 7 stars, and once again unleashed a thunderous punch that shattered the air. The icy world was instantly torn apart, and in the heavens and the earth, there was only this dominating punch. The momentum was like a rainbow, invincible. Dou Changsheng smiled coldly, but did not strike back with the blade. Even if he used the Blade Master talent to double his power, it would not reduce the gap with Zhang Xiaoquan. Therefore, the previous strike, seemingly reckless, was merely a cover to make Zhang Xiaoquan lower his guard, preparing for his escape. 4th-tier martial arts versus 7th-tier martial arts. From the very beginning, Dou Changsheng had not dreamed of defeating Zhang Xiaoquan. A layer of ice rose from the ground, forming a thick ice wall that quickly grew to about 30 feet high, standing between Dou Changsheng and Zhang Xiaoquan. In an instant, the ice wall shattered. Under the punch infused with Zhang Xiaoquan's will and true martial intent, the ice wall, which could not withstand lightning or fire, was no harder than tofu. The overwhelming true martial intent surged forward, venting crazily, scattering ice shards everywhere. The street ahead seemed to have been plowed, all obstacles vanished, and the buildings on both sides collapsed with a rumble, leaving a scene of devastation. However, Dou Changsheng had already disappeared. What met the eye were buildings frozen by ice and many strange ice sculptures blocking Zhang Xiaoquan's view. Zhang Xiaoquan frowned deeply, his eagle-like gaze scanning the surroundings for clues. His breath growing faint as he held his breath to sense Dou Changsheng's aura and confirm his location. After a breath, Zhang Xiaoquan abandoned this thought. It was too hard to guess. Dou Changsheng was definitely still here and could not directly escape. He was merely hiding in the complex environment created by the ice. With a slight smile and a cruel look, as long as he destroyed all the ice, Dou Changsheng would undoubtedly die. Taking a deep breath, with his chest rising and falling, the hot blood like molten metal surged from his fist, crashing down like a torrential wave. It was like shooting stars streaking across the sky, striking in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds echoed like thunder. Buildings shattered, ice melted, and the ground revealed deep pits one after another. The fierce impact met the falling punch like a meteor. The blade light began to extinguish inch by inch. And in an instant, the momentum dissipated, forcefully crushed, and the punch intent fell like a mountain. Dou Changsheng fled in a panic, a hint of despair in his eyes. He had already delayed as much time as possible, using the celestial serpent breathing technique to hide his aura, and then using the ice as cover to play a game of hide and seek. But with the next punch, Dou Changsheng knew he couldn't withstand it. Feeling the continuous tremor of the ice soul blade in his hand, he realized that his own low strength was dragging down this demigod weapon. Zhang Xiaoquan's eagle-like gaze fixed on Dou Changsheng as he stepped forward, slightly raising his arm. A dragon's roar resounded. The sound was bright and shook the surroundings. His movement paused, slowly turning to look at the end of the street, where a boy with a fair and handsome appearance, like a woman, appeared in view. The 9 Heavens divine dragon, Zhao Mingyu, made his entrance. Chapter 39. Fame shakes the world. It ended. Dou Changsheng sat on the ice. The cold sensation did not make him rise, as the breath in his heart collapsed. Dou Changsheng felt a sudden weakness throughout his body, all his muscles sore. Zhao Mingyu and Dou Changsheng held different statuses within the 6 doors. Zhao Mingyu was one of the top 10 famous captors. Raised by the cold-faced divine captor Zhao Wudu from deep in the mountains since childhood, although not his biological son, he was closer than kin. He was someone who could inherit the mantle, incapable of betrayal. Although Zhao Mingyu's strength was somewhat lower, Zhang Xiaoquan would not act against him as long as he had any sense. Otherwise, the consequences would be a battle of masters. If anything happened to Zhao Mingyu, the situation would spiral out of control and completely collapse. Even the God Marquis House's Dongfang Taiye, who dared to scheme against the 6 doors, would not be able to handle it. Dou Changsheng rationally analyzed the situation, but one hand still tightly gripped the ice soul blade, preventing Zhang Xiaoquan from acting in desperation. Zhang Xiaoquan looked at Zhao Mingyu, who was walking step by step, and with a sinister smile, stepped forward, his dominating fist traversing the sky, brilliant like a meteor. The Great Diamond Fist. This was a supreme technique of the Western Buddhist sacred site, also a martial art aimed directly at the masters. A unique skill for protecting the Buddhist path. This punch stirred the clouds in all directions, rapidly transforming into a giant fist 10 feet in size. Its entire body shining in pure gold, resembling something cast from glass, with golden flames emanating. The flames rolled and burned, forming a sea of fire. The diamond's fierce gaze. The Bodhisattva's lowered brow. A fierce wind howled, and raging fire burned, from which a massive figure emerged, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a true dragon charging out fiercely. The momentum of wind and fire was born together. Dou Changsheng, who had already stood up, holding the blade, intended to join forces with his senior brother. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyu's attack was also extraordinary. The momentum of wind and fire was overwhelming, and the intent contained within it was not to be resisted. This was the great calamity of wind and fire. However, unlike the reluctant use of power by Chief Zhang, Zhao Mingyu's wind and fire power was more than 10 times stronger. Damn it! The clown turned out to be himself. He had underestimated this senior brother. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyu was not at the 6th tier of martial arts, but already at the 5th tier of the wind and fire realm. And not just new to the wind and fire realm, but had already achieved a high level of mastery. The trials of wind and fire had all been overcome, and it was clear that he was about to use the momentum of wind and fire to give rise to divine abilities, stepping into the 4th tier of martial arts. The realm of divine abilities. Any concerns about rapid cultivation and beginning to pass on teachings within the 6 doors now seemed to be a facade, a cover to conceal his true strength. Now his true power was sufficient to challenge the top 30 on the human ranking. And once he broke through to the 4th tier of martial arts, the realm of divine abilities, he would undoubtedly enter the top 20. As for the top 10 on the human ranking, that was another world altogether. Whether he could break into it was impossible to judge. The momentum of wind and fire dissipated, the great diamond fist extinguished everything. But Zhang Xiaoquan did not strike, retracting his fist and turning to leave. Zhao Mingyu smiled as usual, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xiaoquan's departing figure, and calmly stated, "Next month, I will surely develop divine powers and step into the 4th rank of martial arts. The 13th position on the human ranking is quite good. I hope you cherish this last moment." With a cold snort, Zhang Xiaoquan paused slightly, but ultimately said nothing and left with large strides. This was a complete end. In the future, if there is a call, no matter how far the mountains and rivers, Changsheng will definitely come personally. This matter isn't over yet. I need to handle the issues with Zhu Fang for you. I cannot leave any handles in this matter, otherwise it will be difficult to get Zhang Xiaoquan to give up some benefits. Dou Changsheng showed surprise and asked suspiciously, "Just me?" Zhao Mingyu urged, "Yes. Don't worry about safety. The matter has ended." Zhang Xiaoquan's reason for leaving was already insufficient. He only had one chance to act, and after failing, there won't be a second time. Especially you. Dou Shidi, your status is already different now. A complex look appeared in Zhao Mingyu's eyes, mixed with disbelief. In such a well-prepared trap, it was incredible that he could escape and survive. Just the presence of Captain Zheng alone made Dou Changsheng unbeatable. No one would have thought he could survive. Yet, Dou Changsheng not only survived, but also defeated Captain Zheng. Even when Zhang Xiaoquan made a move, Dou Changsheng held on. Zhao Mingyu, as a first-hand witness, felt an unreal sensation. This scene was too dreamlike. Suppressing various emotions, Zhao Mingyu continued, "From this moment on, Dou Shidi, you are a rising star. If you weren't already apprenticed, I fear that even grandmasters would appear at this moment to vie for you as a disciple." With a 7th rank condensation realm, defeating the 5th rank wind and fire realm Zheng Chuanxiu, and surviving injury at the hands of the 4th rank Zhang Xiaoquan. Such achievements? How many in the world can claim that? The rise in the human ranking is a foregone conclusion. When the ranking updates, it will surely resound throughout the world. Dou Changsheng was in a daze, not fully comprehending. After a few breaths, he finally reacted. It was like when he severed the heavenly mandate with his blade. His status had once again soared. Misfortune may be relied upon for fortune, and fortune may hide within misfortune. A crisis is not only a bad thing. Overcoming it becomes an opportunity. Like this time, Dou Changsheng's assets have multiplied 100-fold compared to yesterday. Today, he only interacted with someone of Captain Zheng's level, but from now on, the true powers of the capital will open doors for Dou Changsheng. Conversations will be with great scholars, and there will be no commoners among them. Dou Changsheng can be considered to have entered the Hall of Fame. Even the lofty sages will hear of his name. Other ambitious princes will also begin to court Dou Changsheng. After all, Dou Changsheng is a true master seed, even if he cannot break through to the top 3 ranks. Once he steps into the 4th rank of martial arts, with a semi-divine weapon in hand, he can still battle masters. The combat power of a master is a certainty. It far surpasses those merely aspiring to be masters. With Dou Changsheng's talent, stepping into the 4th rank of martial arts will only take a few years. The combat power of masters in a few years will be the true backbone of the court, invaluable and immeasurable. In the 10th year of the Yongtai era of the Great Zhou, on September 30th, Dou Changsheng severed the 5th rank, shaking the capital, awakening the divine weapon, and startling the 4 directions. His fame reached the heavens, remembered by the sages. The next day, the human ranking was updated, placing him at the 20th spot. The Broom Star officially upgraded. The Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. Chapter 40. Endless Heaven. Why is it so harsh on me? In the deep of night, with sparse moonlight and stars, a tall tree stood quietly in the courtyard. The tree was lush and green. Even though it was already October, it remained verdant. Like spring all year round. The dense canopy resembled a grand canopy. Under the tree was a large iron basin, with burning coals inside, casting a fiery glow that dispelled the surrounding darkness, stretching the shadows of the tree long and distorted, resembling a devil's shadow. Sun Qinhua sat on the ground, his fingers gripping the edge of a wine jar, directing it to his mouth as the wine began to flow down. Sun Qinhua drank deeply, his posture bold, finishing an entire jar of fine wine in one go. Finally, he tossed the empty jar aside with a crack, and it shattered on the ground, splattering remaining wine. Sun Qinhua's face turned a deep red. He wiped his moist mouth with his hand, and his chest was stained with wine. With a forceful rip, his shirt was torn apart by Sun Qinhua. The demeanor he once valued greatly had been completely forgotten. The sound of wind rushing through filled the air, and even in his drunken state, Sun Qinhua still skillfully reached out with his hand, fingers claw-like, catching the thrown wine jar. Without turning his head, he spoke, "Guan Xinran." After saying this, Sun Qinhua opened the wine jar and took a sip. The pure essence of heaven and earth began to flow into his body, spreading through his meridians, slowly permeating his flesh and blood. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "What a good wine. If I'm not mistaken, this is the green bamboo wine from the top 10 brews of the Qin family. Such fine wine, I usually can't afford to drink. To be able to have a taste before I die is not in vain for this life." Sun Qinhua raised the wine jar again and drank deeply. This spiritual wine was different from ordinary wine. Even though Sun Qinhua was at the middle third rank, he still couldn't drink much. After a few big gulps, he could no longer bear it and had to put the wine jar down on the ground. You know that the situation here in the capital is too complicated. The 5 Armies Protectorate has its own system, and strong warriors abound in the military. The founding family's line has declined, but the Taizong faction has not only survived but thrived. The Golden Feather Guard can be set aside, but the key is the Eastern Factory and the Divine Marquis Mansion. 50 years ago, Eastern Factory Supervisor Cao Xiaoyang transformed the Great Zhou's 6th Division's Golden Feather Guard into the Eastern Factory, opening up bloody internal strife. Prince Chen, with his exceptional talent, rose from being a servant to achieve supreme mastery, pushing the marginally sidelined 6 doors to a prominent position in the Great Zhou's 6 divisions, forcing Cao Xiaoyang into seclusion for 50 years. Now, the 50 years is coming to an end, and Cao Xiaoyang will soon emerge. Zhuge Wuwu of the Divine Marquis Mansion has also broken through. The Great Zhou's 6 divisions is now a 3-way contest, and we in 6 doors are beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. Moreover, the saints' offspring are mostly adults, eyeing the throne with greed. The sects, noble families, and foreign tribes are entrenched, and the capital is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It requires someone to assist Zhang Xiaoquan. Without brother Sun, I am the most suitable. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's name, Sun Qinhua scoffed, raised the green bamboo wine, took a sip, and said, 50 years ago, it was Cao Xiaoyang. This 50 years is Wang Changgong, and the next 50 years will be Zhuge Wuwu. The Eastern Taya has already begun to build momentum. But what does any of this have to do with us? Recklessly getting involved, if their essays stir, it's us who will suffer. Becoming a master is incredibly difficult, Guan Xinran sighed, speaking slowly. These things are not unclear, but wanting to become a master is too hard. Once one enters the ranks of martial arts, one must cultivate to perfection. This is one of the foundations of the heavenly mandate ritual. But just this point has trapped us, who have no inheritance. When we were low-ranked, we aimed for promotions and to increase strength for safety. Not to mention we didn't understand perfection. Even if we did, after achieving great success, we would still choose to break through. But in the end, the foundation is riddled with holes, and a lifetime of hope for mastery may be lost, even if by chance one understands. Achieving perfection in the lower third rank is one thing, but in the middle third rank, it's incredibly difficult to pursue the foundation, and one may never hope to reach the 4th rank in martial arts. This is a vicious cycle. It's too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Only by stepping onto the human ranking can one hope to break through to the master level, which is why the human ranking is hailed as the seed of masters and is incredibly valuable. However, with 108 people on the ranking, that means there is only one for every 10 million in the Great Zhou, and even in the lower regions, the population is no less than 10 million. Selecting one from 10 million is exceedingly difficult. Sun Qinhui smashed the empty wine jar in frustration and said, "This is why people like us seek to attach ourselves to masters. We initially wanted power and a worry-free life, but in the end, our enemies are also masters, which brings not security but greater danger. This time, for Dou Changsheng, I have done everything I could. Captain Zheng is at the 5th rank wind and fire realm. Although he has not overcome the fire tribulation and is suffering backlash, he can still exert the strength of the wind and fire realm if he fights desperately. Against an 8th rank Qi refining realm, this should have been a sure win, but I arranged for Zhang Xiaoquan as a backup, So even if there were unexpected developments, I could eliminate the hidden dangers. What do you think of such a plan? What are the chances of success? Guan Xinran looked at the flushed and excited Sun Qinhui, who spoke loudly and honestly. With absolute certainty, Dou Changsheng is bound to die. Sun Qinhui seemed to have exhausted all his strength and collapsed to the ground, despairingly saying, yes, with absolute certainty. But in the end, who could have imagined that Dou Changsheng had already broken through to the 7th rank condensing Qi realm and had a divine weapon in hand? That would have been enough. He could withstand Captain Zheng's attack, but he would definitely die at Zhang Xiaojuan's hands. However, unexpectedly, the semi-divine weapon actually awakened. Zhao Mingyu, who was as naive as a child and often played at the mysterious building with the girls, had actually passed through the wind tribulation and fire tribulation and was about to manifest divine abilities. In a month, he would be able to rush into the top 20 of the human ranking with the strength to challenge the top 10. That fool Zhang Xiaoquan only knew how to eat. But why are they so gifted? Oh, heaven, why do you treat me so harshly? Guan Xinran stood up, gazing at the resentful, jealous, and unwilling Sun Qinhui, and sighed. Don't worry, I will handle the aftermath. Looking seriously at Sun Qinhui, he spoke in a deep voice. One thing was said incorrectly. Because of a case last year, I specifically checked the information. Awakening a semi-divine weapon is not so easy. Your mistake was underestimating Dou Changsheng. His actual combat power is enough to defeat most 5th-rank martial artists, yet he shows not the slightest bit. To cut the fate. What a joke. In this fate ceremony, a dragon came in from the river. We lost without injustice. Yi Wumian is the most tragic. He even fell in rank and suffered backlash from fate. What a celestial disaster solitary star. I see him as an old schemer. Chapter 41. Today, I know the rarity of masters. Human ranking, 28th, Dou Changsheng. Title, Celestial Disaster Solitary Star. Cultivation, 7th rank condensing Qi realm. Unique skills, 9 nether cold frost technique, forest law of the blade, meteor 7 blades slash. Record, captured 8th rank Qi refining realm Wan San as a 9th rank body refining realm. Cut the fate of the 8th rank Qi refining realm. Defeated Yi Wumian of the same realm. Lost to Zheng Chuanxiu of the 5th rank. Wounded but did not die against Zhang Xiaoquan of the 4th rank. Biography, born in the Dou family of Qizhou. With ancestors being true disciples of the 9 Nether Dark religion, entered the 6 gates at age 10, officially became a constable at 17. After 3 missions, fellow constables died. Later captured Wan San, fellow constables died. Participated in the Wealth God Conference, most participants died. The Zhuke Fong incident, the Zheng family extermination, semi-divine weapon awakening. Note, mother died in childbirth, father died young, uncle met a tragic death. Note, killed both parents, against heaven, against earth, against relatives and friends, against allies. Celestial disaster solitary star, sweeping star, truly deserving. Note, master of the divine weapon, proud child of heaven, future master. Note, actual combat power, martial arts 4th rank. Dou Changsheng held a scroll of the human ranking and opened his page, watching as the paper quality, portrait, and even evaluations began to increase. This is the treatment of the top 36 of the human ranking. The 108 on the human ranking encompass the entirety of the Great Zhou, arranged according to the heavenly gang and earthly evil. The last 72 and the top 36 are entirely different concepts. As long as one is on the human ranking, they can be hailed as a seed of masters, with the future potential to become a master. But that is merely potential. Whether one can become a master still holds suspense. However, those in the top 36 of the human ranking are bound to be future masters. And the top 10 of the human ranking is a realm apart. Masters are divided into various ranks. The first rank is the Supreme Master. The second rank is the Grand Master, and the third rank is the Master. To break through to the Grand Master level, one must be in the top 10 of the human ranking. As for the Supreme Master, that is already on the path to transcending to immortality, beyond mere words. With the strength of the 4th rank divine ability realm, Dou Changsheng lightly pressed down on this line of text. In this edition of the human ranking, Dou Changsheng felt he was somewhat overestimated. From the 108th position, he directly surged into the top 30, and his combat power was rated as martial arts 4th rank. This was somewhat a miscalculation from the heavenly machine tower. With a foundation forged from the Xianin energy, combined with the master of the blade, talent, a typical martial artist of the 6th rank would not be Dou Changsheng's opponent. The Xianin energy ranked 16th. Such a foundation is extremely solid. Plus, with the divine weapon in hand, even if facing the heroes above the human ranking at the 6th rank, Dou Changsheng could still win. After the Ice Soul Blade awakens, it can elevate him by a major realm. Against heroes of the 5th rank in the Wind and Fire realm, Dou Changsheng is confident he can defeat them. If it is against the 4th rank Divine Ability realm, as long as they are not heroes on the human ranking, he can still contend. The enhancement brought about by the semi-divine weapon awakening is simply tremendous. If he could break through to the 6th rank law vein and step into the middle 3rd rank, he would have the confidence to defeat ordinary martial artists of the 4th rank divine ability realm. Calculating this way, the Heavenly Machine Tower is not overestimating, and it is clear that their judgment of his strength is also accurate. However, this is not in a desperate state. If he dares to strike the 4th blade, Dou Changsheng's master of the blade strength would double again, and his power would see a certain degree of increase. In terms of specific combat power, there are 4 levels: weak, ordinary, strong, and super. Currently, he is at the super 5th rank, enough to sweep through the 5th rank wind and fire realm. But weak 4th rank, the weakest among the 4th rank divine ability realm, barely reaching that level. By rights, those in the top 36 of the human ranking, regardless of their realm, should possess combat power of the 4th rank divine ability realm. The top 20 are strong 4th rank, the top 36 are ordinary 4th rank. And Dou Changsheng, being weak 4th rank, must have experienced some change among the ranks. Dou Changsheng flipped forward and immediately saw Zhao Wuji's, who had long dominated the rankings and had been at the top for many years, had disappeared. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but look for a copy of the previous human ranking to compare and found that the changes in the top 10 were quite significant. A total of 5 names had vanished. Upon checking, he discovered that the top 3 had successfully completed the fate ceremony and had broken through to the upper 3rd rank. After breaking through, these 3 had entered seclusion and would surely rise to the Earth ranking. The remaining 6th and 9th had reached the age of 25 this year. In this era of flourishing martial arts, the human ranking is extremely strict. Only those under 25 can be ranked. With a population of several billion, countless talents have emerged. Those with ordinary qualifications in their 20s are merely at the 1st rank of martial arts, stopping at the lower 3rd rank for their lifetime. Zhang Xiaoquan is no longer 13th on the human ranking. He has moved up 5 places and is now 8th. This time, the changes in the human ranking are quite significant, unlike the last time, where the top 10 remained unchanged despite changes. This time there was a substantial shift in the top 10. Each significant change in the top 10 of the human ranking represents the arrival of blood and storm. With the 9 great sects, 8 minor sects for sacred lands, 36 families, and heroes from the grasslands all beginning to exert their strength. The first on the human ranking, the thunder god of the 9 heavens, Zhao Wuji's, suppresses all new talents, making it impossible for them to raise their heads, dominating the rankings for years. He kills anyone who dares to show their face. The disappearance of this person from the human ranking presents an opportunity for those ambitious to compete for the first position. Some who have never made the rankings, and those who are lurking at the top, will begin to exert their strength. In this issue, the top 10 of the rankings will soon see how many will be pushed out. Being first in the rankings represents being the best of the current era, which will garner divine favor. In the extraordinary world, the hearts of people are power. When the hearts of the people are unified, the gathered strength can move mountains. This is the great fortune. This is also why the competition for the rankings is fierce, as it not only validates one's skills, but also allows for the accumulation of fortune. If it were merely for fame, some carefree individuals who do not care about power and wealth would not pay attention. Only paths directly related to their futures could draw their interest in the rankings. After this incident, Dou Changsheng understood that there were many hidden figures, and his senior brother Zhao was lurking as well. He was close to reaching the 4th rank in martial arts, disguising himself as a 6th rank. There must be many like him in the rankings. Gently placing the list down, anyone who believes in the rankings is a fool. Who doesn't he have a trump card? His own ranking will likely drop in a few issues, settling around 36. Dou Changsheng didn't care much about this. What followed was gathering strength to break into the top 10, as the difference between the top 20 and 30 wasn't significant. Dou Changsheng shifted his gaze from the rankings to a thick stack of invitations piled beside him. The Crown Prince, Prince Jin, Prince Qin, and other major figures of the Zhou Dynasty, as well as others like the Kaishan Pavilion, Yin Ji Sect, the Gao family of Qizhou, and the Wang family of Shindu, were either from the 9 major sects or the 36 families. This left Dou Changsheng slightly dazed. Today, he realized the value of a master. He quickly came back to his senses. These were all sugar-coated shells. He was someone determined to escape. So how could he be tempted by this? Dou Changsheng picked up one of the invitations, not intending to attend. He had been poor as a child, didn't go to school, and was illiterate. So he needed to learn how to write an invitation. Chapter 42, The Longmen Conference. King Longfeng, Zhao residence. Clouds continuously accumulated, their colors deepening, dark clouds obscuring the light. And the world fell into darkness. The howling northwest wind blew, making a mournful sound. The sky darkened, and the wind howled. It was like an apocalyptic scene. Dou Changsheng's face turned pale, coughing from the injuries he had sustained over the past few days, which had not yet healed completely. Dou Changsheng used a clean handkerchief to cover his mouth, his gaze fixed on the gift placed on the table. It was a gift box, but its contents were enough to make one feel nauseous and terrified. It was a human head, a head with bulging eyes, wide open, and not at peace in death. The smiling tiger, Sun Qinhui. The right arm of the eight-armed god-catcher, a true confidant. Of course, the right arm of the god-catcher had now changed to the person in front of him, Guan Xinran. Guan Xinran was humble and polite, mostly looking down, not daring to meet Dou Changsheng's gaze, as if Dou Changsheng were an untouchable figure. He spoke sincerely. Regarding the incident at Zugfang, my master is currently in Qi, and I do not know why Sun Qinhui dared to take such a reckless action. Sun Qinhui deserves his punishment, but my master will not turn a blind eye to the negative impact he has caused. I have come here to offer compensation. Guan Xinran reached into his sleeve and pulled out a piece of red cloth. When the cloth was opened, it revealed a scale. This scale was quite large, about the size of a palm, entirely golden without any blemish. The scale contained a certain will. At the moment Dou Changsheng saw it, he seemed to hear a dragon roar in his mind, faintly feeling a five-clawed golden dragon soaring toward the heavens. This was a dragon scale from ancient times, preserved from the dragon court of the East Sea, a token. With this token, one would be able to participate in the Longmen Conference. The fish leaps over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. Once every 100 years, the Longmen Grand Assembly is set for March 3rd of next year. My master had a hard time obtaining this token, and he presents it as compensation. Farewell. Guan Xinran solemnly handed over the dragon scale, bowed, and left. It seemed he noticed Dou Changsheng's confusion, and the old butler who was attending rubbed his white beard and began to explain. Those who leap over the ancient dragon gate transform into true dragons. Soaring above the heavens, they become living deities, dominating the world. However, this EC Dragon Gate is a counterfeit created by the true dragons of the Dragon Court, modeled after the ancient Dragon Gate. Yet, even as a counterfeit, it is still extraordinary. The Dragon Court can thrive and dominate the seas because of this treasure. Therefore, the Longmen Conference, held once every 100 years, is a grand event for all aquatic races, beneath the masters. Anyone who can leap over the Dragon Gate can activate their bloodline, begin ancestral regression, and achieve mastery. Dou Changsheng, filled with doubts, couldn't he help but ask, Master? The old butler sighed and replied, the Dragon Clan is the ruler of the aquatic races and will not protect the human race. So a human leaping over the Dragon Gate does not count as a heavenly mandate and cannot become a master. However, leaping over the Dragon Gate will still bring fortune, elixirs, martial arts, precious medicines, and other benefits, which vary. As for what benefits, no one can know for sure. The last successful example was the Lord of the Six Gates, Chen Wang Chonggong. In the past, Chen Wang was only of average talent, but with his exceptional gifts. He was already taken as a disciple by a master early on and would not have hidden in the Six Gates for many years, honing his will. Many talented heroes in the Longmen Conference failed, but His Highness Chen Wang, with his unremarkable cultivation, managed to leap over the Dragon Gate. One leap over the Dragon Gate, and his worth multiplied. From then on, he rose rapidly to become a master, a grand master, and an unparalleled master. The servant of the Chen Wang family, of a different surname, became famous throughout the world. The Longmen Conference was a crucial turning point. The old butler did not continue, but Dou Changsheng already understood that this was the first Longmen Conference after Chen Wang, and who wouldn't want to emulate him? Using the Dragon Gate to transform and rise to become the next unparalleled master, this token was quite valuable. The competition would surely be fierce. Seeing Dou Changsheng's expression darken, the old butler comforted him. This dragon scale, while a token, does not represent a qualification. One must gather 3 dragon scales to have a complete qualification. After all, the Dragon Gate belongs to the Dragon Clan and concerns all aquatic races. The conditions for human participation are quite strict. With changes in the rankings and the opening of the Dragon Gate, these two significant events coincide. This year is bound to be challenging. Many dragons from the Dragon Court have always had objections to the human race participating in the Longmen Conference. The current 9th Prince of the Dragon Court has long claimed he would unite many aquatic races to target those who possess dragon scales. There are a total of 99 spots for the Longmen Conference, with humans occupying 30, leaving 69 to be divided among the dragon races. They are still trying to stir up trouble, truly insatiable. Dou Changsheng looked at the old butler with resentment. Was this comforting? Didn't he see his face had turned green? Humans already occupied a third. If I were a dragon, I wouldn't accept it either. I would definitely attack humans to seize the spots in their hands. The old butler, seemingly oblivious to Dou Changsheng's expression, continued. Chen Wang, relying on his own strength, raised the qualification for the Longmen Conference by several levels. Previously, humans were not very eager to participate. That's why Chen Wang was able to obtain a qualification. But this is Chun Wang's first Longmen conference. Many masters have gathered in the East Sea to seize qualifications and pave the way for their disciples. The true qualifiers will not be below the 4th rank in martial arts. The rankings have those people, but apart from the top ranks of the last generation, the rest have not broken through to mastery. The old butler's words were directly interrupted by Dou Changsheng, who no longer wanted to listen. The old butler gazed at Dou Changsheng's twisted face, wondering what was wrong. Oh, he understood now. It was too exciting. Just thinking about leaping over the dragon gate and rising to become a supreme master makes me excited. Not to mention the young people. Dou Changsheng suddenly turned around and walked directly toward the room. Is this even human talk? Just thinking about it. In today's world, martial arts are flourishing. Even if a generation comes every 20 years, after 3 generations, one would only be in their 60s. Middle-grade, 3rd-tier martial artists can live for 2 cycles. Up to 120 years. 70 or 80 years old is just the right age to fight, having only been in this world for a few months. Dou Changsheng hadn't realized it until the old steward mentioned it, discovering that the number of martial artists is indeed a bit terrifying. No wonder the competition is so fierce. Even being ranked 25th on the human list gets you off the list. Breaking through to middle-grade 3rd tier with a 6th-grade martial vein, this is still not guaranteed. After all, before the age of 25, that person was ranked low on the human list and couldn't compete with the top 10 heroes, but now at 70, they have reached the peak of 4th-grade martial arts. Can't they still contend with the top few of the younger generation on the human list? No, at 70. They should have broken through long ago. Otherwise, their foundation would be damaged. Thinking this way, Dou Changsheng felt reassured. A 6th-grade martial arts level is also not very secure. If they were at 5th-grade martial arts, they would definitely be able to participate in the Dragon Gate Conference. Dou Changsheng muttered to himself and suddenly came to a realization. Why should he participate in the Dragon Gate Conference? Such a precious thing, if given away so easily to thousands of people, must have ulterior motives. Why should he get involved and seek trouble? Giving it to senior brother Zhao could earn him a favor, and then his master could get another piece of dragon scale. With that, he could secure a qualification. Dou Changsheng felt at ease. Chapter 43. I have waited so many years for an opportunity. In the deep of night, the lights flickered like beams, spreading light to dispel the darkness from all directions. Dou Changsheng sat upright on his bed. The curtain beside the bed had been drawn down. The blue gauze curtain concealed all light. He carefully calculated the benefits gained from the recent Xianxiafans incident. He was now the deputy chief of Xianxiafans. And with Chief Zheng Chuanxiu's death, he had automatically been promoted to chief, temporarily managing all affairs of Xianxiafans. Now that he had gained fame, rising quickly in both the human list and his official position, it was attracting attention. One feared becoming famous as a pig fears growing fat. This was not favorable for his plan to fake his death and escape. Therefore, Dou Changsheng planned not to show himself recently and instead intended to cultivate honestly, waiting for a new chief to arrive at Xianxiafans. Not getting promoted was not only about needing to escape, but also due to being an undercover agent. Being an undercover agent has always been a high-risk profession. The higher the position, the more difficult the tasks, and thus the higher the chance of death. Just think. If Dou Changsheng were a divine catcher, the events he would be involved in would certainly be significant enough to influence the 6 doors. What kind of undercover agent is safe? High strength, low status. Time passed bit by bit, and the bronze mirror resting on Dou Changsheng's thigh began to gradually brighten. A hazy light surrounded the bronze mirror, and a mysterious figure appeared on its surface. The aura swirled like a whirlwind, lifting the bronze mirror into the air, perfectly parallel to Dou Changsheng. After the mysterious master appeared, there was a moment of silence. The atmosphere became quiet. The mysterious master stared intently at the handsome young man in front of him. Last time, he thought it was a bad omen and had almost given up, but unexpectedly, a turn of events occurred. The demigod weapon had awakened. Awakening a demigod weapon is extremely difficult, even if the affinity is right. It takes years of relentless effort for the weapon to recognize its master. If a child is tested for talent and found suitable for a certain demigod weapon, they need to wear it for years, using some secret methods to strengthen the affinity day by day. Only then can the weapon recognize its master one day in the future. Moreover, cruelly, this method is not 100% guaranteed. The 5 great demigod weapon families have a legacy of 10,000 years, standing strong. Because of these 5 families, their bloodlines and weapons are compatible, and with auxiliary secret methods, they can achieve weapon awakening in critical moments. Even with changes in dynasties, the 5 great families remain unaffected. Countless families or sects have passed down weapons over thousands of years, but only the 5 great weapon families have stood the test of time. There are many speculations from the outside world, various reasons. It's often speculated that Dou Changsheng has vast ambitions and is a deeply scheming person. The demigod weapon has already completed its awakening, but has been hidden. Another speculation is that he is mature beyond his years, harboring great ambitions, tirelessly honing his will for 10 years, lying in wait for an opportunity. The incident at the Kaishan Pavilion provided Dou Changsheng with that opportunity, allowing him to decisively take action, cutting through fate and shocking the world. He ranked on the human list and became famous across the 108 continents. This Xianxiafang incident revealed Dou Changsheng's cunning and treachery. He had already seen through the situation but still played along, defeating Zheng Chuanxiu and battling Zhang Xiaoquan, emerging unscathed. Ranked 28th on the human list, a future master, he shook the world. From then on, he entered the halls of power and became a guest of the elite. In recent days, the mysterious master had heard far too many rumors about Dou Changsheng from the capital. If it weren't for knowing the details, he would have believed such talent rumors. After all, Dou Changsheng had only obtained the divine weapon in just half a day. He had not waited 10 years just for one opportunity. Thinking this way? Wow, it's true. The mysterious master thought of the Star of Misfortune. Zheng Chuanxiu's death must have been aided by his own disciple. It's a simple logic. If Zheng Shiming doesn't die, how can he become the chief? If Zheng Chuanxiu doesn't die, how can he become the chief? There are still aspects that the master couldn't comprehend. Dou Changsheng had only taken the demigod weapon Ice Soul Blade for half a day before awakening it. Even if their affinities matched, it shouldn't be this quick unless the Ice Soul Blade was forged by Dou Changsheng himself. Although he didn't understand, the mysterious master had also been part of the battle and could see the awakening of the Ice Soul Blade. It was quite natural, as it wouldn't happen in a life-and-death crisis without some resonance. This was evident from the fact that Dou Changsheng's injuries were not severe. Thinking about the situation at Tianji Pavilion, he had also advised choosing to let things settle, but it ultimately blew up. The mysterious master had a complex expression. The rumors outside were still quite credible. Dou Changsheng was someone he had personally trained, and it took him many years to realize he had such depth. He had previously evaluated Dou Changsheng as a promising individual, only to throw him in as an undercover agent. He never expected to have misjudged him. The depth of his schemes had even hidden from him. Now that the demigod weapon was in hand, it had already become a force to be reckoned with. Thinking about how he had shaped such a monstrous being, the mysterious master felt a chill in his heart. The next step would likely be to take revenge on those families that dared to support his promotion. There was no contradiction in this. After all, they supported Dou Changsheng's rise not out of good intentions, but to attract the attention of Tianji Pavilion, prompting them to retaliate against Dou Changsheng. They were merely being used as a cleaning cloth, wiped and thrown away after use, then trampled on, unraveling a major case, slaughtering entire families, staining his official hat with their blood and flesh, paving the way for his ascent. So ruthless, the mysterious master trembled at the thought. He realized that he could not fully grasp this cheap disciple of his, unable to predict what he was thinking. Looking at Dou Changsheng's innocent expression and sincere gaze, how terrifying was that? Who knows what bloody plans were brewing? Dou Changsheng had already begun to lose control. For the sake of the sect, he could only refuse the sect leader. Otherwise, in the future, at the memorial hall, Dou Changsheng would be crying bitterly, mourning for himself. Taking his place as an elder of the Yin Ji Sect, the mysterious master sends chills down the spine just thinking about it. It's too terrifying. Chapter 44, Long Xinggu is overjoyed. The luster of the bronze mirror slowly fades away. This time, the mysterious master spoke little, but the rewards were substantial. The rift between the two sides has healed under the generous rewards, and at least Dou Changsheng has no intention of turning against him. The room returned to calm as Dou Changsheng put away the suspended bronze mirror. The rewards from the Yin Ji Sect this time were all related to martial arts. The 9 Nether Cold Frost technique has been completed for himself. This is an extraordinary skill that can lead to becoming a master. The Sunluo sword technique has also been completed, now named the 9 Nether 10,000 Forms Sunluo sword, which is a 4th-tier martial art. Once perfected, it can generate supernatural powers. The remaining one is also an extraordinary skill, the Ride the Wind and Control the Qi. His movement technique is Dou Changsheng's weakness. Although there is also the Lark sword technique as a complement, the basic skill derived from it, the Lark body technique, is also flexible and variable enough for ordinary maneuvers within the city. It is quite good among the lower 3rd tier, but it won't suffice in the middle 3rd tier. The most significant marker among the 6th tier veins in the middle 3rd tier is the ability to fly. This symbolizes transcendence and represents the first step for humanity in conquering the sky. Therefore, any martial artist who can fly must be in the middle 3rd tier. Ride the Wind and Control the Qi is a method specifically for flying. Once perfected, it allows one to ride the wind and travel through the clouds. This extraordinary skill is the complete version and has no restrictions. This time, Dou Changsheng's worth has doubled, and the Yin Ji Sect also values him highly, as he is a future master-level combatant, a hero ranked 28th on the human list, and they wouldn't look down upon this? Dou Changsheng secretly criticized the Yin Ji Sect in his heart, glancing at his cultivation value. This time, he has 5,000 cultivation points, far surpassing Xiao Jinghe and Wang Tu, indicating that strong strength and high status also come with bonuses. However, upon calculation, it still seems quite unprofitable, as Zheng's head captain's worth is only about 10 Wang Tu. And with Zheng's head captain's strength, killing 10 Wang Tu would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. The dog system's principle of adding friends and the reward mechanism is completely opaque. 9 Nether Cold Frost Technique Condensation Chapter. Small Completion Cultivation Value. 300-4000. After breaking through to the 7th tier condensation realm, with Dou Changsheng's foundation built from the Xianyu Qi, it has already stabilized at small completion. This is the treatment of heroes on the human list. When they break through, they can stabilize their small completion cultivation in a short time, achieving considerable attainment. However, this is due to the lower 3rd tier, where the differences between each realm are not too significant. Once reaching the middle 3rd tier, the effects become less ideal. Perfection requires 4,000 cultivation points, and completeness requires 8,000 cultivation points. In total, 12,000 cultivation points are needed to cultivate the condensation realm to completeness, allowing for an attempt to break through to the middle 3rd tier. Only upon reaching the middle 3rd tier can one stabilize their strength at the 4th tier of martial arts, not considered weak among them. This time, the Zhuge Fang incident has exhausted all his trump cards. Dou Changsheng feels insecure without any backup. Looking at his 5,000 cultivation points, he realizes that it is definitely not enough to break through. The last time he drank the enlightenment tea made Dou Changsheng realize that not only cultivation points can be used to increase his skills. Some heavenly materials and treasures can also be used. Dou Changsheng raised his hand and summoned the rolling qi, blowing open the curtain. The jade bottle on the table beside the bed was swept over by the qi and arrived in front of Dou Changsheng. After opening the jade bottle, he tilted it towards his palm, and a deep green pill the size of a fingernail rolled continuously into his hand. The green pill in his palm exuded a sinister aura, like poison, starting to corrode Dou Changsheng's palm. The qi naturally generated isolated the pill. Wrapped in this layer of qi, Dou Changsheng gently flicked it. A sinister pill shattered into countless fragments, scattering like flowers from the heavens. Suddenly, strands of sinister energy swept fiercely towards Dou Changsheng. Sinister energy is a force in the world, extremely violent. Ancestors attempted to tame and refine it with qi, failing countless times before finally succeeding in taming it, thus combining it into the xianxia, significantly increasing martial power by more than tenfold, establishing a grand era of martial arts. Sinister energy is an indispensable force within the martial arts system, becoming essential in the 7th tier condensation realm. Only cultivating qi without cultivating xia is like walking with only one leg. Among the 7th tier condensation realm, a martial artist who cultivates both qi and xia can sweep away hundreds of qi-only martial artists. The xia pill is an auxiliary pill for cultivation. Low-grade xia is okay, but high-grade xia taken orally is purely seeking death. Like the yellow spring, it is one of the 9 springs. Dou Changsheng had already obtained the yellow spring xia pill, but had not dared to cultivate it, needing multiple rehearsals and explanations from a master before he could truly cultivate it. Yellow spring xia is already rare, with a harsh environment making collection difficult. And later alchemy requires a skilled alchemist. Zhao Wudu, as a 6th door's divine catcher, only managed to collect 1 bottle, sending someone to deliver it to Dou Changsheng. However, Dou Changsheng has 4 bottles of yellow spring xia pill. The remaining 2 bottles all come from the Yin Ji Sect, and 1 bottle comes from the 6th door. If only at the bottom of the human list, the resources provided by the 6th door are considerable, but they would definitely not involve precious and rare yellow spring xia pills. However, being 28th on the human list is completely different. Resource allocation is elevated to a higher level. Upon careful calculation, Dou Changsheng can receive resources from the cold-faced divine catcher Zhao Wudu, 1 from the 6th door, and 1 from the true disciple of the Yin Ji Sect. The rewards from the Yin Ji Sect are quite high, equivalent to what Zhao Wudu privately gives along with the 6th door, which is due to the undercover situation, receiving double pay, much more generous than ordinary true disciples. The risk is high, but the gains are indeed substantial, and Dou Changsheng cannot in good conscience say otherwise. Moreover, there are hidden benefits, such as 2 masters giving lectures. With targeted guidance, such benefits are truly significant. Resources, renowned teachers, extraordinary skills. Now Dou Changsheng lacks nothing, and with the support of the dog system, his growth is inevitable. After 1 night of cultivation, using 3 yellow spring xia pills, the effects improved rapidly. The qi generated xia, transforming into yellow spring xianxia. This stage is not difficult, so no cultivation points were used here. The stage of completeness is the most challenging. In the morning, as Dou Changsheng was just having breakfast, Voices of congratulations came. Longsheng, rejoice. The opportunity to become a Xianyu catcher and be promoted to the head catcher of Zhuge Fong has arrived. Chapter 45. It's still my little brother who understands me. The autumn wind is bleak, bringing a faint chill to the earth. Xianxiaaudio, in a bright red robe, with a slightly plump figure resembling a meatball, dashed into the mansion and went straight to Dou Changsheng's side. Her face lit up with a smile, her tiny eyes barely visible, only a slit remaining. Standing beside Dou Changsheng, she showed no signs of estrangement, happily saying, "Congratulations, Longsheng, the semi-divine weapon awakens." Shaking the world, her heartfelt radiant smile revealed sincere emotions, genuinely happy for Dou Changsheng's fame in the capital. Ranked 28th on the human list. He also received the True Dragon Scale, set to shine at the Dragon Gate Conference on the 3rd day of the 3rd month next year. The news about the True Dragon Scale spread so quickly, Dou Changsheng was startled. It seems Guan Xinran sent someone to spread the news immediately after giving him the True Dragon Scale. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become so widely known so soon. Indeed, he has ulterior motives. The Dragon Gate Conference is now too dangerous for him. He calmly said, "I don't plan to attend the Dragon Gate Conference. This time, due to the Zhuge Fong incident, senior brother Zhao saved my life. I intend to hand over this True Dragon Scale to senior brother Zhao." Xianxiaaudio stomped her feet, but it did not cause any awkwardness. Her expression immediately became serious, respectfully saying, "The first on the human list, the 9 heavens thunder god Zhao Wujuan, knows that the Dragon Gate will open, yet he still resolutely breaks through to the upper 3rd tier. It's not that the matter of long men is not important, but that the Dao heart is firm and not shaken by external things. I didn't expect Brother Changsheng to reach the realm of being unaffected by external joys or personal sorrows, with a perfect and flawless Dao heart. When it comes to flattery, Xianxiaaudio is a master in this area, not to mention that his flattery is reasonable and well-founded. Even when he runs out of words, he will still flatter hard. In the way of officials, 1,000 words are not as good as one silence. As for the way of oneself, even if it's hard flattery, it's better than not flattering at all." Dou Changsheng's expression showed fluctuations. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not recognize the taste of flattery? Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, this Xianxiaaudio in front of him is a descendant of immortals and gods, a descendant of divine demons. Both the god of wealth and old man Tianji are living divine demons on the heavenly ranking. Compared to the loose organization of Tianji Tower, the god of wealth pavilion is filled with descendants of the Qian family. Moreover, it's not just that. Xianxiaaudio has a noble bloodline, and his own strength and status are also extraordinary. The god of wealth pavilion has had 9 direct heirs throughout the generations, and the future pavilion master will be one of these 9. His strength is also extraordinary and transcendent. Dou Changsheng cannot see through his realm to this day. Rumor has it that during the last God of Wealth conference, Xianxiaaudio was already making waves, beginning to push for entry into the human ranking, aiming to break into the top 10 with unstoppable momentum. If Xianxiaaudio enters the top 10 of the human ranking before this changeover, there would be doubts. Each of the top 10 is an unparalleled genius, a prodigy of the age. Who is strong and who is weak? You won't know until you fight. But after the changeover, with several people dropping off the list, Xianxiaaudio will undoubtedly break into the top 10 of the human ranking. The heir of the God of Wealth Pavilion, in the top 10 of the human ranking. This kind of identity brings unparalleled effects. Dou Changsheng knows that being proud is not good, but he still feels proud. It feels like eating an ice pop on a scorching summer day. What a relief. He shouldn't be proud. He shouldn't be happy. It's over. He has fallen ill, and he doesn't know why the corners of his mouth keep curling up. Maintaining a lukewarm attitude for less than a quarter of an hour, Dou Changsheng discovered that the little fatty in front of him is indeed his closest little brother. He immediately summoned a maid to ask the chief cook of the mansion to prepare a few signature dishes and to bring out some good wine. A table full of food and wine was quickly prepared. Xianxiaaudio raised his wine cup, downed it in one gulp, and said indignantly, "Not enough. If I leave the 6 doors and go anywhere else, I could receive treatment 10 times better than in the 6 doors." The position of the top 10 famous catchers is prepared for Brother Changsheng. Dou Changsheng lifted his cup, looking at the empty front hall, and slowly said, "The top 10 famous catchers symbolize the 6 doors. Now each of these 10 has made great contributions to the court." Xianxiaaudio picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of dish, and just as he was about to put it to his mouth, he heard this and quickly put down his chopsticks, revealing a look of realization, and couldn't help but lower his voice, leaning towards Dou Changsheng, and said, "The quota for the top 10 famous catchers is now full. I'm sure it will be vacant soon." He patted his chest, making a thumping sound like a drum, and spoke again. "If Brother Changsheng has any needs, please feel free to instruct your little brother." Dou Changsheng looked at Xianxiaaudi's actions, thinking that the little brother's thoughts are very dangerous. He quickly scolded, What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Xianxiaaudio hurriedly apologized. Yes, 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 Brother Changsheng is right. Brother Changsheng is not that kind of person. But his expression was somewhat strange, revealing a knowing look that made Dou Changsheng's heart tremble. He felt misunderstood. This little brother really doesn't understand the situation. The atmosphere fell into silence, and Xianxiaaudio was reorganizing his words. He just realized that his words had problems. Although Brother Changsheng is ruthless and has a poisonous heart, he appears harmless on the surface. How could he say such things directly? That would be a huge loss of decorum. Brother Changsheng is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He cannot speak the wolf's language, but must speak the sheep's language, otherwise. It's like trying to match a donkey's lips to a horse's mouth. But last night, Wu Libin went missing, and this case has turned from a theft to a murder. Wu Libin's brother, Wu Liren, died at the hands of Yu Wumian a few months ago, and the Wu family supports Brother Changsheng as the deputy chief catcher. The subordinates do not understand the rules and mistakenly think that Brother Changsheng is narrow-minded and likes to retaliate, thus getting involved and coming to report the case at the Zhuge Fang. But I know what kind of person Brother Changsheng is. Brother Changsheng has always been upright and would not take revenge on the Wu family, nor would he use this as an opportunity to stir up a major case and eliminate them. The slander from Tianji Tower against Brother Changsheng is too severe. Dou Changsheng looked at Xianxiaaudio, who was filled with righteous indignation on his behalf, and felt gratified in his heart. The little brother really understands me. Chapter 46. Our Wu family is about to be annihilated. Wu family front hall. The old master of the Wu family, Wu Chenghao, with a green ring on his hand, pressed it on a dragon-headed cane. His wrinkled face was gloomy, as if water could drip from it. His snow-white hair was somewhat disheveled, not as meticulously groomed as usual, and the hand pressing on the dragon-headed cane trembled from time to time. Trouble has come. A wailing voice echoed. A middle-aged man rushed into the hall in a hurry. The middle-aged man had a high nose and thick lips, with a long face and a heavy beard under his lips, dressed in a Qilin robe. He was a Xianyu catcher from the Six Doors. Wu Lian's face was extremely ugly, and he spoke dryly. The theft case of the Baihai Pearl has been reported by the God of Wealth Pavilion despite our warnings, and they have specifically designated the Zhuge Fang to handle this case. What Zhuge Fang? Doesn't this mean they are specifically asking Dou Changsheng to take action? I said from the beginning not to get involved in this. Is Dou Changsheng someone you can mess with? Not to mention he is a disciple of a master with a strong background. Just the nickname, Broomstar, alone has brought misfortune to countless people. Rumor has it that Dou Changsheng has the depth of mountains and rivers and a heart as deep as a city, especially his cunning, which is smaller than a needle's tip. Voices of resentment arose. Yu Wumian killed the third brother, not Dou Changsheng. Why are you looking for trouble with Dou Changsheng? The third brother is already dead, and I and the second brother can take care of you and live peacefully. Why must you think about causing trouble? Aren't you considering me and the second brother? Only thinking about avenging the third brother? Look at the consequences. The second brother has already gone missing. No one has seen him alive or dead, and Dou Changsheng hasn't even acted yet. Once he takes this case, our Wu family is finished. We might as well wait to die. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The dragon-headed cane struck the bluestone floor heavily. The immense force shattered the bluestone, creating spiderweb-like cracks that spread out. Wu Chenghao was furious. His eyes spewed flames of anger as he roared. That is your own brother. Wu Lian sneered, showing no respect for the angry old man, coldly mocking. It's the brother who wants the lives of the eldest and second brothers. Wu Chenghao raised his hand, pointing at Wu Lian, his finger trembling with rage, unable to form a complete sentence. You? After a pause, he finally spoke. The jewelry building is located in Changsheng Fang. The case of the Baihai Pearl theft should be handled by the Changsheng Fang catchers. Even if the second brother is missing, it should still be Chief Chun who is responsible for investigating the case. Wu Lian shook his head. Since your retirement, your head has gone fuzzy. As for the God of Wealth Pavilion's matters, who they want to hold responsible is just a matter of a word from the God of Wealth Pavilion. I have already confirmed with someone that not long ago, the ninth master of the God of Wealth Pavilion personally went to the Zhao God Catcher's residence in the Qinglong Fang. Zhuge Fang is one of the four major upper fangs of the divine capital and holds a higher status than a lower fang like Changsheng Fang. It is normal for official documents to be issued from above, designating Zhuge Fang to handle the Baihai Pearl theft case. This is not a precedent. Didn't the case of murder in the Fang last year end with Chief Chun handing over the authority to the Baihu Fang? This matter cannot be stopped. When Dou Changsheng comes to Changsheng Fang, with his fierce and ruthless skills, your eldest son will also have to go below to accompany your third son. No, it's our whole family, all together. Wu Lin sighed and said, our Wu family in the capital, although not a prominent family, has had ancestors who joined the Six Doors during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Over the years, there have always been one or two people from each generation serving as Xianyu constables, with a steady stream of third-rank martial artists. Neither the second nor I have any great ambitions. We just want to break through to the top third rank and become masters, and eventually become the chief constable of Changsheng Square. You, old man, may be old in years but not in heart, always wanting the family to flourish. That's why the third one, that cunning brat, keeps claiming he wants to become a master to win your favor, and you've doted on him all these years. A few months ago, you went so far as to have the second and me pay a hefty price just to secure him a chance to attend the God of Wealth conference to obtain the opportunity for enlightenment tea. All of this is because of you. This time, for the sake of the third one, you've put our whole family at risk. The second went missing because of the Beehive Pearl case. We don't even know if it was truly because of the case or if Dou Changsheng did it secretly. The price we've paid is already enough. For the sake of your only surviving son, why not lose face once and apologize to Dou Changsheng? If he wants money, our Wu family will accept it. Wu Lin paused, showing a hint of hesitation, but ultimately chose to speak. And that treasured 3,000-year star spirit herb you've been keeping, why not offer it to Dou Changsheng as well? The star spirit herb can channel the power of the stars, turning the illusory into the real and refining falsehood into truth, significantly aiding in breaking through from fourth rank to top third rank. A 3,000-year-old herb is already a generous gift. Face and benefits are all gained. And I believe Dou Changsheng should let our Wu family go. After all, we are merely one of the families he has offended in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Wu Qinghao, who had just managed to calm down, became furious again, picking up his dragon-headed cane and striking at Wu Lin, roaring, "You unworthy eldest son! This is the root of our Wu family, the capital for our rise. If one of us becomes a master, our Wu family can become a major family in the Six Doors, just like the Fong and Li families, with descendants occupying high positions in every generation, governing a province's criminal justice. How can you abandon the hope of our Wu family's rise? I will beat you to death for being an unfilial son." Wu Lin fled in a panic through the front hall, retorting, "Rise? Our Wu family is about to be finished. No matter how good something is, if it belongs to others, sending it out now might still earn us some goodwill, and we might survive." Wu Qinghao snorted coldly, stopping his pursuit, and looked at Wu Lin, stroking his white beard and saying, "What are you afraid of? You are an official. Could Dou Changsheng personally come to kill our whole family? Our Wu family has been in the capital for so many years. How can we not have some connections? Your aunt had a connection with a scholar years ago. To not affect each other's future, they have not interacted much over the years. Now that it's a critical time, it's also time to contact your uncle-in-law." Lord Zhou Jun Wu Lin was taken aback, then suddenly remembered who that was, and exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Zhou, the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has a connection with our family? No wonder I found it strange about the 3,000-year star spirit herb. How could our Wu family have such ability? With my qualifications, being able to break through to the middle third rank feels odd. Where did our family get so many resources? So that's how it is." Wu Lin then showed joy and excitement, saying, "Great. Since we have this connection, let's give the star spirit herb to Dou Changsheng. If we talk it over, I won't have to die." Wu Qinghao looked at his cowardly son with dissatisfaction, feeling he was utterly useless. Surrendering without a fight? What a disgrace to the Wu family. With your uncle-in-law around, how can Dou Changsheng be anything to worry about? Chapter 47, Great Destiny. At Zhuke Square, in the constable's office, Dou Changsheng sat in the grandmaster chair, surveying the layout around him, feeling a sense of change. He had only been here a handful of times, always as an outsider, never expecting to become the master in just a few months. The original master, Chief Constable Zheng, was now lying in the mass grave. Dou Changsheng had yet to claim the Zheng family's wealth, still undecided in his heart. He lowered his head slightly, hands clasped together, calmly looking at an official document on the table. Dou Changsheng was indeed the right candidate. Of course, all of this was mere pretense. The real reason was that the God of Wealth Pavilion had reported a case, specifically requesting Dou Changsheng to investigate. This was a troublesome matter, in specialized fields. One must have expertise. While Dou Changsheng had some understanding of killing, he had little experience in investigating cases and capturing criminals. At first glance, this case did not seem simple, causing Dou Changsheng to feel reluctant and some resistance in his heart. He had only crossed over a few months ago and had already made countless enemies. The recently concluded Zhuke Square incident, without mentioning the 8-armed Divine Constable faction. They would not take action for a while. Then there was the initial Destiny ceremony, the Golden Wind Knight Rain Tower, and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion from not long ago, along with those who did not dare to retaliate against Yi Wumian and vent their anger on him. Calculating all this, Dou Changsheng felt a bit alarmed. He had always been kind to others, so why were there enemies everywhere? Dou Changsheng wished he could hide in the Zhao residence and not come out. Unfortunately, the official document had been issued, and Dou Changsheng could not refuse. He could only go and work lazily. Dou Changsheng considered himself a good person. But he could not repay the Wu family's recent betrayal with kindness, especially since the Beihai Pearl theft case was related to them. One hand slightly descended, resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and Dou Changsheng felt a bit more at ease. The Golden Wind Night Rain Tower had been quiet, which meant they would not intervene. Otherwise, how could this usually arrogant and domineering assassin organization be so honest? This was also quite normal. Although the Wuxian King was the #1 killer in the Golden Wind Night Rain Tower, the tower did not belong to just him. Moreover, assassins were not normal people. They were a group of emotionally detached individuals. Even master-disciple relationships were not particularly close. It was common to usurp one's master and take their place. So on this front, he only needed to worry about Yi Wumian, who, for the time being, could not appear. After the backlash of destiny, he had continuously fallen in rank and had been removed from the rankings, making this a perfect time for secluded cultivation, at least for 6 months without worry. Currently, the most concerning thing was the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The influence of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was unknown, but daring to challenge the Heavenly Machine Tower meant its power was not to be underestimated. The situation was somewhat complex. It was too dangerous outside. For someone without ambition and not planning to get promoted, the upper-level penalties and warnings were insignificant. A demotion would even be a good thing. But Dou Changsheng also knew that with his background and being ranked 28th on the human list, even if he slacked off and did not work, he would not be punished. Though he had no great abilities, he could still handle ordinary clue searches. The Zhuke Square Constable's office was the only place he was somewhat familiar with. The others had cold attitudes and were not very willing to interact with Dou Changsheng, which was normal given his bad reputation. He was known as the Heavenly Evil Solitary Star, which specialized in taking lives. Moreover, Dou Changsheng had climbed to his position by stepping on the corpses of his colleagues and superiors, using their blood to pave his official hat. Who would welcome someone like that? At the end of Zhuke Street was the Imperial City, home to royal relatives and noble families. The streets were bustling with various small vendors selling different goods, and the lively atmosphere was evident. Zhuke Street was solemn, with no shortage of food, drinks, rare treasures, martial arts manuals, and elixirs. But there is a lack of popularity here. The visitors are all nobles who pay attention to rules. And it is not as lively as this. Zhou Li is clearly a local of the capital, not someone dispatched from elsewhere, and he is very familiar with this scene. He personally introduced and explained to Dou Changsheng. The market here in Changshengfang is relatively small. To see the real markets of the capital, one must visit the east and west markets. Everything that exists under heaven, whether it flies in the sky, swims in the water, or runs on the ground, can be found in the east and west markets. However, Changshengfang does have one attraction that anyone coming from outside the capital would want to see. Dou Changsheng suddenly thought of something and spoke up. The Heavenly Demon Stone statue. Zhou Li smiled and said, exactly. It is said that during the reign of Taizong, a heavenly demon emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains, marching north to the capital, brazenly attacking it, intending to destroy the Great Zhou, but was turned into a stone statue by the then Prime Minister, Zhang Derun. For more than 100 years, it has stood tall in Changshengfang. The great sage, Zhang Tianzheng. This is a living immortal ranked 19th on the heavenly rankings. Breaking through to the master level of the lesser fate is already difficult, and to attain immortality and become a divine being or demon, one must complete the great fate. Dou Changsheng had seen the heavenly rankings, and Zhang Tianzheng's great fate was to cultivate oneself, manage one's family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Assisting Emperor Taizong, leading campaigns against the Hu people in the north, striking the Demon Clan in the south, and challenging the Dragon Clan in the east. The Dragon Gate Covenant has existed since ancient times, but the Dragon Court was so easy to negotiate with because of the Three Saint Island battle presided over by Zhang Tianzheng during Taizong's reign. In that battle, the Dragon Court suffered a great defeat and thereafter submitted to the Great Zhou. Dou Changsheng felt a surge of interest and wanted to see the Heavenly Demon Stone statue, to catch a glimpse of the grandeur of the celestial beings on the heavenly rankings. This was the most recent immortal who attained enlightenment and soared to the 19th position after entering the heavenly rankings. 100 years ago, it was Zhang Tianzheng's era. He felt it was essential to pay respects to the predecessor's grandeur. Just as Dou Changsheng arrived at his destination, he saw a familiar chubby figure. Little brother is also here. Chapter 48. Congratulations to the host's friend 1111. The Heavenly Demon Stone statue. This is a landmark building of the capital. Warriors from the 108 continents visiting the capital or students seeking knowledge all come to Changshengfang to see it. The Heavenly Demon Stone statue is about 100 zhang tall, towering over the earth. Dou Changsheng gazed from afar and felt a sense of insignificance. It has wings on its back, colored like cinnabar, resembling livestock, and a head like a macaque. Its eyes are wide open, and its expression is furious, vividly portrayed. There is no sign of petrification. It resembles a flesh and blood body, a true heavenly demon standing in the view. This scene is quite shocking. Standing beneath the heavenly demon stone statue, one feels like an ant. But Dou Changsheng truly felt something different. The vitality contained within the heavenly demon stone statue, even if it was dormant, could still be described as boundless, like the torrents of great rivers flowing. Not long ago, Xianxiaaudiobooks' vitality had already left Dou Changsheng in shock, enough to transform into vital energy and rise into the sky, alarming all around. But compared to this vitality he felt now, what was Xianxiaaudiobooks? And this was far from all the heavenly demon. It was merely an insignificant part. This thing is too dangerous. Upon seeing the heavenly demon for the first time, Dou Changsheng's mind was filled with thoughts. These big shots in the temple are not fools. How could they allow this thing in the capital? It is known that this heavenly demon is merely petrified and sealed, not truly dead. If one day it awakens, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Dou Changsheng did not know if the capital could withstand it. He only knew that he, with his small frame, could not bear the aftermath. Dou Changsheng stared for a long time, filled with doubts. Xianxiaaudio had already fluttered over, wearing a flamboyant red robe, and stood beside Dou Changsheng, speaking softly. This is just the flesh of the heavenly demon. Its true spirit has long escaped. As long as the Great Zhou does not perish, the heavenly demon cannot awaken. When the Great Zhou falls, the awakening of the heavenly demon will not be something the Great Zhou can consider. Dou Changsheng nodded slightly, understanding the meaning behind Xianxiaudio's words. Those who can break through the capital and destroy the Great Zhou are basically the new dynasty, and this trouble would be left to them. Moreover, if the powerful ministers were in charge, they would also have their concerns and would not dare to destroy the Zhou and usurp the throne. Otherwise, if the true spirit of the heavenly demon returns and awakens in anger, who could withstand it? This is a variant of leveraging foreign powers for self-importance. Dou Changsheng had always had a question in his heart, and at this moment, looking at Xianxiaaudio, he couldn't help but ask, are there any immortals in the royal family? There are a total of 36 on the heavenly rankings. Dou Changsheng was very familiar with each one, and not just him, most warriors were the same. The 36 celestial beings on the heavenly rankings do not represent that there are only 36 celestial beings in the world. Not finding the Great Zhou royal family on it does not mean that there are no immortals in the royal family. This question had long been in his mind. However, this is a secret. Unless one reaches the master level, it is impossible to touch upon it. However, the person in front of him is a descendant of celestial beings. Even if he does not understand fully, he knows a little. Xianxiaaudio leaned closer to Dou Changsheng and lowered his voice. No immortals. No immortals? Dou Changsheng not only did not resolve his doubt, but instead felt it deepen. He walked to a corner where no one was around and asked in confusion. Zhangsheng cultivated himself, managed his family, governed the country, and brought peace to the world, completing the great fate. By rights, raising a 3-foot sword to unify the 108 continents should be an unprecedented achievement, enough to fulfill the great fate. Everyone's great fate is different. Some support the monarch, stabilize the people, and ensure that ministers avoid the path of conflict. Others use their words to create chaos and overthrow dynasties. Various paths exist, but to be a hidden dragon and step onto the path of contention is fundamental. Generally, the great fate requires raising a 3-foot sword to pacify the world, unite the world, and after offering sacrifices to heaven and claiming the throne, the great fate would be completed. Dynasties rise and fall, and the world contends for dragons. This is the easiest great fate to complete, but also the most difficult. Since Dou Changsheng ranked on the human list and became a true disciple of the Yin Ji Sect, he has been receiving the education of true disciples, and his knowledge is growing. The lineage of the founding emperor, such as the Jinling guards, the Yang family, and the Chao family, has long declined. Now, it is the lineage of Taizong that thrives. The prosperity of the Zhou dynasty far surpasses that of the Xia and Shang, which is also due to this. Xianxiaaudio cautiously looked around again and warned, Brother Changsheng, don't ask around randomly. Let this matter end here. If someone brings it up intentionally, it will surely be with ill intent. This matter is too deep, not to mention a 3rd-rank master. Even a 2nd-rank grandmaster would be in danger if involved. Xianxiaaudio did not want to dwell on this topic any longer and changed the subject, saying, by the way, I just received some news. The Wu family invited a guest today. It is the wealthy merchant from the capital, Zhou Guangren. This Zhou Guangren has a significant background. He is the 3rd son of the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Junkai. The 6 ministries, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of War, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Justice, were established during the reign of Gaozong. They aimed to seize power from the 6 ministries. The Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of War, etc., have overlapping powers with the current 6 ministries, including the 6 gates, Heavenly Works, Dan Tower, and the Protectorate of the 5 armies. The ministry was prominent during Gao Zong's time, but after his death, the ministries lost most of their powers. The Ministry of War and Ministry of Works are now merely hollow shells, but the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Rights have not lost power, reconstituting the Political Affairs Hall. Although it is just one of the 6 ministries of the Great Zhou, there are 3 cabinet ministers in the Political Affairs Hall out of the 9 members of the cabinet. The Ministers of Rights, Personnel, and Revenue are all cabinet ministers. The Right Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, being one of the deputy heads of the Ministry of Revenue, assists the minister in managing the department's affairs. Although their ranks are the same, the Right Minister of Personnel ranks behind the Left Minister. But this is still a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, likely to become the Minister of Revenue in the future and join the cabinet to assist in governance. In the future, there will be opportunities to sweep him out of the 6 gates. Losing his official position would be a significant lesson. So, the Right Minister of the Ministry of Revenue has little to do with Dou Changsheng. Xianxiaaudio spoke with piercing eyes fixed on Dou Changsheng, observing the changes in his expression. Seeing Dou Changsheng maintain his usual calm demeanor, doubts began to rise in Xianxiaudio's heart. Zhou Guangren wasn't much of a concern, but Zhou Jun was extraordinary. The Dazhou cabinet had 9 members, 3 from the Zhengshi Hall, 2 from the 5 Armies Protectorate, and the rest from the 6 Doors, Tiangong, Danta, and the Imperial Clan Court. The Zhengshi Hall held the most power, as the Prime Minister always came from there, and only the 5 Armies Protectorate could compete, while the others were at best second in command. This unchanging expression, it suggested he was confident. Coming to Changsheng Fong this time was the right decision. He wanted to see how Brother Changsheng operated to eliminate the entire Wu family. Ding! A friend has been detected. Congratulations, the host has added friend 1. Zhou Guangren has been added to the friend list. Ding! A friend has been detected. Wu Qinghao has been added to the friend list. Chapter 49. Too Ruthless. The Wu family is finished. Changsheng Fong, the constable's office. When Dou Changsheng arrived, he noticed it was unusually quiet. The constable's office was quite spacious and the architecture was solemn, but there were very few constables present. Upon entering, he was greeted only by the Xianxiaaudiobooks constable Wu Lin. Wu Lin stood beside Dou Changsheng like a subordinate. Introducing himself, our chief constable Chun has recently suffered a recurrence of an old injury and is currently resting at home. The case of the stolen Beehive Pearl has been assigned to me. If Chief Constable Dou wishes to review the case files or verify any evidence, please feel free to instruct me. Dou Changsheng looked at the humble Wu Lin and recalled the information provided by Xianxiaaudio. Wu Lin was the eldest of the Wu family. The second son, Wu Liben, was missing, and the third son, Wu Liren, was dead. Wu Lin hesitated for a moment before a resolute look appeared in his eyes, and he whispered, "My lord, Chief Constable Chun is not ill. He simply does not wish to see you, so he has sent the others away. I, for one, find this unacceptable. You are ranked 28th on the list of talents and are a prodigy among us of the 6 Doors. Chief Constable Chun is being very disrespectful." Dou Changsheng's indifferent gaze turned towards Wu Lin. As a subordinate of Chief Constable Chun, it's quite foolish to speak ill of one's superior in front of outsiders. Dou Changsheng didn't believe a Xianxiaaudiobooks constable would be so foolish. Therefore, Wu Lin was aligning himself with Dou Changsheng. This was a show of intent. Doubts arose in his mind. This Wu Lin was overly humble. Dou Changsheng was from Zhuke Fong while Wu Lin was from Changsheng Fong, and he had no authority over him. Moreover, Wu Lin was a Xianxiaaudiobooks constable and also the deputy chief of Changsheng Fong. Yet he referred to himself as a humble servant, as if Dou Changsheng were a high official of his department. Dou Changsheng raised his eyes to look at Xianxiaaudio. Remembering he had just mentioned that the Wu family had hired the son of a right minister of the Ministry of Revenue. This didn't seem like a sign of wanting to make things difficult for him. This was fine. Dou Changsheng had no intention of engaging in intrigue. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time on proper cultivation? He said, "Beehive Pearl. It is hot, and wearing it year-round can temper the internal organs, blood, and bones, making it suitable for martial artists at the 9th rank of body forging." The stolen Beehive Pearl was of the finest quality and was produced by a mermaid princess. This case has escalated. Even if it comes from the mermaid princess, it is still just a Beehive Pearl, effective only against martial artists at the 9th rank. However, mermaids can produce ordinary tears that turn into Beehive Pearls. But there is something more precious. Mermaid tears can only be obtained when a mermaid dies or when its tail is dissected. Mermaid tears are worth their weight in gold, able to neutralize poisons and soft jade. One mermaid's life can yield mermaid tears. If they come from a princess, their purity can even neutralize master-level toxins. Such treasures are priceless. Wu Lin described the details of the case thoroughly. What started as a small case suddenly became a major case when it involved master-level matters. They couldn't even distinguish between Beehive Pearl and mermaid tears. Xianxiaaudio was truly furious. His face trembled with anger, and his fingers shook. Beehive Pearl and mermaid tears seemed similar, yet their values were worlds apart. A mermaid might not even produce a single mermaid tear in their lifetime. They had to die with deep emotion or have their tails immediately dissected. This was incredibly difficult, hence very precious. In contrast, acquiring a beehive pearl was not that hard. A single punch could provoke tears for a long time, even though it had not yet been confirmed whether it was mermaid tears or a beehive pearl. Dou Changsheng still trusted Wu Lin's judgment. The former was merely a small case, while the latter was a major case. Even the assailants might not belong to the same group. This case seemed complex, but its threads were clear. One just needed to keep eliminating possibilities. The assailants had a certain level of strength and audacity, but these were secondary. The main question was how they knew the beehive pearl might be mermaid tears. Dou Changsheng looked towards Xianxiaaudio. The furious Xianxiaaudio, like a powder keg, likely had thoughts of his own. There was an insider at the treasure pavilion, mixing up the precious mermaid tears with beehive pearls, intending to deal with it when an accident occurred, leading to the theft of the beehive pearl. After the theft, hiding the fact that the beehive pearl was mermaid tears would undoubtedly increase the difficulty tenfold, and the chances of exposure would be very high. So they ultimately had to choose to silence witnesses. This was one possibility. Another was that Wu Libin had exposed himself. Wu Libin might have taken the mermaid tears and fled, or he was discovered by an acquaintance while trying to replace the beehive pearl, leading to his disappearance. Between the treasure pavilion and Wu Libin, Dou Changsheng leaned towards the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion specialized in this business, and the chances of making a mistake were minimal. Though he thought this way, Dou Changsheng couldn't go directly to the treasure pavilion. Xianxiaaudio was his little brother. Family matters shouldn't be aired publicly. He needed to give his little brother some time to investigate on his own. If the treasure pavilion really had a problem, his little brother would also provide him with an explanation, saving time and effort. Next, he went to the Wu family. Wu Libin had gone missing at the Wu family's old residence, so the Wu family was also suspicious. In the future, they might need to avoid suspicion, but everything seemed normal here. Wu Lin personally led the way, and soon they arrived at the Wu family. The Wu family's main gate was half open, and Dou Changsheng saw a pool of blood, causing his gaze to narrow. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He recalled the several messages that had just appeared, which he hadn't scrutinized closely. Congratulations to the host. Friend Zhou Guangren's organs have been shattered. Cultivation value, 2,000. Congratulations to the host. Friend Wu Fenghao's vitality has been attacked. Cultivation value, 1,500. Congratulations to the host. Chapter 50. It's all done. The Wu family is completely wiped out. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation value, 12,000. Please continue to work hard, host. A line of text appeared, ending with a shocking number, 12,000 cultivation value. This was even more than the rewards received from the last destiny ceremony. Dou Changsheng had no idea how this was calculated, but this sum of cultivation value, combined with the 5,000 cultivation value from the Zhu Feng incident, gave him a total of 17,000 cultivation value. This amount was enough for Dou Changsheng to elevate his cultivation level once again, completing the perfect 9th rank of body condensing and successfully breaking through to the 3rd rank. Moreover, he still had nearly half of the cultivation value left, which was quite abundant. What? Dou Changsheng was stunned. Meanwhile, the one reacting the most was Wu Lin, who dashed out like a cannonball, forcefully pushing open the half-open main door. The scene that met his eyes made Wu Lin's eyes widen in horror. A maid in a half-new lotus-colored silk dress lay on the ground. Her beautiful face pressed against the floor, with a gash on her back. The ground was splattered with blood, and the gash was grotesquely terrifying. The bodies of servants and maids, though not everywhere to be seen, can still be found with some searching. After a brief pause, Wu Lin rushed towards the inner hall. His mid-3rd grade strength unleashed like a whirlwind, disappearing in an instant from Dou Changsheng's sight. It's too tragic. Dou Changsheng did not follow immediately, but instead ordered Zhou Li to report to the constable's office in Changshengfang, mainly to bring more manpower. With so many bodies, collecting them is a labor-intensive task, and they need to be searched carefully. There simply aren't enough people right now. Understood, Zhou Li replied, and turned to leave the Wu family. Xianxiaoji sighed. Is the Wu family really gone? To be honest, Xianxiaoji still hasn't figured it out. He felt a bit dazed. This time he came in person to understand how his brother Changsheng dealt with things. The simplest method he envisioned was to frame the Wu family, implicating them in the theft of the Biheizu. Wu Libin's disappearance was a ready-made piece of evidence. After all, no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Explaining it wouldn't be difficult for Dou Changsheng with just a few words. Given his deep background in the 6 doors, it wouldn't be hard to manipulate things. However, the Wu family wasn't without influence. They had even invited the son of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue this time. Xianxiaoji was pleased with this development. Such a situation was worth his personal visit. Just dealing with the Wu family alone was too simple. If there was the son of the right assistant minister, it would be more interesting. He could see what Brother Changsheng was truly capable of. Brother Changsheng possessed a semi-divine weapon, having completed the awakening of his divine weapon. With master-level combat power, which was already a certainty, an ordinary master would only be a bonus to the Kaishan Pavilion. The resources he controlled were already sufficient. Only a Grand Master would be worthy of the Kaishan Pavilion's attention. That was why Qian Xiaoji was willing to take some risks to apply for resources from the Kaishan Pavilion's headquarters to invest in Dou Changsheng. But what was the outcome? It was a complete deadlock. They hadn't even undressed before it was all over. Following Dou Changsheng into the inner hall, Qian Xiaoji saw Wu Lin in deep sorrow, tightly gripping the wrist of a beautiful woman. His face was twisted in a terrifying manner, veins bulging, as if a malevolent spirit had escaped from hell to the mortal world. It was too tragic. The Wu family had been exterminated. His wife and elderly father had all died tragically. Qian Xiaoji's gaze unconsciously turned to Dou Changsheng, who was also seen with a pained expression, anger flickering in his eyes, which was truly heartfelt. This was real sadness and anger. After witnessing it firsthand, Qian Xiaoji finally understood. He shook his head inwardly, believing that this incident was a coincidence. His gaze shifted away from the grieving Wu Lin and began searching for the important figure Zhou Guangren. The Wu family, counting all the servants and maids, had dozens of people, but the death of so many was nothing compared to the consequences of Zhou Guangren's death. If the son of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue died, it would be enough to shake the capital. Even the saints would be angered. Wu Lin stood motionless, like a zombie, indifferent to Dou Changsheng's words. Dou Changsheng sighed, too tragic. Not wanting to disturb Wu Lin, he turned and walked outside. Just as he took a step, the eye soul blade hanging at his waist emitted a soft hum, vibrating as it unsheathed. A brilliant light flashing as a blade was swung out. The blade's aura shattered the magical power. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying, shooting out from the air and crashing into the wooden wall. A tremendous sound echoed as the wooden structure collapsed, wooden shards and debris flying everywhere, dust rising high. While Dou Changsheng stood with his back to the scene, motionless. He did not turn around but spoke coldly. This is a lesson. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the living crime cannot escape. You attacked a colleague. Now go confess in prison. Dou Changsheng had held back. He did not choose to eliminate completely. The Wu family was too tragic. Just having been exterminated, he could understand this person's emotional turmoil. But having acted, one could not pretend it never happened. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs sounded as Wu Lin struggled to rise from the ruins of the house, coughing up blood. A mere 6th-grade martial artist like Wu Lin was easily defeated by a single strike. His face was cut, blood flowing down his nose. And with his bulging veins and fierce expression, Wu Lin appeared even more terrifying, looking nothing like a living person. Dou Changsheng, you are ruthless. I have already humbled myself, bent over and flattered you, just to protect my family. Yet you still strike with lethal force. Wu Lin's voice was hoarse. The hatred he expressed was almost tangible, speaking in a desolate and desperate tone. If you want to kill, just do it. My wife and children are so innocent. How could you not spare even the children and women, killing my father, my wife, my son, my sister-in-law? You are too cruel. Now you pretend to spare my life. Don't you just want to torture me and enjoy watching me suffer? I will not let you succeed. My life belongs to me. No one can control it. Wu Lin was on the verge of collapse, becoming agitated, his expression madly shouting. Aren't you seeking revenge? Don't you want the Wu family's lives? Here they are. Wu Lin crossed his knife horizontally, slashing towards his neck. Wu, stop. If there are grievances, we can appeal to the higher authorities. A booming voice came from afar. Chapter 51. What? Zhou Guangren isn't dead? The voice was thunderous and resonated deeply, shaking the hearts of all. This was a form of sonic martial arts. The glazed tiles on the roof began to tremble continuously, with many falling directly from the roof and shattering on the ground. The eye soul blade at Dou Changsheng's waist trembled, emitting a soft hum, instantly isolating the shockwave. A semi-divine weapon that had already awakened was quite mature. It could automatically protect against some surprise attacks or assaults, and the eye soul blade was sufficient to defend itself. This attack primarily targeted Wu Lin, who became stiff all over, his limbs unresponsive, and he froze as he was about to slash his neck. With a clatter, the long knife fell from his hand. Wu Lin collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth like a blood arrow, shooting out 3 to 4 meters. Chief Constable Chun, nearly 7 feet tall, with a long figure, wore a green-patterned robe and black boots adorned with a green stripe, resembling a winding snake. His face was extremely grim as he looked at the already fallen Wu Lin. Bending down, he checked Wu Lin's breath, then personally drew a line across Wu Lin's chest, his expression growing even grimmer. The internal organs had shattered, and the heart had stopped beating. He was dead. As an experienced professional, Chief Constable Chin's mind automatically painted the scene of Wu Lin's death. It was not the long knife in his hand that was fatal, but the internal magical power that had vibrated within him. He had shattered his own organs. And that was the cause of Wu Lin's death. A group of constables quickly arrived by Wu Lin's side, their eyes filled with anger as they glared at Dou Changsheng. Their emotions extremely volatile. As soon as Chief Constable Chun gave the order, they could engage Dou Changsheng in a fight. This was too much. They did not know the specifics of the situation, but upon arrival, they saw Dou Changsheng had forcefully driven Wu Lin to death. United in rage, their blood surged. And they had long forgotten Dou Changsheng's identity and cultivation level. Chief Constable Chun stepped forward, extending his long arm to block the eager constables. Looking at Dou Changsheng and speaking in a deep voice, a massacre has occurred in the capital. Moreover, it also involves the officials of the 6 doors. And this matter must be reported to the headquarters. This case requires a divine catcher to investigate. Impossible. A cold voice interrupted, directly rejecting Chief Chun's proposal. Xianxiaaudiobooks walked slowly from the distance, wearing a bright red satin robe that looked very vivid under the sunlight. After glancing at the silent Dou Changsheng, he approached in just a few steps. Wu Lin committed suicide. What does that have to do with this case? The Wu family was exterminated, and all of this was triggered by the theft of the Bai Hai Pearl. This case has already been handed over to the Zhu Ke Fong for investigation by the 6 doors headquarters, while Changxing Fong is only assisting. Xianxiaaudiobooks changed his previously gentle demeanor. His gaze sharp and his tone aggressive as he looked at Chief Chun with a sneer and said, even if this case is reported, it will still be a matter for Zhu Ke Fong. What I lost in the Kaishin Pavilion is not the Bai Hai Pearl, but the tears of the mermaid. Xianxiaaudiobooks gave Dou Changsheng a look, indicating that he was there and everything was fine. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally understood that this was not a coincidence. Although there were some situations that were unclear, he knew that the Wu family was completely gone, and this case was still under control. Yes, it was within a controllable range. The most important Zhou Guangren, Xianxiaaudiobooks had already confirmed, was only injured and unconscious, becoming the sole survivor. If someone killed the entire Wu family, they would not let Zhou Guangren go. After all, Zhou Guangren's status was not low. But he was not the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and his reputation was relatively prominent. If not for great concern or having had contact with him, how would one know Zhou Guangren's identity? So it was definitely Dou Changsheng's people who acted. Old Master Wu Chenghao had long since retired, and now he held no official position. Excluding the remaining maids and servants, no other members of the Wu family were in office either. Thus, the victims were merely family members, and the consequences caused by the death of a court official were entirely different. Now that Wu Lin was dead, it was also a suicide. The Wu family was exterminated, but the trajectory was very clear, and the resulting consequences were not severe, still within a controllable level. And there was no need to involve divine catchers or the top 10 famous catchers. If it were an ordinary chief catcher, of course, it wouldn't work. But Dou Changsheng was different. He had backing. Everything was controllable. Thinking this way, Xianxiaaudiobooks discovered something terrifying. Dou Changsheng, who took ruthless action, could still show sorrow, as if he were an innocent party, even shedding crocodile tears. Terrifying, too terrifying. Was this Dou Changsheng's power? He needed to learn well. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and Chief Chin showed an unwilling expression, angrily glancing at Dou Changsheng before speaking in a deep voice. Good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. It is not that there is no retribution, but the time has not yet come. Dou Changsheng, you acted so ruthlessly. I hope one day you won't regret it. Dou Changsheng looked at the crowd that seemed eager to swallow him whole, and he felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't done anything. They had thrown everything onto him. He was even more aggrieved than Dou. Seeing Chief Chun's demeanor, Dou Changsheng wanted to argue, but swallowed his words, knowing that saying more would be useless. So he nodded and sincerely said, people are doing things, and heaven is watching. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. The world will return justice to me. Xianxiaaudiobooks coldly laughed, looking at Chief Chun and slightly shaking his head. Heaven has a way, but you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come to it. This Chief Chun won't live long now. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at Chief Chun with the gaze of someone watching a dying man, and Chief Chun was startled, all his dissatisfaction disappearing without a trace. His face drained of blood, turning waxy pale. What had he done? He offended the star-crossed solitary Dou Changsheng. It was rumored that his heart was smaller than a needle's tip, and he would surely retaliate. What to do? Was it too late to regret now? Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at Chief Chin's suddenly changed face, showing a faint smile, and said to Dou Changsheng, Brother Changsheng, Zhou Guangren is still unconscious? We need to arrange things quickly. What? Zhou Guangren isn't dead? Chapter 52. You think you have half a divine weapon? The calm expression immediately darkened. Dou Changsheng's gaze was unpredictable, his face turning ashen. At this moment, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This was not good news. Dou Changsheng opened his mouth to ask. The entire Wu family was exterminated, killed cleanly. And the murderer actually spared Zhou Guangren? Dou Changsheng's piercing gaze fixed on Qian Xiaojiu, wanting to see through the clues. In response, Qian Xiaojiu pointed and said, Zhou Guangren is unconscious in the front hall, whether he is dead or alive. Brother Changsheng can tell at a glance. Dou Changsheng had a sense in his heart. Qian Xiaojiu had no reason to deceive him. But he still strode towards the front hall, standing at the door and looking at Zhou Guangren lying on the Grand Master chair. Dou Changsheng could clearly see that Zhou Guangren's chest was rising and falling. Zhou Guangren was still breathing. Wasn't he dead? Dou Changsheng, not believing in evil, took 2 steps forward to Zhou Guangren's side, extending a hand to test his breath and checking his heartbeat. The beating heart clearly told Dou Changsheng that Zhou Guangren was alive. Dou Changsheng checked and saw no differences in Zhou Guangren. Zhou Guangren's martial arts cultivation was not high. Just at the 7th grade of the condensed Qi realm, this strength was mediocre. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he would only be at the lower 3rd grade in this lifetime. But Zhou Guangren was the son of Zhou Junkai. Zhou Junkai, as the 3rd in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, was extremely wealthy, and the resources he could mobilize exceeded imagination. It was a sure thing for Zhou Guangren to break through to the middle 3rd grade. If Zhou Junkai was willing to invest, it wouldn't be too difficult for Zhou Guangren to reach the 4th grade of martial arts, but becoming a grandmaster was impossible. However, it was clear that Zhou Guangren was not valued by Zhou Junkai. Otherwise, he would have already reached the middle 3rd grade level. Finding nothing, he was just an ordinary 7th grade condensed Qi realm martial artist. Dou Changsheng felt heavy in his heart. The inability to find clues was the biggest hidden danger. Was this Zhou Guangren fake? Although Dou Changsheng had always scolded the dog system, he still trusted it quite a bit. Congratulations to the host's friend Zhou Guangren for having shattered internal organs, gaining 2,000 cultivation points. This was a significant gain in cultivation points for Dou Changsheng, second only to Chief Chen Zheng of Zhu Keifang, and Dou Changsheng remembered it clearly. Zhou Guangren's strength was low, but the cultivation points were high. The system must take into account identity and influence as well. The dog system wouldn't make mistakes. So the unconscious Zhou Guangren in front of him had a suspicious identity? Dou Changsheng's enemies, such as Yi Wumian or the Tianji Pavilion, all possessed the ability to change endlessly. Dou Changsheng felt heavy in his heart. Was there a conspiracy? Was it aimed at him, or was he caught up in it? One hand of Dou Changsheng was already resting on the handle of the Ice Soul Blade. If Zhou Guangren was fake, just one slash would end it all. Regardless of the enemy's schemes, everything would fall apart. At the very least, the one disguising as Zhou Guangren would have to tear off the disguise and choose to flee immediately. In short, as long as he acted, he could break the situation. Dou Changsheng was eager to move, the Ice Soul Blade already partially drawn, revealing a blade body resembling jade. Dou Changsheng was startled. He hadn't noticed any clues. And the Ice Soul Blade didn't react, looking at Qian Xiaojiu, who was shaking his head. This was Qian Xiaojiu's true skill, possessing the power to break into the top 10 on the leaderboard. Now it seemed that he was still far from the top 10. The top 10 could completely form a separate list. What a pity. Dou Changsheng knew the chance to slash this fake was gone. Zhou Guangren had a special identity. Qian Xiaojiu wouldn't allow him to act recklessly, as those who had lost their sons would seek revenge on him. If Zhou Jun had died because of his son, even if it wasn't done by Qian Xiaoji, he would definitely harbor resentment. The Kaishan Pavilion doesn't fear a right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but there's no need to offend him and create enmity between both sides. Instead, they saved Zhou Guangren, creating a good relationship. Don't be fooled by their brotherly claims. They haven't even added each other as friends. At most they are just acquaintances. Qian Xiaoji naturally leans towards his own interests, having lost the best opportunity. Dou Changsheng plans to find a chance to strike. This fake Zhou Guangren is the mastermind behind the Wu family massacre, and the chances are very high. Even if he isn't directly involved, he is definitely in cahoots. Otherwise, why would they leave Zhou Guangren alive? Do the murderers think the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue is not to be trifled with? That is pure nonsense. Such a ruthless character, daring to kill in the capital, has long regarded life as insignificant. There is no need for that. The 3rd young master should be taken away by the old servant. As Dou Changsheng finished speaking, a voice of denial sounded. An old man in a green long robe appeared, emaciated like a withered reed, his body seemingly devoid of flesh. Just a layer of skin wrapping around bones, especially his sunken face and bulging eyes, resembling a skeleton rather than a living person. A cold aura enveloped him. And as he approached Dou Changsheng, the temperature in the surroundings seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Zhou Guangren is the only survivor of the Wu family massacre. Without thinking, Dou Changsheng directly refused. This fake Zhou Guangren has significant schemes, not to mention his intentions. Just the fact that so many people from the Wu family died makes Dou Changsheng unwilling to let him leave the 6 doors. Not even the Longshengfang constables will do. Dou Changsheng plans to send him to the headquarters, where Chun Wang is stationed. Even if a dragon enters, it must be restrained. All conspiracies and schemes will come to nothing. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and the old man sneered, saying, "My third young master is a victim. When did he become a suspect? This adult has quite the skill in framing others. Do you think all the constables of the six doors are like that day's calamity star, Dou Changsheng?" The old man's gaze turned to Zhou Guangren, softening with a look of sorrow. "Think of my third young master, who lives comfortably. When has he ever suffered such hardships or seen such cruel and bloody things? Such a kind person, yet he is still framed." The old man looked at Dou Changsheng, who stood in front of Zhou Guangren and blocked his way, his gaze turning cold as he spoke icily. "You are overestimating yourself. You are merely a seventh-tier condensation realm. Do you really think you are a calamity star, wielding a semi-divine weapon?" Chapter 53. Good words are hard to advise a dead man. Is there still justice in the world? Dou Changsheng looked up at the sky. This person probably hasn't even seen the human rankings, yet he has still heard quite a bit of information regarding Dou Changsheng, and in his heart, he has formed a fixed impression of the name. People are very stubborn about their fixed impressions, which are easy to form but hard to change. As the old man raised his hand, 5 fingers emerged from his wide sleeves, bony and elongated, giving off a chilling vibe. The fingertips were sharp as a dagger, emitting a faint blue light. Slowly, his palm transformed into a claw. The movement seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. Like lightning and thunder, a rapid force enveloped all around, forming a cage of about a meter in radius. The magical power turned into ropes, crisscrossing like a net, continuously wrapping around Dou Changsheng. With one move, his true strength was revealed. He turned out to be a 5th-tier wind and fire realm expert. His strength contained the power of wind calamity, which is a very recognizable sign. A 5th-tier wind and fire realm expert, whether in the Six Doors or the Divine Marquis Mansion, could obtain a high position as long as they joined the court. In local areas, they could serve as high officials in a county. Although they might not become the main official as they are new to the field, they could still gain wealth and a beautiful family. Yet, now he is willing to act as a servant, not feeling ashamed but rather proud. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. This is indeed a minority. Most people are willing to cling to the powerful. The right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue manages the treasury of the Great Zhou, and if he recruits disciples, it is an immense temptation for wandering cultivators. The reasoning behind a 7th-tier official in front of the prime minister is the same. In a flash, Dou Changsheng drew his ice spirit blade from his waist. The dazzling ice spirit blade, shining like jade, emitted a colorful and magnificent glow, and boundless cold aura blossomed like a white lotus, instantly spreading out. The cold air enveloped the incoming magical power, freezing it inch by inch, turning it into ice that fell to the ground, shattering. Ice Slash. This is a 7th-tier condensation realm sword technique. Its power is far less than the Sanluo blade technique. Ice Slash can create solid ice and freeze flesh and blood. The power of Ice Slash among 7th-tier condensation realm techniques is average, with killing power neither high nor low. Dou Changsheng learned this sword technique quickly and soon mastered it. Refining it to perfection, many sword techniques converged into one Ice Slash. Learning this sword technique not only enhances Dou Changsheng's foundation, but also allows the Ice Spirit Blade to manifest its characteristics. With the enhancement of the Ice Spirit Blade, its power has exceeded that of the Sanluo blade technique. The foundational Xianyu is more suitable for the Sanluo blade technique, but what can be done? Currently, Dou Changsheng's strongest asset is not the 16th rank Xianyu, but this semi-divine weapon. With one horizontal slash, it tore through the magical power, and the force that struck the old man sent him flying like a cannonball, instantly breaking through the front hall and disappearing from the mansion. The Ice Spirit Blade was sheathed again, and Dou Changsheng relaxed his grip, his expression light and indifferent. A casual slash easily defeated a 5th-tier wind and fire realm expert, which was nothing significant. An expert who had only passed the wind calamity and not the fire calamity is not considered strong among 5th-tier wind and fire realm practitioners. Dou Changsheng is above the 5th tier, weak in the 4th tier, and since the old man did not use his full strength, this scene is quite normal. What Dou Changsheng considered normal, however, made Chief Constable Chun turn pale. Beads of sweat dripped down the sides of his face and along the bridge of his nose. Chief Constable Chun recognized who the old man was. The old man's 5th-tier wind and fire realm strength was no trivial matter. He was once a prominent figure in the local area, and Chief Constable Chun had dealings with him while serving there. Now in the capital, he has become a guest of the Zhou family, gaining resources and techniques, and his strength has significantly improved. In the future, he has great hopes of passing the fire calamity and becoming a 4th-tier divine ability realm expert. Yet, such a character could not withstand even one strike from Dou Changsheng. Chief Constable Chen finally understood the significance of the name Dou Changsheng. regardless of his reputation, being ranked 28th on the human rankings, awakening a semi-divine weapon, and possessing master-level combat strength. All these titles are undeniably valuable. They are characters from entirely different realms. One cannot underestimate someone just because they are young and have a bad reputation. Chief Constable Qin's psychological journey was unknown to Dou Changsheng at this moment. He instructed Zhou Li to take Zhou Guangren away and was the first to leave the mansion, heading towards the Six Doors headquarters. The appearance of the old man was just a beginning. There would be others coming. Dou Changsheng knew he could not protect Zhou Guangren here. As for the theft of the Baihai Pearl, if it was related, he would investigate together. If not, then he would wait. In Dou Changsheng's heart, human life is the most important. Dou Changsheng acted swiftly. After leaving the mansion, he did not walk, but directly took 2 horses from the group, led by Chief Constable Chun, placing Zhou Guangren on one of the horses and mounted himself. Upon arriving at the Six Doors headquarters, Dou Changsheng immediately saw an old man and a middle-aged man standing on the newly repaired street. A middle-aged man with a short stature below and a broad upper body wore a large red robe, embroidered with 5 dragons in gold thread. Though the dragon's claws were 4-toed, missing 1 claw. The 5-toed dragon represents a true dragon, while the 4-toed one signifies a lesser dragon. The python robe and jade belt highlighted his extraordinary status, with such a unique physique of being long above and short below. Dou Changsheng immediately recognized him as one of the top 10 famous captains, Lung Youquan, known for his 3 specialties: wine, boxing, and legs. However, these specialties were merely an elegant title among the Six Doors. Most people referred to him as the Wine Demon. This name was too domineering, and Dou Changsheng believed Lung Youquan could not handle it. Sooner or later, he would die because of this name. In the martial world, titles like Immortal, Sage, or God can lead to endless duels. One might defeat 10 or 100, but what about thousands? Dou Changsheng's gaze shifted to the 2 men. The Zhou family acted quickly, as they had already found a middleman here. Dou Changsheng could afford to disregard the Ministry of Revenue officials since they were from a different department, but Lung Youquan was his direct superior. The old man looked at Zhou Guangren and spoke with concern. What happened to the 3rd young master? He personally stepped forward to carefully assist Zhou Guangren down from the horse and waved to signal the carriage in the distance to hurry over. It would be best to invite a master. Steward Zhou looked at Zhou Guangren with pity and impatiently waved his hand, saying, "All right, I know." He nodded at Lung Youquan and then got into the carriage and left. Dou Changsheng felt very reluctant, watching the carriage disappear from view, sighing repeatedly in his heart. This disaster source was taken away directly, and something big was bound to happen. The Wu family's incident was already significant, but compared to the Zhou family, it was nothing. If something happened to the Deputy Minister of Revenue, it would be a case that shook the capital, startled the inner court, and caused a sensation throughout the world. However, with Zhou Guangren being taken away, Dou Changsheng knew he would no longer have the chance to make contact. As for Zhou Guangren coming to the Six Doors voluntarily, that was wishful thinking. Lung Youquan said nothing and slowly turned to leave. The autumn wind was bleak, and Dou Changsheng sighed again. Why was it so difficult to be a good person? Chapter 54. The talent that the solitary man needs. The Wu family massacre was not a big deal in itself. But once it was related to the heavenly calamity Lone Star, ranked 28th on the human list, it had already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. And Zhou Guangren's appearance pushed this case to a new height. The tragically deceased Wu family members would never have imagined that their dreams of standing out, making achievements, and attracting the attention of powerful figures would be easily fulfilled after their deaths. In the Jin Wangfu, in the back hall, a pair of white and slender fingers held a beast-patterned bronze mirror, sitting gracefully beside a dressing table. The reflection in the bronze mirror showed a finely chiseled face, a strong nose, and lips the color of cherry blossoms. The curve of the lips was quite perfect, seemingly always carrying a smile. His long, black hair flowed naturally over his shoulders, like a waterfall. A purple silk ribbon cinched at the waist highlighted his wolf-like waist and tall, slender physique. The Jin Wang looked at himself in the beast-patterned bronze mirror, a satisfied expression emerging as he reached out to open a wooden box on the dressing table. With 2 slender fingers, he dipped into some ointment and gently began to apply it to his face. Behind him, a eunuch with a fair complexion and a handsome appearance, wearing a tall hat, kept his gaze naturally lowered, slightly bending forward, looking at his toes. He remained as still as a statue. After a long time, the Jin Wang slowly spoke. "Seven Shio, what has the crown prince been doing these past 2 days?" The chief steward did not raise his head, and a gentle voice replied. "His Royal Highness went to the Changchun garden to admire flowers with the princess yesterday morning, and in the afternoon, he went to the Huangji Hall to copy a book called Dominating the Sea and the Universe." Dominating the Sea and the Universe was a unique skill created by General Chao Longji 100 years ago. The solitary man knew General Chao, who was a great general under the sub-saint during the Eastern expedition, leading 3,000 mighty warriors to decisively defeat the Dragon Court's heavily armored lobster soldiers in the Battle of Sanxian Island, securing the victory of that battle. Upon hearing this, the Jin Wang suddenly sighed. No wonder the crown prince is so favored. Those old fellows in Huangji Hall actually let him copy a copy so easily. This is a second-rank unique skill. When I wanted a unique skill, they only offered me a third-rank one, and I still needed my father's decree. Being born of the same mother, we are both legitimate sons, only 572 days apart. The chief steward remained silent, as if he had not heard, and the atmosphere fell into silence. After a long while, the Jin Wang spoke again. I remember seeing the introduction of dominating the sea and the universe in Huangji Hall. This is a unique skill for battle formations that requires a Feng Tianhua halberd and a divine steed to unleash its power. The Crown Prince's intentions are not pure, are they? It's not just for the Dragon Gate Conference. He is also starting to cultivate trusted generals. The Jin Wang slowly raised his hand, and the chief steward personally wet a towel and handed it to the Jin Wang, who gently wiped his palms and slowly said, I remember there aren't any talents like that under the Crown Prince. Have they recently defected? The specialties of wine, boxing, and legs were merely a cover. Recently, his cultivation had reached a breakthrough, and he could no longer hide it. The maidservant had already seen the signs. Lung Yokuan had been practicing the secret technique of the giant's heavenly skill, the mighty dragon elephant skill. The mighty dragon elephant skill was fierce and domineering. Forming a dragon elephant body, one either succeeded or died. In times of chaos, fierce generals would emerge, but now that the world was peaceful, there were few who specifically practiced this secret technique. Lung Yokuan had been able to conceal it. He must have been using a variation of the mighty dragon elephant skill. Otherwise, the maidservant would have seen through it long ago. The Jin Wang snorted coldly, expressing dissatisfaction. Now, with so many military families, the giant's heavenly skill was obtained through the lives of ancestors in 100 battles, meant to alter the roots of the younger generation, cultivate divine power postnatally, maintain the family's prestige, and protect the country. Yet they are all afraid of death and greed for life. The so-called military talents touted in recent years are all useless. The top 10 famous captains have recently emerged with many talents. I thought Zhang Xiaoquan and Zhao Mingyu were already one in 100 years. I never expected Lung Yokuan to have the momentum to catch up. The Crown Prince is quick to act. The Jin Wang pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. Do you remember the interesting news from the Tianji report you mentioned this morning? Tell me again. The Heavenly Calamity Lone Star has another achievement. Who will be the next victim? Will it be Lung Yokuan, Zhou Guangren, or someone else? The Jin Wang scoffed. Since Tianji report is managed by Tian Tong, every report is shocking. It's either astonishing or disturbing. If they don't shake the ground 3 times a day, they can't get by. However, the latter part of Tian Tong's words reminded the solitary man. The Heavenly Calamity Lone Star, Dou Changsheng. This rising star had already gained prominence, and even the solitary man could not ignore it. He had actually become entangled with Lung Yokuan and Zhou Guangren. The solitary man recalled Zhou Junqi, who could rise to the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue by the recommendation of Wang Tongwei. The chief steward praised, Your Highness remembers correctly. It was indeed recommended by Minister Wang of the Rights. The Ministry of Rights? That is the Crown Prince's biggest supporter. It seems Zhou Junqi is also part of the Crown Prince's faction. The solitary man was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. The 6 doors, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Crown Prince's faction were everywhere. 7th Shio, you must let people know how terrifying the Crown Prince's faction is. The chief steward replied, yes. Finally, he suggested, Your Highness doesn't need to be so troublesome. The Heavenly Calamity Lone Star, Dou Changsheng. This person may not have good character, but his strength is top-notch. As long as he breaks through to the middle 3rd rank, his strength will greatly increase, and he can be considered a powerhouse below the master level. As long as Your Highness is willing to pay the price, not to mention Lung Yokuan, even Zhou Junqi, I believe Dou Changsheng would dare to take action. The indifferent Jin Wang suddenly became interested and turned to look at the chief steward, speaking in a deep voice. If Dou Changsheng dares to act, I will not be stingy with rewards. As for the official position, that goes without saying. I recently obtained a token from the Xiahou family, a family of blacksmiths. Although this cannot promote a demigod weapon to a divine weapon, if the Xiahou family intervenes, it can at least elevate it by 1 rank. Other treasures are available for selection. As long as he can do it, this place won't let him down. Steward Xiao slightly bowed, speaking confidently. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will make the arrangements. There will be no clues to expose your identity. Everything is the work of the demon sect. Chapter 55, Fortuitous Encounter. In the early morning, in the West Wing, Dou Changsheng sat cross-legged, 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. A yellow spring-killing pill had been completely consumed, and the rolling Xianyu Qi dissipated. Dou Changsheng gradually opened his eyes and looked towards the attribute list. Jiu Hansa Ju, Ningong Chapter, Minor Completion Cultivation Value, 700 for 000. In just a day or two, he had already completed more than 1/6 of it. With nearly a month remaining, he could achieve great completion of the Jiu Hansa Ju, Ningong Chapter, if he used 17,000 cultivation points. In less than a cup of tea's time, he could reach the perfect state of the 7th rank of martial arts. However, as there was currently no life and death crisis, Dou Changsheng did not plan to do so. This would be a complete waste, currently, whether it was the 6 gates or the Yin Ji Zone. The resources allocated to Dou Changsheng were all for the Ningong realm. Choosing to break through to the middle 3rd rank would purely waste that resource. The yellow spring killing pill in his hand would all be wasted. The 4 bottles of yellow spring killing pills he obtained were enough to support his daily growth of about 100 cultivation points. With just about a month's time, he could achieve great completion of Ningong and generate killing energy, completing the Xianyu Yellow Spring Killing Qi. Dou Changsheng pushed open the door and walked from the west wing to the backyard, a simple training ground. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. The 4 major upper factions of the divine capital are all places where every inch of land is precious, yet in Zhao Wudu's mansion, there was a relatively large training ground, indicating that for warriors of the upper 3rd rank, obtaining wealth and official positions was quite easy. The supreme skill, Qingfeng Yiqi, was the 2nd supreme skill mastered by Dou Changsheng. The 1st supreme skill was the Jiu Hansa Ju, one of the 8 inheritances of the Jiu Mingjiao, a supreme skill that pointed directly to the martial arts 3rd rank Dharma manifestation master. The Jiu Mingjiao is divided into the upper 3 veins and the lower 5 veins. The Jiu Hansa Ju is one of the lower 5 veins. If he could cultivate it to great completion, he could seamlessly condense the Dharma manifestation or promote to the upper 3 veins, thus transitioning to the divine demon martial arts and condensing the divine demon Dharma manifestation. The power of the great sects of the current age lies in their complete inheritance, allowing for systematic progress, with corresponding divine abilities, palm techniques, sword techniques, etc., allowing disciples to choose according to their talents. The 3 divine demon martial arts of the Jiu Mingjiao dominated the eastern Qi region. During the heyday of the previous dynasty, they had already stepped out of Qi and entered the central region, contending with the great sects and families of the Central Plains. Since the Jiu Mingjiao fell in the late years of the previous dynasty, one of the 3 divine demon martial arts was seized by the Yin Ji Zone, another by the Tianma sect, and the last, the strongest, has always been passed down by the leader's lineage, the Yanluo Jinyujing. In the previous dynasty, the Jiu Mingjiao was a top-tier sect among the 9 great sections. Even though it has been destroyed, it is still not entirely dead, with embers surviving, waiting for a resurgence. The missing strongest divine demon martial arts Yanluo Jinyujing is suspected to be in the hands of these remnants by the Yin Ji Zone. This task was not supposed to be handed over to Dou Changsheng so soon, but Dou Changsheng is currently in the spotlight, renowned across the 108 continents. With his background clearly written on the human ranking, these people from the Jiu Mingjiao might not care about the Dou family of Qi. But if they want to revive and make a comeback, then a genius like Dou Changsheng, ranked 28th on the human ranking, is the most suitable target. Dou Changsheng had to admit that the Yin Ji Zone's plan had a very high chance of success. As long as they approached Dou Changsheng, they would expose themselves. And the Yin Ji Zone could use the clues to capture them all, obtaining the Yanluo Jinyujing to add another divine demon martial arts to the Yin Ji Zone. Dou Changsheng did not reject the idea of contacting the Jiu Mingjiao because he did not plan to expose the Jiu Mingjiao. Although the Jiu Mingjiao has declined, its inheritance still exists, and its foundation remains, making Dou Changsheng's qualifications a mere embellishment in the Yin Ji Zone, but a vital support in the Jiu Mingjiao. Conversely, in the Jiu Mingjiao, Dou Changsheng had the potential for higher status. He could completely reform the Jiu Mingjiao into a rising star of the orthodox path. After practicing Qingfeng Yiqi, Dou Changsheng checked the sky. The morning training was already over. After having breakfast, Dou Changsheng headed to the Zhuke Alley, but not to the constable's office, instead to the Kaishan Pavilion. The case of the stolen Beihezu had yet to be resolved. Dou Changsheng sent Zhou Li to the Zhou residence, but he was kicked out before even entering the door, so Dou Changsheng did not seek humiliation again. Zhou Li was ineffective, and Dou Changsheng was not much better off. The right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue is not a big shot in the court, but he holds significant weight, with unknown powerful figures backing him. In these times, who does not have support at such a position? Going to the Kaishan Pavilion was Dou Changsheng's intention to take over the estate of the Zheng family. The Zheng family also originated from the Jiu Mingjiao. Although their ancestors were not true disciples, they were inner disciples, successfully joining the lower 5 veins and having a master at the realm of a grandmaster. Dou Changsheng felt both anticipation and complexity in his heart. The matter of Chief Constable Zheng had a significant impact on Dou Changsheng. The eight-armed god Constable Wan Wanzhong had thoroughly made Dou Changsheng hate him, and once he reached the 4th rank of martial arts, he would definitely kill that Wan Wanzhong. However, Dou Changsheng knew that they would not wait until he reached the 4th rank of martial arts to strike again. So, Dou Changsheng had been very cautious lately and did not plan to leave the divine capital. Although the divine capital is deep in water, it also provides protection. Talented individuals like him are always valued, and there are those who wish to form good relationships with him. Dou Changsheng now also realized that if Zhao Mingyu could not come that day, at the moment the semi-divine weapon awakened, he would not have died. The Dongfang Taie of the Shen would definitely intervene. The Grandmaster is a watershed. The foundation of the Great Zhou's rule is the Grandmaster. Even if 1,000 people die, it will not shake the rule of the Great Zhou, but if a Grandmaster dies, it will deplete the vitality of the Great Zhou. Young man, do you want to buy a manual? Huge discounts. Buy 3 get 1 free. Buy 10 get 5 free. Chapter 56. The Yin Luo is also the Son of Heaven. Kaishan Pavilion. It covers a vast area, with buildings rising from the ground. Especially a building about 36 stories high, like a sharp sword, stabbing into the sky. Standing proudly in the world. Statues are placed at the entrance, vivid and grand, giving a sense of shock. But beside the statue, there was a scruffy old Taoist. Dressed in a tattered Taoist robe with many torn openings, wearing holy straw sandals, with his big toe exposed, sitting on the ground. He reached out and grabbed Dou Changsheng's pant leg, opening up a bundle in his hand, revealing a series of books in Dou Changsheng's view. Dou Changsheng shook his head at this scene, reached into his bosom, took out his wallet, and then threw a piece of broken silver at the old Taoist. Having been battered by society, Dou Changsheng no longer believed in the old tricks of the Jianghu elders bestowing opportunities upon the younger generation. Offering kindness for no reason is either deceitful or thieving. Dou Changsheng threw the broken silver and took a step toward the Kaishan Pavilion. But his right leg felt as if it had been poured with cement, firmly rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. This made Dou Changsheng's heart sink. He initially thought the old man was just a trickster, but now he thought otherwise. Dou Changsheng did not use the semi-divine weapon and was also at the 7th rank of martial arts, with a foundation forged by Xian Yuqi. Even a 6th rank law vein should not be able to easily bind him like this. So, was this person truly a senior expert? The untidy old Taoist, regardless of Dou Changsheng's expression, calmly began to arrange the books from the open package one by one on the ground. Dou Changsheng lowered his head to look at the various secret manuals, and his gaze involuntarily shrank when he saw the first manual, the Imperial Extreme Shocking Record. This was the ultimate skill of the Dezhou royal family, a divine and demonic martial art that could only be taught to the crown prince throughout the generations. Its origins were untraceable, but historically, no matter how the dynasties changed, the new dynasty would always inherit this divine and demonic martial art. This was enough to demonstrate the power of the Imperial Extreme Shocking Record. As his gaze shifted, he saw other manuals with flamboyant titles, such as the Green Emperor's Eternal Spring Classic and the Heavenly Birth and Destruction Classic. Each of these was a divine and demonic martial art, and Dou Changsheng was familiar with all of them. The Green Emperor's Eternal Spring Classic was the inheritance of the Changsheng Valley, while the Heavenly Birth and Destruction Classic belonged to the Yin Sect. Both Changsheng Valley and Yin Sect were among the 9 major sections. The remaining manuals were either from the 9 major sects, the 8 minor sects, or the 4 Holy Lands. If he had only seen one divine and demonic martial art, Dou Changsheng might have believed it, but now seeing so many, he was rather skeptical. Each of these divine and demonic martial arts, once revealed, would cause bloodshed and turmoil. Even the Dezhou could not remain uninvolved and would seek to seize these martial arts for storage in the Imperial Extreme Hall. The Imperial Extreme Hall, named after the Imperial Extreme Shocking Record, was the largest treasury of Dezhou, containing martial arts acquired over more than 200 years. For instance, the Wujing was housed in the Imperial Extreme Hall, featuring numerous calligraphic works from various masters, embodying the true essence of their martial arts. To personally view this Wujing would be a great fortune. Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 10, get 5 free. The untidy old Taoist spoke plainly, as if the names of the manuals were as simple as third-rate martial arts like flying on grass or 5 tigers breaking the door. Dou Changsheng shifted his gaze from the Imperial Extreme Shocking Record into the Heavenly Birth and Destruction Classic and soon spotted another familiar divine and demonic martial art, the Yinluo Suppression Sutra. His gaze lingered, as the inheritance of the Jiao Yuming Jiao had not escaped the old Taoist's grasp, and he turned to another manual beside it, the 9 Yin Shadow Secret Classic. This was the divine and demonic martial art of the Yin Ji Sect. Among the 3 major divine and demonic martial arts, it was the strongest, capable of rivaling the Green Emperor's Eternal Spring Classic, the Heavenly Birth and Destruction Classic, and the Yin Luo Suppression Sutra. Among the many divine and demonic martial arts, it was also one of the strongest. This was truly an eye-opener. Dou Changsheng completely ignored the old Taoist's words. With such divine and demonic martial arts, what did buy 3, get 1 free even mean? Even selling Dou Changsheng himself wouldn't be enough to buy 1. Despite being toyed with this time, Dou Changsheng felt no anger in his heart. Simply having so many divine and demonic martial arts before him was already a great revelation. Dou Changsheng silently observed the manuals, feeling as if there were thousands of insects crawling inside him, a ticklish sensation arising, yet he still managed to suppress his curiosity. The old Taoist tapped his exposed toes out of his straw sandals, observing Dou Changsheng's indifference, and casually flipped open one of the manuals. The mayfly lives and dies within a day, while the immortal exists for 3,000 years in spring and 3,000 years in autumn. Countless years pass in the blink of an eye. This profound sentiment permeated, and the true meaning of martial arts manifested. Dou Changsheng seemed to see the life of a mayfly, while the immortal sat high atop the mountains, watching the changes in the world below. The Sea of Fortune and the fields of mulberry. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Important matters must be repeated 3 times. This was all a conspiracy, a trick. How could a clever little constable possibly be fooled? Yet he didn't know why his arm felt somewhat unresponsive, and his eyes were wandering. One of Dou Changsheng's hands trembled as it reached for a manual. The expected obstruction did not occur. The old Taoist did not intercept him. When Dou Changsheng's palm touched a manual, a smooth sensation arose. The cover of the manual was made from some kind of beast skin, faintly emanating warmth, almost as if it were a living thing. The Yin Luo Suppression Sutra. Nothing more to say? This was the most suitable divine and demonic martial art for Dou Changsheng. The Heavenly Birth and Destruction Classic, known as the highest martial art of the Yin Sect, established the supreme glory of being the foremost among the 9 major sects, holding the position of the leader of all classics. Unfortunately, that was not suitable for Dou Changsheng. The 5 lineages under the Jiu Ming Jiao could perfectly adapt to the divine and demonic martial arts of the upper 3 lineages. The Jiu Cold Frost Decision was an absolute skill evolved from the Yin Luo Suppression Sutra, sufficient in the lower and middle ranks, but after reaching the upper rank, the Jiu Cold Frost Decision clearly lacked momentum. This Yin Luo Suppression Sutra was the most suitable, followed by the 9 Yin Shadow Secret Classic. After picking up the Yin Luo Suppression Sutra, Dou Changsheng could not wait to start reading it. Although he knew it was a trap, how many people throughout history could resist? Dou Changsheng had come to terms with it. Even if he could withstand it and not look, this mysterious and unpredictable Taoist in front of him would not give up. Rather than being unappreciative, it was better to obey. As long as there were thoughts in his heart, there would certainly be countless reasons to support him, to constantly enlighten him, to argue for him. In short, he would be innocent. Yin Luo, the son of heaven. What the hell? Is this a reverse book? Chapter 57, The First Person Under the Immortals. This book, about a centimeter thick. Dou Changsheng opened the first page and felt a bit afraid to continue. As if every word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, the book felt like a mountain, generating an oppressive force that left Dou Changsheng breathless. Looking at this, the Yin Luo Suppression Sutra, it was divided into 9 sections, and just the first section left Dou Changsheng drenched in cold sweat, almost soaking him. The first section, Hidden Dragon. The second section, Transforming Dragon. The third section, Questioning the Tripod. The fourth section, Military Strategy. The fifth section, 100 Crafts. The sixth section, Alchemy. The seventh section, Spirit Fields. The eighth section, 100 Beasts. The ninth section. The ninth section had no introduction, but Dou Changsheng no longer cared. Just the first section on Hidden Dragon contained insights on nurturing aspirations and gathering people, while the Transforming Dragon and Questioning the Tripod were self-evident. The remaining sections on Military Strategy, 100 Crafts, Alchemy, and Spirit Fields were all extremely important matters. The Military Strategy section involved training methods, with 36 types of Taoist soldiers and 72 military formations. If the first sentence might have been something Dou Changsheng overthought, it was now certain that this was a thoroughly reverse book. It was almost like teaching you step by step how to rebel. Each section was very easy to understand. 100 Crafts referred to forging weapons, spiritual tools, magical artifacts, siege treasures, refining elixirs, training armies, and cultivating spirit fields. Each of these tasks could be done separately, all perfectly legitimate. But what if they were done together? What was the purpose? Was it really normal to say so? Dou Changsheng was at a loss for words, truly unable to find a few phrases to describe it positively. This book was not a complete version. Only the first section was present. Yet, just the Hidden Dragon section seemed to Dou Changsheng to be filled with precious insights. The methods involved could not be directly applied, but with slight variations. The possibilities were vast. After all, Over the centuries, many things seem to have changed, but in reality, they remained fundamentally the same. Dou Changsheng felt a mix of fear and excitement, as the various concepts in the Hidden Dragon section sparked brilliant ideas reminiscent of his past life experiences. In terms of martial arts knowledge, Dou Changsheng certainly could not compare to the masters of this life. However, when it came to a hodgepodge of knowledge, how could those natives compete with a time-traveling individual who had experienced a knowledge explosion? Television dramas, movies, novels, all these, though most were unrealistic and nonsensical, provided inspiration. Especially palace intrigue. What the masters understood was nothing. Did they know how to vie for favor? Those who specialized in martial arts were just strong with their fists. After finishing the last page, Dou Changsheng quickly closed the book. How could he have completely read this thoroughly reverse book? Now, Dou Changsheng suspected that this was not really the Yanluo Suppression Sutra, but rather a divine and demonic martial art he had never encountered. And he could not completely confirm it. Dou Changsheng reached out to pick up the 9-in Ghostly Reflection Secret Classic, but his hand was suddenly pressed down by the old Taoist's dirty palm. The old Taoist spoke softly. The rules here are strict and unchanging. If you choose to buy, you can only purchase this Yanluo Jinyu Jing and a few remaining chapters. The slovenly old Taoist stretched out his hand and slowly gathered the renowned and formidable secret texts, treating them like miscellaneous items, leaving only the Yanluo Jinyu Jing in Dou Changsheng's hands. He tapped his straw sandals with his fingers, rubbed his brows, and calmly said, "Have you looked? What are you considering? Buy 3, get 1 free. Buy 10, get 5 free. Today, I'm not officially open for business, so you're lucky. I'll give you a piece of news for free. Yesterday, I saw something strange in the capital. You say they are identical twins, born of the same mother, and even share a master. This should strengthen their bond, yet they hate each other like enemies, wishing the other would die sooner. Brothers turning against each other is a tragedy of the human world. But what's even stranger is that one is now a father and the other a son. Doesn't that sound chaotic? Isn't it interesting?" Seeing the old Taoist grinning with yellow teeth stained by vegetables, Dou Changsheng forced a laugh and replied, "What the senior said is indeed interesting. You're powerful, so everything you say makes sense." He cautiously asked, "This Yanluo Jinyu Jing is too profound, a divine and demonic martial art. As of now, I can't even handle the 3rd tier. It feels like a waste. Is there any chance you don't want to buy?" Dou Changsheng noticed the old Taoist's expression darken and quickly corrected himself. "I've looked at it. How could I not buy it? But can you lower the price a bit? I'm a bit tight on funds, even if I sold myself. I couldn't afford the complete divine and demonic martial arts. How much is this one?" The old Taoist's expression relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Not expensive, not expensive. Just 1 year of your lifespan. I'm already selling it very cheaply, and I can't offer a discount. However, seeing your sincerity, I'll throw in a little extra." He casually fished a wooden token from his waist, tossed it to Dou Changsheng, and said, "Don't say I'm trying to cheat you. I always have clear prices in my business, fair to everyone. In this day and age, business is all about after-sales service and ensuring customer safety. With this token, you are now my client. If anything happens, just show the token and say you are my personal disciple. Even a master wouldn't dare touch a hair on you. If they harm you, I'll kill their entire family. A year of lifespan for this uncertain Yanluo Jinyu Jing isn't expensive at all. It's incredibly cheap. This Qianlong chapter also involves quite a few secret techniques. But the matter of lifespan is mysterious. How could Dou Changsheng easily agree?" The old Taoist looked at the silent Dou Changsheng with a radiant smile and casually said, "It's not for now. It's for when you're about to die. I will personally collect it." The old Taoist stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, slung his bag over his shoulder, and patted Dou Changsheng on the shoulder, saying, "How about it? Cheap, right? I'll take my leave now, lest the owner here guards against me like a thief." The old Taoist leisurely blended into the crowd, chewing on a straw and humming a little tune, gradually disappearing at the end of the street. After the old Taoist left, an old man with a face wrinkled like tree bark and a waxy complexion, holding a smoking pipe, took a deep drag, and the smoke curled upwards. Yao Xiaoxi, looking troubled and bitter, spoke to Dou Changsheng. "I didn't expect your fame to have reached the point of attracting supreme masters. First on the earth ranking, the born villain, Chen Miezhou." Chapter 58. The wind rises in the capital. "My brother, oh no. This time it's truly over." He spoke in a low voice. "That's the first on the earth ranking, the number 1 person beneath the divine and demonic realms. The Tiangong Tower has issued the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man. The heaven ranking for divine and demonic has remained unchanged for a long time, but the earth ranking changes annually, with a major change every 10 years. Most of the earth ranking names have shifted, yet Chen Miezhou has dominated the earth ranking for over 100 years without change, not knowing how many times he has consecutively held the top spot. How could such a big shot have come looking for you?" Xianxiaojiao was anxious and frantic. looking at a wooden token before him as if it were a plague, not daring to look at it for long. Dou Changsheng touched the wooden token with one hand. It was simple, made from ordinary wood, with only one character carved on it, Chun. The material was ordinary, the inscription plain, but the martial intent contained within was earth-shattering. This had no effect on lower-tier and mid-tier martial artists since this martial intent could not specifically target them, but for upper-tier martial artists, it could shake their very essence. The stronger the power, the more targeted this wooden token became. This item was priceless. Once he stepped into the fourth tier of martial arts. Paired with the semi-divine weaponized soul blade, even a master could be caught off guard, and Dou Changsheng could take the opportunity to kill a master. This was a good item, but it was also a hot potato. Yao Shaoxi, puffing on his smoking pipe, looked at the wooden token with fear in his eyes. After a long while, he sighed and said, I haven't heard any news about Elder Chen for many years. I thought he had given up. But I didn't expect he is still active, trying to overthrow the Great Zhou. However, with this token appearing, it's bound to stir up bloodshed. Whether it's the Great Zhou hunting him down or Elder Chen not wanting to be lonely, the Great Zhou will be thrown into chaos. Dou Changsheng played with the wooden token while looking down at the earth ranking. His real name was Chun Wanfei, taken from the concept of boundlessness. All laws returning to one. Since his debut, he had been invincible. The heroes of the human ranking, the old veterans of the rivers and lakes, were all defeated by Chun Wanfei. He alone overshadowed the world, suppressing it to the point where no one could raise their head. Since ranking on the earth list, he encountered the greatest adversary he had never faced in his life, the sub-saint Zhang Tianzheng. Over 100 years ago, the Tiangong Tower did not detail his life, only recording significant events since he ascended to the earth ranking, omitting many hidden truths. The Tiangong Tower did not care about the human ranking, but it could not ignore the earth ranking masters. After reading, Dou Changsheng realized that encountering a supreme master was not the most unfortunate thing. The real misfortune was for Chun Wanfei. In the first 50 years of his life, he was glorious and unmatched, praised as a celestial being descended to earth, destined to ascend to the heaven ranking and become a living god. But heaven struck him with a heavy blow. His great destiny was to sever the dragon vein, cut off the dragon's energy, and destroy the Great Zhou. However, he was born during the 100th year of the Great Zhou's founding. During the mid-reign of Emperor Taizong, when the sub-saint first quelled the Hu people, then subdued the demon race, building the navy and accumulating military strength for the eastern expedition against the Dragon Court. By the time Chun Wanfei ascended to the top of the earth ranking, he had already acquired an invincible momentum, while the Great Zhou was at its peak, waging wars east and west, and all bowed before them. That was the Great Zhou's 150th year. At that time, the sub-saint's great destiny had been established, and a breakthrough was imminent. Chun Wanfei visited, and for the next 50 years, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he changed his name to Miezhou. At that time, Emperor Taizong had abdicated. The sub-saint had attained the Tao, and the Great Zhou was under the rule of Emperor Gaozong. Yet the grandeur of the Great Zhou far surpassed that of the Xia and Shang, the 4 kings and 8 dukes. The pillars of the nation left over from the Taizong era are not even mentioned. The later talents, such as the chief supervisor of the Eastern Factory, Chao Xiaoyang, and the head of the 6 doors, Wang Changgong, were all supreme masters. This was a desperate era, and at this moment, the Great Zhou was only 200 years old. Regardless of the Xia and Shang dynasties, the fortunes of a dynasty typically span about 500 years. Not to mention the Great Zhou's peak, still in the aftermath of Taizong's prosperous era, just the 300 years of national fortune made one feel utterly hopeless. In the world of martial arts, longevity is not as great as that of those who cultivate immortality before the changes of heaven. After breaking through to the middle 3rd rank, one can add a century to their lifespan, and after reaching the upper 3rd rank, another century can be added. The lifespan of a supreme master is only 180 years, or 3 centuries. Some elixirs or special techniques can extend life, but at most only by a century, making the maximum lifespan 240 years, definitely not exceeding 250 years. 250 years is the established limit beneath the gods and demons. Currently, the Great Zhou has existed for about 250 years, and Chun Miezhou is already around 150 years old. Even if he has another 100 years left, the Great Zhou would only last 350 years. There is still 150 years to reach 500 years. And if a sub-saint emerges around 400 years, with reforms and changes, there is hope to extend the Great Zhou for another 500 years, surpassing 1,000 years. Even if it might not reach 1,000 years, adding 200 years is not too much. In a 700-year Great Zhou, Chun Miezhou, no matter what, cannot compete in terms of lifespan. Waiting for the decline of the Great Zhou's national fortune, the upheaval of heaven and earth, and the rise of dragons and snakes. There will be no opportunity in this lifetime. How tragic. This leaves a peerless genius, who has hopes of becoming a god or demon, to see all hope extinguished, which is utterly despairing. Knowing the origin, Dou Changsheng no longer finds the 9 articles strange. A top-ranked person running around for over 100 years just to write a complete rebellion manual? Is this strange? Not at all. As for the title of a born villain, it's simple. Always thinking about rebellion, cutting off the dragon vein, severing the dragon's energy. What else could this be but villainy? Yao Shaoxi tapped his smoking pipe, shaking off the ashes, took a puff, and exhaled smoke as he spoke. Actually, this time you've caught Chen S' attention. Don't feel pressured. If you don't use this token, nothing major will happen. After all, this is inevitable. As long as Chen doesn't give up on the great destiny, he must disturb the Great Zhou. As long as he feels it aligns with his heart, he will make contact. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but show a resentful expression. Is this comfort? What does it mean to be in alignment with one's heart? Does it mean that he is someone who fears chaos in the world? Yao Shaoxi paused, looked at Dou Changsheng, his gaze deepening, and spoke with a serious tone. Chen is not a person who acts without purpose. How could a supreme master tell you a joke? In name, father and son. But in reality, brothers, this must be closely related to you. Yao Shaoxi stood up, holding his smoking pipe, walked to the door, paused for a moment, and continued. It is said that the Wuxiang lineage has 1 light and 1 dark, twin siblings who harm each other. Only the victor becomes the next Wuxiang king. Yi Wumian may have an older brother or a younger brother. Yao Shaoxi took a puff from his pipe and continued at the door. Xiaojiao, go to Qizhou tomorrow. Chun is coming out of the mountains. He stretched out his hand to feel the coolness of the autumn wind. The capital is starting to feel the wind. Chapter 59, The Touching Little Brother. The Wuxiang lineage, twin siblings killing each other. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, already having a connection. Others may not know, but Dou Changsheng could confirm that Zhou Guangren is a fake. Dou Changsheng suspected that the enemy's identity was either the Tianxia or Yi Wumian. Now hearing this news, if the two are combined, and if the guess is true, is it not just Zhou Guangren who has a problem? The right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Jun, also has a problem? This is the truth of being father and son in name, but brothers in reality. If this is true, it would be a significant event that could shake the capital. An assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue has unknowingly been impersonated. If this were the only case, it would be fine, but if there are several examples, how severe is the infiltration of the Great Zhou? The 9 great figures of the cabinet are not fools. Those who can reach their positions are the sharpest among people, and their strength is not weak. To become a cabinet minister, one must at least have upper 3rd rank strength, and the head of the cabinet must not only have talent, but also extraordinary strength. During the dynasty's peak, only a supreme master could command respect, no matter how talented one is. Lacking strength means they can only be an advisor and cannot truly take on the role of an official. In cabinet meetings, if you are a master who cannot even stand, others do not need to specifically target you, as long as the master's aura rises. You will find it hard to speak. If you lag behind a beat, the situation could change completely. This is a very important secret, and it is closely related to Dou Changsheng. Qian Xiaojiao sighed, rarely straightened his expression, and spoke calmly. Brother Changsheng being caught in this chaotic situation seems like an unwarranted disaster, but in fact, it is inevitable. The Great Zhou has 108 states, each with at least 10 million people, and only a few can stand out, ranking on the human list and gaining fame across the world. One state may not even have one. Brother Changsheng is no longer the nameless little constable of the past. Now he ranks 28th on the human list, possessing extraordinary blood and being the master of divine weapons, renowned across the 108 states. Chun is just the beginning. Many things will follow in the future. Our Kaishan Pavilion interacts with Brother Changsheng because we value his future. If Brother Changsheng were just a little constable, how could Yao Shu, a 2nd-rank martial artist and esteemed grandmaster, meet him? There is no need to worry. I cannot stay in the capital. I must go to Chidi. But the capital cannot be left without someone in charge, and my 3rd sister will definitely come. Qian Xiaojiao took a necklace from around his neck. Compared to the many magical tools on Qian Xiaojiao, this necklace appeared very shabby. It was an ordinary silver necklace, purely handmade, and the craftsmanship was poor. The silver necklace was very rough. Qian Xiaojiao solemnly handed it to Dou Changsheng, his expression serious as he said, "This is a gift my 3rd sister gave to her beloved scholar when she was 18. It is the only item that can move my 3rd sister. Unlike my useless brother, my 3rd sister stepped into the upper 3rd rank 100 years ago. With this item in hand, as long as it's not for treason or assassination of a saint, it can save one's life." Seeing Dou Changsheng's surprised gaze, Qian Xiaojiao revealed his vulnerability and said, "We are 9 siblings of 1 generation, with a huge age gap. The eldest brother is the head of the Kaishan Pavilion. The 2nd brother is carefree all day. My 3rd sister is 120 years older than me, and our relationship was never deep. Plus, My third sister lost her lover early on, becoming reclusive and estranged from family. Even with siblings, aside from official matters, she would not agree to any personal matters. Dou Changsheng showed a moved expression. He initially thought that Xianxiao's lineage, though descended from divine beings, was already generations away from the Caishan. He didn't expect them to be the direct descendants of the Caishan, a true divine bloodline, the offspring of gods and demons. The silver necklace in his hand felt hot, belonging to someone who was already upper third rank from 100 years ago. With the financial power of the Caishan Pavilion, plus the blood of gods and demons, it at least represents a grand master. This is a huge debt of gratitude. It seems foolish to give up a life-saving trump card, but in reality, this action is very wise. For the wealthy, money is easily obtained. They do not feel pain when bestowing gifts, but for ordinary people, once they accept it, they will need to repay it with their lives in the future. Not repaying means being ungrateful. If accepted now, in the future, it will certainly be impossible to refuse the requests of the Caishan Pavilion. Xianxiaaudio pushed his hand away without receiving it, speaking solemnly. Brother Changsheng, don't misunderstand. Xiaojiao is handing this over, hoping for your safety. To leave a trump card for yourself. The two faced each other, their gazes sincere. Dou Changsheng also felt moved. This is a sincere little brother. Just a bit strange that they can't add each other as friends. Xianxiaaudio gently patted Dou Changsheng's shoulder, said to take care, and directly turned to walk out. At the door, he turned his back to Dou Changsheng and said, the inheritance of the Zheng family has all been arranged. When Brother Changsheng leaves, you can take it yourself. I hope Brother Changsheng stays safe and doesn't encounter any trouble. After finishing his words, he pushed the door and left. Back in the back hall, I saw Yao Shaoxi sitting on the threshold, smoking a cigarette. Yao Shaoxi had sharp eyes and immediately noticed that Xianxiao's neck was bare. He said irritably, send another one out? How many is this now? If your third sister finds out how you're arranging things for her, she won't just skip a month without getting out of bed. Xianxiaaudio sneered and sarcastically replied, is she going to hit me? I haven't even settled accounts with her yet. The God of Wealth Conference deliberately kept me busy to help Yi Wumian. This matter isn't over yet. Now that something happened with Elder Chun, we must have her enter the capital. I suspect she has been plotting this for a long time. I'm just sending a few silver necklaces, and it's not even certain that she will use them. She should be content. Yao Shaoxi shook his head, amused as he looked at the spirited Xianxiaaudio, knowing that this was just a facade of toughness. If Qin Shaoxing were here, she would probably have been scared into being a good little girl already. In this generation of the God of Wealth Pavilion, you all are getting more cunning, turning a broken silver chain into something elaborate. Aren't you afraid of exposure? That Dou Changsheng is narrow-minded. If he fails to gain favor, he hold a grudge? Xianxiaaudio showed a strange expression and suspiciously looked at Yao Shaoxi, saying exposure? When did I say that my third sister only has one lover? Cast a wide net to catch more fish. It's only normal to choose the best. Chapter 60. Killing and Arson for a Golden Waistband. Qinglong Fong, Zhao Mansion. Dou Changsheng sat in the backyard under a lush tree. The tree was evergreen, with green leaves resembling jade, exuding a vibrant aura. Sitting under the tree, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. This was not an ordinary tree, but a spiritual root. It was a boxing fruit tree, named for its fruit that resembles a clenched fist. It blooms every 3 years, bears fruit in another 3, and matures in 3 more, yielding a total of 9 fruits. The boxing fruit has extraordinary medicinal properties, promoting blood circulation and strengthening the body, serving as a foundation for martial arts. It is quite valuable in the market. If applied externally, it can maintain skin vitality, moisture, and luster, with a whitening effect. This significantly increases its value, far exceeding its use in martial arts. There were many unusual plants in the mansion. Now, several boxing fruits hung from the tree, swaying with the northwest wind, producing a rustling sound. Holding a half boxing fruit, Dou Changsheng gently rubbed it against his cheek, looking down at the ring on his thumb. The ring was of varying colors, resembling a piece of jade filled with many impurities. A jade ring with impurities was not worth much. However, the jade ring was completely unblemished and smooth, clearly often played with, having developed a patina. This item had a poor appearance, but was still priceless. This was a legendary spatial ring from the previous life. In this life, with martial arts reigning supreme, the strong were like gods and demons, indistinguishable from immortals. Various supernatural abilities and strange techniques emerged endlessly. Although there were storage treasures, each was quite precious. Even this storage ring in hand, despite its poor appearance and low quality, was still worth a fortune. The space of the storage ring was not very large, about the size of a bathroom in a typical household from the previous life. It seemed small, but if used for storage, it was already considerable. The Zheng family still surprised Dou Changsheng, as his gaze fell upon the storage ring. seemingly piercing through layers of fog until he finally saw the neatly arranged storage space. Inside, there weren't too many items. The land deeds were piled together, and Dou Changsheng casually took them out to glance at. The Zheng family had joined the Six Doors many years ago, and today they have a long history. Although they had never produced a master, there had been a steady stream of third-grade martial artists, accumulating some wealth over the generations. And they truly began to grow rich in the past 50 years. After Chen Wang pushed the Six Doors to the Great Zhou's 6 departments, the Zheng family, due to their connection with the elders of the Six Doors, quickly rose to prominence and accumulated considerable wealth. These land deeds involved not only Fang, but also other places in the capital, totaling 5 shops, all of which were rented out, leaving only a couple of properties. However, this was the capital. If there were additional properties outside the capital, such as one in the provincial capital of Qizhou, Luqing, and some miscellaneous others, Dou Changsheng knew these were properties purchased by the Zheng family during their time in office. Most of them were located in Qi, suggesting that the Zheng family intended to leave the capital for local development. Although the capital was great, countless people wanted to squeeze in, not everyone wanted to stay. If it weren't for the issues with the God of Wealth Pavilion, the Zheng family choosing to go to Qi would also be a wise decision. The numerous states and counties in Qi, whether the most prosperous Qizhou or the coastal Haizhou, were certainly safer than the capital, where one event could lead to family ruin. Dou Changsheng quickly skimmed through the land deeds and, looking at the neatly stacked silver notes, began counting. There were a full 20,000 taels of silver notes. His gaze fell upon the accumulated silver, a pile of silver ingots. This storage space was mostly occupied by silver, with some gold included. Land deeds, silver notes, silver, gold. Everything was handled very neatly, with complete land deed procedures, so Dou Changsheng didn't need to go to the county office for processing. It all belonged to him now. The items in this jade ring were all preparations for a quick escape, except for the land deeds. The silver and gold, along with the silver notes, must total around 30,000 taels, a direct leap into wealth. Dou Changsheng's gaze shifted to the main event. The Zheng family came from the Nine Nether Ghost sect. Although they were not true disciples, they could still inherit this family business. The ancestors of the Zheng family were certainly not ordinary disciples. At least one of them was an inner disciple, being able to obtain the core inheritance of the 5 veins under the Nine Nether Ghost sect. If they could seize the opportunity during the downfall of the Nine Nether Ghost sect, they could acquire a significant amount of its legacy. Originally, they could only obtain the inheritance of one of the lower 5 veins. Now they might have 2. Books of martial arts techniques were neatly lined up on top of the gold. Fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, staff techniques. There were many varieties. But the grades were not too high. Most were of the lower 3rd grade, with only a few basic ones at the middle 3rd grade. And there was only one that reached the 5th grade of martial arts, the Wind and Fire Realm. Dou Changsheng didn't pay much attention to these martial arts manuals. He was not lacking in ordinary techniques now, whether from Yin Ji Sect or the 6 Doors. Acquiring them was not difficult. What truly mattered were the martial arts from the 4th grade Divine Power Realm. Being able to obtain them for free was quite satisfying. As for the ultimate techniques, Dou Changsheng held no hope. The Zheng family had never produced a master, falling within the range of neither strong nor weak. After scanning through the books, Dou Changsheng's gaze finally stopped. Holding one of the manuals, he looked at the title on the blue cover. Xianxiao Dominating Body Technique. Neo Mo Great Strength Fist. 9 Nether Frost Decision. These were 3 martial arts techniques familiar to Dou Changsheng, among which the 9 Nether Frost Decision was an incomplete version, only reaching the 4th grade of martial arts and lacking the most crucial part, which explains how to make the divine powers give rise to illusions and ultimately solidify them into a law form. Dou Changsheng was very familiar with this. The Zheng family's ancestors actually came from the same lineage as the Dou family, but the Dou family's ancestors were true disciples, having emerged from the lower 5 veins to join the upper 3 veins. Dou Changsheng thought of Brother Zheng and some of the land deeds in the Qi region, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. With a heart full of unspoken words, he finally sighed. The 5 veins under the 9 Nether Ghost sect. The Hanfeng vein inherited the 9 Nether Frost Decision, while the Neo Mo Mountain vein inherited the Demon Battle Record. This Demon Battle Record was a complete text of divine and demonic martial arts. The 9 Nether Ghost sect only had an incomplete version, but it was still a supreme technique, sufficient to inherit a lineage. Among them, the Demon Battle Record's visualization image of the Neo Mo derived the Xianxiao Dominating Body Technique and Neo Mo Great Strength Fist and other martial arts. Without the Neo Mo visualization image, one could not condense the great strength of the Neo Mo law form. The cultivation is quite difficult, and the risks have increased tenfold. The Xianxiao Bati Ju and Neo Mo de Liquan have become quite useless. However, Dou Changsheng, with the privileges of a true disciple, knows that this volume of the Nyo-Mo visualization diagram is currently being recorded by the Yin Ji Sect within the sect. The Zheng family has worked hard to obtain the inheritance of the Nyo-Mo lineage, only to find that they cannot cultivate it in the end and must keep it a secret. But this is not a problem for Dou Changsheng. It just depends on whether Dou Changsheng wants to cultivate or not. Chapter 61. Not good, danger. Late at night, stars are embedded in the night sky, spreading starlight. A crescent moon hangs high, casting a hazy moonlight that drapes a silver veil over the earth. In the West Wing room, Dou Changsheng holds a bronze mirror, slowly explaining everything from the day. The atmosphere falls into silence, and after a long while, the mysterious Master's voice comes from the bronze mirror. Shun Miezhou's return to the world is not a small matter. However, as Yao Xiaoxi said, it doesn't have a big impact on you. Your current level is too low. Even if a demigod weapon awakens, it is still not at the level of a master. Shun Miezhou values not the present, but the future. Shun Miezhou has been invincible for many years, and with his talent and ability, he could live for 4 decades. Counting now, there are still 100 years left, and 100 years later, with your aptitude and temperament, as long as you do not fall midway, you will definitely ascend to the earth ranking and become a supreme master. Dou Changsheng showed confusion and asked, the Dazhou state was established 350 years ago, and there are still 150 years until the 500-year limit. Moreover, Dazhou has the prosperous era of Taizong and the continuation of the sub-saint, with rumors that the national fortune may impact 1,000 years, at least 700 years of peace. No matter how you look at it, the hope of overturning the Dazhou court after 100 years is slim. Could it be that Shun Miezhou is struggling for breath, making a desperate attempt? A mocking voice replied, the talk of 1,000 years is illusory, and the 700 years is merely Dazhou's self-praise. If a sub-saint were to emerge 100 years later, they could revitalize Dazhou and extend its reign by another 300 years. It could still reach 700 years. But the sub-saint was born in the founding years of Dazhou, and by the time they entered politics, it was already during the late years of the Taizu Emperor, assisting the Taizong Emperor in completing the 7 great achievements. The founding was by Taizu, the prosperity by Taizong, the preservation by Gaozong, the revival by Xuanzong, and the downfall by the last emperor. This is an unchanging truth. Even without the sub-saint, Dazhou's prosperity cannot surpass Xia and Shang. But it is still a revival of all industries, a peaceful era. Dou Changsheng understood this. The world was in chaos, and the hidden dragons were fighting, causing blood to flow everywhere. Naturally, human hearts would settle, so the true dragons would emerge, unifying the world. When the mountains and rivers are unified, due to the dwindling population and the disputes caused by land annexation in the previous dynasty, all would disappear. Now there are fewer people and more land. Everyone has fields. And as long as they work hard, it will certainly be a peaceful era. Therefore, the emperors after Taizu could lie down and still usher in a prosperous era, only for the new round of land annexation to occur, leading to the lower classes being unable to survive, starting a rebellion, and then another round of upheaval. The feudal dynasties of the previous life followed this pattern repeatedly. Dou Changsheng pondered this when the mysterious Master's voice continued. Dazhou's prosperity surpasses Xia and Shang, but the 500 years of the realm are not stable. The rise and fall of Dazhou have always depended on one person. The founding and establishment were truly the destiny of the true dragon, and all founding emperors of various dynasties have proven their enlightenment to become immortal. However, this true dragon destiny is a fixed type within the great destiny, and naturally, it has its flaws. Founding a country and proving the way. Losing a country must encounter a calamity. Only by overcoming the calamity can one be free and easy, becoming a god or demon in the world. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The true dragoness destiny makes founding a country difficult, and losing a country and completing the calamity is even more challenging. But once the calamity is over, one can transform, defy the postnatal, and become a primordial being, becoming a primordial saint. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim. The Taizu of Dazhou did not become immortal, but rather it was the sub-saint who proved the way. The wife of the sub-saint is the youngest daughter of the Taizu, the princess of the Qin kingdom, born around 70 years after Dazhou's establishment. Now she must be around 170 to 180 years old, with a lifespan of at most 70 to 80 years left. So, all of Shun Miezhou's preparations will happen in 80 years. I have received top-secret news from the sect master's wife, the Wuxiang Wang from the Jinfeng EU building. The last time he left the divine capital was a decoy. His true self has been hiding in the divine capital. Xianxiaofans from the Kaishan Pavilion is also on his way to the divine capital with the same purpose. They are frequently active. At first, I did not understand. But now I know that Shun Miezhou must be planning against Dazhou. Shun Miezhou will not take action until 80 years later, using his cards to topple Dazhou. But that does not mean he will remain hidden all these years. he will definitely take the initiative against Dazhou. Even if he cannot destroy Dazhou, he will make Dazhou bleed continuously, constantly weakening Dazhou's national fortune. This is a major event, and our Yin Ji Sect cannot miss it. The bronze mirror flickered with light, as if expressing excitement. Indeed, it is worthy of the demonic sect, seeing an opportunity and wanting to seize it. Regarding the matter of the Dou Mo Tu Lu, I will report it to the two elders responsible for passing on skills and teachings. And I believe they will not refuse and will grant the Neo Mo visualization diagram. The mysterious master hesitated, thinking of his disciple's ruthless abilities. But after hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't bear to part with such a capable disciple. After all, his disciple has made great contributions one after another. And now he has discovered a major event. Finally making up his mind to say, the future of the divine capital is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. If Wuxiang Wang is involved in the great destiny, he will also be a supreme master. Qian Shaosan is also a supreme master. With them gathered, even the aftershocks will be unbearable for you. Dou Changsheng's heart sank. With so many ill-intentioned individuals gathering in the divine capital, it would definitely be detrimental to Dazhou. Dou Changsheng had no good impression of Dazhou. After all, the matter of 10,000 people going to one place had already told him that the system of Dazhou was fundamentally flawed. Whether Dazhou would be destroyed or not was of little concern to Dou Changsheng. But if something happened in the divine capital, how many people would die? Unable to help but speak, this matter must be reported. The mysterious master was first taken aback, then immediately clapped and praised. Yes, yes, yes. This matter must be reported. They actually dare to conspire to harm the divine capital. We must report them and let Dazhou prepare. Otherwise, if they succeed, wouldn't that fulfill the great destiny? The greatest harm is not to Dazhou. Let them fight among themselves, and hopefully, they will all die cleanly. Moreover, reporting it could also earn merit. Feeling refreshed, he thought that his choice of Dazhou as destroyer was indeed correct. After all, some masters must die for it to be worthy of the title of Heavenly Calamity, Lonely Star. I think Zhao Wudu, this convenient master, is quite good. Then he suddenly froze, then was greatly shocked. Not good. Danger. Chapter 62. I suspect that my father has been replaced by someone. Early morning, in the martial arts arena. Dou Changsheng sits cross-legged on the bluestone floor, with the ice soul blade resting on his knee, holding a spotless handkerchief. Dou Changsheng gently wipes the blade of the ice soul blade. The blade, resembling jade, sparkles under the sunlight. The coldness on the ice soul blade has now all been retracted, feeling like a piece of ice when touched, no longer leaking cold air, thus beginning to freeze the surroundings. This does not mean that the ice soul blade has weakened. On the contrary, it has awakened further. The awakening of a demigod weapon is not something that happens overnight. It needs to gradually revive from its lifeless state until it finally reaches its peak. This last step can bring the demigod weapon to its pinnacle, also allowing a martial artist at the 4th rank to hold a demigod weapon and contend with a master. Dou Changsheng wipes the blade every day, cultivating a tacit understanding with the ice soul blade's spirit, so that when his power is sufficient in the future, he can allow the ice soul blade to reach its utmost sublimation. This process requires half an hour every day to accomplish. Slowly sheathe the ice soul blade, returning it to its scabbard. Speaking of the current tranquility, after the 5 great divine weapon families tested once, there hasn't been any further action, which is also thanks to Dou Changsheng's frost body. After understanding the ins and outs, they suspect that the frost body is quite compatible with the ice soul blade. Otherwise, the 5 great divine weapon families wouldn't be so quiet. For the divine weapon families, maintaining power and status entirely relies on divine weapons. To awaken divine weapons through the generations, they spare no expense in blood sacrifices. If there is indeed a rare bloodline that can enhance affinity with divine weapons, they would definitely spare no effort to obtain it. Breakfast was quite light, with vegetarian dumplings paired with millet porridge and cucumber pickles. After reporting this incident, if confirmed true, it could be a meritorious service. It's better to have one's own people handle it. However, the matter must be kept confidential, and having Dou Changsheng take the lead is extremely risky, but Zhao Wudu is different, as he could directly meet Prince Chun. The master needs to handle some matters at hand, and will return within 3 days. However, the master also stated that if the situation is not as serious as the second young master described, there would be no punishment for the second young master afterward. Just that he should advise the eldest young master to visit the mysterious pavilion less often for tea. It would be better to beat himself up. That Zhao Mingyu fellow has 2 major hobbies, wearing a belly band to look young and having tea with the ladies from the mysterious pavilion. A real problem child? At least he can be relied upon for major matters. With this point, Dou Changsheng felt it was enough. The old steward looked at Dou Changsheng and advised, it's better for the second young master to visit the mysterious pavilion less. If you must go, go to the 8 great towers. It's cheaper there after all. The household is already stretched thin just by supporting the eldest young master, so the second young master shouldn't add to the burden. Dou Changsheng glanced at the old steward. Thinking that you have pushed Zhao Mingyu's 2 major hobbies into 3 by forcing him to crazily pass on skills to others to earn money? Dou Changsheng ignored the old steward and walked toward Zhuke Square after finishing breakfast. Going to Qizhou is impossible. The most crucial point is that Qizhou is not a good place. It is the most prosperous area in the 10 or so states of Qi. Throughout history, during times of great chaos, when rebel kings carved out territories, Lu City in Qizhou was the capital. Gods are dangerous. Lu City is slightly better, with fewer grandmasters, but still no shortage of masters. During the previous dynasty, it was the territory of the 9 Netherdark sect, and the mysterious master had his own schemes, intending to lure the disciples of the 9 Netherdark sect. Outside, there are few masters in the lower states, perhaps none at all. If he hides for a few years and reaches the 4th rank of martial arts, with the Ice Soul Blade in hand, he could go anywhere in the world. Upon arriving at Zhuke Square, he sat down in a grandmaster's chair. Recently, there weren't many official matters, only the case of the theft at the treasure building. But due to the Wu family's extermination, the clues were scarce, and now there were no new leads, leading to a deadlock. The method to break the deadlock is simple. Bring Zhou Guangren from the Zhou residence into the 6 doors for a thorough interrogation, and he would obtain many related clues. But Dou Changsheng couldn't do this. Lung Youquan took over the Wu family extermination case, and now progress was minimal, likely to end in silence. Aside from this case, there were no other significant matters. Only serious cases would bring the chief catcher into play. Chief catcher. There are new clues in the case. Zhou Lisen, dressed in a bird outfit and carrying a benevolent knife, strode in, interrupting Dou Changsheng's contemplation. After entering the room, Zhou Li wasted no time, directly presenting evidence by placing a note in front of Dou Changsheng. Dou Changsheng reached out to take the wrinkled note, not looking at it immediately, but instead asked in a deep voice, "Where did this note come from?" "It was sent out from the Zhou residence. It was evening when I returned home. But I was stopped by someone who gave me this note, claiming to be a servant from the Zhou residence, saying it was sent by their 3rd young master. I didn't dare to neglect it. After confirming with the servant, who is indeed the personal servant of Zhou Guangren, I immediately brought it to the chief catcher." Dou Changsheng simply unfolded it, and on it was written a simple sentence: "My father is fake." These 6 characters are common words, but when combined, the effect is quite shocking. It directly confirmed one thing for Dou Changsheng. Taking a deep breath, he realized this was the true purpose. The twins are at odds, and the victor is respected. This father-son game is clearly a trap. Should it be reported? Only a fool would investigate it. Chapter 63 Ding. Congratulations to the host for adding a big shot as a friend. 7 days later, Qinglong Square, Zhao residence. Dou Changsheng sat behind the desk. One hand rolled up his sleeve, the other holding a brush, dipping the tip into ink, and began writing on the paper spread in front of him. Father missing. Life or death unknown. The younger brother knows the elder brother has endured for many days and is already burdened beyond capacity. Just thinking about it makes his heart feel like it's being cut by a knife. However, the uncle is the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the matter is significant. The enemy dared to impersonate, and their identity is not trivial. Recently, the younger brother has been secretly investigating, and with the elder brother sending messages repeatedly to verify, some evidence has been gathered. The thieves are conspiring against the Eastern Palace, but lack key evidence to arrest a high-ranking court official. In 7 days, it will be the prince's birthday, and a banquet will be held in the Eastern Palace to celebrate. All conspiracies will be revealed. I hope the elder brother can endure for another 7 days. Dou Changsheng wrote this in one go, then picked up the paper, read it again, and frowned slightly at the content of the letter. A surge of energy appeared in his palm, tearing the paper to shreds before rewriting it. The message cannot be too detailed to avoid exposure. 1,000 words condensed into an afternoon meeting at the mysterious pavilion. The relationship between both parties began to soar, and even without having met, they began to call each other brothers. Originally, this was just Dou Changsheng testing the waters, wanting to add Zhou Guangren's friend. Although he suspected the other party is Yi Wumian, there was no concrete evidence. Anything was possible. But as long as he added the friend, the other party's identity would be exposed. Unfortunately, this effort was unsuccessful. However, Dou Changsheng's case-solving skills skyrocketed in just 7 days, and he was likely already comparable to a detective from another world. Truly, Detective Dou, Renjia. Many clues connected into a line, and a shocking conspiracy has completely surfaced. The lineage of the Wuxian king, the twins killing each other. In this generation, there are 2 heirs, one in the open and one in the dark. Yi Wumian is the open heir, while the identity of the dark heir is unknown. The conspiracy has been brewing for an unknown amount of time. But at the beginning of the plan, it was during the God of Wealth Conference, the Heavenly Mandate Ceremony. Yi Wumian, with his 4th rank martial arts cultivation, wanted to complete the minor heavenly mandate as an excuse to stir up trouble in the capital, responsible for attracting attention from all departments. When Yi Wumian and Zhang Xiaoquan battled, 2 top talents on the rankings were competing for the heavenly mandate, which would certainly attract attention from the entire capital. Even the saints would be concerned. The Dark Heir took action, choosing to replace the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Junkai. Then they would wait for the prince's birthday a few months later. On the prince's birthday, the saint would allow the Eastern Palace to hold a banquet and invite high-ranking court officials. The prince would also take the opportunity to privately meet with members of the prince's faction, and the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Junkai, is also a member of the prince's faction. This would create a situation where Zhou Junkai and the prince were in private contact. But all of this, just as it was starting, has already failed. I cut the heavenly mandate with my knife, disrupting the heavenly mandate ceremony. However, the effect was achieved. A newcomer of the same realm defeated the 7th on the ranking list, causing a sensation in the capital and attracting attention, thereby achieving the desired effect. By a twist of fate, the plan continued, but another variable appeared. After the failure of the heavenly mandate ceremony, Yi Wumian, for some unknown reason, learned of the Wuxian King's conspiracy and chose to turn against him, directly betraying the Wuxian King. The backhanded deal with the Wuxian King, the theft of the Beihai Pearl, and the extermination of the Wu family are all just leads to attract Dou Changsheng's attention, thus guiding the Zhou family out. This allows Dou Changsheng to uncover this conspiracy. Yes, in just 7 days, Dou Changsheng can understand so much. It's not that he is extraordinarily skilled in investigation, but that the clues fall from the sky while he sits at home. Don't ask. If you ask, the clues will have long legs and run by themselves. There are many aspects that have not been considered clearly yet. The conflict with Yi Wumian has the shadow of Chen Miezhou, without Chen Miezhou's deliberate guidance. Dou Changsheng would not have confirmed this so quickly. Therefore, after Yi Wumian's destiny ceremony failed, he completely turned to Chen Miezhou and became Chen Miezhou's person. The twins want to kill, but the Wuxian King is not coveted. Naturally, someone wants him. But Wu family's second son, Wu Liben, is still missing. And there are no clues about the Beihai Pearl. This line has been broken. Additionally, there are some tricks behind the extermination of the Wu family. Logically, drawing out the Zhou family shouldn't be so extreme. This fake Zhou Guangren, suspected to be Yi Wumian, believes that in the opponent's plan, the Beihai Pearl and the Wu family would definitely not end with extermination. What kind of change occurred in between? Could it be the tears of the mermaid? Dou Changsheng murmured to himself. As this spiritual light appeared, Dou Changsheng immediately showed a look of enlightenment. There had been no news from the treasure building, and there was no insider, so Dou Changsheng really thought it was about the Beihai Pearl. At this moment, if it were the tears of the mermaid, it would make sense. The tears of the mermaid are extraordinarily precious, capable of resolving numerous poisons, like fragrant copper and soft jade. The backlash of the destiny ceremony. No one knows which kind it is. If it were some kind of toxin, then Yi Wumian took the risk, abandoning the original plan, and directly killed cleanly. Which also makes sense. This plan does not need to be too rigorous, it only needs to draw out Zhou Jun. The remaining most important thing is to restore one's own strength. The cause and effect have already become clear. This should be some kind of destiny ceremony. It's unknown whether it is the small destiny of the person secretly passing on or the great destiny of the Wuxian King. The small destiny can be completed, but the great destiny, even if it replaces the crown prince, is just the beginning, unless one ascends to the 9-5, ruling the world. Why have a destiny ceremony in the good martial arts? These fellows have become all sorts of strange. For example, if Chen Miezhou did not have the great destiny, he would have been carefree long ago. Now he is determined to overthrow the Great Zhou. After tidying up, Dou Changsheng went to the Piaomiao building early. The reason for choosing this location is also that Zhao Mingyu comes here every day. If the fake makes a move at a critical moment, Dou Changsheng can also disregard martial ethics, call out to Zhao Mingyu, and take him down together. As long as it's not a grandmaster, there's no need to fear now. Unfortunately, that Zhang Xiaoquan has already gone to the army. The promised battle will not have a follow-up. The Piaomiao building has been arranged. Dou Changsheng begins to wait calmly. After a long time, the door opened. Dou Changsheng looked up and saw Zhou Guangren, quickly getting up to greet him. Elder brother, virtuous younger brother. A warm voice rang out from the room. Ding, a friend has been detected. Congratulations, host, friend 1. Fang Wuling, Wuxian King, has been added to the friend list. Fang Wuling, quite unfamiliar. Wait a minute, what is this? Chapter 64. The mouth of the Ji family, a deceitful ghost. 6 doors, in front of a stone wall. Zhao Wudu, a tall and slender figure, has arrived in front of the stone wall. He raises his gaze to look at the 3-zhang high stone wall, which is smooth and rounded, yet filled with various marks of knives, guns, swords, and halberds. Zhao Wudu bows deeply and says, Subordinate Zhao Wudu, please meet your highness. After bowing 3 times, a faint glow appears on the stone wall, which begins to bulge and form a human shape. The figure is tall and sturdy, exuding a majestic aura, with a faint glow flowing like a swimming dragon, and a long red silk inexplicably emerges to wrap around its face. A solemn middle-aged man with a red scarf around his eyes now appears before Zhao Wudu. Looking at the figure that has manifested, Zhao Wudu feels a surge of desire. This is the manifestation of will. Only by achieving the unity of man and nature, where one thought can summon thunder and another can transform into water, can this be accomplished. Chen Miezhou has reappeared in the capital and has approached Dou Changsheng, bestowing the extermination order. This matter. The 2 words just fell from his lips when a sound like silver bells laughter rang out. Wang Changgong, your aunt is here again. Why don't you come out and treat your aunt to a good meal? Jian Shaosan, you are too presumptuous. The court is a heavy place. How can you be so reckless? An angry rebuke echoed, followed by a female voice. All right, the court is a heavy place. I, as such a law-abiding and honest person, cannot go in, so I'll come back tomorrow. Zhao Wudu's gaze sharpened, his voice ethereal and uncertain, as if coming from all directions, but in reality, this voice could only be heard within 3 zhang of the stone wall. In the 6 doors, Gu Bujing was completely unaware of any clues. If Zhao Wudu had not come today, he would not have known that Qian Shaosan of the Kaishan Pavilion had been entangling with Prince Chen recently. In terms of martial arts, the 1st rank is also a grandmaster, but the gap between the 1st and 3rd ranks is actually too great. The upper 3 ranks, 1 rank is 1 heavy sky. The middle 3 ranks are extraordinary and transcendent. The upper 3 ranks are a transformation, beginning to ascend towards immortality. Every elevation in rank represents being closer to immortality. After a while, the previously silent figure has revived, speaking neither joyfully nor sadly. The extermination order need not be concerned. As long as the princess of the Chen kingdom is alive, Chen Miezhou will not dare to act. Regarding the Wuxian king and the right vice minister, just inform Zhuge Wu of the Xinhou mansion. This sentence was not spoken by Prince Chen, but by a female voice. Qian Shaosan chuckled and said, the Wuxian king is a supreme grandmaster, ever-changing. If you provoke him, you will never have peace in your life. My nephew's achievements today are not easy. How could he go and fight against the Ji family of the Great Zhou? Isn't Zhuge Wu waiting every day, wanting to replace the 6 doors with the Xinhou mansion to become the 6 ministries of the Great Zhou? My nephew intends to give it to him. Little Zhao, you must be careful. Hurry up and find a good next home. Otherwise, if the 6 doors collapse one day, it would be awkward if there's nowhere to go. If there's really nowhere to go, the Kaishan Pavilion won't want you either. Ha ha. The laughter suddenly vanished, as if it had been cut off. Prince Chen suddenly sighed, speaking frankly. Since Qian Shaosan has revealed it, I will speak plainly. I have no sons or daughters. Having this power and wealth is of no use to me. The cabinet ministers hold immense power, but what does it mean for the path to immortality? The Wuxian king has ambitions to prove the Tao. I am naturally no exception. This great Zhou has no immortals. It cannot protect me. Qian Shaosan holds a letter from the God of Wealth. Please invite me to the Kaishan Pavilion, and I am already tempted. The God of Wealth has friends all over the world, and with his support, I need not worry about divine and demonic obstacles. Originally, I should have sent you to the Xinhou mansion to relay the message, but since Qian Shaosan has forced this matter, it compels me to make a stance. So you should stay here for now and leave after the East Palace birthday banquet. Looking at Zhao Wudu, who has been imprisoned and is now frightened, the manifested will gradually transforms from illusion to reality. Prince Chen's gaze is complex, and his voice is filled with resentment. Sage, do not blame me. You know, when you refused to ask the Yaxing for a letter of protection for me, and went against the late Emperor's will, you should have known this day would come. That fool Zhuge Wu still believes the sage and the late emperor are different and will plead for you with the Yaxing. How could I trust the Ji family? The next sage will also break the contract. The Ji family has deceived me for decades. Leaving like this is truly hard to bear. A person's life has only a few decades. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. With a casual motion, he took out a wooden token from Zhao Wudu's arms, looking at the character Chen on it, revealing a cold smile. Wuxian King, 7th on the Earth ranking. This is the only person who is able to break into the top 10 of the Earth ranking as a Grandmaster and is recognized as one of the supreme masters in the world. The strongest aspect of the Wuxian King is not direct combat, but rather the ability to change forms, being formless and shapeless. No one knows whether the Wuxian King is male or female. What did they look like after debuting? No one can be certain that this is the true form of the Wuxian King. The Wuxian King has been famous for decades, known by various identities. Whether as a spirited young hero in the martial world, a wandering swordsman, or a fairy who is unadorned and natural, The Wuxian king has imitated them all perfectly. However, everyone feels that the Wuxian king is a man. Dou Changsheng thinks so too. He didn't expect such a feminine name to have a high probability of being female. The critical point is that Dou Changsheng's earlier thoughts have now become completely chaotic, all in a tangle. This is not the time for careful study. Dou Changsheng felt a chill in his heart, and a slight change appeared on his smiling face, indicating to Zhou Guangren to sit down. He spoke more intimately. Thank you, brother, for your keen observation, which allows us to deal with this properly. I raise this cup of wine to you, brother. Dou Changsheng felt extremely anxious. Now all his arrangements are not afraid of Yi Wumian, but clearly, they are not enough against the Wuxian king, especially since the Wuxian king seems to have broken through to become a supreme master, reaching the first rank of martial arts. No, there is not much difference between the second and first ranks. As long as the Wuxian king goes all out, he won't survive. Before the other party could speak, Dou Changsheng directly drank it all in one go, smacking his lips, feeling that the wine was weak, and his heart was still very anxious. Dou Changsheng picked up the cylindrical wine pot to pour wine into the cup, and said, I toast you again, brother. After downing 3 cups of wine, he realized the wine was weak. However, the effect was still there. Dou Changsheng's panic in his heart had somewhat subsided. Zhou Guangren also raised his hand and drank from his cup, putting it down and looking at Dou Changsheng's bold actions with a smile. Today, seeing you, younger brother, I realize your boldness is extraordinary. Clearly, the outside world has misunderstood you. What heavenly calamity, lonely star? This is slander against you. There is something I have buried for a long time that I must say today. Otherwise, I would be failing you. Younger brother, do you know that I am not Zhou Guangren? Dou Changsheng, who had just raised his wine cup, suddenly trembled his arm, causing the cup to fall to the ground. His expression instantly changing. This was an identity reveal. He was going to make a move. In an instant, he turned pale, his face waxy white. Chapter 65, Impromptu Acting, reported for needing a title change. Bang! A loud sound erupted. Dou Changsheng suddenly stood up, accidentally bumping into the 8 immortals table, almost toppling it over, causing the wine pot to fall and the dishes to fly out of the plates. Dou Changsheng disregarded all this, still excitedly speaking. Testing me? Isn't it so? If you are not Zhou Guangren, who else could you be? We brothers have met as if we were old friends. Feeling akin to flesh and blood, there's no need for such probing words anymore. If we can't act, then we'll force the act. Even though Dou Changsheng himself found the words extremely awkward, he still managed to say them out loud. In the face of life and death, one can always accomplish miracles that are usually inconceivable. A fair hand suddenly grasped Dou Changsheng's hand, feeling the warmth from the fair palm. Before Dou could speak, Zhou Guangren's moved voice had already sounded. Precisely because we feel akin to flesh and blood, not as blood brothers, but better than blood brothers. I must tell you my true identity. Dou Changsheng shook his head repeatedly. No, don't say it. Zhou Guangren spoke seriously. I believe you have already seen through the flaws, but you just haven't pointed them out. This is for my own good. But I am not someone who fails to appreciate kindness. How could I let you take risks? The cards are on the table. I am Yi Wumian. The extermination of the Wu family and the theft of the Beihai Pearl, all of it was done by me. Zhou Guangren did not give Dou Changsheng a chance to refuse and began to elaborate. The Zhou family and the Wu family have deep ties. Zhou Guangren's mother is the sister of the Wu family head. I disguised myself as Zhou Guangren because of the theft of the Beihai Pearl, intending to make things difficult for you. At that time, I didn't know your character and was misled by outside opinions, thinking you would take revenge on the Wu family. I recognized at a glance that it was not the Beihai Pearl, but the tears of the merman. The tears of the merman have miraculous effects such as detoxification and soft jade, and at the time, I was suffering from a backlash from destiny, having been afflicted by a peculiar poison. The tears of the merman were exactly what I needed, so I had Wu Libin delay for 2 days to return them, allowing me to switch them out. But I didn't expect Wu Libin to have already recognized that it was the tears of the merman. Dou Changsheng suddenly spoke. Then what about the extermination of the Wu family? At this moment, Dou Changsheng's demeanor was calm, having sat back down. The other party revealed he was Yi Wumian, not the Wuxian king, and Dou Changsheng also calmed down. He realized that his momentary nervousness had led him to think wrongly. With his shallow knowledge and low strength, how could he possibly see through the Wuxian king's transformations? Yi Wuxian had already disguised himself as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhou Junqi, and soon, during the prince's birthday, he could freely enter the Eastern Palace. If he met the prince privately, it would be too late. Dou Changsheng revealed a puzzled expression and spoke in confusion. Yi Wuxian is only a martial arts 4th rank at most, not a top 3 rank master. Even if he met the prince, he couldn't possibly kill him or replace him. The prince is the heir to the throne, second only to 1 and above 10,000. The Dazhou royal family has a top-tier martial arts legacy called the Huangji Jing Shi Lu, which is the most elite inheritance. throughout the ages. Only the prince and saints are allowed to study it. Anyone else daring to practice the Huangji Jingshi would be deemed treasonous and punished accordingly. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Even the Minister of Rites, who oversees ceremonies, is a powerful figure capable of moving mountains. The prince, as the heir, possesses the best divine and demonic martial arts, along with resources from the 108 continents. Many treasures that ordinary martial artists could never obtain in their lifetime are merely common items for the prince. Dou Changsheng received a decent salary and made rapid progress in cultivation, but that is far from compared to the prince. Training in fist techniques with an expert master and sword techniques taught by renowned swordsmen, the needed elixirs must also be personally refined by the master of the Pill Tower. With such resources, even if the prince were a pig, he could still reach the 4th rank of martial arts, along with various magical artifacts and treasures. Even a master can't take the prince by surprise, not to mention the prince's attendants, whose strength would not be weak either. It is possible for Yi Wuxiang to replace Zhou Junqi, but for the prince, that would be difficult. The prince's bloodline cannot be tainted, and the clan will be watching him closely. To kill or to replace, Dou Changsheng saw it as impossible. Zhou Guangren stared deeply at Dou Changsheng and spoke in a deep voice. If it were just Yi Wuxiang, naturally, there would be no need to worry about the prince. But my master is also in the capital. The Wuxiang king has already broken through to the supreme master rank. If the Wuxiang king finds an opportunity, the consequences would be dire. I know you suspect why I would betray the Wuxiang king. At this point, Zhou Guangren gritted his teeth, his expression extremely angry. And a hatred flickered in his eyes, all of which came from the heart. When it comes to acting, he far surpassed Dou Changsheng by countless times. Yi Wumian and Yi Wuxiang, the twins killing each other, the victor would become the next Wuxiang king. I originally thought that my ranking in the human list this time entering the capital was because the Wuxiang king valued me and wanted me to fulfill destiny and become the victor. But I never expected it to be a conspiracy. If it weren't for Elder Qin's guidance, I would never have thought that I was merely a discarded pawn of the Wuxiang king, used to attract attention in the capital, thus creating opportunities for Yi Wuxiang. We are all individuals valued by Elder Qin. I won't hide it from you. I exposed this matter voluntarily this time, also with Elder Qin's support. I don't know what the Wuxiang king's great destiny is, but as long as I oppose the Wuxiang king, I can disrupt his grand destiny. If the Wuxiang king wants to fulfill his great destiny, that is purely a dream. As long as I, Yi Wumian, live for a day, there will be no end to the conflict with the king of no form. Dou Changsheng looked at Zhou Guangren, whose emotions were sincere and who genuinely wanted to fight against the king of no form. These old guys, none of them are easy to deal with. He muttered in his heart, no wonder they are old schemers. I act as myself, I oppose myself. Is this routine still workable? Chapter 66. The soldier crosses the river and can also kill. In the divine capital, this situation, Dou Changsheng was in a tangle. The king of no form disguising as Yi Wumian had overturned all previous speculations. Dou Changsheng walked out of the mysterious building, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. His gaze fixed on the guests heading to the mysterious building, who were completely unaware that they were standing on the edge of a cliff, almost about to fall to their doom. The king of no form spoke endlessly, yet his true intentions were not revealed at all. After freshening up, Dou Changsheng sat upright on the bed, beginning to contemplate the situation. He had initially thought that Chun Miezhou was deeply hidden and was the root cause of the conflict between the king of no form and the Great Zhou, causing a stir in the divine capital with the matter of the king of no form. Regardless of the outcome of this upheaval, whether the king of no form or the Great Zhou emerged victorious, Chun Miezhou would undoubtedly profit. However, he did not expect that Yi Wumian might always be the king of no form. If so, was Chun Miezhou's intervention to arrange for Yi Wumian to draw out himself and expose the king of no form's conspiracy something both sides were aware of? Or was the king of no form simply more skilled, leaving Chun Miezhou in the dark? Chun Miezhou could be disregarded. This game was set up by the king of no form. What was the king of no form's true purpose? It must not be the crown prince of the Eastern Palace anymore. Once this conspiracy was exposed and understood by outsiders, the Great Zhou would only strengthen the protection of the crown prince, and it would not create a situation of darkness under the lamp, giving the king of no form an opportunity. Thus, the king of no form's true objective was not the crown prince of the Eastern Palace at all, but he devoted so much effort, even personally stepping in to act, indicating that the crown prince's birthday was still very important. This must be a decoy to cover up his real intentions. In this game, it was impossible to break the deadlock. Dou Changsheng knew that due to his limited age and experience, as well as his strength, he had only a superficial understanding of the great destiny. Just knowing that fulfilling the great destiny was necessary to attain immortality, without knowing the origins and ends of the great destiny and immortals. This was a top secret. Even the 9 great sects, the major sects of the time, could only be read by grand masters. Therefore, trying to analyze the king of no form's motives was purely a fool's errand. However, Dou Changsheng also had a way to break the deadlock. If he could not do it himself, then he would seek help from outside forces, no matter what calculations the king of no form had. As long as he could take the king of no form down, everything could be resolved. This move was called cutting off the firewood from the bottom. An unparalleled Grand Master, relying solely on Chen Wang's words, was still insufficient. After all, defeating was easy, but killing or capturing was too difficult. However, this was the divine capital. Once the king of no form was exposed, Chen Wang would immediately receive reinforcements, including Zhuge Wuwu from the God Marquis Mansion and Chao Xiaoyang, the supervisor of the Eastern Factory. Among the 6 departments of the Great Zhou, besides Chen Wang, the general in charge of the 5 armies was also an unparalleled Grand Master. The Prime Minister, Dou Changsheng, was also an unparalleled Grand Master. These 5 were well-known unparalleled Grand Masters, certainly not all of the Great Zhou, but they were strong figures who had always been stationed in the divine capital. If the king of no form were exposed, he would undoubtedly die. The Great Zhou was not lacking in unparalleled Grand Masters. What they truly lacked were immortals. With gods and demons suppressing the national fortune, this divine capital was destined to leak information. If a lesser sage were present, no. As long as he lived nearby in the divine capital, even if the king of no form had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cause trouble in the divine capital. While deep in thought, Dou Changsheng suddenly realized something strange. He felt anxious and decided to go to the 6 doors to see Chen Wang. It should not take a day, as this matter involved the crown prince of the Eastern Palace and several unparalleled Grand Masters, which definitely needed to be dealt with first. Dou Changsheng wanted to meet Zhao Wudu, who also wanted to see Dou Changsheng as soon as possible, to know the outcome of Dou Changsheng's visit to the mysterious building. Something had gone wrong. Dou Changsheng felt heavy-hearted. Chen Wang was the top figure of the 6 doors, and even among the 9 cabinet ministers, he ranked relatively high. The order was Prime Minister Dou Changsheng, Second Assistant General Yang Kaidi, and the third was Chen Wang Chonggong. The 6 departments of the Great Zhou had 9 cabinet ministers. The Political Affairs Hall had 3, the 5 Armies Protectorate had 2, and the Heavenly Works, Pill Tower, 6 doors, and Ancestral Affairs each had 1. Their power was immense and rare in the world. This was the Great Zhou's pillar of support. If one of them were to collapse, the resulting shock would be enough to shake the national fortune of the Great Zhou. Dou Changsheng sighed repeatedly, recalling that when he first crossed over, the Great Zhou was still peaceful and prosperous. How could it be just a few months later that he had a sense that the Great Zhou was about to collapse? The issue of the king of no form had not yet been resolved, but it had instead drawn out a Chen Wang with an unpredictable attitude. Chen Wang's situation was complicated, and Dou Changsheng did not intend to touch it, as it could easily entrap him. Therefore, Dou Changsheng had little choice left. The God Marquis Mansion, Zhuge Wuwu. Compared to the notorious Eastern Factory, the God Marquis Mansion, while not good, was still better in comparison. Compared to the Eastern Factory, it had become a place of goodness. Dou Changsheng reached for the ice soul blade, gripping the hilt and feeling its vibration, conveying joy, which brought him some comfort. The king of no form did not know he had been exposed. This was the best opportunity. No matter what calculations he had, as long as he could invite Zhuge Wuwu to take action, then everything would become clear. Taking a deep breath, Dou Changsheng made up his mind not to delay any longer and strode out of Zhao's residence. In the divine capital at night, lanterns were hung high every 100 meters. Inside was a kind of fluorite that absorbed sunlight during the day and emitted light at night, making the streets quieter than during the day. Walking down the street, Dou Changsheng tightly gripped the ice soul blade with one hand. The Zhao residence was only about 300 meters from the God Marquis Mansion, so being close to powerful figures had its advantages. If something really happened, they could support each other. This was also the reason Dou Changsheng dared to take the risk to come out. Even if an accident occurred, it could create a stir and alert the God Marquis Mansion. If the God Marquis Mansion did not respond, Dou Changsheng would dare to storm the imperial city. With the Qinglong and Zhuke markets located just below the city wall, he walked to the outside of the God Marquis Mansion, and there was no movement along the way. He safely arrived at the God Marquis Mansion, and Dou Changsheng felt relieved. He reached out to knock on the copper ring on the door. Chapter 67. Are you going to put me under house arrest? The copper ring knocked. In the quiet night, the sound rang clear. Soon, accompanied by a creaking noise, a tall vermilion door opened a crack. The main door was not opened. It was a side door. The God Marquis Mansion, located in Zhuke Square, was truly magnificent and grand, featuring 5 rooms with 3 opening doors. Whether it was the glazed tiles or the embedded gold nails, everything was regulated, making the God Marquis Mansion equivalent to a princely residence. In terms of nobility, the ranks are Wang, Gong, Ho, Zi, and Nan, with Ho being the 3rd rank. However, the God Marquis broke the rank system, equivalent to a prince. The characters Shun, Sheng, and xian are very special. Being able to use them as a prefix is a great honor. The God Marquis title is equivalent to that of a prince, but is actually considered higher than a prince. The doorman, seeing Dou Changsheng standing outside through the crack, became vigilant because Dou Changsheng's hand was firmly pressing against the hilt of the ice soul blade at his waist, with the light from the lantern hanging outside. The doorman recognized Dou Changsheng, and the wary expression faded, but he still did not let down his guard. The Zhao residence was not far away, and the doorman had seen Dou Changsheng multiple times and knew his background. The divine Marquis mansion, with the favor of the sage, has been growing increasingly powerful, with efforts from all levels to push the 6 doors out of their position in the 6 divisions. Now, a constable from the 6 doors has come to the door, which can't be seen as a good thing. However, the doorman did not dare to be negligent and quickly said, "If you have business, please submit a notice to the divine Marquis and let him decide whether to meet and when to come." Dou Changsheng expressionlessly looked at the doorman, reached out, and pulled the door open, stepping inside the divine Marquis mansion. The doorman did not expect Dou Changsheng to be so disrespectful of the rules and was caught off guard, failing to stop him as he entered the mansion. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. The doorman glared at Dou Changsheng, lowering his voice and sternly questioning, "Hurry and leave. If you disturb the noble guests inside, you won't be able to bear the consequences." "Who is it?" a voice inquired, and footsteps approached from the corridor as a man slowly walked out of the shadows. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome and refined appearance, graying at the temples, tall and lean, dressed in a light blue long robe. He had a black mole at the corner of his eye, which did not detract from his looks, but rather added to his charm. With his hands behind his back, he walked over and told the doorman, "You may leave. I will take care of this." After the doorman respectfully saluted, he replied, "Yes. A guest arrives late at night. There must be a reason. This is not a place for conversation. Please proceed to the front hall." Dongfang Taiye, with a smile and a gentle demeanor, spoke in a warm tone that made one feel favorable towards him. Dou Changsheng nodded and followed Dongfang Taiye into the mansion. While he could ignore the doorman, he could not do the same with Dongfang Taiye. Dongfang Taiye ranked 7th among the 12 disciples of the divine Marquis Zhuge Wu and was the most active among them, serving as the chief steward of the divine Marquis mansion, responsible for many affairs. It was Dongfang Taiye's networking and management that contributed to the current influence of the divine Marquis mansion. In the divine Marquis mansion, there were 12 outstanding heroes, most of whom were grandmasters, and Dongfang Taiye was one of the most distinguished among them, being a 3rd-grade grandmaster. Upon reaching the front hall, Dongfang Taiye took his seat in the main position, received a teacup from a maid, and gestured for Dou Changsheng to enjoy the tea. Dou Changsheng took the cup and placed it on the nearby 8 immortals table, looking at Dongfang Taiye and directly stated, "I want to see the divine Marquis." With Zhao Wudu not having returned, Dou Changsheng felt a sense of urgency. He had become too deeply involved in this incident, which involved the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Whether the prince was dead or just frightened, it was a significant matter that could shake the capital. If things went poorly, he could end up as a scapegoat. Compared to such a major issue, the rankings of heroes were all trivial. Dou Changsheng also wanted to resolve this crisis quickly. Otherwise, when the Wuxian king and others acted, it would result in massive casualties regardless of the outcome. Although he wished to see the divine Marquis late at night and settle the matter tonight, Dou Changsheng knew that was unrealistic, so he added, "Please arrange a meeting tomorrow morning after the divine Marquis rises." Dongfang Taiye wiped his mouth with a pristine handkerchief, calmly gazed at Dou Changsheng, and spoke gently. "Dou Constable, a young talent, ranks 28th on the hero list. My master has always favored uplifting the younger generation, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to meet him tomorrow." This was the benefit of reputation. If Dou Changsheng had been just a small constable, he wouldn't have even qualified to step into the divine Marquis mansion and would have been driven out long ago. Being at the bottom of the rankings could only allow him to say a few words before being dismissed. But now, a grandmaster could not be ignored, and receiving Dou Changsheng late at night was necessary. While it could not be said that he would definitely become a grandmaster in the future, at the very least, he had the combat power of a grandmaster. Who would dare to overlook him? Dongfang Taiye paused, considering his words before continuing. "Tomorrow is the first day of the month, and my master will enter the palace to preach for the sage. He will be bathing and burning incense, and will not have time to meet you. If you have time to spare, please wait until after the crown prince's birthday." Waiting until after the crown prince's birthday would be too late. Dou Changsheng's heart sank as he looked at Dongfang Taiye, trying to determine whether he could trust him. The matter regarding the Wuxian king was too important, and Dou Changsheng had no trust in grandmasters. He could only trust someone like Zhuge Wu, a confidant of the sage, whose interests aligned with those of the sage. They had known each other since childhood, supporting each other through thick and thin for decades. As for others like Prime Minister Su Changqing and General Yang Kaidi, Dou Changsheng did not trust them. They might handle affairs, but they could easily manipulate situations to increase their own benefits. Once my master is done with his duties, I will arrange a meeting. Dongfang Tai stood up and regretfully said, my master truly cannot spare the time. Matters concerning the sage must take precedence. You will have to wait a little longer. I will arrange a room for you, so you can rest well for a few days. Dongfang Tai spoke apologetically. Please rest assured, Dou Constable. Whatever the matter, once you arrive at the Divine Marquis Mansion, it will not be a problem. I will personally guard you during these days, ensuring your safety. Not even a fly will enter through your door. Dou Changsheng was taken aback and stepped back, saying in a deep voice, are you going to put me under house arrest? Late at night, in the front hall of the Divine Marquis Mansion, the lights were bright, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The walls were lit with candles as thick as arms, illuminating the corners brightly. The front hall was as bright as day. Dou Changsheng warily watched Dongfang Tai, initially thinking the most dangerous part was the few hundred meters to the Divine Marquis Mansion, but he did not expect that upon arriving, this Dongfang Tai would be his biggest obstacle. If it were just a matter of not allowing Dou Changsheng to see the Divine Marquis, he wouldn't think much of it. There was no need to explain. The sage was the highest authority. But being asked to stay in the Divine Marquis Mansion for a few days until after the Crown Prince's birthday raised Dou Changsheng's alertness. The mention of the Crown Prince had become an alarm in his heart. If something were to happen during the Crown Prince's birthday, the Divine Marquis Mansion could not be unaware, and they might even be playing a role in it. Although there was no evidence, Dou Changsheng knew that Dongfang Tai had already guessed his intentions quite accurately. Of course, this did not include knowing that Zhou Guangren was the Wuxian king. This was a secret message, and apart from Dou Changsheng, no one else would know. What Dongfang Tai knew was that Dou Changsheng's visit was definitely related to the Zhou family, such as clues deliberately thrown out by the Wuxian king. The fallout between Yi Wumian and the Wuxian king, leading to Zhou Guangren, which ignited the Zhou family's pawn, the Wuxian king. Dongfang Tai's intention was to prevent the Zhou family's matters from being exposed and to ensure the smooth conduct of the Crown Prince's birthday. This was not about being in cahoots with the Wuxian king. It was about Dongfang Tai wanting to reap benefits from the chaos. If something were to happen to the Crown Prince, and the Divine Marquis Mansion were to stabilize the situation, what a great achievement that would be. Throughout history, achievements have always revolved around supporting and protecting. Even if the Crown Prince was not a sage, it would still be a great merit, and it would earn the gratitude of the Crown Prince. This favor, when the Crown Prince ascended the throne decades later, would be a boon enough for the Divine Marquis Mansion to enjoy for decades, perhaps even 100 years. This was why Dou Changsheng did not want to meet Prime Minister Su Changqing and General Yang Kaidi. Is this your opinion or the Divine Marquis's idea? Dongfang Tai, with one hand behind his back, calmly gazed at Dou Changsheng, observing the changes in his expression, and coldly remarked, Dou Constable, you look tired. It would be better for you to rest well. Dongfang Tai was not overly concerned, and Dou Changsheng's bright eyes revealed a look of understanding as he calmly spoke. This must not be the intention of the Divine Marquis. The Divine Marquis is loyal and devoted, admired by the world, and would only take precautions to eliminate potential threats. It is only you who think to use the prince's birthday to curry favor and gain merit. Is your selfishness too heavy? A cold laugh echoed. Dongfang Tai's eyes revealed an icy demeanor, and a chill spread throughout his body as he coldly remarked, there is truly only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. The outside world calls you deep and calculating, and I remain skeptical, as most rumors and gossip are untrue. However, seeing you today confirms those rumors without any error. You are a constable of the Six Doors. If something goes wrong, you should go to the Six Doors headquarters to meet His Highness, Prince Chen. Yet you do not go to the headquarters, but instead come to the Divine Marquis's residence in the dead of night. Is this not to divert disaster and push all the dirty work onto us at the Divine Marquis's residence? Dongfang Tai's gaze grew increasingly cold, strands of murderous intent already bursting forth. His voice cold and merciless. The Wuxian Wang ranks 7th on the Earth list with the strength of a Grandmaster and has now broken through to the Supreme Grandmaster level. Such an enemy. I believe even Prince Chun does not have 100% assurance of victory. Therefore, you need the Divine Marquis's residence to lead the charge, letting us and Wuxian Wang suffer mutual destruction, while you Six Doors pick up the pieces at the back. I simply do not want to be a pawn in your Six Doors schemes, and you accuse me of being too selfish. You are not old, yet your heart is like a scorpion, so insidious and cunning. If I had not been prepared in advance with my master's character, your exaggerated description of the situation's severity at this late hour might have succeeded in your scheme, allowing you to gain great merit and perhaps directly become one of the top 10 famous constables. As a senior, I must advise you, one should not do everything to the fullest. Leave a line for future encounters. This matter does not require your further involvement. I have already contacted Yi Wumian and have set a plan. When the prince's birthday arrives, Wu Xianwang will reap the consequences. Dou Changsheng felt a chill in his heart. Yi Wumian's contact with both him and the Six Doors seemed aimed at revenge against Wu Xianwang, but in reality, Yi Wumian is Wu Xianwang. It now appeared that the plan was very successful. The Divine Marquis's residence had already shifted its focus to the prince's birthday, believing its purpose to be the prince. Dongfang Tai's attitude was unfriendly, and although it seemed like a series of accusations, Dou Changsheng understood that Dongfang Tai was merely shirking responsibility. If he truly wanted to be impartial, he could have directly allied with the Six Doors. Now, hiding and keeping secrets, is that not also a sign of heavy selfishness? I will explain the ins and outs of the situation to the Divine Marquis. Whether there is a scheme depends on the Divine Marquis's attitude. If Wu Xianwang starts to act, even if stopped, it will still cause huge casualties. We won't. Before Dou Changsheng could finish speaking, Dongfang Tai decisively rejected him. Impossible. I will not allow it. A gentleman can be deceived by a method. My master has always been straightforward and can easily be deceived by you villainous people. Before the prince's birthday, I will not allow you to meet my master. With one side calling him deep and calculating, and the other side calling him a villain. Dou Changsheng felt a surge of anger. Dongfang Tai was no good person. During the last incident in Zugfang, there were traces of Dongfang Tai's involvement. His purpose was to provoke a conflict between the 8-armed divine constable and Master Zhao Wudu, causing one person to be unable to remain in the Six Doors, thereby absorbing him into the Divine Marquis's residence. Such a person cannot be reasoned with. Even if I explain the situation, it will not awaken Dongfang Tai. Rather, it will cause him to alter his plans to seek greater gains. Reason cannot be communicated. Then, I will use a knife to speak. The ice blade hanging at my waist has instantly been unsheathed. Cold air erupted, and a brilliant blade was swung. Dou Changsheng slashed towards Dongfang Tai. Chit-chat. Where is all this nonsense coming from? Just do it. Chapter 68. Dou Changsheng, the villain. With one horizontal slash, the brilliant ice blade, resembling jade, emitted a dazzling glow. And boundless cold air spread like a white lotus, blooming in an instant. The dazzling and beautiful scene seemed to gather all the beauty of the world. Inch by inch, frost layered upon frost, continually spreading outwards from Dou Changsheng's center to all directions. The laid bricks, wooden armchairs, and 8 immortals' table were instantly frozen, covered by a layer of white ice. How dare you? After a brief silence, an angry roar erupted. Dongfang Tai's handsome face twisted completely, his neatly trimmed black beard flying as he raged like a lion. No matter how Dongfang Tai thought, he never anticipated that Dou Changsheng would dare to strike. The Divine Marquis's residence is solemn and austere, a rare forbidden place in the world, with a supreme grandmaster stationed there, and fellow disciples residing in the capital, many of whom are grandmasters. Just Dongfang Tai himself is a 3rd-grade grandmaster, a mere 3rd grade, even if awakened with a demigod weapon. Daring to strike at a grandmaster is truly too brave. Those who dare to do so are either ignorant or fools. Dongfang Tai waved his wide sleeves, and with a single hand, he struck down from above. In an instant, the radiant cold ice flowers melted like snow meeting sunlight. Heaven and earth seemed to come alive. This palm obscured the sky and blocked the sun, as if the heavens themselves were descending. The world despised it, as if it were the enemy of the world. With a flip of his hand, the heavens and earth were turned upside down. In the palm's grasp, it was as if the world itself was contained. This was the realm of heaven-human resonance, transcending the 3rd-grade Dharma form. Taking another step further leads to the 1st grade of martial arts, the unity of heaven and man. Dongfang Tai is not a 3rd-grade Dharma form grandmaster, but a 2nd-grade grandmaster of heaven-human resonance. This brilliant blade, capable of severing wind and fire, was like an ant beneath this palm. Regardless of how the ice blade struggled, it could not break free from the confinement. In less than a breath's time, the ice blade was trapped as if sinking into a quagmire, completely immobilized. Dongfang Tai had already developed a killing intent, though it was just an ordinary palm. The power of heaven and earth evolved from a 2nd-grade grandmaster's strike was absolutely an attack that could not be resisted by anything below a 3rd grade. Martial arts rank 9. The lower 3rd grade is one's own power. The middle 3rd grade gains the support of heaven and earth, and the upper 3rd grade represents heaven and earth. Stepping into the 3rd grade means transcending humanity, beginning towards the transformation into immortality. A 2nd-grade grandmaster is already on the path beyond humanity, having taken an important step further. Dou Changsheng retreated in succession, yet the palm that filled his vision not only did not diminish but grew larger. Regardless of how Dou Changsheng twisted and turned, the palm prints were clear, with laws intertwining, resembling the hand of heaven and earth, slowly beginning to descend. It seemed slow, yet was incredibly fast. In less than a breath, it had reached above Dou Changsheng. With this palm down, It was enough to smash Dou Changsheng into a meat paste. Dots of light suddenly appeared, endless brilliance spreading like flowers scattered by heavenly maidens, with stars of light filling the front hall. The light points intertwined with each other. And finally, a vague figure emerged from within. It was an old man, his weathered face lined with many wrinkles, dressed in a purple long robe, and upon his appearance, the world seemed to freeze. The manifested will calmly gazed at Dongfang Taiye. That palm, which had not yet descended, became rigid immediately. The manifestation of will, a sign of first-grade martial arts. The divine marquis's pure and profound, somewhat illusory towering shadow, did not even glance at Dongfang Taiye, turning his back to him. Focusing on Dou Changsheng, and spoke in a calm tone, "Please wait a moment, young friend." After speaking, the towering shadow dissipated. The inch by inch began to crumble, and the brilliance gradually faded. Dou Changsheng felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although he knew that this time he would make a commotion by wielding his sword, it would definitely attract the attention of the divine marquis, who would come out to stop it. But this was merely a guess. No one could be certain of the real situation. The taste of gambling was strong. If it weren't for the repeated confirmations from Dongfang Taiye regarding the character of the divine marquis, Dou Changsheng wouldn't dare to be so reckless and confront a master with his sword. The realm of the upper third grade was truly beyond his current comprehension. It was too powerful. The atmosphere was clearly not right. The distinction between a master and a non-master was evident. They were two different species. Dou Changsheng had just calmed his emotions when the divine Marquis Zhuge Wu walked over slowly, his aura contained, silver hair cascading down like a waterfall. Looking ordinary in every way except for his pair of eyes, which shone brightly like stars. Dongfang Taiye stood beside Zhuge Wu like a servant. Dongfang Taiye, true to his name, was a person of sharpness, exuding a strong presence. Every move he made could influence the surroundings, naturally making him the most noticeable figure in the crowd. However, standing next to Zhuge Wu, although his aura remained unchanged and unrestrained, it no longer had the sharpness of a thorn in one's back, as if everything had been concealed. Zhuge Wu sat down, his gaze fixed on Dou Changsheng, and calmly asked, "Young friend, you've come in the middle of the night. There must be something important to discuss. You may speak freely." Dou Changsheng respectfully bowed, and then solemnly said, "I came here today because my master went to the 6 doors and has yet to return." I grew alarmed and immediately rushed to the divine marquis's residence to report the matter, but unfortunately, I was stopped by Senior Dongfang, and I had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. I know Senior Dongfang had good intentions, but this matter is truly too significant. Zhuge Wu nodded, gently saying, "Dongfang Taiye has always been overly selfish, so I was not at ease and let him become the chief steward of the residence. This time, he has handled the matter poorly. I will arrange for him to step down from the position of chief steward and go to the East Sea to deal with the dragon tribe. It doesn't matter how he stirs things up." Dongfang Taiye's face turned ashen, looking extremely grim. The divine city was quite dangerous for ordinary people. But for a second-grade martial arts grandmaster, this place was a stage for brilliance. This was akin to administering poison to oneself. Indeed, he was vengeful. "Dou Changsheng, you despicable person. Speak. What is the matter?" Dou Changsheng did not hesitate and stated directly, "Zhou Guangren is not disguised by Yi Wumian. His true identity is the king of the formless. I have come to request the divine marquis to take action." Dongfang Taiye was taken aback, his expression revealing shock. And he blurted out, "You want to cut off the root, directly going after the king of the formless? No. How could Zhou Guangren possibly be the king of the formless? What evidence do you have?" Chapter 69. Admit it, you are the Star of Misfortune. Please keep reading. Evidence. Dongfang Taiye's stern expression softened, a faint smile appearing as he slowly spoke. "Doesn't Chief Dou have any evidence? Is it just a direct accusation without any proof against someone, treating them as the king of the formless?" Dongfang Taiye shook his head slightly, continuing to refute. "The king of the formless is the #1 assassin of this era. It is precisely because he can change his appearance at will and disguise himself as anyone. I'm not trying to undermine Chief Dou. If the king of the formless could be discovered so easily, he wouldn't have gained such a notorious reputation. Mere words without evidence cannot persuade anyone, not to mention my master. Even anyone else would find it untenable. My master is the pillar of the nation. How could he be easily disturbed? Today you say the matter is urgent, and tomorrow someone else comes claiming there's an important issue. Once this precedent is set, everyone will come to find my master for every little matter. This is bad for my master and detrimental to the Great Zhou. If the real major issues threatening the Great Zhou are delayed while dealing with trivial matters, the nation will not survive. Can you bear this responsibility?" Zhuge Wu slowly raised his hand, stopping Dongfang Taiye, saying, "The matter of the king of the formless is significant. If we can eliminate him before disaster strikes, it is a benefit to the country and the people. Young friend, You have come late at night, risking your life to wield your sword to provoke me into action. Such bravery is something few would dare to do, and I trust your judgment. Dongfang Tai spoke solemnly. Master, without any evidence now, why not let me verify it first? Zhuge Wu looked at Dongfang Tai, who was unwilling to relent, and his expression turned serious as he said, among your 12 disciples, you alone are the most selfish. If it weren't for the young friend coming, you would have reported the matter regarding Yi Wumian to me only after I finished my lecture. The matter regarding Prince Shirin is evident even to the young friend. How could it escape the saint's notice? If you do not treat others sincerely, you will only receive false pretenses in return. The prince may express gratitude outwardly, but in his heart, he secretly resents you for treating him as a pawn, putting him in danger. Zhuge Wu continued, the king of the formless has roamed the martial world for decades, instilling fear across the land. After hearing your account, I felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint it. It was only when the young friend spoke that I realized this matter was a deliberate act by the king of the formless to attract attention. Even if the young friend's judgment is wrong, caution regarding the king of the formless will not lead to major mistakes. Upon hearing this, Dou Changsheng respectfully bowed to Zhuge Wu. Just as Dongfang Tai had said, gaining the trust of the divine marquis this time would indeed be quite challenging. If it were someone with impure intentions, even if they believed, they would find countless reasons to refuse. The most obvious example was Dongfang Tai. Zhuge Wu personally helped Dou Changsheng up and gently said, young friend, risking danger to come at night and wield your sword in front of a grandmaster. Your loyalty to the country is something I admire. However, let me say this beforehand. I believe in you, but if something goes wrong, in order to avoid setting a precedent, I must punish you to eliminate others who might come under the pretext of unfounded claims. Dou Changsheng patted his chest and said, the divine marquis is upright. If there is a mistake this time, I willingly accept punishment. Zhuge Wu sat down again, his gaze fixed on Dou Changsheng, his eyes bright like stars, as if able to see through one's heart, and spoke calmly. As for the matter of the king of the formless, there is currently no evidence, only speculation. The divine marquis's residence does not have enforcement authority, so I need you, young friend, to bring Zhou Guangren out from the Zhou residence. Naturally, the Zhou residence will not comply, and you need to force Zhou Guangren to reveal himself, not necessarily to expose himself as the king of the formless, but just to reveal his identity as Yi Wumian. This way, we can capture the king of the formless openly and without concern for Zhou Jun's reputation. Directly barging in to capture someone is something that Chen Wang from the Six Doors can do, but the divine marquis's residence cannot. The divine marquis's residence is a rising star and wants to pull down the Six Doors, establishing itself as one of the 6 departments of the Great Zhou. However, the divine marquis's residence is still not one of the 6 departments. While it may operate conveniently locally, this is still the divine city. Dou Changsheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. This move carries risks, but the danger is not too great. I am merely providing the divine marquis with a legitimate reason to act. Without proper justification, words cannot hold weight. Officials must operate within a framework. The position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue is not small. If Zhuge Wu dares to take action today, it will surely cause a stir in the officialdom, instilling fear in everyone. If Zhuge Wu can act against the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue today, will he not act against me tomorrow? Zhuge Wu instructed Dongfang Tai, go to the back hall and bring the offered imperial sword. The sword sheath was inlaid with gold and jade, and the hilt had a golden tassel. Zhuge Wu slightly raised his hand, signaling Dou Changsheng to catch it, then explained, the founding emperor established the divine city, gathering masters of formations from across the land to set up 2 great divine and demonic formations in the divine city. One of these is the Zhongtianziwai formation, which protects the royal palace. The second is the Xiantian Beidou Qixing formation, surrounding the Zhongtianziwai formation, later combined by the subsaints into the 9-5 Supreme formation, which serves as the foundation of the Great Zhou state. The primordial Beidou 7 stars formation corresponds to the Beidou constellation, with a total of 7 formation eyes, the positions of which are still unknown to this day. However, there are 7 imperial swords that can mobilize the primordial Beidou 7 stars formation. One of them is called the Yaoguang Imperial Sword. Holding this sword grants the protection of the primordial Beidou 7 stars formation, ensuring one's safety. The divine marquis is indeed the divine marquis. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but exert force with both hands, tightly gripping the Yaoguang Imperial Sword. With such a superior, one can feel at ease. Indeed, one must walk the righteous path. The demonic path, like the Yin Ji Sect, is utterly unreliable. Young friend, your movements are under close scrutiny. Coming to the divine marquis's residence tonight, you will surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, so there's no need to wait until dawn. We should set off now. As Zhuge Wu spoke, he gestured towards the Yaoguang imperial sword, which transformed into a precious saber, indistinguishable from the Ice Soul saber. "Tai, you will stay at the Divine Marquis's residence. If you confirm the identity of the Wuxian king, go immediately to see His Highness, the King of Qin. If the King of Qin only chooses to act after seeking help from Tai in the east, then there is definitely a problem. Therefore, we must act before Tai arrives in the east. With such a supreme master acting quickly, the chances of the Wuxian king escaping are very slim. Even if the King of Qin has issues, exposing them now is not a bad thing. Such cabinet ministers are not afraid of exposure. They fear continued lurking. The secrets of the Great Zhou cannot be hidden from the other party, causing even greater harm. Divine Marquis, wait for my good news." Dou Changsheng stored the Ice Soul saber in his storage ring and gently pressed the Yaoguang imperial sword. Tonight, he must kill a supreme master. Wait, just now. Filled with lofty ambitions and fervor, Dou Changsheng suddenly realized he had only been here for a few months. 1 year from now, he must not become a god or demon. 3 words involuntarily arose in his heart. Comet. Wherever he goes, there will be death. Bah, this is just a coincidence. Chapter 70. Dou Changsheng. The Zhou family is being exterminated today. Who objects? In the dead of night, Dou Changsheng stood on the cobbled street. The towering buildings on both sides of Qinglong Street loomed in the darkness, appearing like monstrous beasts under the faint light. His gaze was fixed on the end of the road, where the high city wall shone brightly, illuminated as if it were daytime. He could vaguely see figures clad in silver armor, wearing bright silver helmets. Even in the night, their armor gleamed silver. Suddenly, Dou Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if some ferocious beast was lurking in the shadows, watching him with cold eyes. He quickly averted his gaze, and that sense of horror vanished. The waters of the imperial city run deep. Dou Changsheng turned and strode away. The Zhou residence was also located in Qinglongfang. The 4 major upper districts, Zugfang, were mostly occupied by the powerful and noble, while Qinglongfang was home to court officials from the Hall of Political Affairs. Together, they formed the 2 most important cornerstones of the Great Zhou court, civil and military officials. After walking about 800 meters, Dou Changsheng arrived outside the Zhou residence. He looked up at the mansion ahead. The beast ring on the crimson door and the lanterns hanging high were glowing, dispelling the darkness and highlighting the red door. Dou Changsheng pressed his hand against the hilt at his waist, standing outside the Zhou residence, clearly sensing the prying eyes upon him. As he took a deep breath to calm his nerves, he noticed that the number of gazes on his back had increased, which he was well aware of. Now, his reputation was suffering, and he did not know how many people were concerned about his case. In their dark suspicions, merely destroying the Wu family was not enough. They would not let anyone else involved escape. Even Zhou Guangren would not be spared if implicated. Thus, he had been lurking here recently, and many eyes were watching to see if he dared to lay a hand on the son of the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Is he truly mad? Or just pretending? He exhaled deeply. This was also an opportunity. It was just right to use it to cover his true intentions. Dou Changsheng felt the warmth from the hilt, a sense of security washing over him. He took 3 steps forward, and on the 4th step, he kicked out forcefully. The qi surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, roaring and crashing down as his foot landed heavily on the crimson door. Riding the wind and controlling the qi, this was a masterful technique that could reach the supreme 3rd rank. However, at the lower 3rd rank level, it was a type of movement technique, more accurately described as a leg technique. The qi surged up, vaguely giving rise to an illusory qi force, just a step away from condensing into the yellow spring qi force. Dou Changsheng was not far from achieving great mastery in the 7th rank of martial arts. The condensing qi realm. Boom. A loud crash resonated. The crimson door shattered into pieces, broken wood falling and splinters flying everywhere. Who is it? The previously quiet Zhou residents erupted in shouts of anger. The guards and guests in the residence were startled by the huge noise and began rushing toward the door. Dou Changsheng's expression turned solemn as he strode into the entrance, his voice booming like thunder. The 6 doors are handling a case. Any idle people, get out of my way. Madness. The pale-faced, beardless steward, wearing a tall crown, rushed over and just happened to see Dou Changsheng striding into the Zhou residence. Only catching a glimpse of Dou Changsheng's back, his lips moved, wanting to utter the words madman, but he ultimately swallowed them down, silently thinking to himself. On duty at the royal palace tonight, having received reports from his arranged spies about Dou Changsheng heading toward the Zhou residence in the dead of night, the steward knew trouble was brewing and hurried over. This disrupted the steward's plans. He had arranged to meet Dou Changsheng at just the right time to mention the Zhou family matter to bolster Dou Changsheng's courage. But plans often cannot keep up with changes. Dou Changsheng dared to storm the Zhou residence himself. Immediately, the steward saw a figure rushing toward him. A man wearing a round hat and a short shirt, with a goatee, had silver threads embroidered in circles on his chest, with a character for heaven embroidered in gold in the center. This was Tiantong from the Tiange Tower. Tiantong looked joyful, genuinely happy, and upon arriving outside the Zhou residence, his eyes sparkled as he scanned the surroundings, finally settling on the steward beside him, saying, "Has he gone in?" After receiving a nod from the steward, Tiantong continued to exclaim, "Great. Truly great. The headline from the Tiange is here again. As expected of the seed I have my eyes on. This is how it should be. What is Zhou Jun to be considered? As a seed, one must have an invincible aura, killing gods when encountering gods, and killing demons when encountering demons. Today, dare to offend me. Tomorrow I will exterminate your entire family. This line is good. It needs to be noted down for the headline." Tiantong pulled out paper and a pen from somewhere and began writing quickly. The steward, unable to watch any longer, couldn't help but advise, "Lord Zhou is the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and there are many capable people among the guests in the residence. Lord Dou cannot act recklessly." Tiantong sneered, dismissively saying, "My Lord Dou always acts after careful planning. The moment he strikes, it will be an extermination of families. The Zhou family is to be exterminated today, and no one can stop it. No, this sentence needs to be revised." Tiantong reorganized his words and began writing again. "Dou Changsheng. The Zhou family is being exterminated today. Who objects?" Almost there, Tiantong fell silent, beginning to ponder deeply. The steward watched the crazed Tiantong, gently shaking his head, slowly retreating into the darkness. Dou Changsheng had gone mad today, daring to storm the Zhou residence. Fortunately, his pursuit of caution led him to arrange the meeting at the right time. Otherwise, collaborating with such a madman would surely scare him to death. The steward knew that Dou Changsheng would not find out about him, but if Zhou Jun really came to harm, this would be a major case shaking the Great Zhou, and the chances of the truth being uncovered by the King of Chun or the Divine Marquis would not be low. Such a crazy Dou Changsheng. How could he act cautiously? It's easy for him to get himself involved. I'm scared, really scared. Chief Steward Xiao showed a hint of luck and quickly chose to leave. But many people are currently outside the Zhou residence, waiting for the final result. Want to see? This time, with deep schemes and a vengeful heart, the celestial star, Dou Changsheng, could either overturn the Zhou residence or, in a moment of impulsiveness, get captured by the Zhou residence and ultimately handed over to the 6 doors for processing, causing this rising star to take a big fall. Many people lean towards the deep-minded Dou Changsheng, believing he must have complete assurance. However, Zhou Junqi is the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a high-ranking official who can meet the emperor. No matter how much plotting there is, in the face of absolute strength, it would be no match. So, they don't have high hopes for Dou Changsheng. But no matter what, tonight there is a grand show, which is worth looking forward to. Is he a madman? Or does he have the upper hand? Chapter 71. The infamous name, seeking follow-up reads. Zhou residence. When Dou Changsheng strode into the front courtyard, the sound of breaking air rang out one after another. Figures appeared from various corners, and in the blink of an eye, 7 figures had emerged in the once empty courtyard. Heavy footsteps echoed, and 2 teams of people had rushed into the courtyard led by burly men carrying large red lanterns. In no time, there were no fewer than 30 people in front of Dou Changsheng. Lanterns, luminous stones, torches, candlelight, and other sources of light appeared one after another, illuminating the courtyard as bright as day. The guards and guest officials present wasted no time and directly surrounded Dou Changsheng. A man clad in a black coat strode in, and as he approached, the crowd that had surrounded Dou Changsheng began to part. Steward Liu. The man had a broken eyebrow, with burns above it. His eyes sharp like an eagle's, a high nose, thin lips, and in his large hands, he was toying with a steel-cast iron ball. Playing with the iron ball and looking at the shattered door, Steward Liu felt a surge of anger, his eagle-like eyes glaring at Dou Changsheng. He coldly said, "Don't hit the face when you beat someone, and don't expose the shortcoming when you scold someone. Dou Chief Hunter is so outrageous today. It seems I need to teach him some rules. Today, I'll take half your life, and tomorrow, I'll have Zhao Wudu come to take you away." Dou Changsheng let out a cold laugh, interrupting Liu's long speech, directly mocking, "You're just an old dog of the Zhou family. How dare you mention my master's name? And you, who are even worse than dogs. Today is the 6 doors conducting an investigation, and you dare to obstruct it? That's resisting the law. I want to see who dares to openly rebel under the emperor's feet." He reached for the knife at his waist, took a step forward, and ignored the weapons pointed at him by the guards and guest officials. With the 6 doors backing him, his momentum soared, and the once fierce guards and guest officials involuntarily took a step back. Although they were numerous, they were already suppressed by Dou Changsheng's imposing aura. Watching them retreat, losing their courage, Dou Changsheng pointed outside and said, "Get out. Don't delay my capture of the suspects. You'll be charged with obstructing official business, and I'll have you all thrown into the Sin Mountain." None of the guards and guest officials dared to truly leave. Instead, they took another step back. The Sin Mountain. That is the place of heavenly prison. The infamous prison of the Great Zhou, filled with bloody legends and terrifying tales. They were scared, truly scared. Eyes turned towards Steward Liu, searching for a backbone. Liu's expression changed unpredictably, and he looked at Dou Changsheng with fear. The 6 doors are the Great Zhou's 6 departments, responsible for criminal matters. Dou Changsheng came at this late hour, so arrogant and overbearing. He must have some backing. What trouble had he not gotten into? For a moment, Liu was indeed intimidated, not daring to take any hard measures, fearing that if he provoked Dou Changsheng, then the cold-faced godcatcher Zhao Wudu would come with a group of 6 doors officials and take them all down for obstructing official business. Dou Changsheng, seeing the crowd intimidated, grew bolder. Zhou Junqi did not come from a high background. His achievements today were all through his own hard work. However, while he is talented in official matters, he is lacking in cultivation. This is quite normal. Those who are both capable in governance and knowledgeable in cultivation are indeed few. Moreover, Zhou Junqi had a low official position in his early years and had no extra money to cultivate his trusted subordinates. All these guards and guest officials were brought in by Zhou Junqi after he gained prominence in the Ministry of Revenue, using money to win them over. They could be loyal, but if a Jianghu person came, they would dare to wield their knives. At worst, they would just lose their lives, but afterward, the Zhou family would surely provide a generous compensation, ensuring their wives and children would be worry-free for a lifetime. But the ones coming now are not Jianghu people, but officials of the court. This made them wary. It didn't matter if they died, but it would implicate their families. The official status of the 6 doors naturally instilled fear, filled with deterrent power, especially in the capital, under the emperor's feet. What do you all look like? I've already memorized. It's easy to find your identities. If you don't want to get your whole family implicated later, then hurry up and leave. This statement, originally just a common remark, unexpectedly triggered a chain reaction. Those who were hesitating and retreating, suddenly someone threw down their weapon and, in fear, said, "Lord Dou, spare my life, I'll leave right now." After tossing aside their weapon, they awkwardly ran towards the gate. This statement triggered a chain reaction. Once someone took the lead, the hearts of the crowd began to sway. What was once a strong force quickly dwindled. The last few hesitated, and one cursed, saying, "I came to earn silver to support my family, not to seek death. Even if I can't be a guard anymore, I still want to live." Fearful for their lives, they all fled in a blink. No amount of silver was worth their lives. Seeing the fear in others, Dou Changsheng was puzzled. When did he become so powerful? After a moment's thought, he realized that his infamous reputation for seeking revenge had always been small-minded. Other big figures wouldn't pursue matters after, but Dou Changsheng would definitely retaliate. Realizing their trepidation, this infamous name is not entirely a bad thing. It can also be used to do a good deed. After a while, when the Supreme Masters clash, they wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. He was saving their lives. Sacrificing his reputation to save others is an act of kindness. He glanced at the last few, who showed hesitation but ultimately made up their minds and did not leave. All of them were guest officials, evidently having spent considerable resources compared to the average guards. And there were a few loyal ones among them. It seems you're not afraid anymore. Threats, again, a blatant threat. So cruel, so ruthless. They didn't see it as shameful, but rather as something to be proud of. This scene made the onlookers outside tremble with fear. Would their actions offend Dou Changsheng, causing him to remember them and seek revenge later? It's said that Dou Changsheng is a celestial star, bringing ruin to heaven and earth and everything. With such frequent contact, would he bring ruin upon themselves? Capture him, and if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. After a long wait, Zhou Junqi finally appeared. Chapter 72, The 40-meter-long knife. The anger that had long been suppressed erupted completely from his chest, like a burning torch. Steward Liu swung his arm, throwing the iron ball in his hand. A sound of breaking air rang out. The iron ball, forged from steel, shot out like a meteor, tearing through the air with a sharp sound. He descended like a mighty eagle, his fingers claw-like, swiftly pouncing down. Dou Changsheng took a step to the left, and the mysterious and profound energy surged forth like the force of wind and thunder, riding the wind and controlling the air. This unique skill made Dou Changsheng seem like a ghost. He watched as the ferocious iron ball struck the afterimage, smashing into the ground paved with blue stones. The blue stones shattered, and fragments flew everywhere, while the soil beneath was also uprooted. A deep pit appeared on the ground, with the iron ball spinning wildly inside it, continuously splattering dirt everywhere. The eagle claw's magical power gathered, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, enveloping an area of about 10 feet. It descended from above. This eagle claw derived its power from wind and fire, having already condensed into an artistic conception which is a characteristic of the fourth rank of martial arts supernatural powers. The fourth rank of martial arts supernatural powers not only refers to supernatural abilities, but also to the spiritual connection of martial arts. Every punch and kick can give rise to an artistic conception. The most common examples are sword intent and saber intent. The magical power was no longer lifeless. It was vibrant and filled with spirituality. This was a crucial step towards the transformation into an immortal, stepping into a realm beyond humanity. True immortals possess the essence of spiritual laws, while the fourth rank of martial arts supernatural powers only has spirituality. This is merely one of the basic characteristics of divine and demonic beings, a simplified and inferior version. Nevertheless, even so, the supernatural realm is extraordinary. The spirituality of magical power, based on martial arts, is like a mighty eagle. In a flash, Dou Changsheng realized that relying solely on the skill of riding the wind and controlling the air, he could not evade the eagle claw. The power of riding the wind and controlling the air was extraordinary, worthy of being a master's ultimate skill. If Dou Changsheng stepped into the middle third rank, even with just the lowest level of the sixth rank martial arts meridians, he would have some leeway. With his hand on the hilt of his sword, Dou Changsheng no longer hesitated and boldly drew his sword. The long sword was unsheathed, crystal clear, resembling jade. A chill emanated from the blade, and this shining square sword looked no different from the Ice Soul Blade. Judging by its appearance alone, it was the second Ice Soul Blade. However, Dou Changsheng knew that this was not the Ice Soul Blade. He was connected with the Ice Soul Blade in spirit. The Ice Soul Blade did not seem like an external object, but a part of himself, and every swing of the sword felt like swinging his own arm. The current shining square sword did not have that spiritual connection or bloodline connection. Ice Blade. Dou Changsheng slashed with one stroke. Ice and snow erupted from the long sword. And in an instant, the courtyard of the Zhou residence was transformed into a world of ice and snow. Layers of ice surged forth, and the sharp blade light, though merely energy, was enough to crush everything. After one slash, the eagle claw, which was about 10 feet in size and made of magical power, was instantly split in two. The magical power began to dissipate inch by inch, vanishing into thin air. A blade light extended into the night. This blade light was dazzling, at least 10 feet long, illuminating the surroundings in the darkness. Dou Changsheng's gaze was steady, but he was surprised in his heart. Although it had already been explained by the divine marquis that this shining square sword disguised itself as the Ice Soul Blade, and its power would be enhanced to a certain extent, witnessing the effortless might of this slash, he suddenly felt a desire. Butler Liu, having struck without success, leaned back in midair to evade the unmatched blade light, his eyes gleaming. This slash seemed simple. It was entirely a manifestation of the seventh rank of martial arts, but its power was overwhelming. He dared not underestimate Dou Changsheng, especially regarding the half-divine weapon, which he was extremely wary of. With his arms raised, he leaped forward, unleashing the supernatural power, Divine Eagle's 7 strikes. The majestic eagle spread its wings and soared through the heavens. Dou Changsheng looked up at the sky, where the magnificent eagle was soaring. Suddenly, a feeling of fatality arose in his heart, a sensation that was suffocating. Without a second thought, Dou Changsheng slashed down towards the source of the threat. The blade energy surged on the long sword, pouring out like the Yangtze River, endless and encompassing an area of over 10 feet. The power was earth-shattering. Even the lower third rank's energy could disturb the heavens and mountains at this moment. Blood spurted, and an arm flew away. Butler Liu, who had rushed out at some point, was struck directly by the sword and was crushed by the unmatched blade light, shattering the magical power imbued with spirituality. Especially since a magical garment could withstand blades and spears, under the blade light, it was as fragile as tofu. As he turned, he soared into the air, agile as a divine eagle. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell, appearing slow but actually moving fast. The chilling aura had risen to a terrifying level. The divine eagle above the sky had ice shards appearing in its wings, but soon, ice began to condense all over its body, ultimately freezing it completely. It fell to the ground and transformed into an ice sculpture. This entire series of actions occurred in the blink of an eye, taking less than 3 breaths. The other guest officials were also moving forward, but at this moment, they halted. As Dou Changsheng's gaze fell upon them, they hurriedly turned away, not daring to meet his eyes. Finally, they did not even glance at Zhou Junkai and quickly turned to flee outside. Among them were not a few experts of the 4th rank of martial arts supernatural powers, but they had already been frightened out of their wits. Butler Liu, whose power surpassed theirs, had been cut down to the brink of death by just 2 slashes. Dou Changsheng was terrifying. After becoming famous twice, he had hidden his strength. His true power was undoubtedly among the strongest beneath the masters. The useless person from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower had misled them time and again. They would never believe anything he said in the future. Zhou Junkai's face turned ashen as he looked at the unknown fate of Butler Liu and then at the fleeing guest officials. He spoke darkly to Dou Changsheng. I am a court official. If you wish to capture me, you need the saint's decree, the cabinet's approval, and then the central official's proclamation. Where is the imperial decree? Dou Changsheng watched Zhou Junkai's furious expression, realizing that the other party was an excellent actor, displaying the demeanor of an offended official perfectly. Before Dou Changsheng could finish speaking, Zhou Junkai erupted. Knowing there was no imperial decree, his courage surged, and his voice became loud. You are outrageous. You, a mere sixth gate constable, dare to assault the residence of a court minister? You must give me an explanation today, or I will smash my head against the city wall. Lord Lung, did you see clearly? This is how your six gates people behave. Too outrageous. Chapter 73, Lord Lung. You are in trouble. In the back hall, a tall man with a large upper body and a small lower body stepped out. Lung Yokuan, dressed in a bright red python robe, particularly stood out. Dou Changsheng felt that compared to their last meeting, the disparity between Lung Yokuan's upper and lower body had widened again, with a severe imbalance in proportions. If one were to describe it specifically, it resembled a certain pirate Dou Changsheng had watched in his previous life. Many tall and sturdy figures, 6 to 7 meters high, had short legs. To be more specific, it was like a certain second-generation beard, with an upper body like a meatball and a lower body as thin as a reed. Of course, this is a description. In reality, he was also broader than your waist. After all, that height was there. Dou Changsheng. Lung Yokuan did not hold back and directly questioned. Although Zhou Junkai held the title of Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and was considered high-ranking, he did not control the 6 gates. While Lung Yokuan was different. Lung Yokuan was one of the 10 great captains. The 10 great captains had already become the limit for ordinary people. Beyond that were the divine captains, which required a third-rank master to assume. However, for ordinary people, the position of the 10 great captains was also unattainable, at most. They could be a profound jade constable. Over the past decade, the 10 great captains had become a concentration camp for geniuses. Those who could ascend were all heroes of the current and previous generations. There was no need to target them deliberately. Ordinary people simply could not hold the position of the 10 great captains, as it gathered the strength of 108 continents. Even if one person emerged from a county within a continent, the total would still be over 100 people, ultimately leading to thousands competing for the positions. The case of the Wu family is already under my personal responsibility, and the headquarters has not issued any orders to hand it over to others. You are overstepping your authority. Dou Changsheng looked at Lung Yokuan with surprise, feeling troubled. He could not continue to delay here. Lung Yokuan's appearance had already sounded the alarm. Continuing like this, with Zhou Jun's decades of efforts, he must have a few friends. Moreover, they are all from the prince's faction, and other members would definitely come to assist. If a few civil officials come, it would be fine. But he was afraid of the patrol general and the people from the 5 armies protectorate showing up. Lung Ran spoke. No, it's the case of the treasure pavilion theft. What is missing is not the beehive pearl, but the tears of the mermaid. Such a precious item, the Kaishan pavilion, as the owner, will not let it go easily. And as a constable from the 6 doors, I will certainly pursue the matter to the end. This case is assigned by the headquarters, and I am responsible for the investigation. You are not qualified to question it. Whether it is overstepping authority, I will personally explain it to the headquarters, and let the various constables decide. Lung Yokuan's face darkened as he coldly stared at Dou Changsheng and said in a deep voice, Good. I will explain it to the headquarters. Let's see how you storm into Lord Zhou's residence and shake the officialdom of the capital. Tomorrow, I will see how you end this. Dou Changsheng directly ignored Lung Yokuan and strode towards Zhou Guangren, who had long been hiding to the side. Zhou Jun was unwilling and was about to step forward to stop him when Lung Yokuan reached out to stop Zhou Jun, saying in a deep voice, There is no need for Lord Zhou to intervene. Today, forcibly breaking into a lord's residence is already a big deal. If you take Lord Zhou's son away, this matter will shake the capital and cause an earthquake in the officialdom. Even the son of the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue dares to be taken away without an order. And the officials will feel uneasy and have sympathy for Lord Zhou. At that time, they will all petition the sage. Even if Zhao the constable is a master, he cannot save Dou Changsheng's life. Lung Yokuan looked at Zhou Jun, who was trying to bypass him again, and once again spoke. Lord Zhou does not want things to escalate and lose face, but it has already escalated. If you want to maintain your dignity, you will need to wash it with Dou Changsheng's blood. How majestic he is tonight, how miserable he will be tomorrow. Zhou Jun looked at Lung Yokuan, who was blocking him again, and could not help but point at him, just about to say, Get out of the way. Lung Yokuan, seeing Zhou Jun, who did not understand him, could not help but advise, Lord Zhou, with your precious life, why bother entangling with a man who is doomed to die? Just watch here. Watch him build a high tower, Watch him entertain guests. Watch his tower collapse. Lung Youkuan held the upper hand. Even if he took a step back and seemed to lose his authority, in reality, the other party was already a dead man. How could Lung Youkuan quibble with a dead man? If the opponent possesses a divine weapon and fights to the death, pulling someone down with him would also pose a considerable threat to himself. Lung Youkuan did not provoke Dou Changsheng, intercepting Zhou Jun, allowing Dou Changsheng to capture Zhou Guangren. Watching Dou Changsheng catch Zhou Guangren, Lung Youkuan only sneered, looking at Dou Changsheng with the eyes of a dead man. However, the subsequent turn of events left Lung Youkuan dumbfounded. He is crazy. Dou Changsheng is really crazy. Tonight, breaking into the residence of the Right Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue has already seemed very insane to Lung Youkuan. But now Dou Changsheng did something even crazier. He directly swung his knife at Zhou Guangren. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, there was not a bit of concealment. But Dou Changsheng did not care. Right in front of his father, Zhou Jun's gaze, and under the watchful eyes of many others, he viciously slashed at Zhou Guangren's head. With Zhou Guangren's strength, how could he possibly block it? It should be noted that not long ago, a steward Liu of the 4th grade martial arts had already been knocked down by Dou Changsheng. If Zhou Guangren dies, Zhou Jun will definitely go mad. Lung Youkuan suddenly realized that Dou Changsheng truly had a talent for creating chaos. The situation was already serious, but killing Zhou Guangren in public would undoubtedly escalate the event. He stepped back a few paces, not wanting to participate in what came next. With a speed like thunder, the knife should have decapitated Zhou Guangren. However, Zhou Guangren seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, slightly turning his body to easily evade the attack. Dou Changsheng, seeing Zhou Guangren exposed, decisively withdrew, knowing that his task was complete. Now he had to see how the general would wrap things up. Zhou Guangren sighed and said, "All day long shooting at geese, only to be pecked in the eye by the geese. Brother, you really have good skills. Can you enlighten me? How did you see through it?" Chapter 74. This is to become one of the top 10 constables. Not saying, "That's fine, we will meet again." Brother. The Wuxian king watched Dou Changsheng retreating, remaining indifferent and letting Dou Changsheng leave, as if he were a pile of yellow sand being continuously scattered in the night wind. "Since you have come, why rush to leave?" A magnetic voice rang out, and Zhuge Wuwu slowly walked out. The Wuxian king, who was originally disintegrating, suddenly began to flow against the current. The flesh and blood scattered in the air began to reassemble. Slowly rolling up his sleeves, he revealed a section of his arm, and his palm gradually spread open. The Yaoguang Shangfang sword tightly held in Dou Changsheng's hand, like a meteor, transformed into a stream of light, appearing in Zhuge Wuwu's hand. After taking the Yaoguang Shangfang sword, a light flickered, transforming from the crystal-clear ice soul blade back to its true form, a 3-foot green blade. Zhuge Wuwu casually threw it, and the Yaoguang Shangfang sword turned into a stream of light, directly soaring into the sky. A beam of light rose to the heavens, like brilliant fireworks, bursting forth in dazzling colors. A star in the night sky suddenly brightened, shining brilliantly, and the power of the stars began to descend, like a light pillar falling straight into the capital. The innate Northern Dipper formation activated, making a grand spectacle that shook the capital. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky, at the shining star and the brilliant light like a pillar of heaven and earth. In the deep night, Dou Changsheng, holding a book and sitting by the oil lamp, could not help but put down the book and look towards the half-open window. A beam of light shot into the clouds, shining brilliantly like a pillar of heaven and earth. The innate Northern Dipper 7 stars formation was activated. That was the position of the Yaoguang Shangfang sword. The general, Zhuge Wuwu, slowly rose from the rattan chair, tidied his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Looking at the old steward who was already waiting outside, he instructed, "The innate Northern Dipper formation is activated. The capital will surely have supreme masters causing chaos. You go to the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue to inform them that I will oversee the royal city. And together we will go to the 5 armies protectorate to cooperate with the cavalry general to seal off the capital. From now on, no horse will be allowed on the streets, and not even a fly will be allowed to leave the capital." Yes, in an instant, the capital, which had been silent, began to stir. The massive machinery of the Great Zhou began to operate again, and its speed of operation grew faster and faster. The guarding army began to appear on the streets, patrolling the capital, with generals stationed at the gates of the city, already armored and sitting atop the city towers. At the 6 Doors headquarters, Chen Wang looked up at the activated innate Northern Dipper formation, his expression unchanged, his eyes betraying no joy or anger. Next to him, Qian Xiaosan, who was munching on sunflower seeds, upon seeing this, immediately threw the seeds down, gleefully saying, "The innate Northern Dipper formation is activated. It seems Zhuge Wuwu has made his move. That Wuxian king, who has fallen, has actually been locked onto his true form." It seems he has broken through to the Supreme Master level and has become arrogant again. A failure in the plan. He must take primary responsibility. Qian Shaoxin scolded him harshly, his words seeming severe, filled with disappointment, yet his tone was full of schadenfreude. He clearly relished this scene. Looking at Chen Wang, he thought, regardless of whether the Wuxian King's scheme succeeded or failed, what does it have to do with the Kaishan Pavilion? As long as King Chun abandons the Zhou and joins the Kaishan Pavilion, the Kaishan Pavilion will profit immensely, making a fortune. For the Great Zhou, losing a pillar of support is not to be taken lightly. While it may not plunge into chaos, it will certainly lose its national fortune. This wave could cut down the national fortune of Great Zhou by 10 to 20 years. If Zhuge Wu were to die, it would be even more significant, possibly resulting in 50 years of decline. Qian Shaoxin was itching to act, but quickly calmed down. It was too dangerous. And this was not something a member of the Qian family should do. King Chun had already risen, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke calmly. The Wuxian King has failed. This time, the odds are against him. When you leave the capital, take Zhao Wudu with you, give him a chance, and release him after the Longmen conference. Qian Shaoxin shook his head slightly, looking at King Chun with dissatisfaction. Why are you being so wishy-washy? You're not as imposing as in the past. If it were 30 years ago, I would have definitely killed Zhao Wudu. But now I suddenly realize that the martial world is not just about fighting. It's about human relationships. Leave some room for others, so you can meet again in the future. Zhao Wudu is nothing, but Zhao Mingyu cultivates the wood element, born strong. Even without cultivation, he will grow in power like ancient divine beasts or primordial species. Dou Changsheng may be somewhat lacking in talent, but his character is rare. He is the most ruthless and fierce person I have ever seen. With a lower third-tier strength, he dares to scheme against a supreme master. Who in the world would dare to underestimate him? Decades later, the world will be their stage. The martial world rotates, with each generation replacing the last. King Chun took out a string of prayer beads from his sleeve, began to move his fingers over them, and quietly chanted, Amitabha. He was already heading towards King Longfeng. Qian Shaoxin was stunned. Such a ruthless character was actually chanting and eating vegetarian food. This martial world was changing too fast. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed, as if the heavens were roaring. The winds and clouds changed, resembling the end of days. Pillars of light shot up into the sky one after another. 7 dazzling pillars of light, located in different directions, each responded to one another from afar. The innate Beidou formation had been completely activated. General Yang had entered the formation. Not long after the exclamations rang out, someone spoke again. It's King Chun. King Chun has also entered the formation, along with the words of the divine marquis. That made 3 supreme masters. Dou Changsheng stood in a corner, watching the sealed area ahead, feeling a sense of relief. With 3 supreme masters, no matter how strong the Wuxian King was, he was bound to face serious trouble. His gaze inadvertently fell on the side, where Cold Yokuan was sweating profusely from his forehead and cheeks. At this moment, Lung Yokuan was no longer composed. Sweat poured down, soaking his robe and making him tremble like a frightened chick. Suddenly, Dou Changsheng realized that while Lung Yokuan wouldn't die, he would certainly face repercussions, and his position among the 10 great captains was definitely at risk. He had been so focused on the Wuxian King that he forgot about this. However, if given a second chance, he would still do the same, as resolving the Wuxian King issue this way was good for the Great Zhou, for himself, and for the world. He looked back at the grand formation but found it too complex to understand. He could only wait for the outcome. Chapter 75. I have a daughter who can marry you as a wife. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hoofbeats echoed in the deep night. The sound came from afar and soon approached. The newcomer was clad in heavy armor, wielding a spear over 2 meters long, and the horse beneath him was also covered in armor, making both man and horse look like steel creations. On the steel armor, a blood-red color emerged, a product of condensed blood energy, as if wearing blood-red armor. The great banner waved, and thousands of troops gathered. The great Zhou Dao soldiers, iron-blooded heavy cavalry. With a rumble, towering giants, about 10 zhang high, stood up, their silhouettes appearing behind them, expanding in the wind, becoming 100 zhang size, standing majestically between heaven and earth, giving an imposing feeling like towering mountains. Blood energy and murderous aura surged into the sky. The great Zhou Dao soldiers became the towering giants. The capital began to mobilize its true national power because of the appearance of the Wuxian King. The divine and demonic formation, with 3 supreme masters, continued to gather troops. Inner layers and outer layers began to fully seal off the battlefield. Dou Changsheng could not see the internal situation of the innate Beidou formation, but he could clearly see the external situation. The iron-blooded heavy cavalry, with wings on both sides of their horses, was clearly a type of Daoist soldier capable of flying. Each one had considerable strength, and their armor and weapons were all magical artifacts. At first glance, Dou Changsheng did not think they were powerful, but rather that it was a huge expense. Supporting such Daoist soldiers was something only a unified dynasty could afford. As the Daoist soldiers sealed off the four corners, the last valiant general made his appearance, the cavalry general Xiao Tianyu. Upon his arrival, servants laid out carpets, set up tables, and lit incense. Xiao Tianyu sat cross-legged behind the table, while a designated person began to cut lamb legs, and the chef started grilling them. Xiao Tianyu scanned the surroundings, and, upon seeing Dou Changsheng, beckoned him over. Lung Youquan took a few steps forward, but two long spears crossed in front of him, blocking his path. This scene surprised Dou Changsheng. The general was calling for him. The cavalry general was the deputy of the 5 armies protectorate and one of the 9 cabinet ministers. Dou Changsheng approached, kneeling down, and the table automatically positioned itself in front of him, with a servant pouring wine for him. Dou Changsheng dared not drink. The divine marquis, King Chun, and the general were all sealing off areas in the innate Beidou formation, fighting life and death. To watch from the outside was already excessive, and to drink would be courting death. However, this Xiao cavalry general was known for his love of luxury and beautiful attire, and the rumors were true. At this critical moment, he had chefs and servants attending to him. Xiao Tianyu ignored Dou Changsheng, picked up a roasted lamb leg, took a big bite, and said, "Today's chaos in the capital was all caused by you. The sages, the first assistant, the general, and the divine marquis, along with all the officials, nobles, and high-ranking officials, will have sleepless nights. You're quite ruthless. Your ambition to rise at all costs is wasted in the 6 doors. Come to the 5 armies protectorate. I'll arrange for you to join the military, whether it's to kill demons in the 10,000 Great Mountains or hunt barbarians in the north. We need people like you." Xiao Tianyu sneered, not elaborating on that topic, and shifted the conversation. "Your rise has been truly astonishing. In just a few months, you went from an unknown little constable to the bottom of the ranking list, and then to the 20th place. Now, with your martial arts at the 7th rank and in the condensing chi stage, you dare to scheme against a first-rank supreme master. While I can't say you are unprecedented, you are indeed the first of the century. Such a figure, upon hearing of you, my first reaction was disbelief. But with the Wuxian king in the formation, I personally donned armor to seal off the surroundings, eliminating the Wuxian king's chances of survival. Thus, I had to believe. People say your talent is unparalleled, a rare genius in the world, capable of enduring what others cannot, and you've diligently cultivated for many years. Not daring to relax for a single day, all for a moment of fame that shakes the world. Now it seems like just a few months, but in reality, it's the result of your hard work over more than a decade. I still don't believe it. Even if you have some secret technique to hide your realm, I can see through the strength of your 7th rank in the condensing chi stage at a glance. If you were truly extraordinary, you would have already reached the middle 3rd rank by now. That's why I find you even more terrifying. If you can achieve this at the lower 3rd rank, what about the middle or upper 3rd ranks? I have high hopes for your future. As long as you don't die, you will surely have a place among the top 10 in the Earth ranking in the future." Xiao Tianyu paused for a moment after speaking, his demeanor no longer calm. He fidgeted slightly before hesitantly saying, "I have a younger sister, aged 28, gentle and virtuous, indeed a good match." Finally, fearing that Dou Changsheng might misunderstand, Xiao Tianyu added directly, "She is the pearl of the Xiao family, born of the direct line. The Xiao family is a family of generals, having followed the Yaxing in battles east and west, achieving numerous military successes, thus rising with the Great Zhou, a new noble among military families belonging to the Taizong lineage. The simplest distinction between the Taizong and Taizu lineages is that the Taizu lineage consists of the proud and fierce generals who founded the world and subdued the heroes. However, the Taizong lineage is not weak either. The northern Hu people, the southern demon tribes, and the eastern sea dragon tribes were all targets defeated by the Taizong lineage, which laid the foundations for the prosperity of the Great Zhou. In the Taizong lineage, there are 4 kings and 8 dukes, and the Xiao family is one of the 4 kings. Currently, the old Liang king is still alive and enjoying life in his fief, ranked 54th on the human list. The sword from beyond the sky, Xiao Qingyi. Dou Changsheng quickly locked onto one person, his heart involuntarily racing. The heroes on the human list are all exceptional individuals, with the potential to become masters in the future. Given the Xiao family's background and status, along with Xiao Qingyi's excellence, the Xiao family does not hold Dou Changsheng in contempt. They genuinely value him. This is a good marriage proposal. Not rejecting it on the spot signifies that there is hope. Xiao Tianyu broke into a hearty laugh, patted Dou Changsheng on the shoulder, and said, "I've heard that Zhang Xiaoquan has a good relationship with you. He is currently in the cavalry guard, and my elder brother will take good care of him." Suddenly, Xiao Tianyu's smile faded, and he looked up at the area sealed by the primordial Big Dipper formation. Dou Changsheng did not look, but instead focused on the messages that appeared one after another. Congratulations. Your friend Feng Wuling has died from the military technique 10 directions extinction. Reward, orange treasure chest. Feng Wuling has been removed from the friend list. After much turmoil, this matter finally came to rest. From now on, the sky is high, allowing birds to fly. The sea is vast, allowing fish to leap. Chapter 76. Blood of the Immortal God. Its blood is red gold. 7 paths. Shining brilliantly, the dazzling light like a heavenly pillar instantly transformed into countless sparkling points. Like celestial maidens scattering flowers over the divine city. In an instant, the sky above the divine city burst forth like countless fireworks. Colorful and magnificent. In the night sky, the radiant Big Dipper gradually began to dim. The primordial Big Dipper formation had slowly unraveled. The mist rolled continuously, and 3 figures gradually emerged from within. The mist curled around them like swimming dragons. General Yang Kaitai walked at the front, holding a soft, limp corpse in his broad palm, its chest already missing a third. Even though the flesh was charred, there were still drops of fresh blood dripping from the wound. The color of the blood was not the bright red of ordinary people, but a faint golden hue, as if a stream of light was contained within. Beginning to flicker continuously, red and gold intertwined. This is the color of red gold. Blood of the Immortal God. Its blood is red gold. The power of the Immortal God has its original spirit. This is one of the characteristics of gods and demons. The 9th rank of martial arts is a transformation. From a powerless mortal gradually becoming non-human, ultimately becoming a god or demon who can fly and traverse the earth, capturing stars and moons. Dou Changsheng's piercing gaze was fixed on that corpse. As the red gold blood dripped onto the ground, it did not seep in but rather looked like grains of jade. This characteristic of the Immortal God cannot be faked. This is the corpse of a supreme master. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing came from the side. The divine Marquis Zhuge Wuwu held a handkerchief, gently covering the corner of his mouth. Though his steps were steady, the pristine handkerchief was already stained with the encroaching red gold blood, unable to conceal the fact of his injury. King Chun, Wang Changgong, held a string of prayer beads in his left hand, slowly turning them. His clothes were clean and tidy, unlike Zhuge Wuwu's disheveled appearance. King Chun turned the beads and slowly departed. Yang Kaitai tossed the corpse aside, laughing heartily as he left. Zhuge Wuwu covered his mouth again, coughed, and looked at Xiao Tianyu, saying, "This will trouble Xiao Biaoqi to handle the aftermath." Finally, he turned to Dou Changsheng and said, "The Wuxiang king is dead. Yi Wuxiang is also dead, leaving only the one with the fate backlash, Yi Wumian." After finishing, Zhuge Wuwu did not linger and left directly. With the battle over, the 3 supreme masters departed, leaving behind the corpse of a supreme master. Dou Changsheng's gaze moved towards the area where the mist had dissipated. It had completely collapsed, turning into a wasteland, with a deep pit remaining. Even with the protection of the gods and demons formation, the environment of the area had still changed drastically. One can imagine that without the blockade of the gods and demons formation, the aftermath of the battle alone could have caused countless casualties in the divine city. Xiao Tianyu lazily stood up and began issuing orders. Seal off this entire area. Anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy. This corpse will be escorted by you, the Iron Blood Heavy Cavalry, to the Pill Tower. Forget it. This thing will be needed by the heavenly work later. Let's discuss it after the 2 elders finish arguing. However, it was Yang Kaitai who did not do it, but made him do it instead. He cursed inwardly. This old rascal. No wonder he threw the matter in front of him. Who would support a superior that does not fight for benefits for his own people? Damn. Isn't it just an argument? Who can't do that? Finally, he looked at Dou Changsheng and quickly said, "Once the matters are dealt with, I will personally come to your door." After speaking, Xiao Tianyu reached out to grab the corpse of the Supreme Master, mounted his steed, and led a group of people majestically towards the 5 armies protectorate. Dou Changsheng extended a hand. The Xianyu gang chi swept out, and the drops of red gold blood, which looked like jade, were directly lifted into his hand. A strand of energy locked onto Dou Changsheng. He raised his eyes to see a tall figure clad in armor, fully armed like a steel monster, with only a pair of eyes exposed, emanating a faint red light. The fierce gaze rested on Dou Changsheng, especially fixated on that red gold blood. On account of the general, this will not be repeated. A heavy voice sounded, and the gaze shifted away, causing the heavy pressure that accompanied it to suddenly vanish. This special feeling was as if high mountains and rivers, embodying the might of heaven and earth. This was actually a master. Dou Changsheng looked at the red gold blood in his hand, and wisely turned to leave. He looked up and noticed that Lung Youkuan had already run away at some point, while the others were still present, especially the guest officials and guards from the Zhou residence, some of whom remained to watch. At this moment, each of their faces was pale, devoid of any color. When Dou Changsheng glanced over, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. So ruthless. They initially thought Dou Changsheng was already madly ruthless for kicking down the door of the Zhou residence, storming into the residence of the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and slashing the third young master of the Zhou family. Who would have thought that Dou Changsheng dared to plot against a supreme master? That is a first-grade martial arts master, known as a half-immortal powerhouse. Such a reckless act not only did not fail, but succeeded instead. They had seen the corpse of a supreme master not long ago, even from a distance. They could boast about it for a lifetime. While they were feeling fear, panic, and dread, they also felt fortunate. Not fortunate to be alive after such a major event, but fortunate that they had followed Dou Changsheng's words. Dou Changsheng had no reason to take revenge on them. No, wait. Suddenly, a guest official's legs went weak, and he sat directly on the ground, collapsing. This guest official suddenly thought. Just moments ago, he had left the Zhou residence and was still observing from outside. Did Dou Changsheng's earlier gaze suspect his hesitation, wondering if he was assessing the situation to backstab him later? Am I on Dou Changsheng's blacklist? Am I going to be retaliated against? At this moment, not only did the guest react, but some others also realized what was happening and turned to flee in a panic. Watching the many onlookers, they quickly scattered. Dou Changsheng felt a sense of confusion. Suddenly, the copper mirror in his arms grew warm. His mysterious master was contacting him. Dou Changsheng sneered. The wise after the event had come again. Chapter 77. Please, don't return to the sect. In Zhufang, Dou residence. Under the night sky, it was bright. Rays of light, like divine chains, crisscrossed the sky, and when they intertwined, they sparked brilliantly. Like fireworks blooming from time to time, the light dispelled the darkness of the divine capital. That night, the divine capital was like daytime. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the copper mirror slowly emitted light. A faint mist appeared, swirling around the copper mirror, and after a few breaths, the mist dissipated, revealing his mysterious master above the mirror. Still hazy, shrouded in fog, only a tall figure could be vaguely seen, unable to make out the face. Indeed, this time was well done. A voice of praise sounded. The mysterious master was very satisfied, repeatedly complimenting. With this achievement, you will be directly promoted to one of the top 10 famous captains, bypassing the Xianyu captains. In just about half a year, not even a year, you have already become one of the top 10 famous captains. It is already a certainty that you will become a high-ranking member of the Six Doors in the future. Dou Changsheng looked at the copper mirror in front of him and spoke plainly. General Xiao Xianyu plans to marry his younger sister, Xianxiaaudiobooks, to my disciple. I wonder what the master thinks. Does the Xia family have ulterior motives? Xiao Xianyu and Xianxiaaudiobooks are the offspring of the old Liang Wang in his later years, both exceptionally talented. One a general and the other a renowned figure. It is said that the old Liang Wang has little time left, after all. The 4 kings and 8 dukes from the Taizong era are mostly long gone, with only 1 king and 2 dukes remaining, all within 10 years of their lifespan. The lifespan limit of the upper third rank can only be broken with the 9 turns immortal pill and ancient divine pills. Given their rarity, even gods and demons would not be indifferent. They are powerless to act. Xiao Xianyu's goal is nothing more than to see that my disciple is without support. Having only a master, making it suitable to be incorporated into the Xia family faction, eventually becoming the new pillar of the Xia family once the old Liang Wang passes away. The mysterious master's reasoning was similar to what Dou Changsheng was thinking. It was indeed in line with the Xia family's intentions. As long as it does not involve rebellion, joining the Xia family faction is not a bad thing. Xiao Xianyu is one of the 9 ministers, part of the 4 kings and 8 dukes faction, wielding great power in the 5 armies protectorate. If General Yang Kaidi abdicates, Xiao Xianyu will inevitably ascend to power. Although he cannot restore the glory of the prime minister from the Gaozong era, he can still sit in the position of second prime minister. Xianxiaaudiobooks ranks 54th on the list of renowned figures, known as the sword from beyond the heavens. This woman seems spirited, a fairy among swords, with a straightforward personality. However, she is suspected of having another identity. The sect has dark records indicating she may have obtained the legacy of the 9 Nether Demon sect, specifically the Yin Luo Jinyu Sutra. Dou Changsheng showed a look of surprise. The martial arts of gods and demons also have distinctions. Ordinary and sect-defining are entirely different concepts. The Yin Luo Jinyu Sutra can rival the strongest martial arts of the Yinjizong, the 9 Ghostly Reflection Secret Classic. This type of martial arts is most suited to Dou Changsheng, as all his learnings stem from the legacy of the 9 Nether Demon sect. During the previous dynasty, the 9 Nether Demon sect was exterminated, and its remnants scattered. If the 9 Nether Demon sect secretly seeks to leverage the rise of the Great Zhou, the timeline would indeed fit. The sect had long been eyeing the Xia family, but out of caution regarding Taizong and the Yaxing, after so many years, the Xia family's suspicion had been alleviated. However, This time, the Xia family unexpectedly sought to marry off their noble daughter, raising suspicions. The Xia family could be remnants of the Nine Nether, or perhaps only Zai Qingjia's disciple. You must investigate the Xia family's true nature. Once it is confirmed that the Xia family possesses the Yin Luo Jinyu Sutra, the sect will pass down the true martial arts of gods and demons. The position of the Holy Sun. You're thinking too much. Dou Changsheng sneered inwardly. Even if the Xia family were remnants of the Nine Nether, he had no intention of reporting them. The Xia family had changed from the Nine Nether demon sect. Over the years, they had been law-abiding and loyal to their country. How could Dou Changsheng report them? Even if it hasn't been verified, the Xia family has significant suspicion. It seems the Yin Ji Sect scheme has truly succeeded. Using a genius disguised as a Nine Nether descendant to fish for the real inheritor of the Nine Nether demon sect. Thinking this, he certainly couldn't say it aloud. He directly agreed, saying, "Master, rest assured, I will be able to investigate the Xia family's background clearly, given enough time." The mysterious master nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Disciple, I have never doubted your abilities. This time, the Wuxiang Wang has fallen into your hands. If the old Liang Wang were 50 years younger, he would still be a threat. Now he is old and frail, already stepping into the coffin. For you, it is just a decayed corpse. The mere Xia family is nothing to worry about." Dou Changsheng looked at the confident, spirited, and seemingly invincible mysterious master. "Damn, even I lack confidence. Where does your confidence come from? No matter how bad the old Liang Wang is, he is still a supreme master, a powerful figure conferred a title from a different surname. A capable minister who assisted Taizong in achieving great deeds." The mysterious master, unaware of Dou Changsheng's thoughts, continued, "The matter regarding the Xia family can be pursued slowly. There is no need to rush. Wait, return to the sect." He had felt something was off earlier, and now he finally understood. He wanted to speak, but was momentarily speechless. The mysterious master paused for a moment, and the next words were somewhat embarrassing. But thinking of Dou Changsheng's shocking achievements, wherever he went, there were casualties, wherever there were incidents. Even if nothing happened, he would create conflicts and events, insisting on being innocent, pushing everything onto the Calamity Star. But he had to say something. It's not easy to have a few geniuses in the sect. If this incident had indeed involved open and covert struggles among the true disciples, that would be permissible. Recently, there have been matters within the sect. With so many eyes watching, it is not suitable for the disciple. If someone sees and exposes it, it would not be good. The Demon Duel Manual will be arranged to be sent to the Dou family. Thinking of the sect leader and the sect leader's wife wanting to meet Dou Changsheng, the mysterious master subconsciously shook his head. This absolutely cannot happen. If he connects with the sect leader, I will be of no use. Wouldn't I have to worry every day about when Dou Changsheng would backstab me? After all, there is one position for each elder. Just like this time with Lung Youkuan. If he doesn't have an incident, how can Dou Changsheng rise to power? Looking at the dim copper mirror, Dou Changsheng pursed his lips, feeling quite regretful. The Yin Ji Sect is one of the 9 major sections. I really wanted to witness it firsthand. Chapter 78. Who would harm the big brother who has always treated him well? That night was destined to be a restless one. Countless people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In Changsheng Chen residence, Chief Chun, draped in a single garment, with disheveled hair, sat on the stone steps, shock written all over his face. Unable to recover for a long time. The recently activated divine and demonic great formation, the innate Beidou formation, made a tremendous commotion, not to mention martial artists. Even ordinary people could see the starlight falling from the sky, the Big Dipper shining brilliantly in the night sky. As the chief of Changsheng in the divine capital, Chief Chun is a Xianyu captain, already holding a significant position. If he were to be sent out, his rank could be elevated, allowing him to manage the 6 doors of an entire province. There are few vacancies for local heads of criminal justice in a province, and even if there are, they are quickly filled. However, the chief of the 36 Fang in the divine capital is a much rarer position. The divine capital is prosperous, the center of the world. Even controlling a province at the local level cannot compare to serving as the chief in the divine capital. But at this moment, Chief Chun felt quite flustered. Reflecting on what he had done in the Wu family, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He slapped himself hard, the sharp pain radiating out as a clear 5-finger mark appeared on his cheek. Captain Chen secretly regretted it. Everyone knew that Dou Changsheng was narrow-minded and would repay even the smallest grievance. Why did he provoke Dou Changsheng? In recent days, Captain Chen had been filled with regret, thinking of softening his stance and apologizing. However, he had delayed taking action, held back by a sense of luck and a bit of pride. Little did he expect that Dou Changsheng would do something so drastic. How dare he scheme against the supreme master of martial arts? Not only did he not fail, but he succeeded in the end. Such a ruthless person was not someone he could offend. He was truly scared. After hesitating for a long time, Captain Chen finally gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and stood up to walk towards the room, ready to take out his treasured possession he had kept for many years. He wasn't going to apologize to Dou Changsheng. Doing so would imply that Dou Changsheng had not yet taken revenge on him. Even if he could directly gain forgiveness, Captain Chen didn't dare to take that gamble. Staying in the capital was risky, so it would be better to go elsewhere. He heard that there were recent job openings in Qizhou. He could go there to hide for a few years. If he couldn't provoke Dou Changsheng, could he not find a place to hide? At the Jin Wangfu, Prince Jin sat at the dressing table, gently moving his neck and then applying a layer of ointment to his face before slowly wiping it off. Finally, he rubbed his eyes and slightly turned his face to look at the dark circles in the bronze mirror. Steward Xiu personally reached out, took out an exquisite box, and slowly spoke. Your Highness, applying this plum orchid ointment from the northern region will prevent your skin from becoming rough tomorrow. What exactly happened to Zhou Junqi? Has it been investigated yet? Zhou Junqi had long met with misfortune. Recently, it was Wuxiang Wang's disciple Yi Wuxiang who was disguised as him, while Wuxiang Wang disguised himself as Zhou Guangren. Steward Xiu gradually recounted the entire story and finally summarized. Wuxiang Wang was killed by the great general using military divine powers, and Yi Wuxiang was originally captured by Wang Chun, but in the end, it was Shun Ho who took action and killed Yi Wuxiang. The Wuxiang lineage now has both Wuxiang Wang and Yi Wuxiang dead, leaving only Yi Wumian. Prince Jin's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he sighed. After Yi Wumian was cut down by Dou Changsheng, he fell into backlash and went into hiding, while Wuxiang Wang disguised himself as Yi Wumian and began to move in the capital, bringing his other disciple Yi Wuxiang to the capital. Now both are dead, leaving only Yi Wumian from the Wuxiang lineage. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. Steward Xiu nodded in agreement. Yi Wumian fell into the backlash of destiny, his strength greatly diminished, and the Wuxiang lineage has always been arrogant and overbearing, not knowing how many people they offended. In the past, they feared Wuxiang Wang, but now that he is dead, Yi Wumian will face difficulties. It won't be long before there will be many in the martial world hunting Yi Wumian. After all, the Wuxiang lineage's inheritance is also a divine demonic martial art. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. If Yi Wumian can advance rapidly, he could support the Wuxiang lineage in the future and restore its former glory. Prince Jin sneered, sarcastically saying, those who hunt Yi Wumian will definitely include people from the Jin Feng Yu Tower. That is the divine demonic inheritance. The ever-changing Wuxiang Sutra. After mocking for a moment, he continued, Qi Xiu, this time you did well. Dou Changsheng is capable of handling things. Now that Zhou Junqi's whole family has met with misfortune, not only has the Crown Prince lost a capable aide, but he has also successfully severed the Crown Prince's claws reaching towards the Ministry of Revenue. And that Lung Youkuan, wasn't he involved in this matter? Go and recruit him. If it doesn't work out, just bring him down. Regarding the Zhou family matter, the maid had not yet begun to act. She had not assigned Dou Changsheng to take action. Everything was done by Dou Changsheng himself. Such madness to scheme against a supreme master. The maid dared not participate at all. Prince Jin, unfazed, said, regardless of whether you did it or not, hasn't the matter been resolved? And if it doesn't work this time, there will be next time. I have seen Dou Changsheng's courage. There is nothing he dares not do. The benefits that should be given must also be given. I want people to know that Dou Changsheng dares to do this because someone wants him to take down the Crown Prince and cut off the Crown Prince's henchmen. Not because he discovered the conspiracy involving Zhou Junqi and Wuxiang Wang, which led him to act against the Zhou family. Steward Xiu appeared enlightened, nodding seriously. Rest assured. Your Highness, soon, the news will spread in the capital, and everyone will know that as long as there are benefits, Dou Changsheng is someone who dares to strike at the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince's people find out, they will definitely retaliate against Dou Changsheng, and they will naturally come into conflict. The Crown Prince will lose the opportunity to recruit, and we will gain a sharp knife against the Crown Prince. However, Your Highness, Dou Changsheng's knife is truly too sharp. His madness, ruthlessness, and ferocity make it too easy to provoke backlash. Prince Jin smiled brilliantly, confidently stating, no, I will treat him well and be good brothers with him. After a brief pause, he continued, who would harm an older brother who has always treated him well? No one. Chapter 79. Opening the treasure chest, 3 Rivers Seeking follow-up reads. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. With the greatest hidden danger eliminated, Dou Changsheng slept very soundly. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind. A bottle of Huangquan Sha Dan had already been opened, and the pills floated in front of Dou Changsheng, wrapped in vigorous energy, rising and falling. One pill had already shattered into fragments, with countless remnants scattering like flowers in the sky, and suddenly, wisps of malevolent energy surged fiercely towards Dou Changsheng. One after another, a total of 5 Huangquan Sha Dan were shattered by the vigorous energy, and the overwhelming Huangquan malevolent energy surged towards Dou Changsheng like the mighty Yangtze River. In the Wuxianwang incident, Dou Changsheng seemed to have just played a minor role, with the real main forces being Shun Ho and Wang Chen. However, this incident was extremely dangerous for Dou Changsheng. He had hovered on the brink of life and death multiple times, wielding his sword towards the eastern Taiyue in the Shun Ho mansion and ambushing Wuxianwang in the Zhou mansion. Great masters, supreme masters, Dou Changsheng had mercilessly taken them all down. Between life and death lay great terror, but also great fortune. Dou Changsheng had undergone tempering at the moment of life and death. His spirit had been sublimated, and his understanding of martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was also the reason why martial arts experts had to go out to experience the world. Merely shutting oneself in would not lead to becoming a strong person. The malevolent energy transformed from the 5 Huangquan Sha Dan was continuously tempered and then integrated into the vigorous energy. In the mysterious interface, the numbers on the attribute list began to roll continuously. After a long time, Dou Changsheng opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes and quickly vanished. With his gaze returning to calm, he looked at the attribute list. 9 Netherfrost Decision. Condensing Qi Chapter. Minor Achievement Cultivation Value. 3,600 4,000. He glanced at the Huangquan Sha Dan, which were now completely empty. The originally 4 bottles of Huangquan Sha Dan were enough for a martial artist with a foundation in the 9 Nether Qi to complete their cultivation, not to mention having a surplus. But unfortunately, Dou Changsheng had the Xian Nether Qi, which was even more abundant. Thus the Huangquan Sha Dan was not enough. Looking at his unused cultivation value, there was now a total of 17,000. Dou Changsheng did not hesitate and directly added 400 cultivation points. Condensing Qi Chapter. Great Achievement Cultivation Value. 8,000. Reaching the great achievement in the condensing Qi realm marked the manifestation of the Qi of malevolence. Within the Xian Nether vigorous energy, the Huangquan malevolent energy that had been nurtured was now like a seed, beginning to take root and sprout, growing robustly. The chilling energy began to exhibit corrosive properties, as the curtains on both sides of the bed were swept away by the fierce aura, instantly melting away inch by inch. The mysterious and profound yellow spring aura had formed, having already developed its unique characteristic, that of corrosion, akin to a deadly poison capable of eroding and corroding everything. In the 7th grade of the condensation realm, the initial aura, mid-stage aura, and later stage nurturing of evil energy transformed into fierce aura energy. Ordinary martial artists reaching this stage would need to start attempting to break through to the 6th grade martial path. However, those aiming for the upper 3 grades of master would refine their own cultivation to perfection before choosing to break through. Many wandering and small sect martial artists fell into this trap during the lower 3 grades, resulting in an incomplete foundation after reaching the 4th grade martial path, making it exceedingly difficult to condense the Dharma image. After starting to allocate points, it seemed to possess a kind of magical power. Dou Changsheng decided not to hold back any longer, spending another 8,000 cultivation points. 9 Netherfrost Decision. Condensation Chapter. Perfection. In total, 8,400 cultivation points were used, leaving 8,600 points remaining. The mysterious and profound yellow spring aura seemed endless, continuously emerging, as if the Dantian could no longer contain it and was about to burst forth. In a single thought, Dou Changsheng was able to let the mysterious and profound yellow spring aura surge forth, thereby opening up a Dharma vein from the heavens and the earth. The lower 3 grades, body refinement, Qi cultivation, and aura condensation, all revolve around self-cultivation, relying solely on one's own power, which ultimately remains mundane. However, after the mid-3 grades, one begins to transcend the ordinary. One can harness the power of heaven and earth for their own use, with each move and technique drawing on the essence of the universe. No matter how strong one's personal power is, it cannot compare to that of heaven and earth. This is the difference between the lower 3 grades and the mid-3 grades. The mid-3 grades consist of 3 realms: the Dharma Vein realm, the Wind and Fire realm, and the Divine Power realm. The 6th grade martial path requires the opening of 9 Dharma veins, transitioning from the small circulatory system to the external large circulatory system. Dou Changsheng chose not to break through. There were too many people in the capital, and too many eyes were on him, especially recently, as he might have contact with a supreme master. If he broke through again, his cultivation speed would be too fast and too conspicuous. Dou Changsheng was not someone who enjoyed showing off in front of others. He decided to wait a few days until the storm subsided before considering a breakthrough. Dou Changsheng turned his gaze to the unopened treasure chest. This was the greatest reward from the Wuxian King incident. The purple epic treasure chest could yield a divine weapon contract, allowing one divine weapon of the demon level to recognize its master. The orange legendary treasure chest certainly involved matters beyond ordinary divine and demonic levels. Feeling eager, Dou Changsheng did not immediately choose to open it. Opening the chest required a sense of ritual. He needed to bathe and burn incense first. After getting up, Dou Changsheng noticed 2 drops of crystalline, jade-like golden blood nearby. The blood had completely solidified and was no longer flowing. It truly resembled jade without any issues. Although it wasn't divine blood, it possessed similar characteristics and was a holy item for body refinement. If there were a large quantity, it could directly complete a blood exchange, which would be even more extraordinary. The Taoist sect's 9-foot jade body and the Buddhist sect's 6-foot golden body are both forms of extreme training capable of suppressing an era. However, that requires true divine blood to complete the blood exchange, which must be achieved in the mid-3 grades to have any chance of success. Just thinking about it is enough. Which divine or demon would expend their essence to cultivate someone in the mid-3 grades? Even their own child wouldn't receive such treatment. Thus, throughout the ages, people have often picked up scraps, discovering ancient divine or demonic beings that had sat in meditation in ancient ruins. After bathing, Dou Changsheng performed 3 bows and lit 3 sticks of incense. He chose to open the chest. Young Dou Changsheng, did you drop this golden axe or this silver axe? Chapter 80. How did this river god malfunction? The treasure chest opened. It was like fireworks breaking the night. Beautiful, grand, and dazzling. White, green, blue, purple, and orange intermingled to form a magnificent display. A gentle voice echoed. Dou Changsheng's gaze fell upon an object entwined in orange light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the River God contract. River God contract. Talent, summon. Times, 3. Grade, legendary. Description, can summon the legendary river god from the river. Note, did you drop this golden axe or this silver axe? Dou Changsheng immediately recognized the origin. This was the story of the golden axe. Essentially, it tells of a woodcutter who dropped his axe into the river, and then a river god appeared, presenting a golden axe and a silver axe to test the woodcutter. The woodcutter passed the test and chose his own iron axe. Hearing of this, someone intentionally threw their axe into the river but greedily chose the golden axe, only to incur the river god's wrath, resulting in the greedy individual losing both the wife and the soldiers. This story teaches the importance of honesty and integrity. It carries a strong educational message. However, now that Dou Changsheng has obtained the opportunity to summon the river god, the significance has changed entirely. The golden axe and silver axe are no longer a test, but a reward. The rules are simple and easy to understand. After a bit of thought, Dou Changsheng figured it out. He needs to find a place with water, summon the river god, and throw away his desired item to receive a reinforcement from the river god. If it were a one-time opportunity, it would certainly be a reinforcement above the demon level. Now that there are 3 opportunities, it remains at the demon level, with not much difference, as high-level demon weapons may not even be usable. Although divine weapons are excellent, can Dou Changsheng wield them after obtaining them? He had long since been drained dry. Thus, lowering the quality and increasing the number of uses is a good thing, providing more trump cards. However, Dou Changsheng furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted inside. This opportunity is rare, and to maximize its effect, he should wait until he reaches the upper 3 grades before engaging with the demon level. But that could be many years away. Using it now is truly painful. Yet after the fact, he would feel a slight ache in his heart, thinking he missed out. Dou Changsheng slowly stood up, grabbed the clothes hanging on a nearby rack, put them on, and began walking toward the door while considering how to use the contract. He definitely had to use it once as a hidden card. He didn't need a divine weapon, which seemed beautiful but was actually a huge pitfall. If his strength is low, it could still be useful and could directly turn the tide of battle. Therefore, a one-time use item would be best. Especially something like the 5 Thunder Talisman in cultivation novels, where one flicks the talisman and heavenly thunder descends, striking down a supreme master. How exhilarating. In this world, martial arts have reached a divine level, with various secret techniques and divine powers, making it no different from cultivation. Spells, talismans, and even insect charms are all present. Defensive puppets, killing talismans, life replacement treasures, and teleportation artifacts are all available as well. All can be used once without needing to be preserved. After leaving the Dou residence, Dou Changsheng casually took the reins from a servant and leaped onto a horse. If he could get a mount, that would be great. The Changsheng horse was fast and could traverse the rivers and lakes. Holding the reins and riding the horse, he soon arrived outside the capital. The capital, surrounded by 9 mountains and 5 rivers, features a famous feng shui pattern that corresponds with the number 95, the supreme number. The 5 rivers intertwine and meander, and there has been a saying since ancient times about the 5 rivers surrounding the capital. Upon reaching the outskirts, Dou Changsheng rode for a while and then tied the horse to a tree. He leaped up, and the aura surged forth. continuously emerging like a raging wind as Dou Changsheng charged toward the distant Luo River. The Luo River, one of the 5 rivers, is a vast and mighty river. Arriving at the riverbank, he could see the rushing waters flowing, and as he surveyed the area, he found himself in a desolate wilderness with no one around. Dou Changsheng looked at the flowing water and decided to use the river god contract. He noticed that the number of uses had reduced from 3 to 2, and it had already started to take effect. Dou Changsheng observed carefully and found that the Luo River was calm, without any earth-shattering special effects, such as dazzling golden light or auspicious clouds that would draw attention from the capital and the world. He felt completely at ease. Now, all he had to do was throw down something to gain enhancement and reap rich rewards. Dou Changsheng reached into his arms and touched a hard object, which was the blood of the Wuxian king he had obtained. If this drop of blood were enhanced, it would definitely become divine blood. If he could use this to complete a full-body blood transfusion, he would surely condense a kind of divine characteristic, significantly increasing his strength. However, this time, he wasn't here for that. Dou Changsheng put the blood into his storage ring, then hid the ring on the shore and began to undress. Soon, he stripped himself completely clean, leaving no trace. Taking a deep breath, Dou Changsheng exhaled slowly, then leaped into the Luo River. The divine blood was nice. The divine weapons were good, and the killing talismans were even better, but all of these were external objects. How could they compare to himself? He was the greatest treasure. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Dou Changsheng stripped completely, not giving the river god any chance to take advantage. With a splash, Dou Changsheng had already sunk into the Luo River, sending water splashing up to the surface. Soon, ripples began to spread out one after another. An illusory light appeared, and slowly a head emerged, surrounded by radiance, making it hard to see its features. It spoke leisurely. "Young Dou Changsheng, what you dropped is gold." "Wait." The river god's gaze swept around, and it murmured, "Where is young Dou Changsheng?" "I'm here," came the muffled voice from underwater. After jumping into the Luo River, Dou Changsheng had no other feelings, just that something had grabbed his leg and then lifted him up. Dou Changsheng kept rising, water droplets flowing down from his body, and half of him was already above the Luo River, before being thrown out and landing on the shore. The river god fell silent. Dou Changsheng's heart sank. Could it be that the system had crashed? Such a large system, could it really lack quality assurance? After a while, amidst the staring contest, a hoarse voice finally sounded. Was it gold Dou Changsheng that fell, or silver Dou Changsheng? Or was it ordinary Dou Changsheng? Chapter 81. Only children make choices. I want them all. After the stuttering words fell, a bright, faint light appeared in Dou Changsheng's vision, flickering like fireflies, constantly dancing between heaven and earth. Gradually, the light began to connect, transforming into 3 handsome figures. This was the system interface appearing from the void, the dazzling light occupying Dou Changsheng's vision, making him momentarily overlook the situation in the Luo River. The first to appear was a stunningly beautiful figure, tall and smiling, exuding a magical aura, gold Dou Changsheng. Especially those golden pupils, resembling snake eyes, added a hint of allure to his already enchanting face, radiating an air of seductive charm. Character, gold Dou Changsheng. Talent, Wuxian Wind. Bloodline, descendant of the wind god. Wuxian Wind. Wind is formless, clouds are shapeless, without shadow or shape. Note, as long as the attack can't catch up to me, I won't be harmed. The introduction seemed somewhat sparse and opaque, but Dou Changsheng could roughly estimate the effect of gold Dou Changsheng. This one focused on speed. In contrast to the enchanting gold Dou Changsheng, silver Dou Changsheng had a solemn expression, glaring fiercely, exuding extraordinary majesty and vitality. Similar to gold Dou Changsheng, silver Dou Changsheng's eyes glimmered with silver light, with pure silver pupils. Character, silver Dou Changsheng. Talent, born warrior. Bloodline, descendant of the warrior god. Born warrior, born for battle. Mad for battle, strength increases by 1 level. Note, you think I am on the same level as you? Wrong. I am 1 level higher than you. Dou Changsheng's gaze paused slightly. A significant increase in strength was a very practical talent, and its effect was remarkable now, becoming even more significant later. The 4th level of martial arts realm and the 3rd level of Dharma realm may seem like a difference of 1 rank, but in reality, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was in the upper 3rd rank, while the other was in the middle 3rd rank. To describe it further, it was the difference between a master and a non-master. A Dharma realm master could easily defeat 10 in the God realm, as if it were child's play. Looking at the last ordinary Dou Changsheng, compared to the enchanting gold Dou Changsheng and the extraordinary silver Dou Changsheng, this last ordinary Dou Changsheng appeared just as ordinary as the word itself. He looked plain, without the golden or silver radiance surrounding him, lacking any special effects, and even seemed somewhat shabby. Character, ordinary Dou Changsheng. Talent, living god. Bloodline, mortal. Living god. A dog has 3 lives, a cat has 9 lives, increases 3 lives. Note, nothing else, just more lives. Any questions? Add points to restore, just ask if you're afraid. After examining all 3 Dou Changshengs, Dou Changsheng had a clear understanding. Gold Dou Changsheng focused on speed, silver Dou Changsheng focused on strength, and ordinary Dou Changsheng focused on life. Initially, he thought they would be ranked as gold, silver, and ordinary, but he did not expect the order to be reversed. Even though ordinary Dou Changsheng did not have a divine or demonic bloodline or celestial lineage, there was no doubt that increasing life was the most valuable. Next was the descendant of the warrior god, followed by the descendant of the wind god. Shaking his head slightly, the 3 glowing options remained the same. But most of his vision had cleared, allowing Dou Changsheng to look in the direction of the Luo River. There, the river god was surrounded by a faint glow, making it impossible to distinguish gender or appearance, only seeing a light in the Luo River, calmly waiting for Dou Changsheng. The river god was very patient. Dou Changsheng did not make a choice, nor did he urge. Dou Changsheng's eyes flickered, he adjusted his attire, donned the storage ring, and moved a bit closer to the river god, lowering his voice to say, "Only children make choices. I want them all." The river god, who had been standing calmly in the river, suddenly flickered with radiance, staring at Dou Changsheng with eyes wide open. Biting his lip and speaking word by word, "Young Dou Changsheng, do you want gold Dou Changsheng? Or silver Dou Changsheng? Or ordinary Dou Changsheng?" Dou Changsheng stared back at the river god and continued, "I want them all. Young." The word had barely left when Dou Changsheng interrupted, "I want them all." Initially feeling some shame, Dou Changsheng's voice was low, but as he spoke more, he became more comfortable, and his voice gradually rose. During the God of Wealth conference, he had done embarrassing things before. Now, with no one around, what was there to fear? His courage grew bolder. And Dou Changsheng spoke in a deep voice. "You didn't tell me this was a single choice question, so this is a multiple choice question. I want them all." The river god's light flickered, showing a tone of surprise and confusion as it spoke. "Young Dou Changsheng, I don't understand what you're saying. Please make a choice." Dou Changsheng's gaze was sharp as he stared at the river god, clearly enunciating, "I want them all." He didn't even mention gold or silver, giving the river god no chance to take advantage. Once again, he declared, "I want them all," like a sharp, long knife stabbing fiercely into the river god's heart. Stirring it vigorously, the river god fell silent once more. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere began to settle into silence. Only the sound of the rushing water of the Luo River could be heard. For a long time, just when Dou Changsheng thought he was going to be a driver again, the river god finally spoke, "Young Dou Changsheng." The voice trembled. His lips felt heavy as if they bore 1,000 pounds, and with great difficulty, he managed to utter, "You are truly an honest child. As a reward for you, the golden Dou Changsheng, silver Dou Changsheng, and ordinary Dou Changsheng are all yours. May I ask, young Dou Changsheng, which one do you prefer?" Without any proactive choice, he directly began to default to ordinary Dou Changsheng. After a moment of self-questioning and answering, the river god vanished without a trace. After the river god left, the silver figure took the lead and stepped forward, directly rushing into the body of ordinary Dou Changsheng. The two began to merge together, and after about 3 breaths, the fusion was complete. The motionless golden Dou Changsheng also came over to merge. The 3 figures took about 10 breaths to completely finish the fusion. The new Dou Changsheng appeared as if he had a shadow, with silver and gold figures standing behind him, like shadows located at the back of ordinary Dou Changsheng. After the fusion was complete, they transformed into a stream of light and merged into Dou Changsheng's body. Dou Changsheng could clearly feel a wave of heat continuously radiating, as if his entire skin was being baked. This feeling came quickly and left just as fast. In less than 3 breaths, everything was over. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but raise his hand and wave slightly. "Damn, where are my divine demon bloodlines? Where are my divine level talents? Why are they all gone?" However, in the end, Dou Changsheng smiled. The specific template didn't matter. What was important was that he had everything. Moreover, these 3 lives could be restored. Chapter 82. Rising from the coffin, getting rich, and dead friends. The first life. Ordinary, a common state, without any template enhancement. No, to be precise, it was a fusion of ordinary Dou Changsheng, acquiring the talent of surviving god of the world, naturally starting with 3 lives. The second life, he would randomly gain either golden Dou Changsheng or silver Dou Changsheng. At this point, regardless of which template Dou Changsheng fused with, his strength would significantly increase. Celestial god descendant, child of divine demons. If it was the third life, that would be even more extraordinary, as it would be a fusion of all templates. The fusion of the god of war and the god of wind could achieve a semi-divine body, a semi-celestial body. It would be a pure descendant of divine demons. Both parties being celestial gods, rather than a combination of celestial beings and mortals, born sacred with a noble lineage. Moreover, the lost lives could be restored using cultivation points. And the specific amount depended on the cultivation level. Currently, it was 2,000 cultivation points for one life, which was very cheap, roughly equivalent to 4 head catchers from Zheng and 40 from Wang. However, it was a pity that he was about to break through to the mid-3rd rank, the 6th rank of martial arts. He would increase the price. Dou Changsheng looked at the related introduction, even after several days. He still enjoyed watching it, and couldn't help but smile foolishly. Of course, there was also a faint desire to advance further. If he could directly enter the state of the 3rd life, becoming a semi-divine and semi-celestial body, such 3 lives would be the most suitable for him. This was the mindset of Dou Changsheng at the moment. After a long time, Dou Changsheng regained his senses. The effect of the River God contract, obtained from this orange treasure chest, was quite good. He now had a trump card for survival. The God of War mode would definitely appear, adding a significant realm out of thin air, which was very powerful. It should be known that Dou Changsheng could break through to the 6th rank of martial arts at any time. Thus, with one more powerful realm, it would be the 5th rank of martial arts, the Wind and Fire realm. At this time, with the Ice Spirit Blade in hand, Dou Changsheng was already able to be invincible below the master level. Outside the top 10 of the human ranking, he could defeat them all. He also had confidence against the top 10, but he had never fought them yet. Each person who could reach the top 10 had already surpassed the realm of heroes. And they were indeed prodigies. Heavenly divine bodies, celestial god descendants, fallen immortals, etc. Which one was not outstanding among countless beings, with their own adventures and opportunities? Each of their stories could be written down as a biography. Once they reached this level, everyone had their trump cards. Semi-divine weapons, unique skills, talismans, etc. Without these, one could not possibly break into the top 10 of the human ranking. They would have been eliminated long ago. Dou Catcher, it's your turn. A low voice sounded, soft and lingering, like a thread. A young eunuch, looking delicate, stood beside Dou Changsheng, bowing and lowering his body, not daring to look at Dou Changsheng, while also urging his voice to not be loud, nor getting too close to Dou Changsheng. Standing 3 steps away and viewing Dou Changsheng as a ferocious beast, Dou Changsheng, startled from his dream, glanced at the young eunuch beside him, slightly stretched his arms, and asked, "Has the Huangji Hall been verified?" "It has been verified, all of it. The servant has no way. If it were up to the servant's opinion, you would have passed long ago." Dou Changsheng looked at the young eunuch, who began to explain repeatedly after he casually asked a question, and couldn't help but ask, "I haven't left the mansion recently. How have they been slandering me outside?" The young eunuch hurriedly said, "No? How could anyone slander Dou Catcher? Dou Catcher is upright, unprecedented in history, risking his life to storm the God Marquis mansion for the safety of the divine capital, seeking justice from the God Marquis mansion, which led to the killing of the king of no form, preventing a major catastrophe for the divine capital. From the nobles to the common people in the divine capital, everyone respects Dou Catcher from the bottom of their hearts." Afterward, Dou Catcher was rewarded by the sage, given a python robe, gold pearls, and jade artifacts, becoming one of the top 10 famous catchers in the 6 doors, which is well-deserved. Even the servant wholeheartedly recognizes it. Enough. Dou Changsheng interrupted the young eunuch's words. His joy had dissipated, turning into gloom, and his tone became low as he said, "You've already expressed it sincerely twice, since you don't seem to have read much. Don't use such poor vocabulary. To be honest, I want to hear what rumors have reached the imperial city." The young eunuch looked at Dou Changsheng in fear, hesitating. This was what Dou Catcher himself requested, but the truth was too harsh. Would Dou Changsheng hold a grudge against him after he said it? Then write him into a little black book and seek revenge? Speak. Hearing Dou Changsheng speak again, the young eunuch shivered and dared not be careless, saying, "This time, it is rumored outside that Dou Catcher, your purpose is to take revenge on Lung Youquan. Lung Youquan has offended you, and you not only hold a grudge against him, but also against all of Lung Youquan's associates. So you acted directly, but the involvement was too great, leading to the king of no form." The young eunuch stammered through a condensed version, even though many taboos were omitted. But Dou Changsheng was an experienced person and understood many relationships clearly. After sorting through the young eunuch's words, it became clear that he held a grudge against the crown prince's party, Lung Youquan, and thus also against the crown prince, leading to the involvement of Zhou Guangren, making him eager to drag Zhou Junzai, an important member of the crown prince's party, down with him for revenge. However, there was an unforeseen incident, the king of no form event. In the end, he achieved his goal by eliminating Zhou Junzai, an important member of the crown prince's party, and also brought down the recently rising new member, Lung Youquan, even snatching the position of one of the top 10 famous catchers. It truly was an unexpected disaster. When did he ever have the courage to take revenge on the crown prince of the Great Zhou? Dou Changsheng soon realized that this was intentional, a plot to sever his contact with the crown prince. Such a move had its beneficiaries, definitely other princes aiming for the throne. With Dou Changsheng's rising status and increasing strength, he was now qualified to stir up the winds and clouds and would become a pawn for big figures, getting involved in the struggle for the throne and factional conflicts. The waters of the divine capital were very deep. It seemed he needed to leave early. This rumor deepened Dou Changsheng's desire to depart. Waving off the little eunuch, Dou Changsheng walked heavily towards the Huangji Hall, his mind filled with worries. This time, his official position had risen very quickly, and he was no longer concerned because he had already reached the peak of positions below the Grandmaster level. Among the 10 great captains, his official rank was already quite high. He came to the Huangji Hall this time because of the saint's commendation, which allowed him to choose a martial art at will. The Huangji Hall, located in the imperial city, was the treasure house of martial arts in the Great Zhou, and its most precious treasure was the martial scriptures compiled by the masters from all over the world. This scripture was the foremost among the myriad of classics beneath the divine and demonic realms. The founding emperor had ambitious plans to create a martial art that transcended the divine and demonic, but unfortunately, he passed away midway. As a result, the martial scriptures were left incomplete. Had they been truly successful, they could have rivaled the Huangji's astonishing records as the ultimate martial arts of the divine and demonic. The legacy of the Great Zhou was no longer the Huangji's astonishing records, but the martial scriptures. As soon as he pushed open the door, Dou Changsheng was taken aback. Unable to help but speak, he said, "So it's you, Chief Zhao? Why didn't you inform me when you left Zhuge Fang?" His tone instantly turned aggrieved. There weren't many familiar faces in Zhuge Fang, and Zhao was one of them. After all, he had once been the deputy captain of Zhuge Fang, so Zhao should at least acknowledge him. Otherwise, I would have prepared a banquet to send you off. Are you here to enjoy the feast? I'm afraid you didn't come to the Huangji Hall, but to the Hall of Yama. Chapter 83. It's all for the good of the Great Zhou. The Huangji Hall stood like a golden-armored deity, towering majestically on the earth. The palace was resplendent, with pure and transparent glaze reflecting the sunlight, emanating dazzling brilliance with its flying eaves and grand architecture. Standing at the entrance of the Huangji Hall, Chief Zhao leaned against a pillar carved with coiling dragons. Now covering his mouth with a handkerchief as if afraid of being infected by a plague, his eyes showing displeasure. His slender body, like a nimble cat, suddenly leaped back, creating a distance of about 10 feet from Dou Changsheng. In a tone of disdain, he said, "Years ago, the semi-saint used the innate 8 trigrams to predict my fate, saying I could live for 249 years, which is the utmost limit for a mortal life. After deep contemplation, I realized it was because of you. This plague god, do you know how much I could accomplish in a year? Listening to music, savoring tea, watching plays, that would be fine. I also wanted to send my old master on his last journey. If I'm delayed, I want to let you off easily. You, a dangerous person, should come to see me less in the future." Dou Changsheng's expression turned urgent as he quickly replied, "It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were here, nor did I know your background. I came to the Huangji Hall specifically to choose a martial art because of the saint's commendation. Ordinary people live for about 60 years, while those of the third rank can live for about 80. And those of the second rank can live for around 100 years. In total, it amounts to about 180 years. However, with spirit fruits, martial arts, divine abilities, and other means of extending life, one could add another 60 years, making it 240 years. That being said, the actual situation can vary. While ordinary people might live for 60 years, there are those who live to 70 or 80, and some who die in their 40s or 50s. Many of the third rank live to be 140 or 150, but no matter how long one lives, 250 years is the limit for mortals. Those who can live to 249 are definitely not weak." As a eunuch, with an old master and a semi-saint, it was easy to guess the identity of the other party, a close associate of the Princess of Chun. Chief Zhao shook his head slightly, speaking frankly, "Regardless of whether you have ulterior motives or it's a coincidence, let's make things clear today. You people have impure intentions, plotting this and that all day long. I'm not afraid of your schemes. I could die, but I fear it would implicate my old master. Just the thought that in a few decades, when you have grown powerful and your name shakes the world, you might be one of the participants makes me want to kill you. But I can't do that. The world is too vast, and there are too many geniuses. Killing Dou Changsheng won't solve anything. There's also Wang Changsheng and Li Changsheng. Killing is never-ending. I don't want you to swear that you will never act against me. Human hearts change. Even if you are loyal today, who knows what will happen in decades? I just need one assurance. As long as my old master is alive, you must not act recklessly or participate in any schemes against him." The relaxed atmosphere had vanished, and gradually, a solemn atmosphere filled the air. The front of the Huangji Hall was suffused with an air of killing intent. Unknowingly, all sounds had disappeared. The Huangji Hall and the outside world began to separate, forming a completely different realm. This was the domain of heaven and earth, a symbol of the martial arts of the first rank. Dou Changsheng looked at Chief Zhao, whose eyes were fixed on him, and felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He had been schemed against. Zhao's attitude seemed genuine. The other party did not intend to actively plot against him, at most being an accomplice, with someone intentionally orchestrating the situation, leading to this predicament. The mastermind was a martial arts master of the first rank, a supreme master. Who could it be? Who held him in such high regard? Was it from the clan office? Or the inner court? Or perhaps a hidden force within the royal family? They had not had any contact with Dou Changsheng, so their suspicion was minimal. Because in Dou Changsheng's heart, there was one person shining brightly, the divine Marquis, Zhuge Wuwu. This person had risked severe injury to ensure the death of the Wuxian king, showing absolute loyalty to the Great Zhou. The princess of Chun had at least a lifespan of 60 years, yet this divine Marquis seemed so urgent, indicating there were hidden circumstances. Although Dou Changsheng was not as cunning as a genius, he could easily discern the simple situation. The death of the princess of Chun would bring about a great calamity for the Great Zhou. With the ties severed from the semi-saint, the Great Zhou would no longer have the support of the divine and demonic realms, and the countless suppressed demons and monsters would begin to surface. In 60 or 70 years, he would only be in his 80s or 90s. As long as he didn't die, he would be in his prime. At the peak of his abilities, he would be firmly established on the Earth rankings, possibly even breaking into the top 10, becoming a supreme master. It would be the time to stir up the world and begin to arrange his own grand destiny. The Great Zhou would be the first to suffer. This was the true heavenly killing opportunity, where dragons and snakes would rise from the earth, without a true divine or demonic figure. The Great Zhou would merely be an alternative prosperity, a false flourishing, ultimately just floating weeds, like a fortress built on the sand, collapsing with the slightest wind. Feeling uncomfortable, Dou Changsheng fell silent. He was not a bad person. As a constable of the Six Doors, earning a living through this job meant protecting the family and the country. It was an obligation. If those in power appreciated him, promoted him, and granted him wealth and honor, Dou Changsheng would not mind serving. As long as the three views were normal, anyone would do the same. Unless one were truly a thankless wolf, a selfish bastard, only taking without giving. But Dou Changsheng was not that kind of person. However, those in power were forcing him. That meant they doubted him, suspected Dou Changsheng of being a thankless wolf, a bad person, a villain. Who could feel comfortable about that? If he were a minister raised in a feudal society, even if he felt unhappy, he would accept it. After all, they were taught that a ruler's command was absolute, and a minister must obey. But how could a transmigrator understand this? If one master didn't work, then there would be another. For a new era worker, changing jobs was as easy as eating and drinking. You give me the set? But Dou Changsheng really fell for it. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't be able to get out. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Especially since Dou Changsheng had no intention of causing trouble. Since his transmigration, he had always been law-abiding, seldom leaving the mansion, and had always been the one looking for others. Seeing Dou Changsheng agree, Chief Zhao's expression turned cold as he watched Dou Changsheng step into the Huangji Hall. His gaze shifted to the shadows, speaking in a hushed tone. Divine Marquis? What do you mean by that? The sound of footsteps echoed as someone slowly stepped out. Chief Zhao couldn't believe it, saying, "It's actually you, King Chun." King Chun solemnly bowed to Chief Zhao, saying, "Senior, please don't take offense. Today's scheme is also for the good of the Great Zhou." Dou Changsheng was audacious enough to scheme against a supreme master. How could the divine and demonic realms not plot against him in the future? For the sake of the Great Zhou, for the sake of the common people, for the greater good of the world. I apologize for putting you in this position, Senior. Chun Wang smiled as he gazed at the Huangji Hall. It's all for the good of the Great Zhou. With Chang Gong and Chang Sheng, the two Changs belong to Zhou. The Great Zhou thrives and flourishes. How magnificent. Chapter 84. The marriage has been set, but the sister-in-law has gone missing. Inside the Huangji Hall, it resembles a huge warehouse, with neatly arranged bookshelves filled with various secret manuals. Any one of them, if placed in the martial world, could be regarded as a secret not to be transmitted. Passed down to sons, but not daughters, and not taught in full even to one's own son until the critical moment. However, Dou Changsheng does not have the authority to read these martial arts manuals. In this extraordinary world, one can remember everything at a glance. This is not fiction. Many arts and elixirs can achieve this, and to eliminate such hidden dangers, anyone coming to the Huangji Hall to select martial arts will have a dedicated eunuch attending them. And under their supervision, they will begin to browse through a compiled catalog. Dou Changsheng knelt behind a desk, where a thick catalog filled with supreme techniques was placed. Once at the Huangji Hall, The supreme techniques were the first to be eliminated. The supreme techniques are classified into 3 grades: first grade, second grade, and third grade. Simple and straightforward in strength. Further detailed divisions include sword techniques, knife techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and so on, including 18 weapons and battle formations. The supreme techniques collected by the entire Great Zhou are simply too many, like an ocean of books. After all, although some martial arts have been lost or severed, the accumulation of thousands of years of inheritance still remains countless. The 9 Nether Cold Frost decision is the foundation of oneself. Although it is merely a third-grade supreme technique, it is the basis of divine and demonic martial arts, capable of systematically enhancing one's abilities, with a complete inheritance system that does not require the conversion of other techniques. The Wind Riding Chi is also a third-grade supreme technique, sufficient for the middle third grade. After calculating, the originally strongest knife technique is actually lacking, missing a supreme knife technique. With a goal in mind, Dou Changsheng began to select. The divine and demonic martial arts were not seen in the catalog, which was obviously not selectable. The strongest is the first-grade supreme technique. The first-grade supreme knife technique, the first one seen, is the Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife. It was clearly arranged. Dou Changsheng was aware in his heart that this was the result of the words at the entrance. However, Dou Changsheng was slightly puzzled. Like the Netherworld Great Curse, one of the 9 great curses, known to be inescapable by gods and demons, he could sense some clues, yet this time, there were no hints, just a verbal agreement. He wondered if the Divine Marquis was scheming against him. Soon, Dou Changsheng revealed a faint smile. Unfortunately, the Divine Marquis is ultimately not on the same side as him. This was displeasing, and he felt disgusted. Otherwise, the other party would truly be a confidant. His gaze shifted from the catalog to the Ice Moon Frost Shadow Knife and the Falling Star Cold Knife. There were 2 more first-grade supreme knife techniques. The Ice Moon Frost Shadow Knife follows a path of lightness. When the knife is drawn, it is like an ice moon crossing the sky, dazzling and charming, within layers of overlapping illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, ultimately leading the enemy to their demise in intoxication. Dou Changsheng directly eliminated it and turned his gaze towards the Falling Star Cold Knife, a technique that resonates with the stars, like a meteor roaring, combining speed and power. It is not as flashy as the Ice Moon Frost Shadow Knife, rather simple, and Dou Changsheng appeared very satisfied. Finally, he looked at the Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife. The arrangement order of this first-grade knife technique must have its reasons. The Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife technique is a technique for slaying dragons, inherently restraining the dragon race, and has a great reputation because this knife technique was extremely famous over 100 years ago, in the Battle of the 3 Immortal Islands. Duke Ningguo Chao Longji led 3,000 Dao soldiers and giant whale warriors to achieve great military feats, defeating the Dragon Court's armored lobster soldiers. However, King Liang Xiaotianshu, relying on the Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife technique, repeatedly beheaded the Dragon Court's generals, causing rivers of dragon blood to flow. This was an unprecedented victory in 1,000 years. Many elders from that generation are still alive today, like King Liang, who has transformed from a vigorous young man into the gray-haired, old King Liang. This inheritance holds significant weight for Dou Changsheng. Not only is the Xiao family to be allied with him, but the Xiao family's background may also be linked to the 9 Nether Demonic Sect. Moreover, both Cold Soul and Ice Soul all refer to the moon, perfectly suited for the Ice Soul Knife to exert its supreme techniques. Furthermore, there are shadows of the Dragon Gate Conference among them. Speaking of significant matters in the world, the matter of the Wuxian King is one, but that has already concluded. The matter of the princess will be decades later, but the true focus of the world will be next year's Dragon Gate Conference. Dou Changsheng carefully read through the introduction. This supreme technique originated from ancient times and was later obtained by the Subholy, who taught it to King Liang Xiaotianshu to conquer the Dragon Court. Dou Changsheng continued to browse through the other first-grade supreme knife techniques, but none suited him as well as the Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife technique. Dou Changsheng cherished this opportunity greatly. Although he had a preference in his heart, he still needed to look through the catalog in the Huangji Hall, which involved many aspects. Even if he did not understand the contents, at least he would be familiar with the Huangji Hall. In the future, when he needed to make up for his own shortcomings, he would not be at a loss. He would know which supreme techniques were suitable for him. For 3 days and 3 nights, Dou Changsheng stayed at the Huangji Hall for meals and rest. After thoroughly reviewing the catalog and memorizing the relevant descriptions, Dou Changsheng finally memorized the Dragon Frost Cold Soul Knife technique and left the Huangji Hall with satisfaction. Returning to the Zhao residence in Qinglongfang, Dou Changsheng looked at the old steward and asked, "Where's Master?" "Young Master, do not worry about the Master. Come and see the treasures bestowed by Prince Chun." This is an old item of Prince Chun, relying on this piece of magical clothing. Who knows how many arrows have been deflected? The old steward stepped forward a couple of steps, lowering his voice beside Dou Changsheng, saying, "This is a low-grade magical item. Although its grade is not high, it is soft and easy to hide, and it also has a detoxifying effect, which is the most difficult part. It has already been sewn into your python robe. As long as you wear the python robe, along with this golden silk magical clothing, it becomes a double magical item, and safety is assured. As for the rest, young master, you are an expert in this area. Killing them is as easy as crushing a chick." Dou Changsheng readily accepted it. "This is a good item." He asked, "What about the local matter?" "Young master, during your days at the Huangji Hall, I have already made some connections. The top 10 famous captains are responsible for patrolling the local area. Your trip to Qi is not difficult. Moreover, a major case is currently happening in Qi. Lord Feng, the Red Blood Divine Captain, is overjoyed to hear that you are going, thrilled to bits, knowing that young master dares to solve major cases and fight tough battles. Entrusting the major case in Qi to you is 100% assured. This major case has already alarmed the Divine City. For the eldest young master, this is certainly a matter of losing his official position, but for the second young master, this is a chance to achieve merit. If the second young master goes, I believe he will solve the case quickly, and at that time, you will be in the Emperor's heart, and the 6 doors will certainly belong to the second young master in the future." Dou Changsheng shivered. A major case that alarmed the saints was pushed onto him. He anxiously asked, "What case?" "The princess has gone missing. Can it be pushed away?" "It cannot be pushed away, because the princess's surname is not Ji, but Xiao. This is your sister-in-law. I have already informed Xiao Biaoqi. Xiao Biaoqi is overjoyed and will be here soon." The old steward smiled like a flower. Then his expression turned modest. "Young master, do not praise me. This is what an old servant should do." Chapter 85. Dou Changsheng, who must uphold righteousness against his kin. King Longfeng, Zhao Residence, Hall. Dou Changsheng had just taken his seat in the Grandmaster's chair when hurried footsteps were heard. Xiao Tianyu, striding like a dragon and tiger, had arrived and directly sat beside Dou Changsheng, with only an 8 immortals table between them. Xiao Tianyu wore a delicate hairpin, dressed in beautiful clothes, adorned with jade at his waist and a white ring on his finger. His attire was worth a fortune, with each piece being a high-quality item. His face was as if carved by a knife, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, every movement exuding a sense of heroism. After Xiao Tianyu sat down, the old steward personally brought over a tea tray, placing the teacups on the 8 immortals table, and then personally poured tea for Xiao Tianyu and Dou Changsheng. Afterward, he left automatically, taking away all the serving maidens and servants, and let the curtain fall, turning the hall into a private chamber. Dou Changsheng raised his eyes to look at the curtain that kept descending, though the curtain seemed thin and could not block out the light. They had winding patterns like meandering tadpoles. As the curtain fell, the hall fell silent, severing the connection with the outside world. This was some kind of rune. Also considered a low-grade spiritual artifact, effective in cutting off sound transmission and preventing eavesdropping. Bang! A loud noise erupted. After the curtain descended, Xiao Tianyu slammed his palm on the 8 immortals table. His calm expression turned pale, and he spoke harshly, "Arrogant. The Yin Ji Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect are truly too arrogant. They even dare to move against my elder sister. This brings shame to our Xiao family." After a cold snort, Xiao Tianyu looked at Dou Changsheng. His angry gaze softened as he praised Dou Changsheng, saying, "The disappearance of the esteemed princess of Ronghua has led to numerous officials in Qizhou shirking responsibility, and even the 6 doors are unwilling to intervene. In critical times, it's still our own people we can trust. Brother-in-law, your trip to Qizhou to investigate my sister's disappearance is reassuring." Dou Changsheng fixed his gaze on Xiao Tianyu and solemnly asked, "Regarding the case of my sister's disappearance, I will set off immediately for Zhou and Qizhou. However, this major case has attracted the attention of saints. Those who dare to act must have extraordinary backgrounds, so I asked my brother to send reliable personnel. Their strength must be formidable, preferably a master." After some hesitation, Dou Changsheng still uttered the last sentence. If such a major case happened in the divine capital, Dou Changsheng wouldn't worry much because there were many strong figures there, with plenty of places to seek help and leverage. But in Qizhou, without a master, he felt something was lacking, leaving him quite insecure. Xiao Tianyu slightly nodded and spoke gravely, "Rest assured, those who dare to target our Xiao family will not be mere petty thieves. This is definitely aimed at our Xiao family." Xiao Tianyu took out a red cloth from his bosom, slowly uncovering it to reveal a bronze statue of a fierce tiger, which looked lifelike but was broken in half, as if it had been crushed, with a finger's mark still visible. Xiao Tianyu handed over the half-wrapped tiger talisman to Dou Changsheng, his voice serious. "You are also half a member of the Xiao family, not an outsider. This is the tiger talisman of the great whale force of the deity. In a critical moment, It can summon the great whale force to the shore. Xiao Tianyou's killing intent surged as he coldly declared, "Whoever is behind my sister's disappearance, regardless of who it is, will be killed without mercy. Even if I have to slaughter the officials of Qizhou, I will back you up. If this matter is resolved, this tiger talisman will be a part of my younger sister's dowry. The Xiao family will also provide a heavy gift, not inferior to this deity." Dou Changsheng reached out to take the tiger talisman, shaking his head slightly. "Brother, rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter properly and rescue my sister. The mastermind behind the scenes will not escape. If there is really a slaughter, I will have to run away. What can the Xiao family do?" Xiao Tianyu reached out and swept across the table, revealing a stack of documents. He pointed to the documents and said, "Inside are relevant materials related to my sister and the Qiao family. All the marriage records over the years and some secrets of the Qiao family are here. Information about martial arts, shops, wealth, and everything else we can know is included. This time, not only is my sister missing, but the Qiao family is definitely in trouble as well." Xiao Tianyou's anger, which had subsided, began to flare up again as he spoke angrily. "How long has it been since General Zhendong died, and the Qiao family has already encountered problems one after another? First, they lost their title, then their military power, and now they have shrunk back to Qizhou, yet they still have issues. The 4 kings and 8 lords are all connected by blood. This time, we must investigate thoroughly." Dou Changsheng looked at the tiger talisman in his hand. The Great Whale Force, which was created by General Qiao Longji of the Qiao family. The Luguagong Qiao family was once a famous military family over 100 years ago, but in recent centuries, they have declined severely. Not only losing influence in the divine capital, but also losing their title, shrinking from a top military family with influence across the world to hiding in Qizhou. The key turning point was the early death of Qiao Longji due to illness. Dou Changsheng could discern that Xiao Tianyou's anger was not only due to his sister's disappearance and the troubles of the Qiao family, but also stemmed from the past experiences of the Qiao family that could potentially happen to the Xiao family. This was a case of mutual sympathy. The old Liang king has only about 10 years left to live. Once he dies, it will be a test for the Xiao family. Dou Changsheng slowly put away the tiger talisman. The 4 kings and 8 lords are connected by blood. But today the Qiao family's tiger talisman has fallen into the hands of the Xiao family, which needs to be pondered over carefully. He picked up the documents and began to read. This was just an initial introduction and did not provide much help for the case. But it could familiarize Dou Changsheng with the situation of the Qiao family. The old Liang king spent the first half of his life in the military. It was only after he turned 100 that he began to marry. After achieving success, he was unable to have offspring for a while. Eventually, for some unknown reason, he had a few offspring, but they are not very old now. The esteemed princess of Ronghua, Xiao Bai, is only 41 years old. Looking at it this way, the current Xiao Biaoqi, a 37-year-old general, is indeed excessively young. In this martial arts world, there are no taboos, and the tradition of only royal family members becoming kings is not absolute. There are plenty of examples of kings from different surnames and princesses of different surnames. A supreme master, as long as they come to pledge allegiance, seeking wealth and nobility, will definitely be granted a title of king by the Great Zhou. It would be great if more such individuals came, allowing for the conferment of 10 or 8 titles of nobility. After Dou Changsheng finished reading, he raised his head and said to Xiao Tianyu, "Time is pressing, I will set off right now." Just after the marriage was settled, they moved against my sister-in-law. This is a total disregard for my Dou Changsheng. If it were any other place, it would be one thing. But Qizhou is currently under the influence of the Yin Ji Sect. What case can't be solved? No, this could be the work of the Yin Ji Sect. It seems they plan to uphold righteousness and eliminate kin. As an undercover agent, killing a few of these people is not a normal thing? Chapter 86. Chief Chun. What a coincidence. With a creak, the door to the private room of the Gathering Elegance Pavilion was pushed open. A servant, holding a scroll scented with ink, walked into the room and approached the red-robed Xianxiaaudio, respectfully presenting the scroll and saying, "Ninth Master, the latest ranking from the Tianji Tower has arrived. The 25th position on the ranking, Dou Changsheng. Title, Celestial Scourge. Cultivation, 7th grade Condensing Qi Realm. Unique skills, 9 Nether Cold Frost Decision, Sunluo Sword Technique, Meteor 7 Saber Slash. Achievements, captured 8th grade Qi Training Realm Wan San, while in the 9th grade Body Refinement Realm, beheaded 8th grade Qi Training Realm Tianming, defeated Yi Wumian of the same realm, lost to 5th grade Zheng Chuanxiu, and injured 4th grade Zhang Xiaoquan without dying. A sword master of the Divine Marquis Mansion, killed a 4th grade martial artist in the Zhou Mansion, and ambushed the Wuxiang Wang. Biography, born into the Dou family of Qizhou, with ancestors as true disciples of the 9 Nether Underworld sect. Entered the 6 doors at the age of 10, and officially became a constable at 17. After completing 3 missions, fellow constables died, later captured Wan San. And fellow participants died, Participated in the Fortune God Conference. Most participants died. The Zhuke Fong incident, the Zheng family massacre, the awakening of the half-god weapon, the Beihai Pearl theft case in Chongqing Fong, and the Wu family massacre. Note: mother died in childbirth, father died young, uncle met a tragic death. Note: kills relatives, heaven, earth, friends, and allies, celestial scourge, a harbinger of disaster, truly deserving of the title. Note: master of divine weapons, a child of destiny, a future master. Note: vengeful and ruthless, deeply calculating, and daring beyond measure. Note: commentary from the head of the Tianji Pavilion. With martial arts at the 7th grade, he can outsmart those at the 1st grade, a singular figure in history. Note: the leader of the Tiangong Tower in the divine capital. Tiantong's evaluation. The depth of his scheming is unprecedented. Note: real combat power, martial arts 4th rank. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at the rankings and felt a surge of joy, involuntarily praising, good. Brother Changsheng is indeed impressive. I didn't expect him to accomplish such a great feat. A middle-aged man sitting at the table in the elegant room then spoke. 9th Master, may I take a look at the rankings? Xianxiaaudiobooks had already finished reading and casually tossed the rankings aside, saying, take it. The middle-aged man solemnly accepted it, his small eyes narrowing as he looked at the rankings, his thin lips beginning to press together. A fleeting shadow of gloom passed over his face, replaced by a faint smile as he said, Detective Dou has made great contributions this time, receiving rewards from the sage, commendations from the 6 doors, and even an alliance with the Shao family of Liangzhou. Truly, he is enjoying the spring breeze of success, which is enviable. A cold snicker sounded. Li Chongli laughed coldly. Li Chongli had a fair complexion, a high nose, and deep-set eyes. He shook his head as he coldly remarked, third uncle, you're mistaken. If it were 100 years ago, the Shao family of Liangzhou would still be a good choice. Now, the Shao family is precarious. Don't you see our Chao family in Luqing? Once powerful and influential, when the first Duke of Lu entered the city, everyone from the provincial governor to the district magistrate had to come out 10 miles to kneel and welcome him. Now, that useless Chao Xiujuan can't even keep his own wife safe. She has gone missing right in the mansion. The esteemed princess of the Rhone Kingdom is either alive but unseen, or dead but without a body. This major case has already alarmed the sage. If it can't be solved, the sage will definitely seek accountability. But even if it's resolved, the benefits are not guaranteed. Nowadays, in this Qi region, the only ones bold enough to oppose the court are the Yin Ji Zone and the Tianma Zone. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his cup, looking at the dashing and handsome Li Chongli, his eyes filled with derision, thinking how unaware the young master was of the dangers ahead. With such a character, he wouldn't last long after Brother Changsheng arrived. Bored, Xianxiaaudiobooks found an excuse and stood up to leave. As he watched Xianxiaaudiobooks depart, Li Guangli's smile vanished, and he stared darkly at Li Chongli, coldly reprimanding. How many times have I told you? Never show any signs of discord with Dou Changsheng in front of outsiders. Do you want Dou Changsheng to come to Luqing and start investigating our Li family? Li Guangli was frustrated, waving his sleeve as he said, useless fellow. Can't you learn properly from your elder brother? Li Guangli directly pushed the door and left, leaving only Li Chongli alone in the elegant room. His face clouded with gloom as he murmured, is everything arranged? Second young master has arranged everything. As soon as Dou Changsheng arrives in Luqing, our brothers on surveillance will spot him immediately. The tasks you instructed are also ready. Once Dou Changsheng's location is confirmed, a murder will soon happen. Once a murder occurs, Dou Changsheng won't be able to leave easily and will be held back by the case. This way, second young master will definitely gain the respect of the old master and third master. Li Chongli's face broke into a smile. Exactly. I am the true son of the Li family. That bastard is an illegitimate child. Not only are the treasures given by the 13th prince mine, but the Li family is also mine. Why should that vile woman's son always overshadow me? Li Chongli's gaze deepened. As long as the Li family fulfilled its promise, they could obtain 3 dragon scales and qualify for the Dragon Gate Conference. Once at the Dragon Gate, opportunities would arise. In Qi Prefecture, Luqing, nestled by mountains and rivers, beside a great river, all the way from the divine capital to the capital of Qi Prefecture, Luqing, Dou Changsheng rode hard, not stopping for a break. Even though Dou Changsheng was quite strong, he was already showing signs of fatigue. After dismounting, he led his horse to a tree and tied it up. Dou Changsheng yawned and quickly walked to a tea shop. The tea shop was located on the main road outside Luqing, with various shops, snacks, and tea stalls providing a place for travelers to rest briefly. Dou Changsheng found a long bench, sat down, and his eyes lit up with joy. Look, what has Dou Changsheng seen? He spotted Captain Chun. In a foreign land, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Dou Changsheng felt a sense of familiarity. Even though they weren't very close, if they met in the divine capital, Dou Changsheng wouldn't have paid him any mind. But the distance of 1,000 miles made their previous barriers naturally dissipate. The term fellow townsman comes from this. After all, Dou Changsheng got up and sat down beside Captain Chen. Captain Chen was sipping tea and instinctively turned to look at the newcomer. Upon seeing him, Captain Chen, who had just taken a sip, instantly spat it out. The table was in disarray, but at that moment, Captain Chen didn't care about his own embarrassing state. Was it really worth it to come all this way just to take revenge on me? He thought. It's over. Dou Changsheng has chased me down. It seems he doesn't want to let me go. Chapter 87. Dou Changsheng also said you are not alone, Star. The three great joys in life: meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the day of the imperial examination. This time in Qi, Dou Changsheng rode hard, coming alone, worried about not having capable confidants, making it easy to be deceived by local people. After all, Dou Changsheng had a clear understanding of his own shortcomings. Whether in modern times or ancient times, there was a bureaucratic system in place. The situation in the Six Doors was one thing, and the local situation was another. Now he lacked an experienced elder familiar with the inside story. Captain Chen appeared just in time. Moreover, Captain Chen came from the divine capital and was basically uninvolved in the recent case of the missing princess of the Rhone Kingdom. What was this? A timely help. The relationship between the two began to grow rapidly. Dou Changsheng was very enthusiastic, drinking no more tea, pulling Captain Chen towards Luqing. Upon arriving in Luqing, they chose a bustling restaurant. Outside the restaurant, the sounds of people were lively and noisy, with vendors calling out in succession. Inside the building, women were beautiful, and the music and dance were delightful, attracting many admirers. When Dou Changsheng and Captain Chen entered, they could see the layout of the restaurant, with a central stage surrounded by tables, especially on the second and third floors, where patrons could enjoy a view of the stage from above. There were public tables as well as private rooms, and the higher floors were relatively quiet. Every aspect was taken into account. The standard of this restaurant was not low. Just as a song and dance performance was concluding, a tall and graceful woman took a bow and retreated. The next to take the stage was a handsome young man dressed in a costume resembling a bird's attire, with a righteous dagger hanging at his waist. No, this wasn't a bird's attire, just something that resembled it. It was merely a costume. In the 10th year of the Yongtai reign of the Great Zhou, on the 23rd day of the 6th month, in the divine capital, outside the Six Doors. Initially indifferent, Dou Changsheng suddenly became interested upon hearing about the divine capital and the Six Doors and began to look towards the stage. A magnetic voice began to speak. The sky is high and the air is refreshing. The warm wind blows gently. The voice faded as the young man on stage pressed his hand against the long dagger at his waist, speaking coldly and arrogantly. 10 years have passed. I have finally awaited this opportunity. Today is the day I, Dou Changsheng, will make my name known throughout the world. Dou Changsheng, who was watching the performance, suddenly froze. What the hell? This was a melon he was eating that ended up on his own head. Captain Chen's relaxed demeanor also vanished, his eyes shining as he focused on the stage. Indeed, as expected of the open-minded Qi region, they really knew how to have fun. The young man on stage continued to vividly narrate. Yi Wumian thought victory was within reach. Wrong. He is destined to be the stepping stone for me, Dou Changsheng. Another young man took the stage, dressed similarly, and even his appearance bore some resemblance. After taking the stage, he boldly drew the long knife at his waist and swung it directly. Clang, 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 they began to intertwine. The atmosphere instantly heated up, with continuous cheers erupting. These two performers still had some skill, though they did not have martial arts proficiency. However, their fight flowed smoothly despite some fakeness, and it was evident they had practiced many times, making it quite enjoyable to watch. In the end, Yi Wumian was defeated, kneeling on one knee on the ground, unwillingly saying, "Impossible. How can you be so strong?" The young man, with a cold expression, looked down at Yi Wumian with disdain, slowly sheathing his long knife, and coldly said, "Do you think my participation in the God of Wealth conference was merely by chance? Everything about you has already been known to me. In front of the public, in front of all the divine captures and King Chen, I defeated you fair and square. Only then can I gain King Chen's recognition and become a disciple of the master, allowing me, Dou Changsheng, to rise. I, Dou Changsheng, was not born the noblest, but I will definitely stand out among others. Who dares to obstruct my path? I, Dou Changsheng, will kill whoever I want." After finishing his words, he turned and strode off the stage. Good. Color. Reward money. There was a moment of silence, then a burst of fierce applause. This. Dou Changsheng trembled. He had been able to remain unfazed by rumors, but explaining was too difficult. Dou Changsheng planned to let time reveal people's hearts. Sooner or later, everyone would know he was a good person, but unexpectedly, he never thought she would play like this. Dou Changsheng reached out and grabbed a waiter draped in a towel by the shoulder, asking in a deep voice, "Is this kind of performance only available here?" Dou Changsheng looked at the waiter with hope. If it was only available here, he would seal the shop and have a good talk with their boss. How dare they slander him, truly unaware of how many eyes the king of horses has. The waiter did not lift his head and replied, "Sir, you jest. This is currently the most popular opera in over a dozen states of Qi. Our performance is not even well known. If you go to the West Garden in the east of the city, you will find famous actors performing with everyone providing music." Finally, the waiter sneered and said, "This troupe is at most third-rate. How can they compare to Mr. Gu's performance? If it weren't for Mr. Gu being too busy and unable to fit it in, it would never come to this." After speaking, the waiter began to promote. If the guest wants to watch, you still have to go to the West Garden. Not only is there the fateful battle where the knife defeated Yi Wumian, but also the emergence of the god of war. Recently, I heard they are rehearsing Dou Ming's great victory over the king of no form. What a pity. I heard that the matter regarding the king of no form involves high-ranking officials in the capital, and Mr. Gu has many concerns. However, even so, it is the most exciting. I wonder if I can save enough money to see Mr. Gu personally perform Dou Ming's great victory over the king of no form. Chief Chen looked at the waiter with a yearning expression, dumbfounded. This is outrageous. Qi is truly fearless. The living king of hell is right here. Yet they dare to offend like this. It seems Qi will soon be filled with corpses. Damn, how did I become so foolish to come to Qi? Now that I am trapped, leaving Qi is impossible. Someone has died. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The tavern was in chaos, with various sounds rising and falling. Noisy and disorderly. It was the young man playing Dou Changsheng who had died. Chief Chen suddenly raised his head to look at Dou Changsheng, then quickly shifted his gaze. Not daring to meet Dou Changsheng's eyes. Too brutal. Too ruthless. They actually killed someone. Revenge is a must. A heart smaller than a needle's eye. This is indeed true. Chief Chen was terrified, feeling as if his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. He truly could not survive today. Should he strike first? Chapter 88, Major Case. More killings, and the murderer is dead. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and seal off the scene. Dou Changsheng looked at the chaotic scene. Some who did not want to attract trouble had already slipped away, while others, driven by curiosity, began to move closer. There were all kinds of people. But no one took the initiative to touch the body. In this extraordinary world, especially in such ancient times, death was a common occurrence, with the tavern being the place where it happened most frequently. In the martial world, a disagreement often led to drawing swords, blood splattering 5 steps. This was quite common. Now that Qi's 6 doors had not yet made contact, I did not have the authority to investigate. Speaking to this point, Chief Chen looked at Dou Changsheng, and resentment surfaced in his heart. As the chief of the Changsheng Square in the capital, how could he only be the deputy chief of one state after being sent to the local area? Wouldn't he have to flee to avoid the limelight? Now it all seemed to be in vain. His years of hard work had all gone down the drain, and his life was likely not to be preserved. Dou Changsheng reached into his arms and directly took out a token, saying, "I am now one of the top 10 famous captures in the 6 doors, with the duty to patrol the area. If I encounter a case, I have the authority to handle it, and can also summon the local 6 doors. You now have the authority." Chief Chen took the token and examined it. It was indeed the token of the top 10 famous captures, personally forged by the Heavenly Craft Bureau, involving techniques so sophisticated that outsiders could not replicate them. After returning the token to Dou Changsheng, Chief Chen couldn't help but ask, why has Dou Ming become one of the top 10 famous captures? Why not enjoy life in the capital, but instead work hard to come to Qi? After speaking, Chief Chen regretted it. He had leisurely made his way to Qi, and although the news was somewhat blocked, as long as his head was fine, he would know that a top 10 famous capture had come to Qi tirelessly, indicating that something had gone wrong. This case has alarmed the sage, and Chief Chen's assistance is needed to help me uncover the major case. Chief Chen smiled bitterly, beginning to reveal his identity, directing the many waiters to start maintaining the scene. Dou Changsheng stood next to the body. The young man playing him was now lying not far from the stage, with no visible wounds on his body, as if he had suddenly died. Chief Chen, not knowing when, had already come to Dou Changsheng's side, quietly saying, "The deceased is named Wang Qi, not a local of L City, but from Haizhou. He came to L City to seek his fortune, drawn by Qi's prosperity. Later, when he spent all his savings, he was valued by the local opera troupe due to his martial arts knowledge and decent looks, thus becoming the performer of Dou Ming. The deceased had a good temper, and there was no news of him having any grudges with anyone, so the possibility of dying from a vendetta was low. Especially in such a public place, the deceased had no power to resist, at least. The attacker must have had martial arts proficiency, striking cleanly without causing much noise, making the possibility of a lower skill level extremely slim. Chief Chen bent down, carefully observing the deceased, spending some time before continuing. His clothes are intact, and there are no signs of poisoning. He did not die from a hidden illness. He was killed by an expert, whose overwhelming strength directly shattered his heart. The attacker must be a formidable figure at least at the mid-third tier. As he spoke, Chief Chen looked at Dou Changsheng and continued. Otherwise, he would have a solid foundation, coming from a major sect of the current era. Given his status, he has already fallen to the level of an opera troupe, indicating a low background and weak strength. Such a person and a disciple of a major sect or a member of a powerful family are destined to belong to two different worlds. Even if they wanted to offend, they would find no way in. If they were to kill someone, it would not cause such a sensation. Only a fool would dare to kill in front of everyone. It must be to find a pretext, lure him outside the city, then kill him with a single blow, and casually find a pit to bury him in. Outsiders have no relatives, and the theater troupe wouldn't report it to the authorities, so the matter would just fade away. It's safe, with no risks, and no clues left afterwards. All the clues point to one person. The true murderer cannot be mistaken. It's you, Dou Changsheng. Captain Chen doesn't dare to speak the truth because Dou Changsheng beside him is too terrifying. After personally committing murder, he remains unflinching. His worldview is completely twisted. He does not take loyalty, righteousness, or integrity as honorable, but rather considers them shameful, allowing this distorted thought to be seen as natural. After revealing his identity, he puts on a show of catching a thief. Who would have thought that the officer investigating the case would actually be the murderer? Shall we continue? Seeing Captain Chen fall silent for a long time without speaking, Dou Changsheng initially thought that Captain Chen was organizing his words and analyzing the case, but after a while, he remained silent, prompting Dou Changsheng to urge him to continue. Dou Changsheng looked at Captain Chen with great satisfaction. He had to admit that this time he had struck gold. Truly, one worthy of being the chief captain in the capital, Captain Chen is quite a character. Just look at how little time has passed. He has already figured out the general identity of the deceased, and, based on the injuries, has started sorting through the case. Already narrowing down the suspects. What a talent. What Dou Changsheng needs most is a helper who can investigate cases. Dou Changsheng himself is completely in the dark about investigations. Feeling lost and unsure of how to break the deadlock in the investigation of the missing Princess Ronghua, Captain Chen's abilities are indeed a great help. When Captain Chen heard the voice, he looked up at Dou Changsheng. Seeing the satisfied expression and smile on Dou Changsheng's face, in Captain Chen's eyes, it was like the smile of a hungry wolf in human skin, a smile that was more terrifying than it was pleasant. It seemed as if a sinister voice was whispering, "Continue? Do go on." Captain Chen couldn't help but lower his head, unable to meet Dou Changsheng's gaze. The truth absolutely cannot be revealed. If it is, he fears he might be silenced. The deceased merely played a role, and it was not long before they ended up dead right in front of him. With the past as a warning, how could Captain Chen dare to take that risk? Regarding the missing Princess Ronghua case, yes, it must be the murderer who doesn't want Dou Mingbu to investigate, so they use this case to stall him. Dead friends. But the Taoist priest lives. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I must divert the attention of this cruel fellow. Captain Chen spoke solemnly. The shopkeepers here must have problems. Arrest them and investigate thoroughly. They must be related to the missing Princess Ronghua. The murderer is definitely among them. In this major case, we should arrest more people. The members related to the princess's disappearance must be mixed in among them. With Dou Changsheng's ruthlessness, if they all get killed, this case will be resolved. He has grasped Dou Changsheng's thinking on solving cases. As long as he follows Dou's lead, his chances of survival are quite high. Go for it. You can do it. Chapter 89. I'm sorry, brotherly, but you must be sacrificed. Captain Chen was right. A voice of agreement came from outside the tavern. A group of constables entered, and the captain surrounded by them, leading the group, bowed to Dou Changsheng. Chief Captain Li Chongwen of Qizhou. I pay my respects, my lord. Dou Changsheng could see that the other party was dressed in a blue robe, with silver-threaded flowing cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. A wide jade belt adorned his waist, and his dark hair was tied up with a small silver crown embedded with jade. The white jade on the crown further highlighting the luster and smoothness of his dark hair, like satin. He resembled an elegant and noble young lord, exuding an air of nobility. As if fearing Dou Changsheng might misunderstand, Li Chongwen explained, when the incident occurred, I was entertaining friends who had come from Haizhou, and I was taking leave at home. Due to the haste of their arrival, I did not have time to change into official attire. I sincerely apologize to you, my lord. Dou Changsheng personally extended his hand to help Li Chongwen up, saying, there is no fault in you, lordly, for taking leave at home while still being concerned about public affairs. The Li family of Qizhou. Dou Changsheng had reviewed the information provided by Xiao Tianyu. Not only was there information on the Chao family, but also on the local Li family, which was detailed. The Li family in Qizhou is an unavoidable family. The complexity of local powers is not inferior to that of the capital. Qizhou is the capital of more than 10 states in Qi, and Luqing is not only the capital of Qizhou, but also the most prosperous city in Qi. If the kingdom faced chaos at the end of the dynasty, With warlords seizing power, Luqing would certainly be the capital. In layman's terms, Luqing is solid as iron, while the Qi princes are like flowing water. To roughly categorize, the martial world and the court are divided. The martial world is led by the Yin Ji Sect and the Yin Sect, both of which are the main forces in defeating the Zhuyo Mingjiao, naturally occupying its territory. The rest are various martial sections. Currently, in this era of a unified dynasty, in the aftermath of the prosperous reign of Taizong, both the Yin Ji Sect and the Tianma Sect are considered demonic sections. These various martial sects still publicly present themselves as righteous. This aspect is far too complex. Dou Changsheng still has not sorted it out. He needs to contact the Dou family and the Yin Ji Sect to clarify matters. The information provided by Xiao Tianyu has little record of the martial world, but many in official circles, clearly indicating that the Xiao family derives its power from the Great Zhou. The Li family is a prominent clan rooted in the Six Gates, able to establish themselves in the capital of Qizhou, Luqing, so their strength is certainly not weak. There is a master within their clan who serves as a divine catcher in the capital. They have not settled in the capital, but have occupied the local area. Over the years, the Six Gates in Qizhou have already been controlled by them. They are local tigers and will often be in contact with Dou Changsheng going forward. Li Changwen is 51 years old, the eldest son of the current head of the Li family. Unfortunately, he is a side branch. Even though his talent and abilities are top-notch, after decades of struggle in the Six Gates, he finally succeeded in taking the position of chief captain of Qizhou from the head of the Li family. In contrast, the second son, Li Changli, is only 39 years old and has already been a Xianyu constable for 7 years. In terms of promotion speed, he has surpassed Li Changwen by 10 years. Li Changwen became a Xianyu constable at 42 and this year became the chief captain of Qizhou. There is a 10-year age difference between them. But becoming a Xianyu constable happened in quick succession. Dou Changsheng feels a pang of sympathy. Li Changwen suffers from not being the legitimate son, otherwise, he would not have had to wait until 51 to become the chief captain of Qizhou. Under normal circumstances, with his talent and abilities, he could have achieved this around 30. The second son, Li Changli, could rely on the resources of the Li family and still takes until his 30s to climb up. If it were Li Changwen, he could have done it in his 20s. However, this competition between legitimate and illegitimate sons has now allowed the illegitimate son to take the upper hand. Li Changwen inheriting the position of chief captain of Qizhou is clearly the Li family's way of cultivating him as the heir. For ordinary people, being over 50 typically means entering old age, but for a martial artist of the third rank, they have at least 2 more decades of life. Entering old age only after 100 years, when their vitality and organs begin to decline. There is still a chance to break through to the master level. Unfortunately, the Grand Master level is beyond reach. If one does not enter the Master level before 50, they will likely never achieve it in their lifetime. Although there may be 1 or 2 lucky exceptions that break this rule, they are rare. If it weren't for this struggle between legitimate and illegitimate sons, Li Changwen would not have wasted so much time. He could have been supported by the family resources from a young age to strive for the Grand Master level. Dou Changsheng sighed in his heart, but soon stopped thinking about it. There are many such figures in the world. This is not a game where one can simply say to support with the strength of the entire family. Li Changli's mother is the legitimate wife. So how could she support the son of a concubine and give up her own son? The previous generation of the Li family had 7 brothers who didn't have a son. Is it a good thing that a great master has emerged? Is it possible to be 100% certain of success? It's impossible. There's only hope. A chance to gamble once. Who would be willing to give up their resources and wealth for the hope of the future? Poverty can inspire ambition, while wealth only dulls heroic spirit. How many heroes have risen from poverty only to sink into despair and wealth? Chen Wang, Chen Wang. Dou Changsheng secretly cursed. This man, who had pushed the 6 doors to the Great Zhou's 6th division as a servant, how could he lose control of the 6 doors? The only possibility is that the other party did it intentionally, actively letting go. That's why the 6 doors have seen these local tigers taking root. It's completely unpredictable what Chen Wang is thinking. As the number of such great clans increases, the 6 doors will be controlled by them, losing their upward channels, and thus vitality. If the 6 doors become rigid, they will inevitably lose their position in the 6th division sooner or later. The Divine Marquis is loyal yet treacherous. Not a good person. After the visit to the Imperial Palace, the desire to switch to the Marquis's residence has been completely extinguished. Now, for the future, the 6 doors will definitely protect themselves. It's very difficult. An undercover agent is starting to think about how to develop and strengthen the 6 doors. This is quite enough. Therefore, the Li family must be stopped. Dou Changsheng feels no discomfort in targeting the Li family. Such self-serving individuals are fundamentally not good. The main point is that the princess of Ronghua has gone missing, and as the local 6 doors, the Li family cannot be completely ignorant. Especially since Qizhou has been heavily infiltrated by the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the Yin Ji Sect. It can be said that the Li family has the backing of these two sections. These are the contemporary demon sects. Eliminating anyone is a good thing for the world. Publicly and privately, targeting the Li family has no faults. It's easier to pick on the soft persimmons. The other families are hard to reach. But the Li family is part of the six doors, making it easy to act against them. This tactic is called stirring the waters and throwing stones to find the way. Dou Changsheng's gaze turned to Chief Chun, who nodded, showing he understood. Then looked at Li Changwan and said in a deep voice, "Li Chief, something has happened. For the sake of our brotherhood in the six doors, surrender quietly. Dou Changsheng had been watching you for a long time. This was going to be directed at you. Sorry, brotherly. For the sake of the brother's life. You must be sacrificed." Chapter 90. So simple, life is really as lonely as snow. This statement was shocking. All eyes were focused on Li Changwan. This time, I personally came to your door. Only then did Li come with me. From receiving the report to arriving at the restaurant. There are witnesses who can confirm that Li has never been to the restaurant. It's easy to say, and there are also some who are harsh in tone. And quite a few of them. They were originally standing aside like a background board, but after hearing Chief Chin's slander, one after another began to speak up. Nonsense. You are slandering. Don't pour dirty water on Li. I think it was you who did it. Accusations, curses, and various voices arose. Chief Chun's words were like poking a hornet's nest, completely making him the target of public anger, with thousands pointing fingers and spitting at him. Dou Changsheng watched coldly, not accepting Chief Chin's idea for the moment. Even if he wanted to take advantage of the chaos and throw stones to find the way, he couldn't directly act against the chief of Qizhou. But when the other officers spoke up, Dou Changsheng understood. The situation of the six doors in Qizhou has become very severe. The Li family's infiltration and control over the six doors there has reached a shocking level. Even more serious than imagined. Now these officers have completely become the Li family's lackeys. If they want to get things done, if they have a leader, they cannot rely on them at all, so it must be handled swiftly. Learned. Truly learned. Li Changwan remained calm. Slightly raised his arm to stop the abuse and attacks from some furious officers who wanted to act against Chief Chun, and looked at Chief Chun calmly. Chief Chun, there's a misunderstanding here. I have no acquaintance with the deceased, nor any enmity. Why would I kill him? Chief Chun acknowledged this in his heart because the two were from different worlds. One lived at the bottom, struggling for daily meals, while the other was a criminal officer in charge of Qizhou, one of the powerful figures under the governor of Qizhou. The differences in their statuses were vast, and they would not intersect at all. But this time, it was completely a frame-up. If investigating the case, reasoning, and searching for the murderer, Chief Chun admitted that he was not among the top in the six doors. It gathered skilled people from all 108 provinces, and there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. But for framing and slandering, the difficulty significantly decreased. Chief Chun stroked his 3 strands of beard, his gaze fixed on Li Changwan, and coldly said, "There's no misunderstanding. Dou Mingbu came to Luqing to investigate the case of the missing princess of Ronghua. And how long has he been in Luqing? There wasn't even enough time to sit down before a murder case occurred, which is clearly someone deliberately obstructing the investigation." Chief Chun paused, continuing against his conscience, even linking the murder case with Dou Mingbu. Chief Chun slightly leaned down, taking out an item as evidence. Looking at it with a sigh in his heart, realizing this item was too conspicuous. It was evident that Dou Changsheng couldn't even be bothered to cover it up. He continued, "If Li Chief has nothing to do with the deceased, then what about Dou Mingbu? This is Dou Mingbu's first time leaving the divine capital to come to Qizhou, Luqing. How could something related to the six doors appear? And it also involves Dou Mingbu. Motive, evidence of guilt, all are present. Moreover, with Li Chief personally leading the team here, such an important figure as Dou Mingbu becoming a suspect must first clear his name, which would delay the investigation into the missing princess of Ronghua. Unfortunately, Li Chief arranged things well, but every meticulous plan has its flaws. He had not anticipated that this seemingly rigorous plan was actually full of loopholes. The situation has become very clear. Someone is deliberately framing him, and the mastermind behind the scenes is familiar with the six-door situation and has extraordinary influence locally. All of this points to Li Chief. Chief Chin's reasoning flowed smoothly, and he couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for the prior knowledge of Dou Changsheng's character, he would think that Dou Changsheng definitely did this. Chief Chin really didn't believe that it was the work of the Li family. After all, Dou Changsheng appeared to have the greatest suspicion, but there were too many flaws. It looked like someone was deliberately framing him, deliberately exposing flaws to make people judge that it wasn't his doing, and then smoothly framing the Li family. As long as he drags the Li family down, takes Li Chief down, he could then control the six doors in Qizhou. Moreover, this clue was continuously pointing upward. Chief Chin gently lifted one of the deceased's arms, looking at the marks on the arm, and couldn't help but admire again. What has this young Dou Changsheng been fed? In such a short time, he has arranged everything. If it were carefully planned, that would be one thing. If it were a spur-of-the-moment idea, that would be truly monstrous. However, Chief Chen also had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that he misjudged? Is this really the work of the Li family? Why are so many clues pointing to them? Just like the evidence taken out, these are all items from the 6 doors, which ordinary people cannot access. Only the Xuanyu officers can. He raised his eyes to glance at Li Changwen, this talented young man from the Li family. Couldn't he possibly be so foolish? How could he hide it from himself, let alone deceive Dou Changsheng, who was capable of solving major cases and exposing the true identity of the Wuxian king? Who gave him the courage? So, this is still the work of Dou Changsheng. There is no need for Chief Chen to frame anyone, as the clues keep surfacing. In Chief Chen's eyes, eliminating Dou Changsheng from this meticulously planned operation makes this case far less significant than the murder cases he solved in the capital. It seems well-structured. But in reality, many clues are too obvious. In the capital, when investigating major cases, it often involves prominent sects or high-ranking officials, engaging in a constant battle of wits and intelligence. Cases without significant twists are not considered major cases. It's too simple. If all cases in the world were this simple, he would have long become a legendary detective. However, Chief Chen also knows that this is a script left for him by Dou Changsheng, which is why it is so straightforward, with no complex twists. He just needs to follow the course of events step by step. Finally, he pointed to a very inconspicuous area under the victim's armpit, where there were small black spots, shaking his head and saying, "This is the residue of the Li Mountain's 6 Harmonies Palm's power." Years ago in the capital, he was fortunate enough to witness the legendary capture of a notorious thief by the divine detective Li, personally performing the autopsy on the body, which is how he came to know this secret. It appears that the assailant was not from the Li family's direct line. Otherwise, they would not have used the family's signature technique, the Li Mountain's 6 Harmonies Palm. Chiefly, you should confess. This would be better for you and the Li family. Otherwise, a thorough investigation of the Li family will ensue. Do you dare obstruct Detective Dou's investigation? Are you plotting rebellion? Chapter 91. Changsheng's Rampancy, the General's Overbearingness. Framing. Li Changwen spoke decisively without hesitation, his sharp gaze fixed on Chief Chen. He continued, "The Li Mountain's 6 Harmonies Palm is our family's secret art, but our family is large, and over the decades, we have lost some clan members. They may have been kidnapped, resulting in someone obtaining part of the cultivation methods of the Li Mountain's 6 Harmonies Palm, thus framing our Li family. Confess? That is impossible. To obstruct the investigation into the disappearance of Princess Ronghua is a grave charge. To admit to that would be catastrophic." Chief Chen chuckled coldly, his gaze glinting with cold light, speaking with disdain. "Since Chief Li believes it is framing, then let us continue the investigation. Solving this case is not difficult at all. Once it is confirmed that the victim died from the power of the Li Mountain's 6 Harmonies Palm, identifying the murderer becomes straightforward. A third-rank martial artist is not common. Even in your large family, there are only a few. If you verify their whereabouts, clues will surely emerge." Li Changwen fell silent. He rushed to the tavern without changing his clothes, which was very disrespectful, because he knew a murder occurred beside Dou Changsheng, and without thinking. It was undoubtedly his foolish brother who caused trouble again. He wanted to disrupt the situation at the very least. However, he did not expect that Chief Chen, who came from the capital, was truly skilled in investigating cases. In such a short time, he had nearly unraveled the case. If he acted himself, Li Changwen was confident that even if he verified it, there would be no loopholes, but that foolish idiot would surely leave a trail. Even if it was framing and deliberately delaying Dou Changsheng, he should have been a bit more reliable. How could he have used the Li Mountain 6 Harmonies Palm? Wasn't that self-incrimination? A promising situation was ruined by a foolish guy. Li Changwen felt disgusted, but he couldn't abandon such a foolish brother because he was the direct heir. Not only was he favored by their grandfather in the capital, but he was also well-liked in the Li family. It seemed only natural for him to inherit the family business and become the next head of the Li family, after spending decades to turn the situation around. Having such an heir was too suffocating. He was merely a servant to the other, constantly cleaning up after him. A king who does not guard against his ministers will lose them, and a minister who does not guard against himself will lose his life. Several things not kept secret can lead to disaster. The matter of the 13th prince was so important that it was leaked to this foolish brother. They had already locked onto the Li family and started to suspect them. Many plans had already become unfeasible. Li Changwen's attitude grew cold, and he shifted his gaze from Chief Chen to Dou Changsheng, saying, "Detective Dou has just arrived and is already framing us. This matter cannot be tolerated by the 6 doors of Qizhou. I will report the truth to the headquarters. Please let the headquarters uphold justice. We are leaving." Li Changwen waved his hand, intending to lead the many constables away. Since he planned to tear off the facade, there was no need to be polite anymore. Once again, he cursed that foolish brother in his heart, as this action had left hidden dangers. Chief Chen watched as Li Changwen turned ruthless and no longer addressed him as senior. Stepping back to Dou Changsheng's side, Dou Changsheng patted Chief Chen's shoulder, acknowledging his ability. This murder case had easily revealed the mastermind behind it, with a bit more effort. Finding the true culprit was merely a matter of time. However, it was clear that Li Changwen was not going to give any opportunities. If this incident was arranged by the Li family, then it could only be the second son, Li Changli, who did it. Only this direct descendant, suppressed by a half-brother and having lost his position as heir, would be so foolish. If Li Changli had any capability, even if not as good as Li Changwen, he would not have lost his position as heir. The current situation only indicated that Li Changli was far inferior to Li Changwen. This was a ready-made clue. And since it had been discovered, how could it be overlooked? Dou Changsheng gently pushed Chief Chen aside. He was a talent and must not be lost here. Dou Changsheng lacked an assistant who could investigate cases within the 6 doors. This time in Qizhou, Xiao Tianyu had full confidence in Dou Changsheng precisely because Dou Changsheng accurately identified the true form of the Nameless King. This was something no one else could achieve. Yet Dou Changsheng did it. Such remarkable skills were indeed unparalleled. Little did anyone know that Dou Changsheng's identification of the Nameless King was purely due to luck. This detective's halo could not hold up, but now Dou Changsheng saw hope. With Chief Chen assisting him, he no longer feared investigating cases. Coming to Qizhou as a deputy chief was truly a waste of talent. He could relax when there was no case and investigate together when there was a case. How delightful. Dou Changsheng watched as Chief Chen led a group of constables toward the tavern, not personally intercepting them, but slowly clapping his hands. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sounds echoed. A large number of footsteps followed one after another. Soon, the group, led by Li Changwen, who had just reached the tavern's entrance, halted their steps. Outside the tavern, a group of armored soldiers had already appeared. The army numbered around 100, divided into 2 types. The front line was fully armored, holding long spears aimed at the tavern, while behind them were archers with longbows drawn to their fullest, arrows nocked and aimed at the tavern. At the forefront stood a captain in silver armor, the armor resembling fish scales, overlapping in layers. With each breath of the captain, the armor would swell and contract, as if it were a living creature that could breathe. This was Xiao Tianming, the captain of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Xiao Tianming tugged on the reins with one hand while pointing his whip at Li Changwen with the other, speaking again. What is the Li family? How dare you give my brother-in-law attitude? Arrest them all. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Dou Changsheng looked at the uncomfortable-looking Li Changwen and said to Xiao Tianming, 7th brother, go and mobilize 300 patrol troops to surround the Li family and investigate them carefully. Xiao Tianming lazily replied, why go through so much trouble? Chief Chen, who had jumped in from somewhere, added the next line, slaughter the Li family. Wouldn't that solve everything? Then everything will be ours. Then again, if a major case arises, there's no need to worry about the officials in Qizhou not putting in their utmost effort. Li Changwen spoke with a grim face and a cold expression. You have no evidence, yet you dare to frame loyal subjects. Are you not afraid that the governor will report this, and when the sage is enraged, even Xiao Biaoqi will be held accountable? Xiao Tianming laughed heartily, pointing his whip towards the direction of the governor's office. With such a bunch of useless officials in Qizhou, what effect will a joint petition have? From the moment I arrived in Qizhou, I have been the sky of Qizhou. To kill you, what evidence is needed? Doubt alone suffices. Damn it. We are the righteous path. How did it come to this, like we're the villains? Chapter 92. Is it time to slaughter the Li family? Outside Luqing, Li Garden. Li Garden is vast, a combination of a manor and garden. Pavilions and towers, with flying eaves and ornate corners, look magnificent and grand. This place has been managed by the Li family for decades, continuously expanded, and even in the golden autumn of October, it remains vibrant with spring-like vitality. One can only wonder how much silver has been spent to maintain this spring ambience. As a prominent family in Luqing, the Li family has been in control for decades. Now led by the 3rd generation, although the 4th generation has grown up but has not made a mark, and the 5th generation is still in swaddling clothes. The family has grown quite large, with people coming and going, accompanied by maidservants and servants, bustling about, making Li Garden resemble a lively market. However, today, this sacred and inviolable place is facing disaster. Well, the sound of horns echoed. Soldiers in armor, armed with weapons, led by the commander, marched into Li Garden and without a word began to seal it off. In a deep voice, he asked, where are you from? Do you not know this is Li Garden? The commander, having ridden from afar, looked down from a height at Li Changli, sneering, of course. I know this is the Li family. But what is the Li family? I am in the divine capital, reporting for duty in the daylight and visiting the fragrant pavilion at night, living a life of immortals, yet I've been sent to Qizhou. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have wiped you out long ago. Bah, so arrogant. So very arrogant. Li Changli's fair face was already flushed with anger. Trembling all over, pointing at the commander. Dare you leave your name? The commander chuckled coldly, mocking. My surname is Feng, from the Ningwu Duke's family. If you don't take revenge on me, I will look down on you. No, you don't need to take revenge. The Li family won't last long now. Li Changli's face changed drastically, exclaiming, the Feng family of Ningwu Duke. Are you here because of Madame Chao? Feng Xiaoli sneered. Although the Chao family is disappointing. They are after all from the Lu Duke line among the 4 kings and 8 dukes, with a deep friendship with my ancestors. You usually bully them. But you absolutely should not have touched Madame Chao. You filthy fish and rotten shrimp from the sewer. This time, we will cleanse you all. We, the 4 kings and 8 dukes, are not yet in decline. Feng Xiaoli couldn't be bothered to deal with Li Changli, merely a dead man. His gaze turned towards the distant crowd marching in, and he rode directly forward, dismounting near Xiao Tianming and saying, Uncle Xiao, why don't you introduce us? Xiao Tianming also dismounted, casually pulling over Dou Changsheng, and said, This is my sister's husband, a rare talent in the world. Feng Xiaoli stepped forward enthusiastically and said, Before I came to Qizhou this time, I was instructed to follow my uncle's orders. If there are any instructions, just let me know. Is it time to take action and wipe out the Li family? Dou Changsheng looked at Feng Xiaoli, who is the grandson of the old Ningwu Duke, 6th in his family's order. The 4 kings and 8 dukes are no longer as prominent as during the reign of Taizong and Gaozong, as their mainstays have passed away. Now, only 1 king and 2 dukes remain, the king being the old Liang king and the dukes being Ningwu Duke and Shugui Duke. Among the 4 kings and 8 dukes, there are a total of 12 families, and currently, these 3 are the most prosperous. This time, the main collaborators in Luqing are from these 3 families. Xiao Tianming is not the younger brother of Xiao Tianyu, but a member of the Xiao clan, 7th in line. The lineage of Liang King, represented by Xiao Tianming. The Ningwu Duke's lineage represented by Feng Xiaoli, and the Shugui Duke's lineage represented by Zhu Gili. Among the 3, Xiao Tianming and Feng Xiaoli directly took control of the Qizhou army, such as the city defense camp and Changshui camp, while Zhu Gili had other tasks. Dou Changsheng felt a great deal of pressure. According to his plan before arriving in Qizhou, was it to investigate? He intended to come to Qizhou without revealing his identity at first, then secretly investigate, ultimately discovering those who were discontented or had ulterior motives, who might provide him with clues. Then, he would reveal his identity and gradually expose the conspiracy. The plot of a drama featuring undercover visits had not appeared at all. On the very first day of his arrival, they directly targeted the Li family. Moreover, Xiao Tianming was overbearing. Had he not repeatedly intervened, the Li family would have already been destroyed, and Feng Xiaoli wouldn't fare much better. The people assigned to assist him were not easy to deal with. They were quick to call for the slaughter of the Li family. Dou Changsheng realized at this moment that he had misunderstood the nature of this case. The Xiao family did not care much about Xiao Bai, just as they regarded Xiao Qingyi as merely a tool to win people over. This time, they were making a big show, primarily to establish their authority. They wanted to tell the world that the old Liang King was still alive, thus sending the troublesome and arrogant Xiao Tianming and Feng Xiaoli to Qizhou. Both of them frequently caused trouble in the divine capital and were often punished, now in Qizhou. Without restrictions, it was easy to envision them running wild like untamed horses. The 4 kings and 8 dukes intended to show the world that although it was not the time of Taizong, they had not yet declined, and that no filth could provoke them. This did not align with Dou Changsheng's intentions. He genuinely wanted to investigate the case in Qizhou. Xiao Bai was a family member. He had to save her. The Li family was worth paying attention to and could not be killed. They surely knew something. Dou Changsheng did not speak. While nearby, Chief Chun had already approached Feng Xiaoli, acting like Dou Changsheng's spokesperson, and said, The Li family, like grasshoppers in autumn, won't last long. There's no need to slaughter them and dirty our hands. I reviewed this on the way here and noticed that Li Changwan had an unusual expression. The deceased had significant ties to the Li family. As long as we follow this lead, we will surely find concrete evidence. Chief Chun no longer spoke of slaughtering the Li family, as he had grasped Dou Changsheng's intentions, understanding why he stopped Xiao Tianming from killing Li Changwan. It was simply too brutal, merely a reckless act of revenge, which surely did not align with Dou Changsheng's intentions. Dou Changsheng was keen on climbing the ranks. He came here to achieve merit, not for revenge. Only with solid evidence against the Li family could he claim it as an accomplishment. And this matter was not difficult. The Li family was large. How could they not have a few useless and spoiled descendants who might have caused a few deaths? As long as they investigated, they would surely find something. Being the chief of the capital's Changsheng, Chief Chun had real skills. He licked his lips lightly, showing an excited expression. But this time, first, arrest them and apply severe punishment. We're the stubborn ones. This method of handling cases is simply delightful. Chapter 93. Am I not holding a villain's script? Li Garden. The sounds of people and neighing horses filled the air. However, the soldiers were restrained and did not engage in any outrageous behavior. The head of the Li family sat in the Grand Master's chair in the hall, and despite the solemn atmosphere, he could still hear the noisy and chaotic sounds. The crowd in Li Garden was like boiling water, completely agitated. When Li Changli entered the hall with a grim expression, he could see that the upper echelons of the Li family had gathered together. Sitting beside the Li family head at the 8 Immortals table was the third son, Li Guangli. These two are the most outstanding members of the previous generation of the Li family. Only the 4th and 6th brothers remain, and among the 7 brothers, only 4 are in Luqing. The second brother has long since passed away, and the 5th and 7th brothers have also died unexpectedly. How did the city defense camp and the Changshui camp suddenly arrive and surround our Li family? After seeing Li Changli arrive, Li Guangli asked. The court not only dispatched the famous Dou Changsheng, one of the top 10 detectives, but also secretly sent the Feng family members from the Duke of Ning to come. Now, the patrol camp and the Changshui camp surrounding our Li family are led by the Feng family members. Li Guangli's eyes revealed a cold light as he stared fiercely at Li Changli and questioned in a deep voice. How is the case of Madame Chao's disappearance related to our Li family? How could it possibly attract the patrol camp and the Changshui camp? Chang Wen hurriedly rushed from Li Yuan to the city. Did you do something? Li Changli quickly shook his head and said, No, I didn't do anything. Li Guangli, knowing Li Changli's character, saw his expression and immediately became anxious. Unable to help but roar. Normally, that would be one thing, but now, look at the situation. The knife is at our necks, and you still dare to lie. What else do you have to say? Are you waiting until the Li family is slaughtered before you tell the truth? A loud voice sounded. Of course. He doesn't dare to tell the truth. This time, Lord Dou has come to investigate the disappearance of the Princess of Ronghua, and if he dares to obstruct this, it is tantamount to opposing the imperial envoy, which is a serious crime of treason. Chief Qin kicked open the door, then stood beside Dou Changsheng, and entered the hall with him. Dou Changsheng didn't even look at the Li family members, but spoke to Chief Qin. Start. Chief Qin smiled slightly, full of confidence, and said, Don't worry, Lord Dou. Give me half an hour, and I will surely find the evidence of the crime. Chief Qin looked at the pale-faced Li Changli and said to the armored soldiers beside him, Arrest him. Also, identify Li Changli's personal servant and the nearby Li family members. Then interrogate them one by one. It's better to arrive early than to arrive just in time. Not knowing who did it, they stumbled upon this scene in the hall, with ready-made clues already available. The soldiers that followed, fierce as wolves and tigers, were all personal guards brought by Feng Shaoli. But they were elite troops trained by the Duke of Ning. This time, they came east as the backbone, quickly taking control of the patrol camp and the Changshui camp. Li Changli looked at the soldiers approaching him with cold smiles and fierce expressions, and fear appeared on his face. The fluctuation of magical power emerged, and the soldiers were delighted. Their movements slowed down, waiting for Li Changli to gather his magical power so they could directly resist. This way, they could use the pretext of arrest to brutally beat Li Changli to near death. After years in the capital, they had been stifled for long enough. And now coming to Qizhou, they wanted to vent their anger. They hadn't seen blood since leaving the border. One by one, they looked at Li Changli with excitement. The second brother, don't make a move. At this critical moment, the head of the Li family reprimanded Li Changli. Watching Li Changli disperse his magical power, the personal guards showed expressions of disappointment. One of them kicked Li Changli to the ground, while another reached out to grab his hairpin. Amid Li Changli's painful wails, they dragged him by his hair towards the hall. You. The head of the Li family suddenly stood up, looking at his son who was in pain. His eyes filled with rage, and his chest began to rise and fall continuously as he struggled to control the anger within him. One hand was tightly clenched, with nails digging deep into the flesh, and drops of blood flowed out. Dou Changsheng looked at the excited personal guards and shook his head slightly, saying, Give him some dignity, don't be so rough. Listen to your uncle. The usually taciturn Feng Shaoli suddenly spoke. He stepped forward to help Li Changli up, and with a crack, the sound of dislocated bones was heard. Before Li Changli could let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, a torn piece of cloth was stuffed directly into his mouth. Feng Shaoli let go, looking at the fallen Li Changli, and shook his head slightly, saying, Truly fragile. I haven't even used much strength yet. He looked coldly at the head of the Li family and said frivolously, Your uncle has already pleaded for your son. Aren't you going to express your gratitude quickly? This is too much. Li Guangli suddenly stood up, already taking a step forward, but was stopped by the head of the Li family who reprimanded him. Sit down. Then he looked at Dou Changsheng, his lips moving slightly as he forced out a sentence. Thank you, my lord. Feng Shaoli looked at the head of the Li family, shaking his head repeatedly, and sarcastically said, Get a knife? A bloody fight? You really have no guts at all. They are all arrogant and lawless. If there were a protagonist, he would probably not survive 3 episodes. So let us talk? How exactly did Madame Chow, that is, the Princess of Ronghua, go missing? What does your Li family know? Speak honestly, and if you tell the truth, you will be rewarded and face lighter punishment. If you wait until Chief Chun gathers some evidence later, you will all face severe punishment. What do you say? Dou Changsheng finally looked at Li Changwan, who had been brought in and remained silent, and pointed at him, saying, think carefully about what to say. The life and death of the Li family are in your hands. I believe you want to disappoint me. Li Changwan did not speak, but looked at the head of the Li family, staring intently. In the end, it was the head of the Li family who averted his gaze, as if aged by 20 or 30 years, and sighed. It was the second brother. He did it all. Chapter 94. But I am your elder brother. Why would you want to harm me? The head of the Li family seemed drained of energy, bloodless and weak, slumping in the Grand Master's chair. Before Dou Changsheng could ask a question, he continued, the second brother is a wastrel and often associates with some unsavory characters. This time, although I don't know the details, I estimate that he was provoked by someone and secretly took action to obstruct your investigation. After the head of the Li family finished speaking, he fell silent, directly succumbing to silence. He actively abandoned Li Changli, allowing his own son to die. This was a significant blow to the head of the Li family. Li Changwan, who had been silent all along, slowly shifted his gaze away. Li Changwan's expression was not good. Although he had completely triumphed in the conflict with Li Changli, he had directly forced his own father to abandon Li Changli in order to protect the Li family. Such actions had already created a rift between the two sides, and the scene of fatherly love and filial piety would never appear again from this day forward. However, this was secondary. Li Changwan forced himself to gather his spirits, organizing his words in his heart to help the Li family overcome this calamity. The cursed lone star, Dou Changsheng. Today, Li Changwan finally understood the weight of these 7 words. Dou Changsheng had forced him into a desperate situation in Luqing in just one day. Even if he had a pig teammate, that idiot younger brother who sent himself to his death, not managing that idiot younger brother was also his fault. He was not ruthless enough. In this regard, he had to learn from Dou Changsheng. From the intelligence he had gathered, Dou Changsheng was best at uprooting problems. The chief of the Zhuke workshop, Zheng, the Wu family of Changsheng workshop, and the Zhou family of the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, all had been wiped out cleanly, leaving no hidden dangers. After a moment of silence, Li Changwan finally spoke. The second brother made a mistake. Our Li family cannot escape blame. Although I don't know the internal circumstances, I must clarify one point to the Lord. The second brother is the legitimate son of the family, but has always been a wastrel. For many years, my father has cultivated me to become the chief of Qizhou, to succeed the next head of the Li family. This is something the second brother, who has always valued the legitimate over the illegitimate, cannot accept. Everywhere you go against me, and this time you've done such a foolish thing. It seems you're trying to take revenge on me and, by extension, on the Li family. I don't know how you'll twist the facts later. You might say some treasonous things. I hope the Lord can forgive that. After sitting back down, Li Guangli, breathing heavily, slammed his hand on the nearby 8 immortals table and loudly said, Changwan is right. Li Changli doesn't know how to frame us. Indeed, Li Changli deeply hates us and wants to establish Changwan as the head of the family. The words frame and deep hate were spoken by the high-ranking members of the Li family, as if they had found an outlet for their frustrations. Continuously repeating these 4 words, as if to remind Dou Changsheng that Li Changli's words were not to be trusted. Chaotic chatter erupted, and Dou Changsheng directly ignored the other members of the Li family, his sharp gaze fixated on Li Changwan. This talented member of the Li family was quick to react. This was an attempt to extricate the Li family and shift the blame entirely onto Li Changli. If it were an ordinary small family, such actions would definitely not work. They would be overwhelmed by the case's complications. However, the Li family had a master. The Li family could sustain such a large enterprise in Luqing, not just because of the position of the head constable of Qizhou. There had to be a master first to maintain the position of Qizhou's head constable for 2 consecutive generations. The head of the Li family, paralyzed in the armchair, struggled to maintain his composure, his voice vague as he said, the actions of the second son are due to my lack of discipline as a parent. Today, I will give the Lord an explanation. The Li family will be entrusted to you. The head of the Li family raised his hand to slap his forehead. The palm glowed with power. If that slap landed, it would surely mean death. Just as the head of the Li family lifted his hand, he was caught. And Feng Shaoli sneered, directly pulling the head of the Li family down from the armchair to the ground. Dou Changsheng remained expressionless. His words and actions indicated that the situation was about to be turned around by Li Changwan. If the head of the Li family died here, the Li family, with its master, would have room to maneuver, and they would no longer be under threat unless they were slaughtered. Amitba. Sin. I am on the right path. Not a villain. How can I think like this? It's all Feng Shaoli and Xiao Tianming's fault. They led me astray. So I had long prepared for this. I sealed the head of the Li family's power, preventing him from severing his heart veins. Dou Changsheng looked at Li Changwen, emphasizing his tone as he asked, I asked about Lady Chao, the princess of Ronghua. Don't change the subject. It was hard to grasp a piece of evidence. Dou Changsheng could not let go of the opportunity to blackmail the other party and seize the lead on the princess of Ronghua to continue his investigation. Irrelevant words should not be spoken. The Lord has good news. Chief Constable Chun threw Li Chongli to the ground and eagerly said, Indeed. This was done by the Li family. The Lord is truly the famous god of capture in the world, able to uncover the ever-changing true form of the formless king. Having just arrived in Luqing, you discovered the Li family's tricks. Chief Constable Chun looked at Li Chongwen as if he were looking at a corpse, disdainfully saying, So, how did you get involved with the 13th prince? How did you help the 13th prince and kidnap the princess of Ronghua? Chief Constable Chun, observing the expressionless and calm Li Chongwen, couldn't help but show surprise and praised. Truly a talented member of the Li family, with a good nature. Unfortunately, if you don't speak, your brother has already confessed everything. Chief Constable Chun stepped directly on the paralyzed Li Chongli's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. The head of the Li family, also on the ground, reached out to Li Chongli, but was blocked by a soldier. Chief Constable Chun looked down from above and said, Speak. He glanced around, noticing the atmosphere was slightly off, and showed a look of confusion. Li Guangli slammed the table again and said painfully, As expected, Chongwen was right. Li Chongli wants to frame us and cause the entire Li family to perish. I hope Lord Dou can see clearly and give our Li family justice. Li Chongwen looked at Li Chongli with sorrow and said, You are also a member of the Li family. What grievances do you have that would make you frame your own kin? I am your elder brother. This is all your close family. Chapter 95. One more word. One person dies, severing the tail to survive. Li Chongwen diligently began to turn the situation around little by little. Although it could not ensure the Li family's safety, it would at least injure them significantly and even severely damage their vitality. But at least it could preserve some of the Li family's spirit. As long as the god of capture from the capital did not fall, the Li family's resurgence would only be a matter of time. Even this could help cut off the Li family's rotten flesh and allow them to start anew. Under Li Chongwen's management, the Li family might even advance further and truly become a prestigious family. What is a prestigious family? A royal family that establishes a country, with descendants inheriting the title. Noble lineage, passed down through generations. It is not enough to have one master to be called a prestigious family. There needs to be a continuous line of masters through generations. Since ancient times, to be recognized by the world, a family must have 3 generations of masters, or produce a great master. As long as there are successors, it is also acceptable. A supreme master can achieve this in 1 generation. This is the privilege of the strong. The rules of the secular world change because of them. It is not the secular concepts that influence them, but their will that influences the secular. Ha ha ha. A raucous laugh erupted. Feng Shaoli laughed wildly. The scales of armor he wore, forged from pieces of steel, trembled. Feng Shaoli aimed his whip at Li Chongwen, striking down without mercy. This whip was relentless, tearing through the air with a whistling sound. Like a steel whip striking down. The wave of air it created surged toward Li Chongwen. Li Chongwen, unable to stand firm, had his clothes torn by the force. His luxurious garments resembling rags, riddled with rips, and wounds appeared on his skin as if sliced by thin blades. After being captured in the tavern, Li Chongwen's cultivation was sealed, and now, facing the sudden assault of Feng Shaoli, he had no strength to resist. He was in a rather embarrassing position. Already on the brink of life and death, hit by the ruthless whip, in his current state, Li Chongwen could not dodge or withstand it. At a critical moment, Li Guangli moved. He slightly raised his palm, and flames suddenly erupted, fiery flames appearing out of nowhere. Standing in front of the whip, the two collided. Sparks flying everywhere as the flames began to extinguish. The whip broke through the flames and struck Li Chongwen on the forehead. A blood-red mark ran from his forehead down to his left cheek, cutting across his face. Most of the force was blocked. But even this small portion left Li Chongwen disfigured, half of his face swollen. I came to Qizhou to save my aunt, not to witness your insincere pleasantries. Hurry up and speak. Feng Shaoli pointed the whip at a member of the Li family, signaling his soldiers to place a knife at their throat. Then coldly said, One more word of nonsense, and I will kill one person. Let's see who talks more, you or the Li family. Dou Changsheng watched coldly, observing Li Chongwen cautiously maneuvering in the limited space, striving for an advantage for the Li family. He sighed internally and looked at Feng Shaoli. If it were him, he would truly be at a loss. After all, Dou Changsheng was a good person. But he was not a good person. Dou Changsheng couldn't help but speak. If you don't want your entire family to be slaughtered, then speak up. If you truly anger General Feng, even I can't save your entire Li family. Originally, the plan was to get rid of Xiao Tianming and keep Feng Shaoli. intending to take advantage of Feng Shaoli's lower status to control the situation. However, it was now discovered that Feng Shaoli was just as fierce as Xiao Tianming. Both were like living Yama kings. If they really got angry, Feng Shaoli would dare to slaughter the Li family and wipe them out completely. Dou Changsheng could not stop this at all. The patrol camp and Changshui camp did not listen to him at all. Dou Changsheng's demeanor was calm, and his tone was also peaceful, not cold at all. But to Li Laolu, it felt like a storm of blood and rain was approaching. And he was standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Since Dou Changsheng left the divine capital, Qi Prefecture had received news. Not only had some information been collected from the rankings, but also a portion of data from the divine capital. If it were any other top 10 constable here, Li Laolu would not be afraid, but facing Dou Changsheng, he truly felt fear. Because Li Laolu knew that Dou Changsheng was capable of killing the entire Li family. He dared not look directly at Dou Changsheng, and instead turned to Feng Shaoli, who was clearly acting on Dou Changsheng's orders. Chief Chen looked at the tense atmosphere, reached out to grab a weapon from a personal guard, and directly placed it against Li Lao's neck. The sharp blade lightly touched, cutting through the skin, and drops of blood flowed down the blade. Chief Chen said in a deep voice, "These guys seem to know nothing. Keeping them is useless, just kill them. Only leave Li Changwen and his son." Li Laolu looked down at the white blade, feeling the cold sensation on his neck. After being pampered for decades, he had never encountered such a situation. Already terrified, he now felt death approaching and could not help but panic, shouting loudly, "No, I know. I know about the 13th prince." A rough voice shouted, "Laolu." Li Guangli's expression changed suddenly, but Li Lao's voice was even faster. "Third brother. I am still young. I don't want to die. You are all living such a good life. Why stir up trouble? What is the point? Our Li family's wealth can last a lifetime." Li Guangli was even angrier, speaking furiously. "What do you know? If it weren't for the father in the divine capital and the support from the eldest brother and me, you would enjoy nothing. Everything we have is earned through hard work, and it has nothing to do with you. Without us. The last time you fought over a courtesan with the son of Wang Zhoumu, you would have been beaten half to death and ended up begging on the street. It was Changwen who went to meet Wang Zhoumu and cleaned up your mess, you ingrate." Li Laolu did not even look at Li Guangli. Instead, he looked eagerly at Dou Changsheng and said, "Lord Dou, I will confess everything. I only ask you to spare my life." Dou Changsheng pushed aside Chief Chen's knife, patted Li Lao's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry. If you confess voluntarily, I will surely spare your life." The matter of Madame Chow was done by our Li family. Chapter 96. Good friends. Li Lao's first sentence was rather hesitant. When he saw Li Chongli lying on the ground, and after observing his miserable state, his words began to flow more smoothly. "I don't know when it started, but our Li family got in touch with someone who claimed to be the 13th prince. This time, Madame Chow's disappearance was arranged by the 13th prince, and our Li family was responsible for the action. The 13th prince wanted us to kill Madame Chow, but our Li family did not comply. We fabricated a false disappearance and also faked Madame Chow's death to temporarily deceive the 13th prince." "The 13th prince," Dou Changsheng murmured. "The prince, the heir to the nation, there can only be one. This conflicts with the emperor, and they often fight each other. Old emperors are always suspicious of the prince. If there are 13, then it wouldn't be the case of having 2 suns in the sky. This is not just a title, otherwise, it would not be human." Dou Changsheng began to have doubts. The dragon clan has always liked this kind of hierarchy. Like the 1st prince, the 9th prince, etc. Especially the 9th prince of the dragon court, who has been very active since the dragon gate opened, calling on the aquatic tribes to compete for the dragon scales of the human race and seize spots in the Dragon Gate Conference. Qi Prefecture is close to the East Sea, and Qi Prefecture is still a bit far. It seems like Haizhou has already bordered the East Sea. In this place, it's impossible not to have doubts. Li Laolu knew limited information, but it was a breakthrough. As Li Laolu began to speak, Li Chongli's words were no longer accusations, but became solid evidence. "Ding. Detected a friend. Congratulations, host, friend 1. Li Chongwen has been added to the friend list. Li Guangli has been added to the friend list. Li Guangming, head of the Li family, has been added to the friend list. Li Chongli has been added to the friend list." Dou Changsheng was taken aback, then looked at Li Chongwen and said in a deep voice, "Your Li family has really done something big. You are capable of such actions. Now tell me, where is Madame Chow?" First, before pursuing the matter of the 13th prince, they needed to rescue Xiao Bai. The rest could be pursued later. Dou Changsheng exchanged a glance with Chief Chun, who understood that they needed to search Li Garden first. Although the hope of finding Xiao Bai in Li Garden was minimal, there was still a chance. Chief Chen moved, and Li Chongwen's gaze followed, but he spoke honestly. "Madame Chow is not in Li Garden. She is imprisoned at Shirley Slope in the north of the city. There is a small village that I have secretly arranged over the years. Through constant infiltration, I have been able to control their lives and deaths, making it the safest and least noticeable place. If any outsiders come, Any wind or grass movement can be reported to me immediately. I have arranged everything, but there is one thing I cannot do. Li Chongwen looked at Li Laolu, who dared not meet his gaze, his eyes beginning to wander. Li Chongwen continued, that is the Li family. The Li family is not outsiders. They are all blood relatives. I cannot treat them like outsiders. In unfavorable situations, I cannot just cut them down. Such a confidential matter was originally only limited to my father, my third uncle, and me, but unexpectedly, the second brother found out, and Uncle Lu also knew. I thought that even if there were flaws in the Li family, as long as I was here, it could still be maintained, but I didn't expect the second brother to be so foolish. If that fool had acted sooner, our Li family wouldn't have come to this. Uncle Lu is confused, but that is because Uncle Lu is a waste. I never expected him to take responsibility. However, this fool has always received elite education from the Li family, being trained as a successor. Li Chongwen no longer pretended, revealing everything. There was no brotherly affection. He had long looked down on the other party and wished he could cut him down. It was only because of consideration for their grandfather and father that he had endured. Finally, Li Chongwen looked at his father. His words like knives. Father is getting more and more confused. The Li family wants to develop and grow, yet they actually collude with the 13th prince. And they don't even know the other party's background? They only seek some benefits. They really think it is just a code name. But I have found out that he is the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Clan, only the top 10 are the true children of the Dragon Court. The rest are merely the heads of various lineages. The 10th prince of the Dragon Clan is the leader of the Black Dragon lineage. Once I learned about the Black Dragon, I understood everything. It was just the 10th prince seeking revenge. After all, the most popular opera in Qi Prefecture is Lord Lu Kills the Dragon, which is about the Black Dragon. Sure enough, after verifying the information, I learned the detailed sequence of events. In the Battle of Sanxian Island, Lord Lu Chao Longji led 3,000 whale warriors and defeated the heavy-armored dragon shrimp soldiers of the Dragon Court, securing the victory in the Battle of Sanxian Island. The general from the Dragon Court was the previous generation's Black Dragon Clan leader. It was after his death that the situation began to spiral out of control, ultimately leading to the Dragon Court's great defeat. The purpose of the 10th prince is nothing more than to first kill Lady Chao, severing the Chao family's greatest support, and then wait a few years until the storm has calmed down, before directly wiping out the Chao family. This way, no one would suspect that it was the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan who took action. Dou Changsheng shook his head repeatedly, looking at Li Chongwen, and spoke with disappointment. Your heart has completely turned black. You know they are from a different race, yet you still cooperate with them. You clearly see that the 10th prince's intentions are not pure. He has many opportunities to act against Lady Chao, but he specifically wants your Li family to do it, just to watch the human race fight among themselves. Moreover, the one being killed is a national hero from the past, a descendant of the human race's heroes. Dou Changsheng rarely showed killing intent, his gaze icy as he stared at Li Chongwen, coldly saying, you know this, and still do not stop it. You are even more detestable than your confused old father. What you say now seems to be honest, but in reality, it is also not for good. Telling me that the 10th prince is the mastermind is just to see if I dare to move against him. Dou Changsheng had already placed one hand on the hilt of his ice soul blade at his waist. Speaking in a deep voice, Lord Lu's campaign against the alien race not only contributed to the Great Zhou, but also to the human race. The human race flourished, hunting the demon race in the south and pressuring the dragon race in the east. All of this was due to the sacrifices of our ancestors. Lord Lu died young because he was severely injured in the battle at the Three Immortals Island. The descendants of Lord Lu, the Chao family, can decline and can be killed by other human races, but they absolutely cannot die at the hands of the alien race due to their schemes. I am determined to kill the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan. No one can protect him. He continued, now tell me, where is the 10th prince? Chapter 97 Old Dou, want to win fame in life and death. In the West Garden, Dou Changsheng walked out of Li Yuan with a grim expression, followed by a group of Changshui camp soldiers. After taking the reins, he mounted his horse. The soldiers of Changshui camp also mounted their horses. Li Chongwen, who was bound and thrown onto a horse, squirmed like a maggot, stretching his neck to look at Dou Changsheng, and said, the West Garden is located to the west of Liu City. Do not take a detour after entering the city. That 10th prince of the Dragon Clan has been living in the West Garden recently, watching operas every day. Isn't it that Liu City has become a theater, and you and I are actors, performing for his amusement? Dou Changsheng shot a cold glance at Li Chongwen. This person was reckless, completely unafraid of trouble, continuously provoking. He wanted to incite enmity between Dou Changsheng and the Dragon Clan, so that no matter who won or lost, it would be a great profit for Li Chongwen. Speed is of the essence. Seventh brother, let us go to Liu City and capture him. Dou Changsheng looked at the hurriedly arriving Xiao Tianming. The 10th prince of the Dragon Clan was not among the most famous princes like the 9th prince, he had not yet reached the Master Realm. The battle at the Three Immortals Island seemed to have happened over 100 years ago, a long enough time for a human to become a master or even a grandmaster. However, it was different for the Dragon Clan. In ancient times, 100 years counted as 1 year for them, and although they no longer had the grandeur of the past, they still counted 10 years as 1 year. 100 years only made this 10th prince a little over 10 years old. The Dragon Clan, with their extraordinary talents and long lifespans, generally could live for 100 years, which for humans translates to 600 years. Even without cultivation, as their age increases, their vitality continues to flourish, allowing them to reach the upper third grade master level in their prime. But this applies to pure-blooded dragons. Their strength and longevity give the Dragon Clan a natural advantage, making them favored by heaven and earth, with the Dragon Court being powerful and dominating the seas. Humans are not comparable to the Dragon Clan. They are not born strong and cannot tear apart tigers and leopards. In the future, they will surely become masters. Before reaching the first rank, human martial arts are weak and vulnerable. Even young dragons can take on 100 humans. Even if a human reaches the upper third grade master level, their lifespan is far inferior to that of dragons. Yet now, the human race is the overlord of the world. Mayflies live and die in a day, yet dare to fight against the heavens. 100 years is enough for humans to shine brilliantly. With their weak bodies, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Dou Changsheng is not worried about this 10th prince. He is more afraid that there might be master guards beside him. Seeing Xiao Tianming arriving with the news reassured Dou Changsheng. In this world, martial arts flourished, with strength reigning supreme. There were also formations that could restrain strong individuals. The existence of battle formations limited the powers of strong warriors, preventing supreme masters from breaking through millions of troops. With an army of 1 million and generals gathered, although the strength of fierce generals is restricted, it cannot be overlooked. After all, while battle formations can suppress, they can also enhance. With Xiao Tianming leading the Changshui camp and the patrol camp, they marched towards Liu City with great momentum. Now, speed is of the essence. Xiao Bai had Qin the chief and Feng Xiao Li for surely sloped to provide rescue, and Dou Changsheng was no longer worried. Li Yuan left a portion of the troops to guard a group of bound captives, which was not a difficult task. Now he only feared that the 10th prince would see the situation turning unfavorable and directly flee, leaving Dou Changsheng in the dark and without power to act. If that happened, it would be a regret for not achieving the goal. A crowd of armored soldiers gathered, numbering no less than 1,000. However, for the first time, Dou Changsheng was clever. Instead of calling in external troops, he mobilized the city defense camp and took control of the city gate. Now the gates were guarded by the elite soldiers brought by Xiao Tianming and Feng Xiao, and Liu City had already been secured. After entering Liu City, they headed straight for the West Garden. At the same time, after Dou Changsheng and his group entered the city gate made continuous creaking sounds, and finally, with a loud bang, the heavy iron gate was completely closed. Liu City began to seal off. The West Garden is a theater famous in Qi. It occupies a vast area, with countless troops regularly performing. All the troops that can perform here are renowned in Qi and even come from the Central Plains. It is a place filled with various classes, nobility, wealthy merchants, commoners, and martial artists, etc. All are represented. Though it seems to be flourishing, there are hidden dangers beneath the surface, with unknown evils lurking. But none of this concerns Dou Changsheng. With his sword drawn and his men from the Changshui camp and patrol camp mobilized, such a large show of force would make the gangs or disciples of demonic sects occupying the western part of the city disappear without a trace. This time, he would make a contribution for the human race, fulfilling the great righteousness of humanity. Then, he would generously sacrifice himself here. He could rid himself of these undercover agents, the 6 doors, and the Yin Ji Sect. He would be free. Dou Changsheng pulled the reins, and the horse neighed loudly, raising its front hooves high before stomping them down heavily on the ground. Dou Changsheng silently thought. Although he was filled with passion, it also made him see hope for faking his death and escaping. Faking death and escaping had long been Dou Changsheng's goal, but he had always been afraid, not having the confidence to deceive the Yin Ji Sect and the 6 doors, especially as his reputation grew and he drew attention from all over the world. The hope of faking death and escaping became increasingly slim. But this time was different. He had 3 lives. That is real death. No one can see through it. So when Li Changwen mentioned the 10th prince, Dou Changsheng was furious but also saw an opportunity. Now in the world, he was being wronged, even if he died. The stigma could not be washed away, and he would carry it for a lifetime. But now, as long as he died in this conflict between the human and dragon races, he would be a righteous man with iron bones, loyal and brave. He would sacrifice himself for the human race, shedding blood for the great righteousness of humanity, and no matter who spoke of it later, they would give a thumbs up and praise him as a good man. This is winning fame in life and death. Such an opportunity is rare and should not be missed. Dou Changsheng's gaze was resolute as he dismounted, instantly drawing out the ice soul blade from his waist. Looking at the prying eyes nearby, and roaring, "I, Dou Changsheng of the Six Doors, am here. Please let the 10th prince meet me." The sound fell, leaving silence. Block off the West Garden, and interrogate each person one by one. As long as he is here, he won't escape. Xiao Tianming sneered, and said, "If the Longshui camp and the Xuanfang camp are not enough, then we can call in the Yushui and Heng Shui second camps." Cheng, the capital of the 9 dynasties, has been fortified by generations of Qi kings, and if the Great Formation is activated, it will also be a first-class formation capable of withstanding a supreme master. This is not a difficult task, and the 10th prince of the Dragon clan will find it hard to escape. There's no need for my brother-in-law to worry. Just wait for good news. Chapter 98, The True Dragon's Destiny. West Garden. This is a grand building, resembling a city within a city. It does not belong to any particular theater troupe, nor does it have any permanent troupe. Most of the troupes that can come to perform here are from all over the world. This is a world-famous holy place in the opera industry. To perform here once means to gain fame across the world, and one's worth can multiply. Each performance will also gain immense popularity, becoming the trend in opera. Therefore, the West Garden gathers renowned performers, master musicians, etc., giving rise to countless related industries. Everything from food to clothing, accommodation, and transportation is available. All walks of life have settled here, making it a microcosm of a city. Cheng is also known as the capital of opera. This West Garden is a landmark building in Cheng. Its owner is certainly not an ordinary person. The West Garden, thriving for 1,000 years, has been controlled by the Qi Sheng Gong through generations. Just one of its industries earns gold by the bucket daily, making it wealthier than a nation. Dou Changsheng led the charge to capture the chief constable of Qizhou, surrounding the Li family of Qizhou, and rampaging through Qizhou city. Being arrogant and overbearing. No, it was Xiao Tianming. The officialdom of Qizhou is like deaf and blind, unable to hear or see. The lord of Qizhou, Wang Zhoumo, seems non-existent. But once the West Garden was besieged, an official immediately jumped out. Dou Changsheng looked at a middle-aged man with a thick black beard. This man is the prefect of L County. Qizhou has a total of 10 counties, with L County's seat in Cheng, which overlaps with the state seat. Also in Cheng. This is similar to the provincial capital city in Dou Changsheng's previous life, where the provincial committee is also the municipal committee. The prefect of L County is disheveled, looking somewhat disheveled, having just jumped off a horse. It is obvious that he just received news and hurried over. At this moment, disregarding his image, he grasped Dou Changsheng's arm, his expression anxious as he said, "Lord Dou, you cannot do this. We cannot let the soldiers enter the West Garden. This is the Qi Sheng Gong's property. If we offend the Qi Sheng Gong, I, as a subordinate, cannot bear the responsibility. I beg you, Lord Dou, to give me a way out. My family, with dozens of members, is relying on me to survive." The prefect of L County's voice grew desperate, ultimately kneeling before Dou Changsheng, hugging his thigh without any regard for his image. Immortal, divine, saint. These three are not something ordinary people can possess. Like Zhuge Wui. Although he is a marquis, he has been elevated to divine status, which is equivalent to a duke. Similarly, a duke elevated to saint is even higher, surpassing a marquis, and is only second to an emperor. To describe it specifically, long live the emperor, 1,000 years for your highness, is akin to 9,000 years. Generally, in national dynasties, the highest titles are the immortal marquis and divine marquis. Such titles will absolutely not appear. The Qi Sheng Gong was not conferred by the current dynasty, but gained recognition from the imperial Zhou. This dates back 1,000 years, with few knowing the specific dynasty. What the world knows is that this is the immortal Qi royal family, descendants of immortals. Establishing a dynasty is the true dragon's destiny. Through this, one ascends to the realm of gods and demons, but when the dynasty falls, one must complete a killing catastrophe, and their strength will decline, battling with the next generation's founding ancestor. If they successfully complete the killing catastrophe, then their true dragon's destiny will be fulfilled. The dynasty they establish can be called the Immortal Dynasty. The ancestors of the Qi Sheng Gong were such powerful beings who completed the true dragon's destiny. After living freely, their descendants continued to inherit the title of Qi Sheng Gong, passing it down through generations, with each unified dynasty constantly recognizing and conferring titles. The true dragon's destiny is a fixed celestial mandate. All powerful beings in the world can participate in the competition. It encompasses all rivers and does not adhere to a single standard. Achieving greatness is also the most difficult type of destiny. It allows one to ascend to the heavens in one step, surpassing the eternal achievements of other gods and demons. Transforming acquired into innate is a crucial step. Becoming an innate god or demon. Dou Changsheng, as a true disciple of the Yin Ji Sect, son-in-law of the Xiao family, and one of the top 10 renowned catchers of the Six Doors, is no longer ignorant. He understands the difficulty of founding a nation and the even greater challenges at the end of a dynasty. To battle with the newly rising founding ancestor of a new dynasty and ultimately achieve success and retreat is truly not easy. Because if he completes the killing catastrophe, then the next dynasty's founding ancestor will have an incomplete true dragon's destiny, severing the hope of becoming a god or demon. The true dragon's destiny states that two dragons must not meet. If they do, they must engage in a fierce battle, competing for the celestial mandate. The appearance of the immortal Xia and the absence of gods and demons in the Great Shang meant that the Great Zhou Dynasty was the luckiest, but also the most fiercely competitive. The Great Shang founding ancestor, not being a god or demon, sought the true dragon's destiny, making the difficulty significantly lower. The Great Zhou founding ancestor unified the world, ruling over 108 states. He should have become a god or demon, yet ultimately failed, instead producing a sub-saint. The Great Zhou Dynasty is now extremely special. This is the general information that Dou Changsheng has grasped. The secrets remain unknown, but just with what he knows, he can sense the impending storm. Dou Changsheng hesitated slightly, then pushed the prefect of L County away, instructing the soldiers to hold him down, and said in a deep voice, "Search. A mere foreigner dares to plot against the descendants of our human heroes. Bring me the 10th prince. Lord Dou need not worry. The 10th prince is right here. Take him away without disturbing the peace of the West Garden." A gentle voice arose, and as the West Garden was surrounded, its gates suddenly opened, and a number of chaotic sounds and considerable commotion erupted from within. A person with skin as fair as egg membranes, appearing fragile under the light, with black, jade-like eyes exuding warmth, and lips blooming like cherry blossoms, curved into a crescent shape, gentle as flowing water, so beautiful it takes one's breath away. Just when it was thought that Zhao Mingyu was already unmatched in beauty, unexpectedly, someone surpassed him. The restrained prefect of L County suddenly pushed away the soldiers holding him down, rolling and crawling towards the newcomer, and upon getting close, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Gu. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu is truly the rebirth of a lowly person's parents." The prefect of L County was very excited. His official cap was finally saved. Dou Changsheng looked at the gentle and stunning Mr. Gu before him, feeling extremely wary. Such demeanor must be a third-grade master. Xiao Tianming rarely dismounted, bowing to Mr. Gu before him. "So it is Mr. Gu here. The younger generation has offended you." After speaking, he watched Mr. Gu turn and leave, continuing to gaze until the figure disappeared from view, before waving his hand. "Let us go." "All right." For Xiao Tianming to be so respectful, a third-grade master is impossible. This must be a first-grade martial artist, a supreme master. The waters of Qi are not shallow. Just a preliminary contact has brought forth the Qi Sheng Gong and Mr. Gu. Dou Changsheng shifted his gaze to the calm-faced 10th prince of the Dragon Clan. "Let us go? I'll send you on your way. You dare to kill me?" Chapter 99. Spare him under the blade. In the golden autumn of October, a cool northwestern wind blew. The cool wind blowing towards the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan brought him a sense of chill. He looked at Dou Changsheng with composure, unperturbed by honor or disgrace, and said, "I am the 10th prince of the Dragon Court, the young patriarch of the Black Dragon Clan, the future master of the Black Dragon Clan. I have come to Qizhou to appreciate human opera. I'm not sure what taboo I have violated for this lord to call for my death." Dou Changsheng coldly stared at the 10th prince of the Black Dragon Clan. This humanoid form was not complete, with a slightly broad forehead, especially the dragon horns growing from his head. Even though they were hidden under black hair and a hairpin, they still exposed clues. With a swift grab, Dou Changsheng caught the Black Dragon's 10th prince and tossed him onto the horse. Dou leaped up, swiftly mounted, and tightened his legs around the horse's belly, which immediately galloped away. Mr. Gu acted decisively, completely binding the Black Dragon's 10th prince, regardless of his cultivation level, without any trace of breath escaping. Even the horse beneath him was unaware that it carried a pure-blood dragon. Killing a dragon, of course, could not happen in the West Garden. Nor could it be done by simply slashing the Black Dragon's 10th prince at this moment. Dou Changsheng intended to execute the 10th prince publicly, in front of a large crowd, at the execution ground. At the same time, he would also execute all the members of the Li family, cutting them down with one stroke. It was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to uphold the dignity of the human race while cleansing his own reputation. The next issue of the Tianji Report would feature Dou Changsheng as the backbone of the human race, a savior of heroic descendants, a protector of the clan. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Dou Changsheng acted swiftly. Upon arriving at the execution ground, he began directing the soldiers to set everything up. Meanwhile, news spread like wildfire throughout the city, and in a short time, It created a sensation in Liu City. Whether from prominent families or powerful officials, or even small street vendors, everyone received the news and understood the general situation. This piqued the interest of countless people, and the number of spectators flocking to the execution ground began to rise continuously. Many martial artists started to gather, and in no time, the previously desolate execution ground was now bustling with a crowd. Disputes began to arise, with many nobles arriving and directly cutting in line to occupy the best spots. Their servants wielding sticks to harshly beat the crowd, clearing a path for their masters. Ordinary citizens, feeling the pain, could only dodge and make way. But some martial artists refused to back down and chose to draw their swords. The execution ground was now a scene of chaos. It had been years since such liveliness occurred, only comparable to the festive atmosphere during the New Year in the West Garden. A sedan chair arrived from afar. 16 tall and robust men in blue robes carried the chair, while on either side, slender maidens with white veils held vibrant flowers in their delicate hands. Behind the sedan chair followed many servants, a procession not less than 100 strong. Gongs were sounded to clear the way, and the crowd parted automatically without needing to be driven away. The Duke of Qi had arrived. As a local of Liu City, he was known to everyone. The sedan chair had not yet settled. A slight gap in the curtain allowed the person inside to observe the execution ground ahead. The figure with disheveled hair and dragon horns was none other than the 10th prince of the Dragon Court. A tall, slender man with a pale face and no beard held a folding fan, explaining the situation to the Duke of Qi. Kneeling on the ground was Li Changwan, the head constable of Qizhou. The Li family had dominated Liu City for many years, but in a single day, they were all captured by Dou, the famous constable. The world had underestimated this constable Dou. The duke's title was hereditary and his wealth endless, but it was wise to maintain a good relationship with such a ruthless figure. After all, Dou Changsheng, if he survived, would likely become a top master in martial arts and stir up the world in the next century. There was no need to pursue the matter regarding the West Garden. Instead, they should invite Dou Changsheng to resolve the conflict. A hoarse voice came from the sedan chair. Mr. Zhang, you must be mistaken. This is just a trivial matter, since Dou Changsheng surrounded my West Garden. We need not pursue it further. Why invite Dou Changsheng again? Mr. Zhang gently tapped his palm with the folding fan and began explaining to the Duke of Qi. Your Grace, you may not be aware of the nature of Dou Changsheng. It is said that his insight is as sharp as a needle, and he bears grudges easily. While it seems the Duke has suffered a loss, Dou Changsheng might perceive it as himself being at a disadvantage, and he could secretly harbor resentment against you. Although the other party is acting as if nothing happened, Dou Changsheng is quite audacious. With a 7th grade condensation realm, he dares to plot against a 1st grade martial artist. It would not be surprising if he retaliated against you once he steps into the 3rd grade. Of course, the Duke need not fear Dou Changsheng. But having such a ruthless person constantly on your mind is not a good thing. It would be best to settle this over a meal, for your peace of mind. The Duke of Qi sighed in frustration. How can there be such oddities in the world? To not have been killed, yet is truly a marvel. But as a dignified Duke of Qi, if I take the initiative, wouldn't that make the heroes of the world look down on me? How would I have the face to meet that Brashian god? Mr. Zhang subtly pointed out that Dou Changsheng's brilliance already shines across the world. He is indeed too active. This is not a sign of longevity. The tall tree in the forest will surely be uprooted by the wind. However, he is currently in his prime, and importantly, he has the support of Elder Chun. In another 60 years, he will reach the peak of his maturity and influence the fate of the world. This could be the 300-year disaster of the Great Zhou, which seems to be quite timely. The Duke of Qi immediately understood. The so-called 300-year disaster was not as mysterious as it sounded. It was merely that the lifespan of the Princess of Qin State was nearing 60 years. At that time, the Sub-Saint and the Great Zhou would sever their ties. And without the support of divine beings, the Qin family would be the first under the divine to eliminate the Zhou Dynasty, having accumulated nearly 200 years of foundation. Once they erupted, with some ambitious individuals echoing their calls, it would surely lead to a catastrophe, with dragons and snakes rising from the ground. Even if the Great Zhou managed to suppress it, this calamity would disrupt the national fortune for decades, if not a century. Although this was to pave the way for the true dragon, it would also successfully open the curtain for great chaos in the world. In the future, the life and death of the Great Zhou Emperor would be at the mercy of the powerful officials. The Duke of Qi could not help but pull back the curtain, opening it wide to look at Dou Changsheng, who stood on the platform with his eyes closed and one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. This man could very well be the regent of the Great Zhou, while the emperor stood above. The Duke of Qi sighed. It was just a matter of face. And compared to his comfortable life as a celestial being, what did it matter? He quietly said to Mr. Zhang, please arrange for the heir to go. In a corner, Wang Zhoumu, dressed in official robes, stroked his 3 strands of beard and spoke to Xianxiaaudio, who was in a bright red robe. Xiaojiu. Do you think Dou Changsheng dares to take action? I dare. Xianxiaaudiobooks, seemingly afraid Wang Zhoumu did not believe him, began to explain. My brother Changsheng dared to plot against the king of no form in the divine capital. His rapid rise is due to his boldness and ruthlessness. The 10th prince of the dragon clan hails from the dragon court. Killing him may provoke the dragon court, leading to a conflict between the human and dragon races, possibly even sparking a great war. But while our human race fears the dragon court, does the dragon court not fear us? We humans are the true rulers of the world. With this alone, my brother Changsheng would dare to act. The composed Wang Zhoumu trembled slightly as he stroked his beard and continued to ask Xianxiaaudiobooks. He really dares to kill? Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. Yes. As long as you think carefully, Your Excellency, you will understand my brother Changsheng's character, Xianxiaaudiobooks said. As a good brother of Changsheng, I can tell you, the evaluations from the human rankings and the rumors from the divine capital are not exaggerated at all. On the contrary, I think they underestimate my brother Changsheng. Dou's reputation was once again on the rise, with a flurry of extravagant claims. Wang Zhoumu's expression changed. This shattered his understanding, as rumors, even if true, could also have false aspects. Wang Zhoumu did not believe Dou Changsheng would dare to kill the 10th prince of the dragon clan. This would provoke the dragon court and lead to a conflict between races. Such a matter was enormous. Doing this now would only be a performance by Dou Changsheng, seeking fame to elevate his status. However, he did not expect that Dou Changsheng truly dared to do so. This left Wang Zhoumu greatly astonished. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words were believed by Wang Zhoumu. After all, with his rich life experience at the age of 100, how could he be unable to discern the heartfelt words? If the 10th prince of the dragon clan were truly killed, Dou Changsheng would certainly be the primary culprit and would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, this incident was taking place in Qizhou, in Luqing, within his own jurisdiction. Soon, an order would come down for him to be transferred to the capital as the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. If the 10th prince of the dragon clan were to die here, it would be unacceptable for Wang Zhoumu. He knew that serving as the left deputy minister of revenue and advancing to the minister of revenue would allow him to enter the cabinet directly, becoming one of the 9 ministers of the Great Zhou. Although he would not hold the title of chief advisor, he could wield real power, potentially taking over the cabinet and becoming the prime minister of Great Zhou, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Wang Zhoumu's calmness was based on the assumption that Dou Changsheng would not dare to kill anyone. Now, with his mind unsettled, he could no longer sit still. He raised his eyes to look at the 10th prince of the dragon clan and was horrified to see Dou Changsheng standing before him, having already partially drawn the ice blade, the blade glimmering coldly under the sunlight. Wang Zhoumu quickly leaped up, shouting loudly, "Spare him! In the 100th chapter the human race, fear not death." It was Wang Zhoumu. The soldiers stationed around the execution ground did not stop Wang Zhoumu from rushing forward. Hearing the shout, Dou Changsheng stood with his knife, not continuing to draw it to strike at the 10th prince of the dragon clan. Dou Changsheng had already intended to feign death to escape and gain a name for himself both in life and death. Naturally, he could not act decisively. In this era, both swindlers and magicians have their accomplices. For Dou Changsheng to commit such a earth-shattering act, how could there not be a clown to highlight his own righteousness? Without the green leaves as a backdrop, how could the red flowers be made to appear brilliant? Dou Changsheng's gaze was fixed on Wang Zhoumu. This Wang Zhoumu had an excellent appearance, strikingly handsome, with white streaks at his temples visible beneath his official hat, and a long black beard hanging down to his chest. Possessing a certain demeanor as he walked in from the outside, the 10th prince of the dragon clan, who had remained silent, looked at Wang Zhoumu as if he had seen a savior, and spoke in a low voice. "Wang Zhoumu, please save this prince quickly. I am the young clan leader of the Black Dragon clan, the 10th prince of the Dragon Court, and the future leader of the Black Dragon clan. I came to Shiyuan to enjoy the operas, and was captured by you all, to be executed. This is a provocation against the Dragon Court. If I die here, the Black Dragon clan will not let it go, and the Dragon Court will not cease to pursue this matter. They will definitely raise an army to attack Haizhou. If the Dragon Court goes to war with the Great Zhou, countless lives will be lost, and you will be a sinner throughout the ages." Dou Changsheng did not stop the 10th prince of the Dragon clan, looking at Wang Zhoumu with a half-smile, waiting to see what astonishing words Wang Zhoumu would say. Wang Zhoumu, expressionless, sternly rebuked, "Shut up. Right and wrong, I have long known. On the battlefield, swords and guns are indiscriminate. Life and death are determined by fate. Furthermore, Duke Lu's killing of your father was a merit for the Great Zhou and a great merit for the human race. If Dou Mingbu does not kill you, I will not let you go." Wang Zhoumu's entrance was powerful and resonant, and he did not make any arguments in defense of the 10th prince of the Black Dragon clan. His passionate words drew applause from all around. The shouts continued to express support for Wang Zhoumu. The ordinary people in the distance could not hear clearly. But the many martial artists present were sharp of hearing and sight, continuously relaying Wang Zhoumu's words. Good. Kill this foreign tribe. Dare to act yet not acknowledge it. Still wanting to escape. Chaotic voices erupted, and the clamor grew louder, the atmosphere growing heated. After Dou Changsheng had built momentum, spreading the story of the events, the situation had escalated, with constant cries for the 10th prince of the Black Dragon clan and Li Changwen to be killed. With 1,000 pointing fingers and 10,000 spitting mouths, countless derogatory remarks echoed in Li Changwen's ears. Traitor, betrayer, dog of the Dragon clan, and other unpleasant titles fell upon Li Changwen's head one after another. Wang Zhoumu looked at the scene of many people shouting hoarsely. The united spirit of the crowd forming a powerful momentum, a scene capable of overwhelming mountains and seas. The hearts of the people are power, reputation is power. In this extraordinary world, everything is power, depending on whether one knows how to use it. He turned his gaze to Dou Changsheng, casually stroking his 3 strands of long beard. At such a young age, he could gather the hearts of the people so effectively. Using the Li family as a stepping stone, and then killing the 10th prince of the Black Dragon clan would make his reputation in Luching soar. It was rumored that Dou Changsheng was highly regarded by natural-born villains and had passed down the first volume of the True Dragon 9 scrolls from the Rebellion book. This volume involved nurturing reputation, gathering crowds, and rising to power. Originally thought to be a vague legend, it now seemed to Wang Zhoumu to have some truth. After decades of serving as an official, he had summarized his experience in inciting the populace, but the other party had mastered it at such a young age. After a brief silence, Wang Zhoumu felt the timing was right and continued. The killing of the 10th prince of the Black Dragon clan in Qizhou would be too lenient for the enemy. This villain has committed heinous crimes and must be escorted to the capital, inviting the Dragon Court's envoys to come west and publicly execute him before all living beings. Dou Changsheng had been waiting and finally heard Wang Zhoumu state his purpose. This diffused the momentum Dou Changsheng had built, allowing him to maintain his reputation. Once sent to the capital, whatever happened next would be a matter for the high-ranking officials of the court, with little to do with Wang Zhoumu. Inviting the Dragon Court's envoys meant that he would definitely not be killed. This matter could be dragged out for years until it came to nothing. Unfortunately, Dou Changsheng would not allow such a thing to happen. There are those who steal for 1,000 days, but there are no 1,000-day defenses against thieves. As for killing the 10th prince of the Dragon clan, provoking the Dragon Court's wrath, and then engaging in a full-scale war with the Great Zhou, Dou Changsheng believed it was simply impossible. If he died, he would be dead. Dou Changsheng had always had a question. Why would a hegemon worry about a subordinate whose strength was inferior to his own and choose to draw a knife against him? Was this hegemon merely a product of flattery? Wasn't he built through strength? Afraid of this, afraid of that, being extremely timid? Where would the Dragon Court dare to go to war? The Battle of 3 Immortal Islands had only occurred a little over 100 years ago, and the Dragon Court suffered a devastating defeat. With their longevity as a species, this had become a disadvantage, and their strength had not recovered at all. The Dragon clan lives long. A pureblood in their prime is a master, but this requires over 200 years of growth. Even with diligent practice, it takes over 100 years, while a human can achieve much in 100 years, having gone through several generations. If the heirs of the Dragon Court, the first and third princes of the Dragon clan, were to die, the Dragon Court might still raise an army to fight. But a severely weakened Black Dragon clan would absolutely not. Would the Dragon Court dare to go to war, risking everything? In his previous life, it was always the beautiful father bullying this and that. Who would come to bully the beautiful father? The fear was of the other side, not of the human race. Dou Changsheng raised his hand and pressed down on the hilt of the ice blade again, not playing games. But getting straight to the point, the public execution has taken too long. We are going to kill the 10th prince now, with the blood of the 10th prince. We will honor the fallen heroes, letting the heroes know that their descendants are safe and will absolutely not be retaliated against by foreign tribes. They will not let the human race down, and the human race will not disappoint them. Yes, what this lord said is correct. Kill this foreign tribe. My ancestors followed the saint in the Eastern Sea campaigns, and it was because of killing these foreign tribes that they rose to power. What the Lord said is excellent. Shouts of support erupted. For them, a public execution was an unknown time away. It would be better to kill him now for the excitement. As for what consequences would arise from killing the 10th prince of the Dragon clan, they had no clear understanding or ability to discern. Wang Zhoumu watched this scene, his face completely changing, as he felt Dou Changsheng's murderous intent, the malice in his eyes showing no signs of concealment. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, his lips slightly moving, and a long voice echoed beside Dou Changsheng's ear. Lord Dou, it's time. The 10th prince of the Dragon clan cannot be killed. Although the Black Dragon clan's strength has been severely weakened after the battle at the 3 Immortal Islands, they are still a pillar of the Dragon Court. Otherwise, this young lord of the Black Dragon clan would not have become the 10th prince of the Dragon Court. Now that Lord Dou has gained enough prestige. If it's still not enough, I can make sacrifices to help you fulfill your ambitions. If Lord Dou has any requests, please feel free to mention them. I ask that Lord Dou be patient for the sake of the country. Do not act impulsively. Li Changwan, who had been silent, suddenly sneered as if he had a telepathic connection, looking at Wang Zhoubu and then at Dou Changsheng, saying, "This Wang Zhoubu must be advising you to be patient for the sake of the country. Please, Lord Dou, endure this time for the world. After all, he is the 10th prince of the Dragon Court, an alien race, and the only incident involves the princess of Ronghua, just one person from the human race. Such humans, the Great Zhou can easily find hundreds or thousands to confer titles upon. Instead, there is only this 1/10th prince of the Dragon Court. If he dies, he will be gone forever." Dou Changsheng turned his gaze to Li Changwan, his expression unchanged, and said, "Do not provoke me. I will not let the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan go. I only believe in one thing. If I retreat today and set a precedent for the 10th prince of the Dragon Clan, then tomorrow I will retreat again to make an exception for the 9th prince, and in the future, for the 8th prince, the 7th prince, step by step in retreat. This is not the death of a hero's descendant, but the demise of the human race." The 10th prince of the Dragon Clan slightly raised his head, looking at Dou Changsheng with a cold smile, and said, "You dare to take the risk of starting a war between the Dragon Court and the human race to kill me? You dare to take the risk of being killed by a Grand Master or a Supreme Master to kill me? I came here with powerful protectors from my clan. But just because I arrived in Luqing, I have temporarily not entered the city, and now I am just outside the city. If you kill me, the powerful members of my clan will definitely kill you." "What? Your face has changed. Are you afraid? You are a person seeking fame and reputation. If you are afraid, then let me go. I also know that you are in a difficult position now. I can give you a way out. I have attendants who are also from the Black Dragon clan, and they are outside the city as well. If possible, you can substitute him for me. And thus you can still provide an explanation to the people." Dou Changsheng's expression slightly changed, not out of fear, but feeling that such an opportunity had arisen. Dou Changsheng knew the time was right. Suddenly, he drew his sword, took a step forward, raised the ice soul blade high in his hand, and roared loudly. Confucius said to achieve benevolence. Mengzi said to pursue righteousness. As humans, why fear death? The national dynasty has nurtured scholars for 200 years, sacrificing themselves for righteousness, and it is today. If I die tonight, I will be free, with the bloodline of gods and demons. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is vast for fish to leap.